Their family was large. Tian Xiufang, her husband, grandparents, Little Hai and his sister, plus an older brother and sister. It is said that the eldest son went out to sea with his father and grandfather and hadn't been home for days. The sister was studying in town and didn't come back often. Tian Xiufang's cooking skills were really good. A small fish and wild vegetable soup, with fresh small fish thrown into boiling water, then adding wild vegetables, a slice of, and some salt, tasted very fresh. There were also some shellfish, stir-fried with pickled radish tops they made themselves, which had a special flavor. Another dish was stir-fried oysters and a few oyster and wild vegetable pancakes. Although they didn't use much oil, the flavors were still very fresh. Uncle Tian, this is so delicious, Qiao Anqi said happily. It's nothing special, Tian Xiufang said a bit shyly. At this time, fish was the most popular and the other dishes weren't as popular. These dishes didn't have much oil, so they made you feel hungry very quickly. I just love eating these, Qiao Anqi said with a smile. Seeing that she really liked the food, Tian Xiufang felt relieved. They couldn't come up with better things to entertain guests. The family had many members, children everywhere, and not enough food. After dinner, Zhou Anqi gave Tian Xiufang some money. Tian Xiufang stubbornly refused to take it, saying, "It's not worth much, and you shouldn't take money to entertain guests." Pei Jiancheng insisted it was not allowed, as the army has rules against eating at civilians' homes, or it would be considered a mistake. This made Tian Xiufang realize how serious it was. Later, I need to ask Xiaohai and the others to take me to find some small seafood. I want to take a little more, Zhou Anqi said with a smile, pressing the money into Tian Xiufang's hand. Tian Xiufang had no choice but to accept it. She then called over the Xiaohai siblings, gave them some instructions, and handed them a big basket with long tongs and hooks inside. Zhou Anqi remembered and asked, "Can we collect these things? Does anyone supervise?" Tian Xiufang smiled and replied, "It's fine for these small items. No one cares about fish and big shrimp, but these little things are okay." The two children knew the area well and led them to a more remote place with many rocks. "There's more stuff here, but not too much now. It will be more after the tide goes out," Xiaohai said skillfully as they reached the rocks. Xiaohai was not good at digging, so he stayed on the sand and dug for snails. "There's a lot here," Zhou Anqi said excitedly, watching Xiaohai skillfully use hooks to pick out items. Her eyes lit up. There were large oysters, small clams, and even shrimp, which were still fat this season. "Wow, that oval thing close to the rocks, wasn't that abalone?" Zhou Anqi felt eager to find some herself. She quietly moved away from Xiaohai and Pei Jiancheng, then found a spot on the rocks to secretly toss some items into her space. It was great, she could save some for her parents to eat. Her space wasn't just the camper. She had tried storing things outside the camper too, and it worked just as well. Now she placed all the seafood outside the camper. Then she went to the beach, took advantage of Xiaohai not paying attention, and added some shells to her space. She moved back and forth, holding a few things to make it look like she was just exploring. In reality, she secretly put many items into her space while no one was watching. Some of the items she didn't even recognize, so she just tossed them in first. Everyone thought she was just having fun looking around. "Anqi, I'll dig some more for you." "Look, there are a few small, but they don't have meat," Xiaohai said, holding up a tiny crab for Zhou Anqi to see. "Xiaohai is so good," Zhou Anqi praised. Pei Jiancheng and Xiaohai both carried a big basket back to the beach. They then returned to the small fishing house. "Collected quite a bit," Tian Xiufang said as she looked at the large basket. "I need to start cleaning it." She and Grandma Xiaoyu removed the large connected oysters first. Grandma took a tool and sat down to pry open the oysters. Each oyster was small, only as big as a finger, and opening them was a bit tricky. Tian Xiufang went to clean other things. She opened and cleaned the oysters and abalones. After finishing, the big basket was much emptier, since shells take up a lot of space. "Should we go pick some more?" Tian Xiufang asked, then called her son Xiaohai. Xiao Anqi quickly said, "That's enough." Xiaohai ran over eagerly to get the basket, but Xiao Anqi held him back. No need. Enough for now. Next time, okay? These shellfish should be soaked in water for a few days to let them spit out sand. They're not fat enough now. They're best in summer, Tian Xiaofang added. She then found a woven basket, lined it with lotus leaves, and packed everything inside. Xiao Anxi also gave Xiao Yu and Xiao Hai some milk candies before leaving with Pei Jianqing, who carried the basket. Today's harvest is full, Xiao Anxi said happily, smiling as she sat in the car. Did you have fun? Very much so. Tonight, we'll have a seafood feast, Xiao Anxi said happily. Fortunately, the kitchen was already stocked with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. They had also prepared some garlic and scallions last time. Good. On the way back, Pei Jianqing took a different route than before. He didn't go through Langcheng and then back to the base but headed directly from Shuiying village. This route was much shorter and didn't take too long. Xiao Anxi said, "This way isn't far." "Yes, next time I'll take you there," Pei Jianqing replied. When they reached the base, it was already late. Remembering Tian Xiaofang's words, Pei Jianqing took a large basin and poured the shellfish into it, filling it with water to soak and spit out sand. He also emptied out the other items. Tian Xiaofang had already cleaned them once, so just rinsing with water was enough. "Go to the cafeteria and get some staple food and vegetables," Xiao Anxi said as she changed clothes and went into the kitchen. "Okay, I'll prepare those after I come back," Pei Jianqing said, washing his hands and picking up the lunchbox. "I'll handle it," Xiao Anxi said, ready to do it herself. She had eaten these kinds of dishes many times before and had improved her cooking skills. She believed she could make it taste good. After Pei Jianqing left with the lunchbox, Xiao Anxi started to prepare the food. The small oysters she prepared to cook simply like Tian Xiaofang, having already asked her for the recipe. The difference is she plans to add more oil and fry them a bit longer, which will make them tastier and sweeter, without any fishy smell. She intends to coat the large oysters with batter and fry them. The abalone will be steamed plainly, along with a few swimming, all steamed together. The mantis shrimp will be stir-fried with salt and pepper. She decided not to eat the shellfish today, planning to wait until she's rid of the sand. There are quite a few dishes, but she has already cleaned everything up. Not cooking them now would be a shame to waste. Since the weather is warmer and there's no refrigerator, fresh seafood is best enjoyed alive and fresh. If they can't finish everything, she'll ask Pei Jianqing to give some to his good friends. When Pei Jianqing returned from the cafeteria with rice and vegetables, Xiao Anxi had already prepared most of the ingredients. All the scallions and garlic were chopped, and the batter was ready. "Let me do it," Pei Jianqing said, putting down his lunchbox and heading to the kitchen. "First, we fry the oysters, then fry the large oysters, and finally steam the abalone. Cut some decorative patterns on the abalone and crush the peppercorns." Xiao Anxi assigned tasks, and they worked together smoothly. The battered oysters were not fully fried. Half-fried and half-fried would make them more fragrant. This method uses less oil than deep frying, but slightly more than regular pan frying. The result was excellent, filling the house with a wonderful aroma. The mantis shrimp, stir-fried in hot oil and sprinkled with salt and pepper, also released a tempting smell. These aromas wafted out, attracting the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. "Is someone frying food? It smells so good. How much oil do they use? So fragrant, coming from downstairs. Whose house is that? It seems to be coming from over there. It smells amazing." Even children sniffed the air and cried out in hunger. Many families peeked out from their kitchen windows. After checking, everyone suspected the smell was coming from Deputy Captain Pei's kitchen. Earlier in the afternoon, they saw him carry a basket with a slight fishy smell, probably fish pieces being fried. Everyone marveled, thinking, "Wow, so fragrant, and they really use a lot of oil." While the dishes steamed, Xiao Anxi made a dipping sauce with chopped scallions, garlic, soy sauce, a little vinegar, and a few drops of sesame oil, steaming it together. "There's too much food. We can't finish it all, and it's not good to keep. Do you think some good friends of yours might want a little?" Joan looked at the pile of things on the stove and asked. Pei Jiancheng also looked at the pile and nodded, saying, "Get some for Hongming and Weigua." They each used plates to serve enough for themselves, then divided the rest into 2 portions and packed them into lunch boxes. It was still a bit early, so they weren't in a hurry. First, they would feed their wife, then deliver the rest. That evening's seafood feast really satisfied Joan. The fried oysters were sweet and juicy, the grilled oysters crispy outside and tender inside, incredibly delicious. Salt and pepper shrimp were flavorful and savory. The steamed abalone was topped with hot oil to bring out its aroma, then drizzled with soy sauce, super tasty. Steamed had nothing added but were still very plump and rich. The small fishing village lunch earlier was lighter in flavor. So, it's not surprising that nowadays people don't like to cook these small seafood dishes. They don't fill you up and no one wants to spend too much oil on them. Less oil and seasoning make the taste quite bland. Especially now, with poor transportation and preservation conditions, these small seafood dishes must be eaten fresh and alive, which is costly. Few are willing to pay high prices for these unsatisfying meals, so they often end up rotting on the beach, unwanted. Pei Jiancheng was busy shelling the crab for his wife, his hands skillful, showing he must have eaten these often. "Looks like you eat these quite a lot too?" Joan took a crab leg that Pei handed her, already peeled. "Pretty much." Pei Jiancheng also grew up in a wealthy family, able to enjoy many things ordinary people couldn't. He had a group of friends who loved eating and drinking, and they often went out together. After they finished eating and tidied up, Pei Jiancheng carried the lunch boxes and left. "Jiancheng, which restaurant did you get these from? They smell so good." Yang Hongming looked at the 2 full lunch boxes filled with seafood, almost dizzy from the rich aroma. "At my place," Pei replied casually. "Really?" Yang was surprised. "Your wife is such a good cook?" Pei Jiancheng still looked calm, but he couldn't tell him that it was his wife's skill, all thanks to his own cooking. "Jiancheng, have some tea." Yuli brought over some tea, though she wasn't very familiar with Pei Jiancheng, her husband's good friend, and felt a bit nervous around him. "No, thank you. I need to visit Weigua," Pei said, holding 2 more lunch boxes. Yuli quickly went to the kitchen, brought out a plate, and poured out the contents of the lunch boxes. Yang Hongming eagerly picked up a large oyster, put it in his mouth, chewed, and gave a thumbs up to Pei Jiancheng. Pei Jiancheng slightly smiled and walked away with his lunchbox. "Honey, try this. It's really delicious," Yang Hongming said as he handed a dish to Yuli. Yuli took a bite, her eyes widened, and she nodded quickly. "It's so good. This sister-in-law is really something special." Now, both of them were even more curious about Pei Jiancheng's wife. Yang Hongming found it unbelievable that a girl from the countryside could cook seafood so well. Her cooking style was unusual. She used a lot of oil and seasonings, which looked generous. He definitely wouldn't guess that Pei Jiancheng made it, because he thought that was impossible. Pei Jiancheng, like him, had never been in a kitchen. Especially Pei Jiancheng, with her calm and noble look, didn't seem like someone who cooked. Over there, Qian Weigua's family was also shocked to see the seafood Pei Jiancheng brought. Qian Weigua is the son of Commander Qian of the military district. Qian's wife, Tang Fengying, looked thoughtfully at what Pei Jiancheng brought, saying, "It seems that Jiancheng's wife is not ordinary. She's different from what I imagined." Qian Weigua didn't care much. He and Commander Qian had already started eating. Delicious, so fragrant. His wife worked night shifts and missed the meal, which was a pity. Commander Qian tried a pepper salt mantis shrimp, saying, "This is good, very flavorful." Tang Fengying quickly tasted one and nodded with a surprised smile. The next day, after Pei Jiancheng went to work, Qiao Anshi closed the doors and windows secretly and sneaked into the space. She found a large portable inflatable basin and took it outside her car, using an electric pump to inflate it. Then she threw all the messy seafood on the ground into the basin. The space was great. All the seafood looked fresh and lively. Suddenly, Qiao Anshi had an idea. She ran back to her car, took a basin of water, and poured it into the inflatable basin. Maybe adding some spiritual water could make it better. She planned to use this water to nurture the small seafood. There was less in the space, so she wasn't worried. Xiao Anxi found a new idea. If she found good things, she could store more. She could cook what she wanted, and also improve her parents' life. The inflated basin filled with water was left outside. Xiao Anxi returned to her car, took out an ice cream from the fridge, sat on the sofa, ate, and watched a short show. After finishing, she quickly left the space. It's better not to stay inside too long, just in case Pei Jianqing suddenly came back. Although he rarely makes sudden moves, it would be troublesome if he came back early unexpectedly. After leaving the space, Zhou Anxi started messing with her furniture and decorations again. Their house has doors and windows painted in a light green color, with simple styles. The doors are just plain wooden panels without any patterns, and the windows have basic wooden frames with glass. These features suit a more countryside or rustic style. Above the window, about 20 centimeters down, Zhou Anxi used white cotton thread to sew a wide lace-like border that drapes down. She also added a thin, delicate lace trim along the edge of the curtain. At the kitchen door, she made a 30-centimeter high curtain with a lace border at the bottom. She secretly used white thread from the space to fill in any gaps. The large cushion on the Kong bed was also modified to match the size of the current sofa bench, with the remaining fabric made into 2 small cushions for 2 double-seat sofas. They look like a matching set and go very well with the natural wood sofa, giving a very elegant look. The sofa bench is very simple in style, with the backrest and armrests made of just a few smooth wooden pieces. She asked for the wood to be polished, very round and smooth. It's a little wider and longer than a typical sofa, resembling a small bed. Zhou Anxi measured the size so that the small table could fit perfectly on top. She picked 2 pieces of fabric in different colors, one draped over the backrest of the bench and partly covering the small table, and the other laid directly on the table. Then she went to the kitchen to find a dark-colored small jar, a white plate, and a spoon. She placed a few fruits and candies on the plate and also set a couple on the table. She planned to do a still life painting. After arranging everything and sketching out the composition, she realized she was missing a bouquet of fresh flowers in the jar. Oh well, she decided to imagine a bouquet and paint it later. She filled a small bucket with water, took out her painting tools she bought earlier at the department store, and prepared to start working. She had already squeezed watercolor paints into her palette. The paper was clipped onto her drawing board, and she had cut the canvas to the size of the frame she bought yesterday. Once everything was ready, she sat on the chair in front of the small table, resting the drawing board on her lap. She used the lid of her paint box as a palette with her left hand, holding a paintbrush in her right hand, and began to paint. When Pei Jianqing returned home with several lunchboxes, he saw his young wife carefully drawing a picture. Xiao Anxi was not afraid of Pei Jianqing doubting why she was drawing. The original owner finished high school and had an art teacher at school. She could say she liked drawing since middle school and learned from her teacher. But Pei Jianqing didn't ask many questions and praised her drawing as beautiful when he saw it. Xiao Anxi pouted. It's missing a bunch of flowers. The pot is empty. There should be a bouquet on top. I plan to draw one myself later. I'll find you a bunch later. First, eat your meal. Pei Jianqing opened the lunchbox. Really? Xiao Anxi happily put down her sketchbook and ran to wash her hands in the bathroom. What kind do you want? Pei Jianqing handed her chopsticks. Preferably a mix of different flowers, colorful, with leaves, big and small. Okay. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Pei Jianqing went out. Why are you here? Yang Hongming looked surprised to see Pei Jianqing running over at noon. Have your flowers bloomed? Cut a few for me, Pei Jianqing said straightforwardly. What? Yang Hongming thought he heard wrong. Pei Jianqing shot him a cold look. How could he not understand? Under Pei Jianqing's icy gaze, Yang Hongming quickly ran to his balcony and carefully plucked a few blooming flowers. Here, what's this for? Yang Hongming handed the flowers over. Pei Jianqing looked at them and thought they were a bit few. For my wife, thanks. Then he turned and left. Yang Hongming stared at Pei Jianqing's back for a long time. Yuli came out of her room and nudged Yang Hongming. What's wrong with him? Yang Hongming shook his head. The couple looked at each other, unable to tell. Pei Jianqing still gave flowers to his wife. The kids in the courtyard had the chance to see some foreign movies, so they knew about romantic gestures like giving flowers. Yang Hongming sighed. I'm really curious about Jianqing's wife. Pei Jianqing placed the flowers on the passenger seat and drove to Qian Weigua's place again.
Huh?
You want flowers from my yard? Qian Weigua was also surprised. Yes, all kinds, with leaves too.
Oh.
Qian Weigua quickly took Pei Jianqing to the flower garden, and they plucked a few more. Pei Jianqing asked Qian Weigua for an old newspaper, and together they wrapped the flowers and leaves from Yang Hongming's yard. These flowers are not suitable to be displayed openly, as they might be seen as a small romantic gesture, which is not encouraged nowadays. It's better to wrap them up to avoid trouble. At home, Zhou Anxi was very happy looking at a large bouquet of fresh flowers wrapped in newspaper. Beautiful flowers always make people feel happy. She hummed a song as she chose flowers to arrange in a vase, creating a nice shape. She tied the remaining flowers with string and hung them on the wall. Suddenly, the room felt lively and full of energy. Pei Jianqing watched his happy wife and also smiled. Zhou Anxi spent a few days painting at home, including landscapes, still lives, and 2 abstract pieces, all sized to fit the frame she bought. The brave and wise deputy commander Pei looked at the abstract paintings but couldn't quite understand them. Still, he praised nice, unique. Of course, this is called abstract art. Zhou Anxi admired her paintings, feeling very proud. Once the paintings dried completely, she started framing them. It was quite simple. She didn't need to do much. Each painting was like a photo, and the watercolor paper was thick enough. She put each piece into the matching frame based on its size, and the effect was surprisingly good. It looks better than I imagined, Zhou Anxi said, very satisfied as she looked at the paintings on the table. Pei Jianqing's admiration in his eyes said everything. Hang a nail here. Zhou Anxi already knew where she wanted to hang her paintings. She had asked Pei Jianqing to prepare the tools early and then directed him to nail the hooks in the spots she designated. Here one, there another. Pei Jianqing carefully nailed each one according to her instructions. After finishing, Zhou Anxi asked him to hang the paintings and looked at the result, very pleased. But she quickly asked him to take them down again, saying, "Take them down first. Once the furniture arrives, we can hang them. Better to avoid accidentally bumping into them." While Zhou Anxi was tidying everything up, the last batch of custom furniture from the factory finally arrived. This time, Director Wu didn't come along. Pei Jianqing brought workers to carry the furniture upstairs. Zhou Anxi directed them to place each piece in the right spot. Put these 2 cabinets here and the shelf over there. The workers arranged everything as she instructed. The house, which was a little empty before, now looked very different. There weren't many pieces of furniture and they weren't heavy, so the space still felt open but not empty. It looked just right. Zhou Anxi checked everything carefully inside and out, then happily signed the paper handed to her by the worker. After the workers left, Pei Jianqing gently patted Zhou Anxi's head. "I'll come back tonight after work to clean the furniture." Zhou Anxi waved goodbye to him and watched him leave for work, then resumed her decorating work. She secretly moved a shelf into the kitchen during the chaos. It looked good and didn't seem out of place. Once she placed everything on the shelf, it looked even better, with no obvious difference. Of course, Zhou Anxi didn't just wait for Pei Jianqing to come back at night to clean the furniture. She diligently dampened a cloth and started wiping the lower cabinets she could reach. For the taller ones she couldn't reach easily, she left them for Pei Jianqing. On the wall facing the long bench in the living room, she built a simple long cabinet less than 80 centimeters high, with 2 drawers, a cabinet with sliding doors, and 2 small glass display cases. On one side of the cabinet, there was a roughly 90-centimeter wide tall grid cabinet standing upright. She wiped down the shorter long cabinet. Near the entrance, there was a small hallway cabinet with drawers above and a shoe cabinet below. On the other side of the living room was the dining area, with a simple sideboard next to the dining table. She could reach all these pieces and first wipe them clean with a cloth. At night, Pei Jianqing returned and carefully cleaned all the furniture until it shined brightly. Zhou Anxi then started arranging the house, placing everything in its proper spot and setting things out neatly. The bedroom is a private space, usually not entered by others. She placed a small patchwork blanket in front of the bed. It was made from 2 clothes she secretly collected and some old clothes she cut into strips and braided. It wasn't very big, only about 1 meter long and 60 centimeters wide. She gradually realized that no matter what she did or how she did it, Pei Jianqing wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't question where her things came from. He simply trusted her. Still, she was careful not to go too far. She didn't dare put anything in the living room, even old fabric strips, as it wouldn't look right. She also wanted to make a small rug to place under the coffee table, but she was a bit headache and didn't know what to make it from, so she left it empty for now. All the furniture was in place, and the rest was easy to handle. In just a day or two, Zhou Anxi tidied up the entire house. The furniture was simple and elegant in natural wood tones, filling the space with a fresh atmosphere. The unique small decorations and her paintings added a touch of artistic charm to the living room. Pei Jianqing's impressive appearance already showed how beautiful the house was. Zhou Anxi, who had tidied up, felt relieved for the moment. During the day, she either sat on a bench leaning on a pillow doing crafts or lay at the table drawing furniture plans. Sometimes she would sit cross-legged to meditate and relax. In this warm and cozy environment, her body and mind felt relaxed, and she worked efficiently. Zhou Anxi looked at the 2 design sketches at her hands and was very pleased, her inspiration flowing. Suddenly, she heard a click sound as the door lock opened. She looked at the time curiously. Is it already time to leave work? Turning toward the door, she saw Pei Jianqing. He pushed the door open but didn't come inside. Anxi, someone is bringing things upstairs. Is it convenient? Hearing this, Zhou Anxi quickly got up from the bench. Bringing what? No problem, you can come in. Pei Jianqing nodded and turned to go downstairs. Curious, Zhou Anxi followed him. When she reached the staircase and looked down, she saw a lively scene with many people gathered. Some were unloading large boxes from a car, probably 2 very big and heavy ones. Most of the people were family members from the community, talking among themselves. 2 workers carried a smaller box upstairs, with a taller box on the ground. They carefully lifted the boxes up, and Zhou Anxi saw clearly that the boxes had big words. Washing machine. She was stunned. Wow, Pei Jianqing secretly bought this without her knowing. He wanted to surprise her. She didn't think much and hurriedly led the workers to move the items inside. Put it here, near the bathroom door. The washing machine would definitely go inside the bathroom, so placing it at the door first was good for moving it later. The workers carefully set down the box and said, "There's one more." They hurried back downstairs. Zhou Anxi also went out, and soon she saw 3 people lifting the larger box upstairs. Pei Jianqing followed behind. Downstairs, the family members gathered, watching and talking about what was happening upstairs. If it weren't Pei Jianqing's family, they might have rushed up already. Wow, the box clearly had the words refrigerator on it. Zhou Anxi was stunned. Pei Jianqing really did it. They are both so young, and doing this in the community might seem a bit too showy. But she really loved it. The space was nice, but now they couldn't display everything openly. With the refrigerator and washing machine, life would be so much more convenient. Previously, she often secretly used the washing machine in the storage space when Pei Jianqing was not at home. Now that there is a refrigerator and washing machine at home, they are visible and can be used openly, which also provides cover. It is more convenient and safer for her to use the storage space. Put it here, here. She quickly found a spot for the refrigerator in the dining room. After the workers set down the boxes, Pei Jianqing and 2 of the workers opened the boxes together. They moved the washing machine into the bathroom, and 1 worker began installing and testing it. Another worker opened the refrigerator box and also started installing and testing. Xiao Anxi watched from nearby. The worker finished testing the washing machine, drained the water, and closed the lid. All done, no problem. The worker testing the refrigerator also said, cooling normally, no problem. Then he handed Pei Jianqing a receipt, which Pei Jianqing signed to confirm acceptance. As Pei Jianqing closed the door and turned around, Qiao Anqi excitedly rushed over and asked, "How did you think of buying this? When did you buy it?" Pei Jianqing chuckled softly. "It wasn't me who bought it. He had planned to buy it, but not now. They are too young, and he just got promoted to deputy regiment commander. Buying this now would be too showy. He originally planned to wait a while before buying." "Oh, it wasn't you?" Qiao Anqi was stunned. She never expected it wasn't Pei Jianqing who bought it. Who could it be? Qiao Anqi's mind raced. Could it be Mom and Dad bought it? Pei Jianqing patted her head. Sure enough, Qiao Anqi looked surprised. This really seemed like her parents' doing. Pei Jianqing took out a letter and handed it to her. Qiao Anqi opened the envelope and took out the letter. Dear Anqi, surprise? Shocked? Happy? It turned out that after returning to Beijing, Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had caught up on their wages from previous years. They originally planned to send money to Qiao Anqi first. But considering many things were still missing now, and as people from the future, they deeply understood how inconvenient it was without basic appliances like a refrigerator and washing machine. They thought that since they were young and living in a military compound, even if they had the money to buy these expensive items, it wouldn't be appropriate. So, they decided to give it as a gift in the name of elders, as a dowry from parents to their daughter. No one could say anything about that. After all, they have loving parents who care for their daughter, and they also have the means. Having capable parents is more than just receiving a refrigerator and washing machine. The next day, Pei Jianqing brought back a large package from the post office, looking very heavy. Qiao Anqi excitedly opened it, but her face fell. A bunch of textbooks and thick study materials. She couldn't help but think back to her childhood, when her parents once gave her several sets of practice questions from a famous school as a holiday gift. The result was that she couldn't finish them. She kept trying but never succeeded, tears in her eyes as she worked hard for a long time. Unkind parents, Qiao Anqi muttered, flipping through the books. Well, these are indeed what she needs. Exams are coming next year, and she should settle down and start studying early. But why does she keep having nightmares about being teased when she was a child? What's wrong? Pei Jianqing gently pinched his wife's face. Mom and Dad keep telling me to work hard and study well, Qiao Anqi said, putting down her book and looking at other things. Pei Jianqing looked at the pile of books and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, there were many other nice things, clothes, food, and daily necessities, quickly easing Qiao Anqi's worries. She sat on a bench, happily examining each item in the package. Wow, these are so beautiful, she said, playing with some cute little decorations, very happy. Indeed, her parents knew her well. They knew she liked to decorate her room, so they found many unique little items for her. Oh, this pretty sheer fabric must be for making curtains, Qiao Anqi exclaimed happily, opening a thin white curtain. She hadn't found a suitable one here, but her mother had thought of her, knowing she liked a bright room but didn't want direct sunlight. Not only that, even Zheng Ying had chosen 2 beautiful sets of bed linens for them. Simple and elegant patterns, soft to the touch, and very good quality. Many small things needed for their new home were also considered by Zheng Ying, who mentioned in her letter that she would send more gradually over time. Kids with caring parents are truly lucky, Qiao Anqi said happily, hugging her items. Pei Jianqing felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but hold his wife close, comforting her. Why are you so eager? I haven't finished looking at everything yet, Qiao Anqi said, trying to push him away. But Pei Jianqing held her tightly, and they laughed and played together. Qiao Anqi leaned into Pei Jianqing's arms, continuing to look through the package, and asked, when do you think we should invite people over for a meal? The house is now mostly finished, and it's time to plan the dinner party. Pei Jianqing rests his chin on his wife's head and says, let's do it this weekend. I'll check the schedule with them tomorrow, after work. Is there anything I need to prepare? No, just go to the cafeteria to pick up the food that day. When Pei Jianqing mentions hosting a dinner, Everyone invited, whether leaders or subordinates, find time to attend, squeezing it into their busy schedules. They all promise to arrive on time, each bringing their family or coming together as a group. Pei Jiancheng doesn't invite too many people, only those he knows well, since he can't invite everyone. He makes sure to invite some leaders, especially those with connections to his family. After finishing work on Saturday afternoon, Pei Jiancheng quickly returns home and picks up Qiao Anxi to go to the small stir-fry window at the cafeteria. There is a separate room here with 2 large round tables, used for receptions. Pei Jiancheng books 2 tables here. They arrive a little early, go to the kitchen to give some instructions, and wait for the guests to arrive. Jiancheng were here. Yang Hongming and his wife Yu Li are the first to arrive. They are so excited that they rush over right after work. As soon as they step inside, they see Pei Jiancheng standing with a young woman, both facing away from the door, talking. The girl wears a dark red, long, thin sweater, tall and graceful, with a charming figure. Her long braid drapes over one shoulder from behind. When they hear the voices, both turn around at the same time. Yang Hongming and Yu Li are immediately impressed. What a perfect match they make. Both are very attractive, especially their demeanor, which complements each other beautifully. Yang Hongming wonders what kind of girl would be suitable for Jiancheng, as Jiancheng tends to make those around him seem dull in comparison. Right now, he only feels one word: compatible. They look very in sync, giving off a strong, harmonious vibe. Pei Jiancheng pulls Qiao Anxi forward and introduces her to them. Qiao Anxi is friendly and has met them before, so she greets them and invites them to sit down. Yang Hongming and Yu Li watch Qiao Anxi speak and behave, giving each other a silent thumbs up. Soon more people arrive. Pei Jiancheng and Qiao Anxi go to the door to greet them. Yang Hongming quietly whispers to Yu Li, "See? I told you so." Jiancheng probably fell for her beauty early on, but her demeanor really matches him. Yu Li quietly said, "What we're sharing isn't exaggerated at all. Our art troupe doesn't have anyone with such good manners." It's said that dancers have good manners, and this girl's demeanor completely matches that of the dancers in their troupe. She had no idea that when Qiao Anxi was young, her parents sent her to learn various skills too. She knew quite a lot, not less than the members of the art troupe. She had taken many exams at different levels. If you ask Qiao Anxi how she feels, it would bring tears to your eyes. Then Yu Li hesitated and asked, "Is she really from the countryside? She doesn't look like it at all." Yang Hongming also doubted it. Was there a mistake somewhere? Ms. Sun Wenjuan's information seemed a bit inaccurate. Everyone who said they would arrive on time actually did. As soon as they arrived, they were dazzled by the striking young couple at the door who welcomed guests. They looked so radiant, they seemed to light up the whole room. The men were a bit more casual, not paying much attention to details, smiling and greeting the young couple before going inside. The women, however, were different. They smiled brightly, but kept their eyes fixed on the couple, mostly on the new bride. There were so many rumors about this new bride, and they were all quite contrasting. At first glance, everyone was surprised. She truly looked extraordinary. Not to mention, just standing confidently beside Pei Jiancheng to greet guests made a good impression. These family members were all very important people. Qian Xiliang's wife, Tang Fengying, and Lei Shizhan's wife, Li Sufang, were both quite familiar with Tao Huaru. They knew more about Pei Jiancheng's marriage than outsiders. Regarding this girl from the countryside, they, like Tao Huaru, didn't dare to be overly optimistic. But after just one look, her appearance and demeanor exceeded their expectations. Standing beside Pei Jiancheng, she welcomed guests gracefully, without a hint of shyness or awkwardness. Her looks were undoubtedly beautiful, but beauty was secondary. The key was her temperament and manner. Her actions and speech were just right, not showy, with a gentle, noble air, almost like a lady of high society. Everyone was puzzled by this feeling, finding it hard to believe that she was just a girl from the countryside. But everyone had to admit, they looked very well matched. Qian Weigua and his wife were also stunned. As soon as they entered the house, they quickly found Yang Hongming and his wife. One of them was so excited they couldn't stop talking. Qian Weigua had to admire his first impression. I knew he looked happy when he left. Hongming, you didn't believe me. Yang Hongming shook his head and sighed. Exactly. How could he not be happy? This guy, he hides his feelings really well. Yuan Huiqing, Qian Weigua's wife, excitedly told Yuli on Monday, I will have plenty to talk about at work. You wouldn't believe it. Everyone at our hospital is talking about this. Yuli was also very excited. It's the same at our place. They ask me about it every day. One woman worked at the hospital, the other at the cultural troupe, both places full of beautiful women in the military district. Young, talented, handsome single officers like Pei Jiancheng were always the center of attention. They were everyone's dream. Hearing their wives' words, Qian Weigua and Yang Hongming quickly reminded them, be careful what you say. The two women rolled their eyes at them. Of course, we know that. Since everyone arrived on time, they soon all gathered together. Commander Qian, as their representative, gave a speech filled with blessings for the young couple. They listened attentively, smiling. After everyone gave gifts and blessings, the banquet began. Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Anqi were seated at the table with the leaders. Another table had more family members and children. Xiao Anqi's table manners were perfect, and Tang Fomying and Li Sufang nodded secretly in approval. Most of the guests were familiar with each other. Pei Jiancheng had chosen mostly hearty dishes, and the wine was of good quality. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and chatter. The leader's family members kept asking Xiao Anqi questions, and she answered patiently and confidently. They also knew how to keep the conversation appropriate, so the mood was very harmonious, and everyone enjoyed themselves. After 3 rounds of drinks, the cups were empty, and the banquet was coming to an end. Before leaving, Tang Fomying pulled Pei Jiancheng aside and said a few words. Their families had been friends for generations. Her family's old Qian treated Pei Jiancheng like a nephew. She was also close to Tao Huaru, so she naturally looked after Pei Jiancheng in many ways. Recently, there was a lot of talk in the military district about their family buying a refrigerator and washing machine all at once. She knew Pei Jiancheng's background and understood that these things were nothing special to him. Few people in the military district knew about Pei Jiancheng's true identity. Only a few high-ranking officials were aware. Pei Jiancheng is still very young, and his rapid rise has attracted many followers. Now that he has bought a refrigerator and washing machine, he seems to be showing off a bit too much. Many officials, especially those of higher rank than Pei Jiancheng, haven't even bought these things yet, and they have some complaints about his high-profile behavior. She can only remind him to be careful now. Pei Jiancheng listened quietly and said, Thanks for the reminder, Aunt Tang, but I didn't buy these appliances myself or for my family. Then he explained where the refrigerator and washing machine came from and the reason behind it.
Tang Fenging suddenly understood.
She also felt a bit strange. She knew that although Pei Jiancheng was young, he was always careful and sensible in his actions. She wondered why he was acting so high-profile, which was not his usual style, and the Pei family was usually low-key. Now she understood the reason, but was stunned. No wonder she thought a girl from the countryside seemed extraordinary everywhere. Her foster parents, professors in Beijing, had carefully taught her for many years, and they were truly exceptional. In this case, no one could criticize the dowry given by her parents to the girl. It showed that the professor couple genuinely cared for her. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Jiancheng, you really have good luck. Initially, everyone thought that Pei Jiancheng, this favored son, was destined to be defeated in marriage. Who would have thought that now things would turn around, and a great marriage was hard to find? It shows that fate is truly predestined. Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing also moved forward to talk to Qiao Anqi. The family members of the officials kept monopolizing Qiao Anqi, and they didn't get to say much to her. After the banquet ended, and everyone dispersed, they walked back, feeling a bit disappointed that they couldn't chat more. Tomorrow is Sunday. Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Anqi discussed and invited Yang Hongming and his wife, as well as Qian Weigua and his wife, to visit their home. After all, these two are his closest brothers here. Their house was just cleaned up, and since they were newcomers, they thought it would be nice to invite them over to warm the house. When the Westerners heard this, They happily agreed. They had been waiting for this day. Meanwhile, Tang Fengying, along with the families of the officials, casually mentioned the purchase of the refrigerator and washing machine by Pei Jianqing's family. She summarized the situation briefly, and everyone listened and suddenly understood. Back home, Tang Fengying quickly called Tao Huaru. This article searches 33 reading website free reading Huaru. You really don't need to worry. Your daughter-in-law looks good and matches Jianqing very well. Then she told her about what she saw during dinner tonight and about the refrigerator and washing machine. Finally, she said, now you can rest assured. Also, the two of them get along like honey and tea. Tao Huaru was stunned after hearing this. It was something she never expected. It's not that she had any prejudice against rural people. She thought more practically, worried that the gap between them might be too big to live together happily. Forcing a relationship wouldn't be good. Moreover, in any mother's eyes, her child is the best and deserves the best. Especially her son, who has been outstanding since he was young. More than just good. Naturally, she hopes for higher standards. She admits her ambitions are high too. Now, perhaps she was wrong, and the outcome was much better than she expected. Is the Qiao family in Beijing the same Qiao family? That is a famous, noble family. It seems that the girl also has good luck. Anyway, Tao Huaru felt a little more at ease, but since she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't fully let go of her worries. She was still holding on to her concerns as the young couple returned home. Both of them had drunk quite a bit tonight. Xiao Anqi's face was noticeably flushed, cheeks red from the alcohol. It was fine at the canteen, but when they stepped outside and a breeze blew, she felt a bit dizzy. You drank much more than me, yet you're fine. Xiao Anqi looked at Pei Jianqing, who still seemed very clear and refreshed, and pouted in annoyance, poking him. Just wash up and go to sleep. Then you'll be fine. Pei Jianqing held her hand and gently coaxed her. That made sense, so Xiao Anqi nodded, but she sat down on a bench, leaning back without moving. Pei Jianqing went over to help her up and took her to the bathroom to wash up. Xiao Anqi's eyes were almost closing from tiredness. After washing, Pei Jianqing carried her back to the room. He put her down and saw that his little wife was already asleep. He smiled helplessly and covered her with a blanket. News spreads quickly. By the next morning, many people already knew what had happened. It turned out that the refrigerator and washing machine weren't bought by Pei Jianqing. They were her family's dowry, given because they cared about their daughter. This caused a stir in the military district again. Wasn't the girl from the countryside in Rongqing? Her parents are so capable? Then I heard that her adoptive parents are professors at Beijing University. At that time, they were simply struggling in Rongqing City. Fortunately, the girl was kind and helpful. The professor couple appreciated her kindness and felt a good connection with her, so they officially adopted her as their daughter. This is a lot of information, but everyone mainly focused on the key point. Her adoptive parents are university professors in Beijing, and they gave her a generous dowry. This is considered a good deed that brought good results. Now, no one was talking about Pei Jianqing being too showy anymore. For a while, the whole military area was filled with envy. Yang Hongming sighed. Oh, my lucky brother, he always gets the best things. Enough of that, let's go quickly. Hui Qing and the others are waiting downstairs, Yuli said as she packed up and took a bag, pulling Yang Hongming to go downstairs. Today at noon, they were going to visit Pei Jianqing's house. They wanted to help with cooking early on, so his wife wouldn't be left alone to do everything. Although Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing are not great cooks, they still had to try their best. In the family, Qianwei has an aunt, so Yuan Huiqing usually doesn't need to cook. Yu Li and Yang Hongming mostly eat at the canteen. Yu Li's family is also in this military district. Her father is a deputy commander of a division. They often go to her mother's house for meals. But even if they aren't very good at cooking, they still go to help. When the Westerners knocked on the door, Xiao Anqi came out to open it. You're here, come in quickly. She warmly welcomed everyone inside. As soon as they entered, everyone was surprised. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. They had never seen a house decorated like this before. The furniture was simple, even the sofa was made of wood. Usually, Families with better conditions have luxurious furniture like leather sofas. Since they come from upper-class families, they don't think much about ordinary homes. This house looked neat and casual, yet every detail was elegant. The paintings on the walls, the small decorations on the cabinets, all showed the owner's good taste. Even the curtains and door drapes were unique. The wooden sofa had a special shape, and the cushions and pillows looked very comfortable. "Please sit down," Xiao Anxi said as she invited them to sit. Everyone was curious why Pei Jiancheng wasn't seen yet. Suddenly, he came out of the kitchen carrying a teapot and poured water into cups for them. The Westerners were a bit stunned and surprised. Joan Shi sat down comfortably without rushing to do any work. The Westerners quietly sipped their tea, not daring to speak. "Wow, what kind of tea is this?" "It's really good, with a floral and sweet scent." As soon as they tasted it, they noticed the difference. Yuan Huiqing was the first to ask. Joan Shi smiled and said, "It's just some chrysanthemum and red date, with a little goji berry and dried fruit." "Really delicious," the two women said with interest. The two men drank whatever was in their cups, without much change. A faint aroma drifted from the kitchen. Yuan Huiqing and Joan Shi asked, "Is there anything else to do in the kitchen? Let's go help." Yuli nodded quickly. At that moment, Pei Jiancheng, who had just refilled the teapot, came back carrying it. He put down the teapot and said, "No need, you can chat for a while. It will be ready soon." Then he turned and went back to the kitchen. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli were stunned. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo looked a bit surprised. Could it be? Did they hear right? Was Pei Jiancheng really cooking? Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo shivered. It seemed impossible. But seeing Joan Shi sitting calmly, inviting them to drink tea and eat snacks, relax and enjoy your tea, they couldn't help but stand up and head toward the kitchen.
Wow!
They exclaimed. Pei Jiancheng was indeed cooking, and he looked quite skilled, clearly not his first time. "Enough watching, serve the dishes," he said, pouring the prepared cold dishes from the bowl for them to carry and get bowls. Actually, he didn't do all the cooking himself. They had a big meal last night, so today they didn't plan to make anything complicated. The goal was just to gather everyone together. Early that morning, the two of them went shopping for ingredients. Back home, they made a big stew, meat, vegetables, everything mixed in. They also prepared a cold dish with wood ear mushrooms, cucumber, and carrots. All done. Pei Jiancheng didn't let Joan Shi do the final touches. Instead, she was responsible for entertaining guests and chatting with them. This surprised the others. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo, who had never done chores at home, dared not object and quietly helped serve dishes and carry bowls and chopsticks. Didn't they see that even Pei Jiancheng, who had never done these things before, went into the kitchen himself? What's wrong with them carrying a dish or a bowl? Yuan Huiqing and Yuli also felt a bit confused, but they didn't dare ask too many questions, as they weren't very familiar with Xiao Anxi yet. The two stood up to admire the decorations inside the house. "These paintings are really beautiful. Where did you buy them?" They looked at the vivid, heavy-colored paintings and thought they were very lovely. Xiao Anxi smiled and also came over to their side. "I painted them myself." "You painted these?" Yuli asked hesitantly, turning her head. "Yes." Xiao Anxi nodded with a smile. Both women stared in surprise, leaning closer to the frames to look more carefully. "These flowers. They look familiar," Yuli said, looking at the bouquet of fresh flowers in the jar in the painting. "Isn't that jar in the corner of the cabinet over there the same as in the painting?" The flowers inside look like they are about to wither, and a few of them look familiar. Aren't they the flowers from her balcony pot before? And the bunch hanging on the wall also seems to be drying out, giving it a special charm. Yuan Huiqing also looked over. Unexpectedly, this plain jar makes a pretty flower vase. Xiao Anxi smiled and said, "A small jar is more simple."
Yugoslavia li pili lauga.
"So our flowers are also in the painting." Yuan Huiqing also smiled, recalling that Qian Weiguo had told her about Pei Jiancheng running to pick flowers that day. "So that was the purpose. Our flowers are in it too." "All the flowers you planted are very beautiful," Xiao Anxi said with a bright smile. Both women laughed together. "If you like, just go pick them." The three of them started talking about the paintings and flowers. Women tend to jump from topic to topic quickly, talking about art, then beauty, then clothes. Before long, they became more familiar with each other. Time to eat, time to eat. While they were chatting enthusiastically, the men also finished their preparations. The big stew on the dining table received unanimous praise. It had a lot of ingredients: pork ribs, pork belly, cured meat, and plenty of vegetables like potatoes, radishes, shiitake mushrooms, corn, dried bamboo shoots, and more, making it very rich. The stew had simmered long enough, allowing the flavors to blend well, making it especially tasty. They chose to make the stew because it used many ingredients, suitable for a group of 6. The large pot turned out to be very impressive. Along with the broth, the men ate 2 more steamed buns each. Such a delicious stew, Yang Hongming said, dipping his bun into the broth. Next time, we should try making it too, Yuli said, loving the taste. Xiao Anshi smiled and said, it's simple, just toss everything into the pot and cook. After dinner, Yuan Huiqing and Yuli had already prepared to help Xiao Anshi pack her things. Before they could start, Pei Jiancheng had already begun tidying up and told them to go to the living room for tea and chat. The 2 women were a bit surprised. Xiao Anshi smiled and pulled them over to the sofa. Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua didn't dare to go and quietly followed Pei Jiancheng, collecting the dishes from the table and washing them in the kitchen. Anshi, Yuan Huiqing and Yuli couldn't help but give Xiao Anshi a thumbs up. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiancheng couldn't imagine it. Although they didn't usually cook much, that was because others did it for them. But when it was just them, they still did these chores themselves. This experience was truly new and interesting for them. And who would have thought that Pei Jiancheng, a person so proud and reserved, would be so skilled at going in and out of the kitchen? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua couldn't believe it either. Despite having spent a long time in the kitchen with Pei Jiancheng, they still felt like they were dreaming. Yang Hongming frowned and asked, Jiancheng, you're not going to say all this is your work, are you? Or are you just showing off for us today? Pei Jiancheng simply glanced at him and said, is it strange? Strange? It was way too strange. Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua looked at their wives, who were happily chatting and laughing nearby. They had a bad feeling. They thought that maybe Pei Jiancheng's attitude wasn't a good sign. They even had a bold idea. Could it be that the seafood they were given that day was also made by Pei Jiancheng? No, that couldn't be. Today's dishes were simple, just washing and chopping, easy to prepare. And that seafood from that day? Without some real cooking skills, it wouldn't be possible. They didn't want to think about that possibility. For some reason, they felt that if Pei Jiancheng was skilled in cooking, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. After tidying up the kitchen, the 3 of them went to the living room. The 3 women were sitting on the long sofa, giggling happily and chatting. Yang Hongming went over and sat on a small sofa nearby, asking, what are you all so happy talking about? Yuli giggled and looked at him. We're discussing how you all should learn from Jiancheng. Oh no, here it comes. Yang Hongming felt annoyed and thought he shouldn't have asked. He chuckled awkwardly. We're all learning from Jiancheng. We just can't be as good as him, right, Weigua? He quickly dragged Qian Weigua into the conversation. Yeah. Qian Weigua responded quickly. Humph. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing both let out a light hum, giving a half smile as they looked at them, but they didn't insist further. Yang Hongming quickly changed the subject with some jokes. The group chatted casually about various topics, and they got along very well. They talked until the afternoon, becoming more and more interested. The atmosphere in the room was very pleasant. The checkered curtains were tied back on both sides, and a gentle spring breeze made the thin curtains sway lightly. Sunlight softly filled the room. 3 women sat lazily on a long bench, each leaning against a large cushion. The 3 men also leaned on the chairs on either side, relaxed and informal, letting go of their usual serious demeanor. The handsome men and beautiful women in the room matched perfectly with the artistic and elegant decor. The whole room was full of relaxation and comfort, with bright smiles and perfect timing. Everyone was a bit reluctant to leave. Joan happily suggested, let's stay a bit longer after dinner. Yuli frowned in frustration. No, I have to pick up the kids soon. Last night, the couple left their nearly 1-year-old child at Yuli's parents' house to attend a banquet. Today, they had been out most of the day, so tonight they definitely needed to go pick up the children. Being close to her parents was also a good thing. Yuli's parents love their daughter and often help take care of the couple's children. They lived more freely than most young couples. When they heard the couple needed to pick up the kids, no one insisted on staying. Seizing this moment, everyone prepared to leave. As the longer they stayed, the less they wanted to go. Yuan Huiqing got up from the bench, saying, "Anshi, your chair has some magic. Once you sit, you don't want to move." Yuli also stood up. "I don't want to move either, but I have to think about my kids. I have to go." Joan smiled and said, "We'll come again another day, since it's so close." After exchanging a few more words, they tidied up their clothes and hair, and then left. Joan walked downstairs, chatting happily with Yuan Huiqing and Yuli. Pei Jiancheng seemed to be talking to Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua, who nodded frequently. After seeing the Westerners off, the couple returned to their room. Joan opened the bag that Yuan Huiqing and Yuli's families had given, revealing a brand-new, beige wool blanket with red patterns. She recognized it. This wool blanket was now a high-end bedding item, not easy to buy. It was said that getting such a blanket required some connections. Many well-off families prepared this as a dowry for their daughters, practical and impressive. This gift is truly valuable and thoughtful. Joanxi happily folds the wool blanket and puts it into the storage drawer under the bed. Since the weather has warmed up, she doesn't need it for now. Any plans this afternoon? Are we going out? Pei Jiancheng walks into the room after tidying up the cups in the living room. Yes, I will go to the furniture factory to submit some designs. We also need to pick up the photos. The photos were taken that day, but they haven't gone to collect them yet. After tidying up a bit, the two of them set off for Langcheng. First, they went to the furniture factory. On weekends, many people come to choose furniture, and the staff are quite busy. They didn't stay long. After submitting the designs, they left. Next, they headed to the state-run photography studio. "Would you really mind if we showed your photos?" The staff looked regretful. They had been persuading for a long time, but the young couple was not interested. However, the photos turned out really well, natural, lively, and very attractive. Joanxi smiled and shook her head. "No, it really can't be." It was a joke. Pei Jiancheng, being a soldier in a special profession, couldn't have his photos displayed casually in the studio window. It would be too risky. But those photos were truly excellent. The photographer was very skilled. Fortunately, Joanxi had the foresight to develop a few large-sized prints in advance. She also picked out a few frames and put the large photos inside. Back in the car, Joanxi still held some frames, happily admiring them. The black and white photos had a unique charm, making people look especially pure and beautiful. Pei Jiancheng chuckled softly. "Still not tired of looking?" "Not at all," Joanxi replied, holding the frames with a hint of regret in her voice. "It would be even better if they were in color." "Color? I have some." Pei Jiancheng started the car. Joanxi turned her head in surprise. "Really? I'll find some for you." "All right then." Joanxi hugged the frames to her chest, smiling softly, with her eyes curved. Since Pei Jiancheng said he would find them, she believed he would. They didn't go anywhere else and drove straight back to their base. At home, Pei Jiancheng went to the kitchen to get the lunchbox. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Something light, please," Joanxi said while looking for places to put the frames. She placed two in the cubby, one on the long cabinet and another on the bookshelf in the room. "Let's have a little drink tonight." Pei Jiancheng came over and wrapped his arms around Joanxi, whispering in her ear. Joanxi turned her head to look at him. "But no drinking too much," Pei Jiancheng said with a playful tone and a hint of sadness. Joanxi listened and held back her laughter with a tight smile. Last night, she drank too much and canceled her plans with Pei Jiancheng. It wasn't her fault. She didn't even realize when she fell asleep. She shot a sidelong glance at Pei Jiancheng, her eyes shining brightly. Pei Jiancheng couldn't help but lean down and kiss her. After a while, Joanxi, catching her breath, pushed him away. "Go get the food," she said. Pei Jianqing picked up the lunchbox he had thrown on the coffee table, smiled softly, and left the room. Zhou Anxi went into the kitchen, took out a few delicate white porcelain plates and small bowls, and washed them carefully. Life should have some ceremony, so tonight she decided not to eat from the lunchbox. Putting the food into pretty plates made it more special. She laid out 2 of her handmade patchwork placemats on the table, placed the beautiful dishes on top, and arranged 2 clean glasses beside them. After finishing everything, she sat on the bench, waiting for Pei Jianqing to return, and casually picked up a nearby book to read. Time passed second by second. Zhou Anxi checked her watch. It seemed like he had been gone a bit longer than usual. With Pei Jianqing's usual pace, he should have finished and returned by now. Usually, there aren't many people at the small stir-fry stand, so she didn't expect to wait long. Even if she had to wait, he should have been back by now. She checked her watch a little more frequently. She put down the book, stood up, and walked to the balcony to look down. A jeep was parked downstairs, and Pei Jianqing was getting out of the car. It was as if they had a special connection. He looked up and saw her on the balcony. He smiled slightly, carrying a lunchbox and a bag, and strode toward the stairs. "Are you in a hurry?" Pei Jianqing closed the door behind him. "Not too bad," Zhou Anxi replied, taking one of the lunchboxes from him. She opened it to find stir-fried greens and poured them into a plate. Pei Jianqing emptied the contents of the other lunchboxes. They were all light dishes, with one stir-fried beef with green peppers, something she didn't often see. He took a bottle of grape wine, poured half a glass for himself, and offered her one. Cheers, they clinked glasses, the sound crisp and pleasant. After eating and drinking, Zhou Anxi's cheeks had a faint pink, like blooming peach blossoms, beautiful and delicate. Her slightly tipsy look made Pei Jianqing, sitting across from her, feel his heart flutter. After tidying up the dishes, Pei Jianqing also placed the hot water he had prepared for her on the table. When Zhou Anxi finished her shower and pushed open the door of her room, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. On the bed, several colored flower petals formed 2 intersecting hearts, just like the drawing she made on the beach before. Next to her, a few scattered flowers were placed, emitting a romantic atmosphere under the orange-yellow light. Zhou Anxi's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. This was an era filled only with blue-gray tones, yet she still saw hints of romance. She turned her head and fell into a warm embrace. "Do you like it?" She quickly reached out and hugged him. "Thank you. I like it very much. Wait for me." Pei Jianqing kissed her on the forehead, then let go, and went out to wash up. Zhou Anxi gently closed the door, walked back to the bed, and quickly took out her phone to take many photos, capturing everything. Then she hurriedly put the phone away. She turned to find a piece of leftover sheer fabric in the wardrobe, put all the flower petals from the bed into it, and tied it up. She also gathered the few scattered flowers, bundling them into a bouquet. She wanted to make dried flowers from these to keep as memories. After finishing, Pei Jianqing returned to the room, carrying a faint dampness and a fresh scent. He turned off the lights as he entered and gently picked up Zhou Anxi. The night was long and tender. It was just dawn when Pei Jianqing opened his eyes. It seemed later than usual as he held his delicate wife tightly, side by side, gently stroking her smooth face. The soft touch brought back wild memories from last night, and a fiery surge rose in his heart and body. Looking at her bright, petal-like red lips, he couldn't help but lean down and kiss her. Her faint gasp, full of light panting, woke him. He summoned his iron will again, barely suppressing the fiery urge within him. The little girl was so exhausted she couldn't keep her eyes open. Last night, he had pushed her hard, and he was surprised he could lose control like that. Reluctantly releasing her soft warmth, Pei Jianqing turned over and got out of bed. If he didn't leave now, he would miss the morning exercise. After finishing the morning workout and preparing breakfast, he returned home to find Zhou Anxi still sleeping soundly, hugging her quilt. The gentle morning light coming through the window made her face look like a flower dew-kissed at dawn, beautiful and nourished, almost dripping with water. "Get up. Eat breakfast first, then sleep," Pei Jiancheng said softly, gently touching her face. Smack Joanxi slapped away his annoying hand and turned over, burying her face in the quilt to continue sleeping. I'm up. Pei Jiancheng pulled back the quilt and gently brushed aside her small, curly hair covering her face. The quilt was pulled back, and her curls were tucked back into it. Pei Jiancheng moved again and was kicked once more, so he had to stop helplessly. The young girl was really tired. He gently touched her small face and kissed the corner of her mouth. I'll warm up the breakfast in the pot. You can get up and eat later. After eating his breakfast and tidying up, he left for work. He didn't know how much time had passed before Qiao Anxi slowly woke up. When she moved slightly, a wave of soreness spread through her body, like she had been run over by a big truck, feeling almost broken. Is this the result of overdoing it? My back is almost broken. The man who just started eating was so scary, tiring her out all night without rest. His stamina was terrifying. She vaguely remembered him washing her while she was already half asleep. After that, she didn't care about anything and didn't remember anything else. After getting up, Qiao Anxi first went into the bathroom and locked the door, then immediately entered her space. Once inside, she went straight to the bathroom and took a comfortable shower. The fruits in her space were really useful. After washing, her fatigue disappeared instantly, and she felt refreshed all over. She left her space, finished the breakfast kept warm in the pot in the kitchen, and then returned to her space again. She needed to send some more things to her parents. Other things were fine, but she wanted to use the water in her space to make some cookies or other snacks to send over. She needed to make more of the cookies she made last time, which she was very good at. Even Zheng Ying's letter mentioned that these cookies kept well and lasted a long time without any problem. Qiao Anxi understood that the shelf life was definitely related to the water in her space. With this, she could make other things without worrying too much about preservation. This way, the variety of things she could make increased significantly. She then opened her tablet and carefully looked through recipes again. Finally, her eyes settled on pickled vegetables. Yes, she could make some pickles or kimchi, then pack them in sealed glass jars for mailing. Pickled vegetables are simple, unpretentious, low-key, and they're not very valuable and wouldn't attract much attention. Qiao Anxi felt a small surge of excitement. Making pickled vegetables didn't require hiding them secretly in her space. She could take them out openly, without any problem. Many people hear pickled vegetables openly. She quickly decided to start. First, she watched the video carefully. The method was actually quite simple, very easy, in fact. She noted down the ingredients needed. Qiao Anxi closed her tablet, left her space, and planned to go out for a walk and buy some vegetables at the logistics store in the military district to make pickles. Joan carried a small basket and walked out of the kitchen, opening the door. The door of the house opposite was open, and someone seemed to have heard the noise outside and peeked out to look. Perhaps they didn't expect Joan to be the only one coming out. She was momentarily stunned but quickly responded with a smile and greeted, "Deputy Commander Pei's wife, going out?" Joan nodded with a smile, "Yes, just going out." Then she headed downstairs. This building is a family housing block, with several units on each floor. Each unit has 3 households per floor. Joan's family lives on the second floor, somewhat more independent than the other 2 nearby units. Apart from the family across the street, there's another on the side, but they rarely show up. It seems no family members are living there now. Perhaps they are not stationed with their loved ones or have gone elsewhere. Overall, their floor is quite quiet and not very noisy. Of course, Joan often stays behind closed doors and doesn't pay much attention to what's outside, so it doesn't bother her. She carried her basket and quietly went downstairs. Downstairs, many family members were still gathered, working and chatting. The weather was nice, so everyone liked to be outside doing chores and talking. Compared to the days when everyone gathered here just to see the new wife, there were fewer people now. When they saw Joan come out alone with her basket, they were a bit surprised. They looked behind her out of habit, but no one was there. Sure enough, she was alone. The older women, aunts, and sisters-in-law smiled, feeling a little excited. One bold and enthusiastic aunt was the first to greet her, Deputy Commander Pei's wife, Heading out? Joan heard the greeting, smiled politely, and nodded, but didn't stop walking. Seeing someone start the conversation, many others also greeted her warmly as she passed by. Joan kept smiling and responded to everyone, but she didn't let anyone stop her for a chat. Whenever she appeared, many eyes would look her over, but Joan was calm and didn't mind much. Curiosity is natural for humans, especially since she and Pei Jiancheng didn't fit the usual mold of arranged marriages or dating in the military district. She believed that her marriage to Pei Jiancheng would be talked about in the military area, and people would have many guesses about her. Their marriage, though officially proper, still carries a sense of mutual obligation, and many people may not fully agree with it. As soldiers who risk their lives on the battlefield, they trust their brothers to watch their backs. No one would abandon a comrade in danger or expect anything in return for saving a life. They also understand that unless faced with a serious problem, no one would casually ask for help. But even though they understand this, there's still a subtle feeling in their hearts. Moreover, everyone can see how outstanding Pei Jiancheng is. No matter how you look at it, a rural girl from a small town is very different from him. People naturally have some thoughts about this. Xiao Anxi accepted the body of the original owner and naturally took on everything she was supposed to face. Most family members looked at her with curiosity. That evening, the leaders' families were polite and considerate, speaking carefully, but their initial glances still carried some scrutiny. Xiao Anxi was confident and calm, letting them observe and ask questions. She just needed to be herself. In the end, everyone's eyes looked more sincere, and their words became more earnest. Now, she faces their curiosity and comments just the same. She really understands this curiosity. No matter who is new, everyone needs a few days of excitement, especially with such a hot topic. After all, there are always spectators everywhere. She could tell from their eager looks that they were full of gossip, but there was no real malice. Though she didn't mind, she still kept some distance. She didn't want to be dragged into endless conversations. She carried a small basket and walked along the road. Pei Jiancheng drove her there. She remembered the way well. But sitting in the car, even though it was slow, the distance felt shorter. Walking on her own, she realized there was still some distance to go. It seemed everyone here was used to walking quickly, moving swiftly and confidently. That distance was nothing to them. Xiao Anxi watched them enviously. She admitted she had been spoiled by modern conveniences and missed them very much. Fortunately, she had water in her space and a strong body, so she easily made her way to the logistics store. As soon as she entered this area, the number of people coming and going clearly increased, making it quite lively here. Her appearance naturally drew everyone's attention. Her looks and demeanor made her impossible to ignore wherever she went. Most people here didn't know her and had no idea who she was. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "Who is she? She's so beautiful." A family member from the same building recognized her and said, "Oh, it's her. The wife of Deputy Team Leader Pei." "Really? That's her? She's very pretty. She looks so fair." Xiao Anxi calmly walked forward, greeting anyone who greeted her in a friendly manner. At the entrance of the logistics shop, there was a small display booth with various notices posted on it. Today, a new notice seemed to have been put up, and the crowd gathered in front of the booth, making it very lively. When they passed by last time, it was quite empty, with hardly anyone looking. As Xiao Anxi approached, she listened to the people crowded around discussing the notices, faintly hearing words related to job recruitment. Her heart moved slightly, and she slowed her steps to look at the notice board. Thanks to her good eyesight, aided by the space water, she could see the notices clearly even from a distance. There were several job postings, mainly aimed at the residents' families. One was from a military clothing factory near the base, recruiting female workers. Another was from a hospital within the military district, looking for administrative and logistic staff. There was also a school in the military district hiring teachers. This military district was quite good. Jobs were openly posted, not privately arranged. Every qualified family member had a chance to apply. But whether they could secure a position depended on their abilities, as these jobs required assessments. The family members discussing around the booth were all very excited. No matter the outcome, at least it was an opportunity everyone could sign up for. Nowadays, families were under a lot of pressure. Most had several children, and there were elderly relatives to support back home. Life was tight, and if the family members could get a job, it would greatly ease their stress. However, with many people and limited spots, every time there was a recruitment notice, it was fiercely contested. Xiao Anxi also thought about whether she should try to take the exam and get a job too. These places were nearby. Anxi, a middle-aged woman's voice called out softly in her ear. She turned around and saw Li Sufang, the wife of Commander Lei. She smiled and greeted her. Big Sister Li. It was not surprising to meet her here. She remembered that the other night, she mentioned that Big Sister Li worked in logistics at the military district. Li Sufang looked at the basket she was carrying and smiled. Are you out shopping for vegetables? She nodded happily. Yes, just buying some vegetables. Big Sister Li turned toward the notice board and asked with a smile, Anxi, did you see the job recruitment notices posted there?
I was just about to tell you.
I didn't expect you to come out today. I saw a little bit. I remember you graduated from high school. There should be suitable jobs at the hospital and school. Don't forget to sign up, Li Sufang said kindly. She hadn't thought about whether she might not want to go, because in everyone's mind, any available job was highly sought after. Especially at the hospital and school, most people couldn't get those positions. Such good jobs no one would refuse. This was also a policy set by the military district to take care of military families, specifically allocating positions for them. Yes, I will think about it carefully, she nodded. Big Sister Li, someone called from the other side. Remember to sign up quickly. I have some other things to do. Li Sufang patted on the shoulder. Go ahead and busy yourself. She watched Li Sufang hurriedly walk to the other side, then she carried her basket and entered the logistics store. The store wasn't very big, but not too small either. It had quite a variety of items. Most daily necessities could be bought there. However, things like meat and other in-demand foods needed to be bought early, as sometimes they would run out if you came too late. Other popular items depended on luck, sometimes available, sometimes not. This time, she mainly wanted to buy vegetables, which were available. She remained calm, choosing what she needed amid various glances. Following the video tips, she knew that root vegetables and fruits were suitable, and she picked some of those she remembered. She had already secretly brought seasonings like sugar and salt from her space, and mixed them with her existing supplies at home. After buying the vegetables, she saw some less-than-perfect meat on the meat stall. Her sharp eyes spotted 2 large, clean-cut bones nearby, and she quickly bought them. This is basically no meat at all, the meat vendor warned she. These bones usually weren't wanted by many. No problem, just cut it in half for me.
Okay.
The master quickly used his knife, splitting the bone into 2 pieces with a. She returned to her vegetable stall, chose a large white radish, and bought it. Today, she planned to make a big bone and radish soup. After buying the items, she carried her basket and walked slowly back to her dormitory. She once again confirmed that the water in her space was very good. Carrying a basket of vegetables, she still felt relaxed. When she reached downstairs, she was greeted by the enthusiastic aunties and sisters-in-law. Deputy Team Leader Pei's wife, what good things did you buy? She smiled and replied, just some vegetables. She continued walking without stopping. Back home, her first task was to fill a large pot with water from her space. The water in her home's water tank was mixed with a little of the space water, but it wasn't pure. Only a small amount. For making this pickle, it's best to use pure space water from start to finish, even for washing. She first soaked the vegetables in water. Not long after, Pei Jiancheng finished work and returned home, carrying rice he had prepared at the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, he put down his lunchbox and hugged his little wife. Are you still tired? She pushed him away with a playful glare and huffed softly. This made Pei Jiancheng's heart soften a little. He chuckled and pulled her into his arms, softly asking in her ear, does it still hurt? She couldn't help but blush. She hit him lightly. He caught her fist with a smile and whispered a few more words in her ear. Embarrassed and annoyed, she kept hitting him a few more times. Pei Jianqing smiled, letting her hit him until she was done, then released her and went into the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. When he entered, he saw the vegetables soaking in water. "Did you go to the logistics store just now?" She walked over, took the utensils he handed her, and said, "Yes, bought some vegetables and 2 bones. Tonight, I'll make soup, so we don't have to order takeout. We can cook ourselves." Pei Jiancheng went out of the kitchen and arranged the dishes on the table. "All right, I'll cook when I get back." While eating, she told Pei Jiancheng her plan for pickling vegetables. "They probably don't have time to do this. They'll be happy to eat the pickles I made myself," she said happily. "Yes, they'll definitely be happy," Pei Jiancheng said confidently, not minding that sending a few jars of pickles from far away wasn't a problem at all. Handmade gifts always show the deepest care. He asked again, "What kind of bottle are you using?" "Just the jar from leftover fruit cans. It's quite suitable." She had already thought of this. She couldn't take out bottles from the storage, but the jars from fruit cans were perfect in size. "Is it enough? If not, I can find a few more for you," Pei Jianqing said. Hearing this, she nodded immediately. It would be best to find a few more. "Okay. By the way, today I saw a job advertisement at the store entrance and I also met Sister Lee." She told Pei Jiancheng about the job posting and her encounter with Sister Lee at the back entrance of the logistics store. Pei Jiancheng asked, "Are you still thinking about going to work?" She replied, "I'm considering it, still thinking about whether the hospital job or the school job is better." She actually leans more toward the school job. Besides, the school offers winter and summer vacations, which she prefers. And working at the school would also help her review for next year's college entrance exam. But she doesn't know much about the specifics of either job yet. "I'll find out for you," Pei Jianqing said. He supports any choice his wife makes. As long as she chooses what she likes and what suits her, he won't interfere. "Yes, yes," she nodded happily. It's much easier for Pei Jianqing to gather information for her since she's new here and everything is unfamiliar. After lunch, Pei Jianqing cleaned up the table and then washed the vegetables soaking in the big basin. "Have you cut everything? How do you want to cut?" he asked Shi. "No need to cut everything. Just cut some into small cubes, the same size." Shi demonstrated the size she needed. Pei Jianqing cut some of each vegetable and placed them in bowls.
"Done.
Just put them there, I'll handle the rest," Shi said, tidying up the ingredients. They washed their hands and left the kitchen. Back in a room, they relaxed for a while and took a nap. After resting, Pei Jiancheng went out to work. She also got up and started pickling her vegetables. She locked the doors and windows, then brought her ingredients into the space to prepare. All the vegetables were cut, and the process wasn't complicated anymore. She turned on a video, followed the instructions, and with her cooking experience, she could now adapt and innovate. Soon, she finished pickling the vegetables and put them into bottles. She bought many kinds: celery, cucumbers, carrots, green peppers, and cabbage. He quickly filled several bottles, and after a few days of pickling, everything was ready. Actually, she could have sent the first batch directly, as the waiting time on the way counted as part of the pickling process. Next, she made some more of the cookies she had previously baked with Lian Zhengying. She also found a method to make crispy cookies without an oven, using a pan to slowly fry them until they are done. She tried making a few, then adjusted the ingredients, mainly adding water and milk powder. The results were very good, just as tasty as the oven-baked cookies, with a nice crispy texture, similar to peach cookies, surprisingly delicious. After finishing everything, she left the space with her items. Once the holiday was over, everything could be displayed openly without hiding, as it's clear where it was made. At night, Pei Jianqing finished work and hurried home, bringing back some empty jars for canning. His efficiency impressed Xiaoanxi, who hugged his arm and praised him several times, showing off the finished products. "Look at what I made." "Very good," Pei Jianqing naturally praised her. Tasting the crispy pan-fried cookies, he found the flavor amazing. In the afternoon, Xiao Anshi had already cooked a large bone and radish soup, adding some dried shiitake mushrooms for flavor. The big bone had the meat cleaned off, leaving just a little attached, but once chopped, it revealed marrow and a large amount of oil inside. Near the top joint of the bone was a layer of cartilage, which, after boiling, made the soup milky white. She used 2 bones in a small pot, and the soup turned out very thick and fragrant. Now it was slowly simmering on the stove. She also washed and cut the vegetables, and the rice was steamed. Having a refrigerator made things more convenient. Frozen meat in the freezer meant she didn't have to buy fresh meat every time, which was quite inconvenient before. Pei Jiancheng rolled up his sleeves and skillfully stir-fried the prepared vegetables. He made a celery stir-fry with shredded pork, a cucumber scramble with eggs, and a quick stir-fried cabbage. His efficiency was very high, and even more impressive was that, after discussing work in the afternoon, he had already found out everything by the evening. After dinner, the two sat on a bench, drinking tea and chatting. Pei Jiancheng shared some of what he had learned with Xiao Anshi. First, he talked about the school situation. This military district is one of the main military regions in the country, and it is very large. The facilities inside are very complete. The school has everything from kindergarten to elementary and high school. Of course, it is not as big as local schools, and there are fewer classes. Since there is no college entrance exam now, the teaching is generally sufficient, and children do not need to attend local key schools. Many children in the military eventually join the military themselves. Most teachers in the school are family members of the military district, though some are hired from outside. To take care of family members, teachers usually teach either in the morning or in the afternoon. When they are not teaching, they can leave early or arrive later. School positions are very popular. Many want to apply, but there are educational requirements, and it's not easy to get in. Elementary school teachers are easier to hire, but middle and high school teachers are harder. So many outside teachers are also employed. At the hospital, they mainly hire administrative staff, who work normal hours, have weekends off, and have less flexibility than the school. Although it's called an administrative position, it mostly involves doing small chores, but many people want these jobs even more than teaching positions. As for the military clothing factory, they mainly hire female workers, and it's outside the base. Although it's not far, neither of them considered it. I prefer to work at the school. Zhou Anshi comfortably leaned into Pei Jiancheng's arms, holding her cup. She is happy with the freedom teachers have at this school, which is a school within the military district that takes care of military families. Other schools outside don't offer this kind of treatment. Plus, since there is no college entrance exam now, there's no pressure for students to advance. This is definitely better. Pei Jiancheng agreed strongly. Hospital work is busier and more demanding than school. Now that there's no pressure from the college entrance exam, teachers and students are more relaxed. The school is good, but the assessment requirements are higher. However, he's not worried about his wife. After they finished talking about work, Pei Jiancheng held his wife close. He softly comforted her. "It's late. Let's rest." Zhou Anshi looked at the time and pulled his hand. It was only 7 o'clock, less than 8. It wasn't late. It's not late. It's still early. It's late enough. Time to sleep. It's too late, and there's not enough time. Haha. Xiao Anshi reacted quickly and looked up at Pei Jiancheng with a glare. This look made Pei Jiancheng even more distracted. His soft and gentle wife was in his arms, and he could hardly think straight. Now, he finally understood what it meant to enjoy something deeply. He kept saying nice things to comfort his wife, cuddling and kissing her. Seeing her attitude soften, he quickly picked her up and hurried to wash up. After washing, he rushed back to the room. Watching his quick and efficient movements, Xiao Anshi couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you in such a hurry?" she asked. "Guess what, darling? I almost lost focus just walking today," Pei Jiancheng said, turning off the light and holding his wife close, sighing happily. He immediately proved his eagerness with his actions. The room was filled with a romantic atmosphere, and the moon outside the window shyly hid away. The young couple was full of energy and in the sweet, passionate stage of their relationship. Recently, they had been a bit reckless. Xiao Anshi relied on her space's water supply, feeling fearless. At first, Pei Jianqing was worried about tiring his wife, so he held back a little. But he soon realized that his wife's constitution was unusual. She was completely unaffected. They both understood each other and let loose, staying up all night. As a result, Pei Jiancheng went to work feeling refreshed every day, and Xiao Anxi looked more radiant each day. When they got close, the air around them seemed so sweet it was almost too much to bear. When Xiao Anxi went to the logistics office to sign up for the job exam, Li Sufang clearly noticed she looked different from a few days ago. She secretly marveled. How had this girl become so much prettier in just a few days? She looked so fresh and tender that she seemed to glow. "Which one did you sign up for?" Li Sufang asked, taking out the registration form. Xiao Anxi replied, "I signed up for the school." Li Sufang was a bit surprised. "Just the school? Why not try the hospital too? You should be capable of that." Here, hospital jobs were usually the preferred choice. They offered good positions, respectable work, and higher pay, much better than teaching at a school. Plus, over the years, being a teacher had become quite risky, except maybe in their military district schools, which were a bit better. "I'm not considering the hospital. The school job schedule suits me better," Xiao Anxi said. Li Sufang didn't press further. She knew Pei Jianqing's family was well off and didn't care much about salary differences. She guessed he just preferred the lighter workload at the school. Most people here choose the hospital as their first option, earning several extra dollars a month, which is really quite a lot. Not to mention, the hospital also offers better benefits than the school. The only advantage of the school is that the schedule is a bit more flexible and free. Of course, she doesn't know that what Xiao Anxi wants is exactly that flexibility. With just a slightly lower salary, she can easily afford to draw furniture plans. She also needs time to prepare for next year's college entrance exam, which would be more convenient and suitable to do at school. Xiao Anxi took the form handed over by Li Sufang and started filling it out. Several family members nearby, also here to register, saw Xiao Anxi and decided to apply for the school's job opening. They all felt relieved. They heard that Xiao Anxi graduated from high school and seemed to meet all the requirements. If she applied for the hospital job, they probably wouldn't have much hope. Now that she only wants to work at the school, everyone felt secretly happy. The school mainly hires teachers, so the standards are higher and not many family members meet the requirements. The hospital standards are lower, but the salary is higher. So many want to go there, making competition very fierce. After registering, the school will organize a written test first. If she passes, she will then have a trial teaching session. Xiao Anxi remembered the test date and went home to prepare. Pei Jiancheng deliberately drove Xiao Anxi to the military district school after work the next day to help her get familiar with the location. This military district is very large, with several family housing areas spread out quite far from each other. So, although the school is inside the military district, it is still a good distance from their family apartments. "That school isn't very close," Xiao Anxi said as she sat in the car, watching the driver go for a while. If she had to walk, it would be quite tiring every day, and she wouldn't spend little time on the road either. "Buy a bicycle," Pei Jianqing suggested. He knew that daily pickup and drop-off was not realistic, and the best solution was to buy a bicycle, making it easier to get around inside the military district. "A bicycle is good," Xiao Anxi agreed. She really needed a bicycle. Even just going to the logistics store to buy groceries would be much more convenient. She didn't want to rely only on her legs for everything. It was too tiring and time-consuming. But she still made a request. "I don't want one that's too tall or big. I get nervous riding those." The bicycle can be ridden, but she doesn't really want to ride the popular two-wheel bike now. Looking at that bike, she feels like she might fall. There are small women's bikes. "Let's buy one of those." Pei Jianqing also doesn't feel comfortable with his wife riding such a big bike. Fortunately, the next day is Sunday. The two of them take their receipts and plan to go to Langxing department store to choose a suitable bicycle. Before going to the department store, they naturally stop by the furniture factory to submit some designs. She doesn't submit too many designs at once. Too many and too frequent submissions can be overwhelming. Less but high-quality work is best. When they arrive at the furniture factory, Director Wu is there. She hasn't seen him since she returned. Comrade Xiao, you're here again to submit your designs, Director Wu says happily. He is happy because the furniture made from Xiao Anshi's designs is very popular and sells well. The craftsmanship isn't too complicated, so the workers are more willing and less burdened. By reducing unnecessary designs and processes, material use is also saved. The furniture looks more beautiful, is more practical, and the selling price has increased. Meanwhile, the costs have actually decreased. How could Director Wu not be happy? Xiao Anshi looks at the people constantly coming and going, admiring the furniture, and says, Director Wu, there are really quite a few customers. Director Wu smiles broadly. Your furniture designs are very popular. Xiao Anshi sees her furniture samples among many others. Her pieces stand out clearly, attracting many viewers. She feels very satisfied. She and Director Wu chat for a few more moments before preparing to leave. At this time, a staff member approaches with a well-dressed couple. Director, these two want to order a bunk bed for children, but they're not satisfied with the samples available here. Director Wu quickly asks what kind of bed they want. The couple thinks the current bunk beds at the factory are all metal frames, which look flimsy and not very attractive. They want the entire bed to be made of wood. They also find the latter style on the current beds too simple and unsafe for children climbing up and down. However, their home has limited space for 2 beds, and they want to give their 2 children a larger play area. So, they are considering a custom-made bunk bed. When Director Wu hears this, his gaze naturally locks onto Xiao Anshi, who is about to leave. Comrade Xiao, what do you think about this bed? Do you have any ideas? This bunk bed was very easy for her to understand. She had many styles in mind. She didn't refuse or delay and said happily, I have some ideas, but I don't know if they meet your needs. The couple listened with interest and asked, please tell us what you have in mind. Joan happily replied, I'll sketch a rough design for you to see. Hearing this, Director Wu quickly called the staff to bring paper and pens. Meanwhile, Pei Jianqing sat patiently, waiting. Joan picked up her pen and quickly drew a rough sketch of the bunk bed. She didn't use the simple, common ladder. Instead, she drew a small staircase with storage drawers at the end of the bed. This way, even young children could climb safely, and it added extra storage space to the room. As she drew, she explained her ideas briefly to the couple. When she finished, they were very excited. Brilliant! This is exactly what we want, beautiful and safe. Especially the woman, who praised the small staircase with the storage drawers very highly. Director, we want a set of these beds, the couple immediately decided. Joan didn't get involved in their negotiations. She only provided the drawings. This was just a rough sketch, and she needed to improve it later. She then told Director Wu that they would finish the complete design by a certain date, and she and Pei Jiancheng left the furniture factory. As soon as they left, they headed straight to the department store. Large items like bicycles were on the 2nd floor, and they went directly upstairs upon entering. Both of them dressed well. Pei Jiancheng wore a military-style coat with pockets, clearly not an ordinary person. They immediately went to the counter selling large items. The clerk was very friendly, not showing the usual aloof attitude, and greeted them warmly. They looked at several bicycles on display, mostly 28-inch models, some with 26-inch crossbars. Finally, they found a 20-inch slant-bar women's bicycle, which Joan liked very much. This one will do, she said, looking at the size and height, which were just right. The clerk's lips curled into a smile. These two clearly had some strength. This women's bicycle was popular and many liked it, but not many people bought it. Now, it was already rare for a family to buy a bicycle. Usually one bike was shared by the whole family. The 28-inch bike can be ridden by anyone. The women's bike is small and perfect for women. Older men might feel awkward riding it because their hands and feet don't fit well. Usually, a family doesn't buy 2 bikes. They prefer practical ones. In most families, men tend to ride bikes more often. This women's bike isn't cheap. It costs more than the 28-inch bike, so fewer people choose it. It's not that no one buys it, but very few do, mostly families with good incomes. These two people immediately chose this bike without hesitation, showing that the woman has a high status at home. The salesperson feels a little jealous. Her family would never spend enough to buy her a separate women's bike. This is the only one available, with no options to choose from. Pei Jianqing checked the bike and found no problems. It was still wrapped in plastic and brand new. Go ahead and make the invoice. They decided to buy this one. While Pei Jianqing went to pay, Qiao Anxi looked around. The TV sales counter was next to the bicycle counter. The salesperson there saw that they bought the women's bike without hesitation and happily came over to greet Qiao Anxi. I just want to look, she said. Qiao Anxi didn't need her help. She wasn't planning to buy a TV. She was just curious about the current models. The only TVs available were small, black and white screens with big heads, taking up a lot of space. There were no TV programs to watch, so buying a TV seemed useless, and she wasn't interested. She had better things to do with her time. Want to buy a TV? Pei Jianqing, who had just finished paying, saw his wife wandering in front of the TV counter. No, just looking. These aren't very useful. We don't need one. Qiao Anxi shook her head and walked back. They pushed the bike out of the department store, put in the trunk, but the trunk couldn't close, so they had to leave it open and head back to their base. At the gate, a young soldier stopped Pei Jianqing's car. Report to Deputy Commander Pei. 2 children are looking for you. Pei Jianqing and Qiao Anxi were surprised. They followed the soldier's gesture and looked into the distance. They noticed a boy and a girl sitting at the bottom of the wall outside the gate, with a large basket in front of them. They recognized that it was Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu. They didn't expect to find them here. Joan quickly opened the car door, got out, and waved to the 2 of them. Xiao Hai, Xiao Yu. Big sister Anxi. The siblings excitedly stood up, and Xiao Hai hurriedly carried the basket on his back. They ran toward the car. Joan asked the young soldier, how long have they been here? About 2 hours, the soldier replied. Anxi, big brother Pei. The siblings jogged to the front of the car. Joan gently patted their heads with concern. Let's get in the car first. Pei Jianqing got out, found a place to put the heavy basket Xiao Hai was carrying, then drove them back home. The new bicycle was locked at the bottom of the stairs on the first floor. It was completely safe here, so there was no need to worry about it being stolen. Pei Jianqing carried the heavy basket. Joan held the siblings' hands, and they all went inside. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu looked at the beautiful house they had never seen before, their eyes wide with amazement, feeling a little shy and hesitant to move around. Joan sat them on a bench and quickly prepared a cup of malted milk for each of them.
Drink it.
It's not too hot. She carefully checked the water temperature, then added some cooler water after brewing.
Thank you, Anxi.
It smells so good, the siblings said as they took the cups, smelling the rich aroma. Pei Jianqing took the lunchbox and went to the cafeteria to get food. Joan hurried to the kitchen, boiling a large pot of water. Then she took a big basin from the bathroom. On the way here, they already knew that the siblings had carried a big basket early in the morning, crossed a mountain, and walked for several hours to find them. They had been sitting at the entrance of the base for nearly 2 hours, just to deliver a basket of fresh seafood. Xiao Yu's foot had just gotten a little better, and they couldn't wait to come out. Joan now just wanted to help them soak their feet in the warm water. Anxi, this feels so comfortable. Xiao Yu soaked her feet, watching Joan clean the remaining scars on her knees with water. The scabs had almost fallen off, revealing pinkish-white flesh. Walking such a long way must have hurt again, Joan said with concern, imagining the rough mountain trail they had traveled. It doesn't hurt.
Don't lie to me.
It's such a long journey. Hee, the siblings chuckled shyly. Their feet soaked in the hot water, feeling very comfortable, as if the pain and tiredness disappeared instantly. Keep soaking a little longer. Joan kept adding hot water to the basin. It's very effective, not painful at all, and not tiring. After soaking their feet, the little brother and sister felt completely relaxed. At this moment, Pei Jianqing came back carrying a lunchbox. Let's eat first, Qiao Anxi said. She and Pei Jianqing both poured the food onto plates and arranged them on the dining table. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu wanted to help, but Xiao Anxi held them back. Don't move, sit properly. Pei Jianqing brought back several meat dishes. Sweet and sour ribs, braised pork with cabbage, kung pao chicken, and vinegar-spiced shredded potatoes. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu were amazed by the delicious-looking food. The fragrant dishes made them swallow hard. They sat nervously at the table. "Let's eat first." Qiao Anshi handed chopsticks to the siblings. Pei Jianqing served them each a big bowl of rice. Xiao Anshi kept scooping dishes onto their plates. Initially, Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu were a bit shy, and they had been tired and hungry all morning. But under Xiao Anshi's warmth, they couldn't resist the tempting aroma of the food. Slowly, they started eating more comfortably. "Anshi sister, the meat smells so good," the siblings said. They had never eaten so much delicious meat before. They ate until tears almost came out, saying how tasty the meat and rice were. Xiao Anshi smiled and patted Xiao Yu's head. "Eat more," she encouraged. After finishing, the siblings eagerly wanted to wash the dishes, but Xiao Anshi took them to sit in the living room. She left the cleaning to Pei Jianqing. Worried they might get stomach aches from overeating, she also brewed some fruit tea to help digestion. Now she finally had time to look at the basket the children had carried from far away. "What is this? You two came out so far. Next time don't bring it. Wait until we go out and pick things together." Xiao Anshi looked at the large basket covered with big lotus leaves, almost full. She tried lifting it but nearly couldn't carry it.
Xiao Hai sợ mai fulitsli.
"Anshi sister, we can't keep these squids. We caught them last midnight when we went out to sea." "Squids?" Xiao Anshi lifted the lotus leaves, revealing several plump small squids inside. They weren't very big. One was about the size of her palm, looking fresh and fat. She was very interested and asked, "How do you catch these squids?" "At midnight, we go out to sea with squid lamps. When we shine the light, they swim toward the boat, and we catch them," Xiao Hai explained excitedly. "It's the season when squids are the fattest. They all go out to sea at night to catch them. The bigger ones can't be kept, they have to be dried into squid jerky. These small items, they can keep some for themselves." Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu were thinking about Xiao Anshi, knowing she loves to eat these, so they wanted to bring some for her. Along the way, they also picked up many other small seafood items. "Anshi sister, look, these are what we collected during low tide yesterday. Are they better than last time?" The siblings also picked up quite a few other small seafood items, which Tian Xiufang had already cleaned up. "Thank you both. Now I'll have something tasty to eat," Xiao Anshi said, feeling very touched by the big basket of seafood. "I'll bring more next time," Xiao Yu said with a shy smile. Seeing that Anshi's sister liked it, they were very happy. Xiao Anshi pretended to be angry. "Next time, you're not allowed to carry such heavy things again. We'll go ourselves next time, for sure." Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu giggled happily. Xiao Anshi made the bed in the guest room and let the siblings rest inside. She and Pei Jianqing took the seafood out of the basket and first stored it in the fridge's preservation room. Then they took out some ribs and meat from the fridge, washed them, and placed them in a clean basket. They also grabbed some rice, white flour, and a handful of dried noodles. There were quite a few things now, it was a lot. But she and Pei Jianqing didn't mind these things. Xiao Yu's family had some, and they thought of them. The two children carried such heavy loads over mountains and hills just to bring these things. They truly cared. After the lunch break, they carried the big basket and the little siblings downstairs, ready to take them back to Shuaying village. No need. We can walk back quickly," Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu kept waving their hands. How could they trouble Anshi's sister and brother Pei to send them home? "Quick, get in the car. It's the weekend, and we're just going for a little trip," Xiao Anshi said, opening the car door for the siblings to get in. Pei Jianqing placed the basket into the trunk. The car drove out of the base and arrived at Shuaying village. At Xiao Yu's home, only Tian Xiufang and Xiao Yu's grandmother were there. The others had gone to work at the beach. "Why are you bothering Officer Pei and Anshi's sister to bring you back again?" Tian Xiufang looked at Xiao Anshi and the others with some surprise, giving Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu a gentle scold. Xiao Anshi smiled and said, "We just happened to come for a little walk." Tian Xiufang quickly poured them some water, saying they were just out for a walk. She understood they had probably specially brought the children back. She felt a bit guilty bringing such a small gift and then bothering them to make another trip. For them, walking such a long way wasn't really a big deal. Annie Tian, don't busy yourself. Let's go for a walk by the sea, okay? Xiao Anxi held Tian Xiufang's hand, stopping her from working. Hearing this, Tian Xiufang quickly told Xiaohai to bring the basket and tools, then went to gather seafood. Once at the beach, Xiao Anxi let loose and secretly collected a big pile of small seafood into her space. The more the better. Now that they have a refrigerator at home, collecting and freezing some seafood is fine. It's a good way to improve their life from time to time. So, they collected and played at the beach, filling another big basket. Anxi, is this okay? Xiuyu brought over some pretty shells and asked Xiao Anxi. She now had a new task, to find beautiful shells for her. Very good, Xiao Anxi said, taking the shells and nodding happily. She looked at the shells scattered all over the beach, thinking about making a few shell wind chimes to hang at home. When the wind blows, the chimes by the window make a clear, pleasant sound. This little stone is pretty. Xiao Anxi picked up a small, colorful round stone, held it up to the sunlight, and admired its beauty. Xiaoyu pointed to a spot. Anxi, there are lots of stones over there. She pulled Xiao Anxi toward that area. Pei Jiancheng and Xiaohai, meanwhile, were busy collecting small seafood with tongs and baskets near the rocks. The two women were gathering stones and shells on the beach. When they finished, both sides had collected a lot. Tian Xiufang carefully tidied everything up. They didn't stay for dinner. Before leaving, Xiao Anxi took the basket with meat and rice from the trunk and quietly left it at their house. When Xiuyu's family discovered the contents, their car had already left Water Camp Village. This stuff is too valuable, Tian Xiufang said, looking worried. They rarely saw so much meat and grain all year. They couldn't go back to return it, so they just hoped to find good things in the sea again someday and keep them. Living by the sea, sometimes they could find something special. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng returned home loaded with a big pile of seafood again. But this time, they didn't worry. They now had a refrigerator. Xiao Anxi couldn't help but praise her parents, such wisdom. With the experience from last time, Pei Jiancheng no longer needed his wife's guidance. He knew what to do and prepared everything himself. Xiao Anxi still helped out by guiding him on making a small oyster pancake. It was simple, just mix oysters into the batter and fry it in a pan. That night, the kitchen in their home was filled with a delicious aroma, once again stirring the residents of the building. It's too much. Why does it keep happening? Watching the hungry child cry out in longing, the adults felt a headache coming on. Not just the children, they all felt so tempted they wanted to cry. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to resist the smell of fried food. The one responsible for the smell was happily eating. These squid are really fresh, said Xiao Anxi, unable to stop eating the squid. They had boiled one plate and stir-fried another with small scallions. The texture was simple but delicious, fresh, tender, and crispy, with an indescribable sweet taste. It was so tasty that it was hard to stop eating. Pei Jiancheng took out some wine, planning to share a drink with his wife, but was politely refused. No, I need to finish my work after dinner. I'll help you. Pei Jiancheng wanted to persuade her, hoping to see her a little tipsy. But that's not allowed, said Xiao Anxi firmly. Disappointed, Pei Jiancheng had no choice but to put the wine away. After dinner, Xiao Anxi couldn't wait to pour out the shells she had collected today onto a table. All these small shells had been thoroughly cleaned by the little fisherman. She found a hammer and a nail, then started working. After tidying up the kitchen, Pei Jiancheng came out and stood beside Xiao Anxi, glancing at her work and knowing what she was about to do. She chose a spot on one corner of a shell, hammered a nail upright, and with a strike of the hammer, made a small hole. She controlled the force carefully, neither too light nor too heavy, so as not to or break the shell. Give it to me, he said, sitting across from her at the table, reaching out to take the hammer and nail. Xiao Anxi handed over the tools and went to get other materials for the next step. Since she didn't have small sticks, she crossed two chopsticks and tied them together, then wrapped white cotton thread around them to make a wind chime holder. Next, she threaded the shells with small holes onto white cotton thread, hanging them below the wind chime holder. Soon, a beautiful shell wind chime was finished. A gentle push made it produce a clear, melodious sound. Isn't it beautiful? Xiao Anxi held up the wind chime, admiring it carefully. Beautiful. Pei Jiancheng watched his smiling wife, who looked charming and lazy, holding the wind chime like a painting. He couldn't help but speed up his work, eager to finish and rest soon. But Xiao Anxi was excited. After finishing one, she made another, then a longer one, then a shorter one, and then another long one. A continuous sound, since there are enough shells. Pei Jiancheng felt frustrated. How long does this have to go on? Honey, it's almost done. Leave some for tomorrow.
Oh.
Xiao Anxi looked at the remaining shells. No need to smash the holes. I'll keep them for something else. Pei Jiancheng quickly tidied everything up. Hey, don't rush. I'm not finished yet, Xiao Anxi called out to him. It's too late now. Rest and do it tomorrow, Pei Jiancheng said, his hands never stopping, worried she might pull everything apart again. Hang this up by the window, she said. Pei Jiancheng took the wind chime and quickly hung it on the windows of the living room and bedroom. As the breeze blew, a clear, pleasant sound filled the house. Isn't it very nice to listen to? Xiao Anxi leaned in the bed and listened carefully. Pei Jiancheng leaned in to hold her and whispered in her ear, "Your voice is even nicer." Then he turned her over and lowered his head to kiss her slightly parted red lips. That night, the two floated in the gentle, lovely sound of the wind chime. The next day, after breakfast, Xiao Anxi took out paper and pen and carefully improved the children's bunk beds needed by the furniture factory. Since they were for children and involved climbing up and down, safety was the top priority. She paid special attention to details. She had previously told factory director Wu that if the design was urgent and she couldn't go to Langcheng, she would send it by mail. There was a convenient postal point at the military district. She also took the opportunity to send the preserved pickled vegetables and kimchi to Beijing. After placing the design drawings in an envelope and writing the address, Xiao Anxi entered her space again. She prepared many items for Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying, including consumables that they used a lot. Now that she was promoting thrift and frugality, everything was used until old and worn out before replacing. But since they had the resources, she wanted to ensure her parents' standard of living. If something needed replacing, she would do so. She carefully checked everything again and, seeing nothing missing, left her space. A gentle breeze brushed past, and the sound of the wind chime by the window rang out again. Yes, how could she be without this wind chime? She specially made one for her parents so they could also feel the ocean's breath, even from Beijing. When the wind chime rang, it would surely remind them of their good daughter. Joan happily wrapped the largest and most beautiful wind chime, which she had deliberately kept from last night, with old paper. She wrapped several layers and crumpled the paper into balls to fill the edges, so it wouldn't break if bumped. After packing everything, the package was quite big. Joan carried it downstairs. It was pretty heavy, but luckily she was strong now. At the first floor, her new little bicycle stood quietly at the bottom of the stairs, next to an old black bicycle. Her new bike was very eye-catching. Not just the style, but also the color was different from usual bikes, a beautiful dark red. The color was not flashy, but solid and steady-looking. The saddle was also made of dark red leather. Joan's package was a bit too big to fit in the front basket, so she had to place it on the back seat. People outside the house watched as Joan opened her pretty bicycle. Since it appeared under the stairs, many had gathered to look. Everyone knew right away that it was Deputy Captain Pei's bicycle. Their lovely daughter-in-law looked perfect with this beautiful bike. Seeing Joan put the big package on the back seat, it tilted a bit because it was so large. The clip on the back seat was too small and couldn't hold the big package well. Joan tidied up the package as best as she could, and it barely stayed on the seat, though it was a bit risky of falling. She wondered whether to hold the package with one hand or go back to find a rope, but they only had thin cotton thread at home, no thick rope. Deputy Captain Pei's wife, "Let me give you a rope to tie it," said some caring military wives who had noticed her situation. A few women gathered around. One, Annie, took out a piece of rope she had just spun from her basket. "Thank you," Joan said, surprised at how kind these women were, and quickly thanked them. She was about to take the rope and tie the package to the back seat. The helpful women took the rope and helped her tie it quickly. "Done, it's secure now." "Don't worry, it won't fall," said one auntie with a smile. Joan thanked each of them quickly. "Oh, no need, no problem," everyone chuckled, not minding at all. They knew Joan was delicate and didn't want her to hurt her hands with the rope. They were tough and not afraid. "I'll come back later to return your rope," Joan told the auntie, holding the basket. The auntie waved her hand with the basket. "No rush, you can use it first." "Where are you headed now?" a sister-in-law asked. Joan, she pushed her cart and said, "I'm going to send some things." "Do you know the way?" "Let me tell you, start from this corner." Several enthusiastic military wives began giving directions again, quite detailed. Joan, she thanked them once more, then rode her bike toward the mailing point. No need to be surprised that she can ride a bike. Not only can she ride, but she rides well. She used to do cycling as part of her fitness routine, so it's not strange that she can ride. In school, she occasionally rode shared bikes because it was convenient. As for the original owner, having finished high school, even if her family didn't buy a bike, learning to ride was not unusual. Nowadays, many people here can ride bikes, even if they don't own one. She still knew the way. Pei Jiancheng had taken her around key military district locations. This post office mainly serves the military district, and the place is quite large, with phone service available. But all mail sent from here undergoes strict inspection and review, and the phones are naturally monitored. Joan Shi's packages and letters had no issues. She quickly completed her mailing procedures and left the mailing point. Anshi. Joan, she heard someone call her, turned around, and saw Yuan Huiqing. She quickly stopped her bike. "Huiqing, you didn't go to work?" Yuan Huiqing also pushed her bike over. "I just finished a night shift." She looked at Joan Shi's bike and smiled. "New bike? It's really nice, way better than mine." She wasn't riding a 28-inch bike, but a 26-inch one, not as small and delicate as Joan Shi's. Then she was surprised to see that Joan Shi looked much prettier than a few days ago, glowing and lively. "Anshi, what did you eat or put on your face? Your skin is so good, looking better and better." Joan, she touched her face. "It's the same as before." "Not the same." Yuan Huiqing pulled her gently. Women are very sensitive about beauty, and they chatted for a while. By the way, Yuan Huiqing remembered something. "Anshi, you signed up for the recruitment exam, right? You must get into our hospital. Then we'll be colleagues. You'll definitely get the position you want," she said happily, looking forward to working with Joan Shi in the hospital, even though their roles are quite different. She's a doctor, and Joan Shi's position is administrative. Joan smiled and said, "I didn't apply to the hospital. I chose a teaching position at the school." "Really?" Yuan Huiqing paused, surprised. Usually, people prefer positions at the hospital. "School hours are more flexible," Joan explained. "Oh," Yuan Huiqing nodded, understanding. Their family is well off, so working at the school is also an easy choice. But in the long run, she thinks working at the hospital is better. When they have more children, expenses will increase. It shows that Pei Jiancheng really cares a lot about his wife. After a few more words, they parted ways. Yuan Huiqing was eager to go home and rest. Joan didn't wander around and rode her bike slowly toward home. When she reached the residential building, the residents were still gathered outside, chatting and working. She took a rope and found an auntie to return it. "Thank you, auntie." "No need, no need," the auntie said briskly, rubbing her hands on the rope. "Can you do everything with this?" Joan asked curiously, finding it interesting. Seeing Joan's interest, the auntie explained, "Not just this. Many things can be made into ropes, even grass. But ropes are stronger." Joan looked at the ropes, thinking about something. She politely asked the auntie more questions. The friendly auntie happily answered her. Other military wives found Joan very approachable and exchanged a few words with her. Joan politely chatted with them for a while before parking her bike and going upstairs. The residents watched Joan go upstairs and started talking excitedly. Vice Captain Pei's wife is quite nice, not proud at all. She speaks so kindly, calm and steady, unlike us, who are always in a rush and arguing. Her face is so fresh and bright. She's so close, but I can't even see a pore. They felt that Pei Jianqing and Joan seemed distant and different from them, clearly not from the same social circle, with a big gap. But Joan was never arrogant. She was very polite, spoke kindly, and always responded warmly when greeted. They all had a good impression of her. They didn't expect her to join in chores or chat endlessly with them. They thought she should have that kind of distant, normal attitude. Joan also thought the residents downstairs were quite nice, simple, and warm-hearted. There was no pushy enthusiasm to keep her talking or make her feel she had to join their group. Of course, she is not afraid of her. No one can force her to do anything. But now, this peaceful atmosphere makes everyone feel happier. She remembers the aunt who twisted ropes. Her work gave her inspiration. She knows she has finally found a way to make a carpet she wanted. She plans to use the ropes she twists herself to weave a carpet, whether made of grass or other materials. Later, she will find the best raw materials to twist into ropes. These materials are cheap and easy to find everywhere. Even if she makes a very large carpet, no one will complain. She remembers seeing a carpet with a rope texture before. It looked very good.
But for now, she won't do that.
The most urgent thing is to pass the job recruitment exam first. Once her job is secured, she can do other things. The exam day arrived quickly. It involved 2 simple tests, one in Chinese and one in math, covering middle and high school knowledge. This was not difficult for her. A few days ago, she reviewed the materials sent by Mr. and Mrs. Chiao, preparing more thoroughly. Unsurprisingly, she passed smoothly and scored first in the written exam. Next, she needed to prepare for the teaching demonstration. She prepared well and made a lesson plan. Teaching was not a problem for her. She had already taught younger students during school social practice. And now, she was teaching first-year middle school students, which was not very difficult. Take a break. Pei Jiancheng came over, sat behind Xiao Anxi, hugged her, and massaged her shoulders to relax. I've finished already. Xiao Anxi leaned comfortably into Pei Jiancheng's arms. Suddenly, she chuckled to herself. I should practice with you first, give you a lesson to see how it goes. Pei Jiancheng chuckled softly. All right, Teacher Qiao, give me a lesson. Humph. Teacher Qiao acted proud. I don't need to try. I can do it well. Of course, Pei Jiancheng whispered flirtatiously. Then, when we go back to the room, give me a good lesson? Xiao Anxi shot him a sidelong glance. You don't need teaching, do you? Should I teach you? The man's voice was tempting. I don't want you to teach, the girl replied softly. No, I must teach you. The next day, Xiao Anxi rode her bike to school on time for the demonstration. The school was quite large, divided into 3 parts: kindergarten, elementary, and middle school. The middle school was further divided into high school and junior high. The various facilities and greenery inside are very well maintained, creating a nice environment. Joan Shi is very satisfied and feels that working in such a place would be very pleasant. This time, Joan Shi is applying for a middle school teacher position, with 2 openings available. However, 5 people passed the initial exam, so they are competing for these 2 spots. The main focus is on hiring middle and elementary school teachers. High school teachers require higher qualifications. They usually prefer experienced teachers, and it's not easy to find suitable candidates among family members. Although Joan Shi performed very well in the written test, the school leaders generally weren't very optimistic. They thought she was too young with no experience, and during the exam, everyone saw that she was a delicate young girl. The students at this school are mostly children of military officers. Most of them are very mischievous, don't like studying much, and enjoy teasing teachers. They are bolder in personality and behavior than local children, with some having a wild streak that's hard to tame. The school leaders are worried that this young girl might not be able to control these students, especially the middle schoolers, who are at a rebellious age and very naughty. Principal Zhong from the middle school frowned and said to the person next to him, If it really doesn't work out, maybe she should go to the elementary school. After all, she was the top scorer in the written exam and has a high school diploma. Principal Liu from the elementary school also frowned. Their students are also quite mischievous, even more so than middle school kids. They thought this girl might get overwhelmed and upset by the troublemakers. In general, any young female teacher at this school has probably been driven to tears by these naughty children. Principal Liu sighed. Elementary school probably won't work either. Maybe she should go to the kindergarten. He felt a bit embarrassed about this because the salary is low and elementary school teachers earn less than middle school teachers, with kindergarten earning even less. Director Zhang from the kindergarten was happy and said, "Great, she can come to our kindergarten. She is so beautiful, looks confident and capable, and is well educated. It would be wonderful to have her in the kindergarten." The current teachers at their kindergarten are mostly older and not very well educated, so teachers like Joan Shi are very rare. The teaching director said, "Don't rush to assign her yet. We haven't even had trial lessons. Good exam results don't always mean she can teach well." Principal Zhang said casually, "I don't care. Our kindergarten doesn't need perfect teachers. If she can't teach, she can just come to our kindergarten." Principal Zhang and Principal Liu stopped speaking. Can the girl really want this? She applied for a middle school teaching position. But on second thought, it's better than having no job at all. Xiao Anxi and the others who passed the written exam are waiting for their teaching demonstration. None of the others are familiar to her. They all seem older, and some look like teachers. Maybe they used to be teachers. Everyone looks a bit nervous. They don't talk much, practicing silently in their minds. Xiao Anxi isn't nervous, but she doesn't chat either. It's better for everyone to stay quiet. Soon, it's her turn to teach. She adjusts her clothes and hair at the door, then walks calmly into the classroom. After introducing herself, the class erupts in applause. The children, around 11 or 12, understand beauty. They definitely prefer a young, pretty teacher. The school leaders and teachers are watching from the back, so no one dares cause trouble. Although she's young, the teacher teaches very well. Her lesson is funny, lively, and clear. The classroom is very active. The students are eager to answer questions. Some naughty students try to challenge her with tricky questions. But the young teacher responds smoothly and confidently, making everyone laugh. What used to seem boring now feels interesting. The class ends quickly without them noticing. The principals and teachers listening from the back nod frequently. Principal Zhang, who usually looks serious, also softens his face. Although she's first in written exams, he didn't think highly of her at first. She's too young and inexperienced. The others have some teaching experience. But surprisingly, she teaches very well and seems to handle the students effectively. He's very satisfied with her demonstration. Principal Zhang feels upset. It looks like she won't come to their kindergarten, but she doesn't want to give up and still wants to try. Turning around, he sees Principal Zhang and Principal Liu nodding in agreement. Principal Zhang frowns and says to Principal Liu, "What are you talking about?" She applied for a middle school position. Principal Liu snorts. "You weren't saying that earlier." Who's trying to push her onto our elementary school? Principal Liu really wants Xiao Anxi. The teacher gave a good lesson and knew how to handle the students. The students who tried to cause trouble eventually behaved well, and he felt proud. Principal Zhang didn't interfere, saying, "Aren't you still blaming the kindergarten?" Director Zhang quickly agreed, Yes, come to our kindergarten." Principal Zhang and Principal Liu looked at her sternly, saying, "This isn't your business." Zhang rolled her eyes at them dismissively. It was no surprise that Xiao Anxi was accepted. Yuan Huiqing and Yu Li were very quick to find out the news, almost immediately knowing the result. A group of friends came over with wine and meat, claiming they were there to celebrate Xiao Anxi. Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua felt uneasy, thinking they might have to cook. Don't ask how they knew, just a gut feeling. Qian Weigua reassured Yang Hongming, "Don't worry, I don't think we'll be cooking. Maybe just washing and chopping vegetables." Yang Hongming wasn't comforted and felt quite upset. They had planned to serve food from the cafeteria, but their wives said they didn't want to eat cafeteria food. Yang thought they were just being stubborn, even though he wasn't very fond of the big pot meals either. When they arrived at Pei Jianqing's house, they unsurprisingly found him in the kitchen. Yang and Qian sighed and obediently went to help. The three women in the living room were already chatting happily. Did Bieka make this? It's so beautiful. They saw a picture frame on the cabinet, but inside it wasn't a photo or a normal painting. Instead, it was a picture made with various shells and small stones. Recently, since Xiao Anxi hadn't gone to Langqing, she took down a small picture frame she used for her artwork. She tried making a picture with shells and stones, and it turned out very beautiful. It's shells. I haven't been to Langqing these days, so I don't have many frames at home. Otherwise, I could make more, Xiao Anxi said with a smile. It's so pretty, Yuli kept praising. She looked up and saw a wind chime on the window. Excited, she asked, "Is that a wind chime?" "It's so beautiful." Yuan Huiqing also hurried to look and exclaimed happily. Both ran over, touching the wind chime, feeling as happy as children. Xiao Anxi smiled and took 2 shell wind chimes from a drawer in the cabinet, handing one to each of them. "One for each of you. Are these for us?" "Thank you." The 2 girls eagerly ran over, each taking a chime and gently playing with it. The room was filled with the clear sound of shells clinking and their happy laughter. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo looked blank and watched Pei Jianqing skillfully frying oysters. The strong aroma didn't seem to change their expressions. They had already become somewhat numb from the shock. Really, it turns out that the seafood from that day was made by our Deputy Commander Pei. It's quite a frightening thing. Last time, although Pei Jianqing was busy in the kitchen, he mostly did some simple chores. But today, he truly showed off his excellent cooking skills. Yes, his skill level definitely matches the word excellent. Yang Hongming watched Pei Jianqing's hands with mixed feelings. Why is he the only one among the people in Beijing who's been so shocked? If those guys knew that Pei Jianqing's hands can dismantle weapons in seconds and that he can skillfully wave a spatula like that, they would probably be so excited they'd go crazy. Anyway, he himself was quite excited now, his heart pounding. He wondered if Pei Jianqing's domestic side would make him want to silence him if he saw it. But looking at his expression, why silence? Doesn't he look proud and used to it? Alright, enough watching. Time to work, a cool voice said. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo jumped up at once and hurriedly started working. "Weiguo, you wash that. I'll handle this. No, don't fight me. You cut that, you go." A plate of fragrant seafood was served on the table. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli widened their eyes. Yuli was also secretly amazed, thinking, wow, it looks like that seafood was really made by Pei Jianqing that day. So frightening. She still couldn't connect the calm, cold Pei Jianqing like the bright moon in the sky with the one standing at the stove waving a spatula to cook. Oh my, I can't think about it. She shivered. Wow, finally getting to enjoy this fragrant seafood, Yuan Huiqing said excitedly, eyes shining. Yuli snapped out of her thoughts. You didn't get to eat that day? All the eyes on the table turned to Qian Weiguo with a look of reproach. Yuan Huiqing gave a teasing smile and glanced at Qian Weiguo. If my mother-in-law hadn't snatched a little for me, I wouldn't have gotten a bite. Qian Weiguo rubbed his nose. That day, he and his father, Commander Qian, had eaten quite a lot. The seafood was so delicious that they got a bit excited, drank some wine, and almost finished everything. Finally, Tang Fengming took a small bite, just a tiny bit, a single oyster and a prawn. "Sweetheart, eat a little more later. I'll give you my share," Qian Weiguo said kindly. Humph. Yuan Huiqing happily pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Hongming and Yuli burst out laughing without holding back. Yang Hongming took the chance to stir things up. "Huiqing, don't forgive him so easily. It's really unfair. He doesn't even think about how tired his wife is after working late shifts." Qian Weiguo gave him a deadly glare in response. Today's seafood included items that could be frozen, like shellfish, oysters, and abalone. After cleaning, they could all be frozen. Most of the squid from that day was also frozen. However, and prawns are better eaten fresh. At most, they can be kept in the fridge for a day or 2. Any leftovers, Xiao Anxi steamed and peeled the meat, then froze it to use later for making dumplings. Today, they didn't make dumplings as there was still plenty of other food. Yuli and the others knew most of this seafood was gathered from the beach, and they all got excited. They eagerly said they wanted to go to the beach to collect seafood too. Let's find a time to go together, Yuli said excitedly. Yes, I want to go, Yuan Huiqing raised her hand in agreement. Sounds good. Qiao Anshi also nodded and agreed. They were all young people who loved fun and lively gatherings. So, they arranged a suitable time to go to the beach and collect seafood together. The young people enjoyed seafood, drank wine, and chatted happily. The atmosphere was lively. When the gathering ended, the wine bottles were empty. The three men had little to do, while the three women were all slightly tipsy, some even beyond that. Each face was flushed like they had applied blush. Wine can make people drunk, and Pei Jiancheng was already lost in the state of his wife's slight drunkenness. Taking advantage of the alcohol, they spent the night in wild fun again. At the family building, everyone soon learned that Qiao Anshi had been accepted to a school as a middle school teacher. Everyone admired her greatly. Few people around here have such a high level of education. Not many have even finished middle school. Seeing Qiao Anshi, they felt even more enthusiastic. Every family has children in school, so maintaining good relationships with teachers is always helpful. And although they may not be very educated, mostly housewives who spend their days in the kitchen, they could see some things. Look at Deputy Group Leader Pei's wife. She's also a rural girl who grew up in the countryside. But she has read many books and was raised by university professors. Being educated makes a big difference. You can't see any hint of rustic or traits on her. She looks better than some city folks. She can still find a good job using her skills. It's no wonder Deputy Commander Pei cares for her so much. No matter how she became related to Deputy Commander Pei, she is worthy of this marriage. Otherwise, someone as distinguished as him wouldn't be so eager. Most families have many children. In the past, many thought girl studying was useless and that it was better to marry into a good family. Now they see that studying more is useful. At least, it makes them look different, which helps them marry well. Their ideas are quietly changing among them. No amount of words can compare to what they see with their own eyes. Seeing Qiao Anshi every day is truly exciting. Good morning, Teacher Qiao.
Teacher Qiao, time for class. School's out, Teacher Qiao.
Teacher Qiao. They're very enthusiastic, calling her Teacher Qiao all the time. No one calls her Deputy Commander Pei's wife anymore. Qiao Anshi feels their warmth and passes by on her small bicycle each day, hearing their cheers. She is quite happy with this job. She now teaches Chinese to 7th graders. Usually, she has half-day classes, sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. The classes are relaxed, and her work is comfortable. What do mischievous children matter? Today's kids are much more innocent, with fewer ideas, just active. She is young, only a little older than them, relaxed and easy to get along with. She is quite popular, and the students don't cause her much trouble. Principal Zhong is also very satisfied. This young teacher is quite good. She looks delicate but is not fragile at all. She works very seriously, has clear ideas, and knows how to handle students well.
Teacher Qiao, good job.
Prepare well and aim for good results at the end of the term. Principal Zhong said kindly. Principal, I will do my best, Qiao Anshi replied officially. Yes, she just started working and the end of the term is near. The reason they hired more teachers now is because, during this time, one teacher retired and another teacher's spouse was transferred to another military district. The staff was already short, so they had to fill the gaps quickly. It's just a test, and Qiao Anshi has plenty of experience. While she calmly continued her work, Pei Jiancheng brought some news. He was going on a mission. He hadn't gone on a mission for a long time. Since returning from training, he hadn't left the base. It's okay, you go ahead.
Don't worry about me.
Although this was Pei Jiancheng's first time leaving, Qiao Anshi had already adapted very well here. If there's anything you can't handle, just ask Yu Li and the others for help. Pei Jiancheng still felt uneasy and kept reminding his wife. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Qiao Anshi said with a smile. Since Pei Jiancheng had to leave the next day, she specially cooked a hearty dinner for him that evening. They couldn't drink alcohol, as he had important work the next day and couldn't afford to drink. Pei Jiancheng naturally stayed close to his wife, affectionately teasing her. "Please come back safe and sound." Xiao Anxi leaned into his arms, quietly expressing her worries for the first time, feeling a strong sense of concern and unease. Pei Jiancheng felt her emotions, held her tighter, and gently kissed her hair to soothe her. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Xiao Anxi didn't say anything more, only holding him tighter. Although she couldn't help but worry, she trusted Pei Jiancheng's ability and believed he would complete his task successfully and return safely. "Foolish girl, don't worry," Pei Jiancheng said with deep affection. He held her and softly comforted her until she fell asleep, then kissed her forehead and closed his eyes with her. The next day, after work, Xiao Anxi returned home, locked the doors and windows, and entered her space. After a day, she had adjusted her emotions. She chose to marry a soldier, so she knew she had to face this reality. Worrying and overthinking weren't good. She needed to get her mindset right, trust Pei Jiancheng, and live better herself so he wouldn't be distracted. Soon, she managed to adjust her attitude. Her husband was away on a business trip, so her free time had arrived.
It was a good chance to rest.
That energetic guy had too much stamina and vitality. She decided to treat herself to some good food. Haha, she could grill some oysters and abalone. Xiao Anxi took a few oysters and abalones from outside the RV. These were raised in the water inside her space and looked very lively. But she had to do all the cleaning and preparation herself, and opening oyster shells was quite difficult. However, she wasn't easily defeated. In just a short time, she prepared several oysters and abalone, scoring the abalone with decorative cuts. She chopped some garlic and stir-fried it with seasoning, then spread it over the oysters and abalone. After arranging everything on a plate, she placed it in the oven, setting the right temperature and time. As time passed, a delicious aroma filled the air. Suddenly, the oven beeped, signaling that everything was ready. Joni put on her baking gloves and took out the tray. "Wow, it smells so good," she said happily, immediately starting to eat from the tray. The oysters were rich and tender, the abalone chewy, and baking gave it a deeper, more intense flavor than steaming. In short, it was delicious and fragrant. Joni finished her meal beautifully, then took a relaxing shower. She curled up on the sofa, eating ice cream and watching her favorite shows. She wanted to rest for a while because she had an important task tonight. While Pei Jiancheng was not home, she planned to drive her spaceship out for a little trip. Recently, she had been practicing meditation whenever she had the chance and drinking water from her space. She felt her strength and energy had improved in many ways, but she hadn't had a chance to test it yet. Tonight, she wanted to try a longer journey. She had already chosen the destination. She planned to drive to the seaside to enjoy the beautiful night view of the ocean. Since it wasn't fully dark yet, she decided not to rush and stayed relaxed in her space. Her RV wasn't as big as a house, but it was very comfortable and well-designed. The vehicle was large and luxurious, with a very refined interior, making it a cozy place to stay. There was also a second-floor tea balcony with a circle of sofas and a coffee table, though she and her parents rarely went up there. If they wanted more space, they could open the car doors and extend the roof, whatever size they wanted. But right now, the space inside was enough for them. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door outside the space. Joni was startled and quickly went out to open it. Anxi, standing outside were Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing. Joni was a bit surprised. "Why are you here?" They smiled and came inside.
"Just to keep you company for a while."
They knew this was Joni's first time experiencing Pei Jiancheng going on a mission. They were worried she might feel uncomfortable or overthink, so they came to keep her company. After all, they had been through similar situations. "Don't worry, it's normal. You'll get used to it very soon," Yuan Huiqing said with a smile. Yuli also said, "You should find something to keep your mind busy. Actually, you don't need to think too much, especially about Pei Jiancheng at your home. He's a war hero in the military district, unbeatable in battle." The two women comforted Xiao Anxi with their words. She felt very touched and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I feel pretty free staying at home." That's right. Sometimes I even find my husband a bit annoying. He's like a big boss at home, Yuli complained. Same here. Yuan Huiqing chuckled happily. The three women happily chatted, switching topics back and forth, filling the room with laughter. As night fell, and it got darker, they finally said goodbye and left. Xiao Anxi then re-entered her space. Luckily, she didn't leave before it got completely dark, or it would have been troublesome for Yu Li and the others to find her. Although she could always make excuses to avoid it, it was still too risky. So, leaving a bit later would be safer. Xiao Anxi walked to the driver's seat and sat down. Sigh. It would be so helpful to have a navigation system on long trips. She didn't know her way around at all. She casually opened the navigation on the screen. Wow, there was actually a map. Knowing it probably wouldn't respond, she still amusingly typed in Shuaying Village. To her surprise, the map started moving. Her eyes widened as she saw the small directional arrow also moving along with the map. No way! Xiao Anxi's hand trembled with excitement. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded, starting navigation now. Could it really navigate? Xiao Anxi was overjoyed and couldn't believe it. She didn't know these roads at all. If the navigation worked, her space would be perfect. She smiled happily, feeling very pleased. She never thought she could have navigation here, so she never bothered to try opening it before. It was just a sudden impulse earlier that led her to discover this feature. Xiao Anxi quickly started the car, eager to test if it was real. There were several routes on the navigation, one longer route that went around Langcheng before reaching Shuaying Village. She chose the route from her base to Shuaying Village. Fully prepared, Xiao Anxi increased her speed threefold, and her space zoomed out instantly. According to the navigation, she arrived at Shuaying Village very quickly. All her efforts earlier weren't wasted. She still felt energetic, with only slight fatigue. Not bad at all. Xiao Anxi grabbed her water cup nearby and quickly took a sip to rehydrate. The village was dark, with only a few faint lights here and there. Zhouangxi left the village and slowly headed toward the seaside. Many fishing boats had returned, some still shining faint lights, and faint voices could be heard talking. There were playful sounds from children and scolding from adults. Zhouangxi listened to the sounds, and a small smile appeared on her face. In the dark, the sea was gentle with soft waves, and the moonlight shimmered on the water. Zhouangxi walked around the beach and thought that the seaside, still lively with the smell of fireworks, was the most beautiful and poetic. Looking at the moon on the horizon, she remembered the poem about the bright moon rising over the sea, feeling a sense of shared moments across the distance. She couldn't help but think of her parents far away in the capital, recalling happy family times. Staring at the moon for a while, she gathered her thoughts. She didn't stay long, checking her energy and mental state before deciding to head back. But she changed her route and planned to go around Langcheng before returning. Since she was out for an experiment, she decided to take the opportunity to explore more. She increased her speed to 3 times and followed the navigation, quickly returning to her base. The trip didn't take much extra time. Her energy was still okay, slightly tired, not as lively as when she started, but no longer pale and weak. This long-distance trip was very successful. Zhouangxi couldn't hide her joy. From the looks of it, she wouldn't be far from heading to the capital. She felt excited just thinking about it. With the navigation, she didn't have to worry about getting lost. It was a perfect, cozy little space. Look at that. After this trip, she was back by 10 o'clock, which didn't interfere with anything. When she had more energy, she could try a 5-time speed run, and it would be even faster. Dad, Mom, I'm coming soon. Zhouangxi hummed a little tune happily as she left her space and returned to her room to lie down. She pulled the blanket over herself, but felt a little sad. She was used to falling asleep every night in a warm embrace, but now her side was empty. She turned over and reached out to touch the cold blanket, feeling a wave of longing. She tossed and turned for a while before finally falling asleep. Being alone at home, Zhouangxi was quite used to it. She went to work and back on time every day and didn't eat at the cafeteria. Sometimes she cooked at home, sometimes she made food in her space, preparing extra to store inside. Whenever she wanted to eat, she could just take it out, which was very convenient. The rest of her time was spent drawing furniture design sketches or occasionally staying in the space to relax for a while. She only started to feel a bit homesick at night. Otherwise, she was fine. However, on weekends, she had to go to the furniture factory in Langching to submit her work, which was a bit troublesome. Since Brother Driver was not at home this time, she had to manage on her own. Urgent drafts could be mailed to the factory, but usually she needed to go there in person. First, she wanted to see how the furniture was selling and gather feedback. Second, she needed to communicate with factory director Wu. She definitely couldn't just stay at home and work in isolation. Early on the weekend morning, Jo Anshi woke up early. After preparing a simple breakfast from the space, she packed her design sketches into a large handmade bag she had knitted herself. The bag was made with dark-colored cotton thread mixed with some fine dark wool yarn from the space. It was simple, with plain long and short stitches, which made it look more elegant than overly decorative designs. The style was casual, suitable for carrying on one shoulder or crossbody. She also knitted a matching small hat with the same yarn. Today, the sun outside was quite strong, so the small hat was perfect for wearing. To match the hat, Jo Anshi styled her hair into 2 long braids, looking youthful and lively. Since she was going out alone and didn't drive, she chose not to wear a dress, but instead wore long pants with a plain cotton top. After tidying up, she left the house and headed toward the bus stop. The bus stop was inside the military base, not too far or too close. Waking up early was also good exercise, so Jo Anshi walked steadily. When she arrived at the bus stop, there were already quite a few people there. Jo Anshi's appearance and outfit were eye-catching, and as the wife of Pei Jiancheng, her popularity was even higher. As soon as she appeared, everyone's eyes turned toward her. Soon, someone greeted her, and she responded with a smile. Fortunately, she timed her departure well, and before long, the bus arrived. She got on the bus with the crowd, which was free for family members, set up by the military district for their convenience. She found a seat by the window and sat down, closing her eyes to rest. The person next to her saw this and didn't want to disturb her. Even if they wanted to say a few words, they couldn't just wake her up, and they didn't dare to try. The people on the bus were chatting in small groups, a bit noisy and lively. But this didn't bother Jo Anshi much. She kept her eyes closed, quietly calming her mind. She now only wants to improve her mental strength so she can drive her RV more quickly and easily. The shuttle bus soon arrived in Lang City. After getting off, Jo Anshi still needed to find a bus to transfer to the furniture factory. This made her realize how convenient it is to drive herself. She misses the driver brother. Since coming here, he has spoiled her, and she hasn't had a chance to go out on her own. This is her first time, but it would be great if she could drive herself. Then everything would be easier. Looking at the current situation, that probably won't happen anytime soon. Jo Anshi traveled over bumpy roads and finally arrived at the furniture factory. As soon as she entered the furniture factory, business was still very busy. Many people were looking at furniture, and Factory Director Wu was inspecting the area nearby. Factory Director Wu, Jo Anshi said with a smile as she approached him. Anshi, you're here. Factory Director Wu turned and smiled when he saw her. Then, out of habit, he looked behind Jo Anshi, but today he didn't see the tall, green figure who usually follows her closely. He asked curiously, why is an officer Pei here today? Jo Anshi smiled and said, he's on a business trip. I see. Factory Director Wu chuckled and invited her to a nearby office. Jo Anshi handed over her latest design drafts. Factory Director Wu looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. She casually asked how the last children's bunk bed turned out. The effect was very good, and the customers were very happy, he replied. Factory Director Wu was very pleased to hear this. The bed was well-liked, and the price was good. Customers who could afford such furniture usually had good conditions at home and didn't fuss much. They just wanted things to be satisfactory. Doing business like this is more comfortable and suitable. Zhou Anxi nodded in response. She suggested to factory director Wu, our factory could also offer a custom service like this. Custom service? Tell me more, he said, clearly interested. Zhou Anxi sat down and explained her idea in detail. Currently, most furniture factories mainly sell finished products. They do offer some customization, but mostly customers specify what they want or bring sketches for custom orders. For the children's bunk bed, customers express their needs, but the factory didn't usually provide design drawings. However, after hearing Zhou Anxi's suggestion, factory director Wu thought adding such a service would be a very good idea. In Langcheng, a city of that size, many families are well off. Some families even go to larger cities to buy big furniture pieces, just to make their homes look better or more unique. But doing so also costs more in every way. So there are families willing to spend money. Director Wu is also a thoughtful person. The furniture factory always has the same routine, and he hopes the business can improve. If the factory performs well, workers can get a few extra yuan in their bonuses. He and Xiao Anxi carefully discussed and decided to let her handle this main part of the business. Since Xiao Anxi doesn't work at the factory every day, Director Wu gathers customer needs and then gives them to her for design. For urgent requests, they can communicate by phone, letter, or even telegram. Every era has its own way of communication. People here are not in such a rush. They can wait patiently for the furniture they like. Of course, Xiao Anxi's pay was also adjusted. The extra work she takes on has different fees depending on the design. They agreed on a price and method that made both happy. Director Wu sighed, Anxi, you're really talented. You have skills, and your mind is quick and clear. He has a very good impression of her. She is capable, young but calm and well-mannered. She and her husband seem to come from good families, quiet, steady, and respectful. That officer Pei is also young, modest, but has the commanding presence of someone in a high position. Director Wu has been through a lot in society and has sharp eyes. He knows that children from ordinary families don't usually have that kind of aura. Xiao Anxi modestly smiled. She's happy with the extra income. Plus, she has a job at school, so her monthly earnings are not too low. Before the college entrance exam, maintaining this kind of income is good enough, steady and safe. After leaving the furniture factory, Xiao Anxi took a bus. When she passed the photo studio stop, she got off and bought a few different-sized picture frames. The staff there recognized her. They were surprised to see her buying frames so often, and she bought quite a few each time, big and small. They thought to themselves, how many photos does this girl need to put up? But from her appearance, her family must be well off. Maybe they even have a camera at home. Zhou Anxi naturally did not know what the staff members were thinking. She was only happy that her woven bag was big enough to hold the slightly larger photo frame, so she wouldn't have to carry it separately in her hand. After buying the photo frame, she left the photo studio, checked her watch, and realized it was still early. Taking the bus back to the base tonight seemed unlikely, as it was too long a wait. It looked like she would have to take the bus herself. She knew there was a bus nearby in the morning that went to the base. She planned to check if that bus or another bus heading toward the base was at the nearby stop, so she wouldn't have to transfer again. She slowly walked toward the bus stop. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her, chaotic and quick footsteps, along with someone shouting, "Stop, don't move." A gust of wind suddenly swept past her, and she felt a body rushing toward her from behind, with a huge force about to attack her. Just as the figure was about to reach her, she instinctively elbowed back and then spun around with a swift kick. It was beautiful, clean, and sharp, with strong force. A scream of pain followed by a loud thud as someone fell to the ground, and the crisp sound of metal hitting the ground. The pursuers behind were stunned, but their professional training kicked in immediately. Several officers in white police uniforms rushed forward, quickly pinning the fallen person and handcuffing him. One officer swiftly picked up a sharp knife that had fallen nearby. The crowd watching was stunned. Everything happened so fast, it seemed like it was over before it even began. Before anyone could react, they saw the delicate young girl kick a man holding a weapon to the ground. It was like a dream, Unbelievable unless seen with their own eyes. The fallen man couldn't believe it either. He had run from afar, eyeing this delicate girl, noticing her unusual outfit. He had planned to threaten her with a knife and then escape. But before he could get close, he was knocked down. By this delicate girl? He was dragged up by the police, glaring angrily at them. He suspected they were in cahoots with the girl, deliberately pushing him toward her. Search. Free online reading of the novel on the Fine Novel website. The ruthless criminal they were chasing was holding a weapon and rushing into a crowded area. When they saw him head toward a young girl ahead, everyone's hearts tightened with worry. Before they could reach her, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The girl didn't even look back. As if she had a premonition, she quickly and decisively knocked down the criminal. Could she be a fellow martial artist or a soldier? They looked at Zhou Anxi with admiration. But it wasn't good to ask too many questions on the busy street, and they also needed to check if the girl was hurt. Captain Gongpun looked at Zhou Anxi with admiration and said, "You're really skilled."
"Thank you, comrade."
"Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Zhou Anxi tidied her clothes and shook her head.
"I'm fine."
Gongpeng examined her, and it seemed she wasn't injured, but they still needed to take her to the police station for registration and confirmation. "Please come with us to the police station first."
"Okay."
Zhou Anxi didn't say much. She nodded and went with them. Of course, she was quite capable. Otherwise, how could the Zhou family, who loved their daughter so much, be willing to give her a self-driving camper for travel? They trusted her to go out alone. They couldn't always accompany her, and when she traveled alone, she needed to be able to protect herself. Even though her wealthy family could hire bodyguards, old Zhou believed that girls should learn some martial arts to defend themselves in emergencies. Relying on oneself was better than depending on others. So, while her parents sent her to learn hobbies she liked, they also insisted she practice martial arts and self-defense. Since coming here, after drinking so much water from the space, her agility and flexibility greatly improved. Her moves now fit her body very well. Today, when she first made a move, she felt her strength had increased significantly. When someone approached from behind, she could hear the sound of a blade cutting through the air, and combined with the shouts of the pursuers behind, she already knew what the person was planning. Waiting for him to threaten her with a knife and then react.
Impossible.
Old Zhou was worried she might be kidnapped or attacked, so she had practiced emergency responses countless times. Now, with the support of the space water, her reflexes were even sharper. Choosing her was just bad luck for the bad guy. She followed the police back to the station. Luckily, it wasn't too far. After a short walk, they arrived. The police station is located in a fairly large yard. Inside, there is a basketball court and two small two-story white buildings. Gongpeng took the tall man to the other side, while the other officers brought Xiao Anxi into the hall. Once back at the station, the officers who had been outside, still somewhat alert, eagerly gathered around to ask questions. "Comrade, your skills are amazing. Are you a fellow officer? That move you used was so cool.
Can you teach me?"
"Comrade, are you on a secret mission?" They looked at her outfit and asked more questions. After she denied, they asked again, "You're not a soldier or a fellow officer. Are you part of a martial arts team?" "Everyone, step aside and let this comrade sit down and rest for a bit. Why are you all crowding around?" Gongpeng instructed the officers to take the tall man downstairs. When they entered the hall, they saw everyone gathered around the female officer, asking questions non-stop. He loudly called out to stop them, and everyone quickly dispersed. "Hey, what's going on?" The officers who hadn't gone out explained to the others, taking the opportunity to ask questions. The officers on duty described what happened, and everyone listened with wide eyes. Gongpeng approached Xiao Anxi and said kindly, "Comrade, thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you, I don't know what kind of trouble we'd be in." Xiao Anxi smiled slightly. "It's nothing, no need to thank me." Gongpeng looked a bit regretful and asked, "Are you really not a fellow officer?" Xiao Anxi smiled and said, "Really not." Gongpeng nodded, then took out paper and pen to do the usual registration for her. Seeing that her address was near the station, he raised an eyebrow. "Someone from the military district?" Are you a soldier? Or someone from the military district? Xiao Anshi lowered her head and filled out the form. My husband is a soldier. She filled in her basic information but did not include Pei Jianqing's name or position. A military wife? Are you here visiting family? Gong Peng was surprised. The girl looked quite young but was already married. A military wife. He also felt a sense of respect. No wonder her move earlier was so powerful. Turns out she's a military wife. And she was quite aware. She didn't casually write her husband's name or position. He felt a bit proud, thinking she was from his old unit. It's not a visit. I'm a family member accompanying the soldier. Xiao Anshi finished filling out the form and put down the pen. Gong Peng was a bit surprised but didn't ask further. Officers or non-commissioned officers who can bring family members usually aren't young, yet this girl was so young. He looked at the bag she was carrying and asked, "Did you damage anything just now? Our office will take responsibility." Damage? Zhou Anshi remembered the picture frames in her bag and quickly took them out. She had used too much force earlier, and some frames were broken, some cracked, some with broken parts. In short, none of them were intact. Really broken? Comrade, don't worry, our office will handle it. I'll bring you some new ones in a few days. Gong Peng quickly replied, then asked, "Do you need this urgently? I'll be going there in a few days, but I have other things to handle here." It's okay, no rush. Zhou Anshi didn't refuse, knowing that organizations like this usually say that, but will still compensate her. No matter how much she pushed, it wouldn't change anything. All right then. Gong Peng felt relieved. He also wanted to visit the military district to see their leaders after a long time. It was a good chance to check on his friends and brothers. Zhou Anshi nodded and left the broken picture frames behind. Can I go now? Yes. Thanks again. Gong Peng nodded, saw her to the door, and the police inside also came out to see her off. Everyone already thought well of her, and hearing she was a military spouse, they admired her even more. Come visit us when you're free. We can have a friendly exchange. Everyone smiled and said goodbye to her.
Sure.
Zhou Anshi also smiled and waved at everyone. She left the police station and soon found a nearby bus stop. There was a bus heading close to her destination. She waited a little while, and the bus arrived. Since it was only a few stops from the start, there were some empty seats after she got on. This bus was much worse than the one at the military base. The passengers were mixed, carrying many things, some with large baskets, others with big bags, and some with shoulder poles. There were also many children, their noise and crying filling the bus. The bus stopped at every station, constantly opening and closing, with people getting on and off. It took much longer than the military bus. Zhou Anshi missed the convenience of driving her own car so much. Finally, when she reached her stop, she saw there was still a long walk ahead, which made her feel a bit tired. The weather was getting hotter, and today the sun was quite strong, especially at noon when it was baking down. She got off the bus, feeling a little sweaty, but luckily she was wearing a hat that helped block the sun. Since the hat is made of cotton thread, it still feels a bit warm. She reaches into her bag, actually taking out a military water bottle from her space. She unscrews the lid and takes a sip, feeling a cool breeze spread through her body, making her pores feel refreshed. After putting the water bottle away, she steps forward toward the camp. She is not in a hurry, maintaining a steady pace under the hot sun, and casually looks at the roadside scenery. In the grass by the road, many wildflowers bloom in bright, colorful shades. She can't help but pick some flowers and toss a few into her space through her bag, keeping a few in her bag. Walking and playing along the way, she finds it quite fun. Grandma, are you okay? Are you feeling very uncomfortable? A pair of a young girl and an elderly woman walk toward her. The girl looks about 15 or 16, and the older woman's face is pale and a bit unsteady. The girl carefully supports the elderly woman, who carries a large bamboo basket. When she leans down to talk to the grandma, her back bends, and the bamboo basket accidentally bumps into Xiao Anshi, who is passing by. Sorry, sister, I didn't mean to. The girl quickly turns around and bows to apologize. Xiao Anshi is only lightly brushed by the basket, so she is fine. She waves her hand and says, "It's okay." Then she looks at the elderly woman, whose face is very pale, with sweat on her forehead, looking like she might be suffering from heat stroke in the strong sun. She asks with concern, "This elderly lady doesn't look very well?" The grandma's legs tremble more and more, and she seems unable to walk. The girl struggles to support her. She becomes anxious, with a hint of crying. It's too hot. Let's sit down and rest for a bit. Xiao Anshi quickly reaches out to help the girl support the grandma, then gently guides her to sit on a nearby stone. She takes out the military water bottle from her bag, unscrews the lid, and says, "Drink some water first." The girl's eyes light up when she sees the water bottle. Her grandma had been saying she was hot and thirsty, but they had no water nearby, and there was no water around. "Wait a moment, sister." The girl puts down her basket, takes out a lotus leaf, quickly rolls it into a cone-shaped cup, and says, "Pour the water here." Xiao Anshi admires the girl and pours the water into the lotus leaf cup. The girl carefully feeds the grandma with the lotus leaf cup, giving her water. After drinking a glass of water, the old lady's face quickly looked better. The young girl gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. "Suyu, I feel much better now." "Thank you, comrade," the old lady finally managed to say tremblingly. "It's nothing. Please drink some more." Zhou Anshi poured more water into the lotus leaf cup. She knew that once the old lady drank this water, she would be fine and wouldn't have any problems going back home. After the old lady finished drinking, Zhou Anshi poured another cup into the same cup, signaling Suyu to drink as well. Suyu quickly waved her hand. "No need. I don't need to drink. It's so hot, sister, you keep it." Zhou Anshi handed the water to her. "I'm about to get home. I don't need it. You should drink some now. If you get too hot, what will your grandma do?" Hearing this, Suyu hesitated for a moment, pursed her lips, and then took the water and drank it. She wiped her mouth and gratefully looked at Zhou Anshi. "Thank you, sister." Seeing that the grandmother and granddaughter were okay, Zhou Anshi said goodbye and continued walking toward the base. At the gate, the young guard stopped her again. "Report, sister-in-law. Someone just brought some things for Deputy Commander Pei." He then brought out a large bag from inside. Zhou Anshi knew these things had probably been checked. She accepted them, thanked him, and asked, "Who sent these?" The young guard said, "An old lady and a young girl." Zhou Anshi's mind moved. Could it be the grandmother and granddaughter she saw on the road earlier? She quickly asked about the features of the people who delivered the items, and it matched. As she walked down the street with the package, she thought about how the grandmother and granddaughter came to deliver things to Pei Jiancheng. They left before she could see them properly and didn't even get a chance to drink water. It was so hot outside. No wonder the old lady got heat stroke. If Pei Jiancheng or she had been there, they would have made sure they finished eating before leaving. She didn't know who these grandmother and granddaughter were. She would have to wait for Pei Jiancheng to return to find out. Back home, Zhou Anshi opened the package she was holding. Inside were dried mushrooms, dried red dates, and a jar of honey. The honey looked especially good, with a very beautiful color. She smelled a strong, rich aroma, like wild honey from the mountains. Really a precious find. She put the items into the cabinet and then entered her space. It was so hot outside. She decided to cool off first. She took out a box of ice cream from the fridge and enjoyed it happily. In the next few days, Zhou Anshi resumed her relatively relaxed work life. She simply completes her teaching tasks easily every day. She made a review plan for her students and created several practice exams. Most of the rest of the time, the students review on their own. She often meets Principal Zhang from the kindergarten on campus, and each time he likes to chat with her for a while. "Teacher Qiao, if you ever get tired of teaching or don't want to deal with those mischievous kids, come to our kindergarten. Our kindergarten is great, and it's not hard work. We just play games, sing songs, and dance with the children every day. It's so happy." Every time, they happen to run into Principal Zhang, which makes him very angry, and he always frowns when he sees Zhang. Xiao Anshi always finds their reactions amusing, especially since Principal Zhang seems to be doing it on purpose. However, Principal Zhang really has a good impression of Xiao Anshi and likes her very much. Sometimes, He even takes her to their kindergarten to watch the children sing and dance. Seeing these children's innocent and lovely smiles makes me feel the world is still beautiful, Principal Zhang said emotionally as he watched the lively kids. Children are very happy, Qiao Anshi replied sincerely. With such a kind-hearted principal, their kindergarten days are filled with sunshine and happiness. Qiao Anshi counts the days. It's been quite a while, and Pei Jianqing should have returned by now. After taking a shower and coming out of the space, she sat at the bed table reading for a while, but her efficiency wasn't very high. Oh well, she wouldn't push herself too hard. She pulled out a piece of white thread from the space and slowly wound it around a ball of yarn. She planned to crochet a small white lace cover for the refrigerator. She sat on the bench, leisurely winding the yarn, trying to clear her mind and avoid overthinking. The yarn was wound into one ball after another, and she had already dismantled a sweater she was knitting. The anticipated doorbell never rang. Qiao Anshi put down the yarn, patted her legs, stretched lazily, and turned to get off the bench. Sleep early, wake early, good for health. In the quiet of the night, the house door quietly opened. A tall, handsome figure entered silently. He intended to push open the door and come inside but stopped at the doorway, suppressing his eager longing. He turned and went to the bathroom. After showering and freshening up, he came out feeling completely refreshed. Qiao Anshi had a dream. She dreamed that Pei Jianqing suddenly returned, and they were like dry wood and blazing fire, unstoppable once ignited. Even in her dream, she blushed shyly. It was too intense. She suddenly felt a warm sensation all over her body, and the sensation of her lips being warm and soft felt so real. Joan felt dizzy and overwhelmed by a strong wave of lightheadedness. A familiar, fresh scent reached her nose, and the intense feeling made her whole body surge with emotion. She lazily reached out and wrapped her arms around the person next to her, touching the short hair that felt slightly damp and cool. It's what her voice was hoarse and sweet, like sparking a small fire in the dark. I just took a shower, the man whispered softly, breathing gently. He lowered his hand from her head, holding her gently. Joan was swept away by the storm of feelings. The man was especially eager and passionate, seeming tireless, and she almost couldn't keep up, collapsing into his arms. She didn't remember exactly how she was cleaned up afterward. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, shining on the wind chimes by the window, making them look pure and shiny. There was no wind, so the wind chimes only lightly trembled, making no sound. Joan blinked sleepily and opened her eyes. She turned her head and saw that the bed was empty. She was alone in the room. Could it really have been a dream last night? That felt so real. Can dreams really cause backaches and soreness? She rolled over into a big stretch, feeling her bones almost falling apart. She heard the door open outside. After a brief quiet, the door was gently pushed open. Then a warm body pressed close, and delicate kisses fell on her ear. "You're awake, hmm?" A gentle voice softly comforted her. And then she responded with a long, lazy sound. Soon, she was half carried up and fell into a warm embrace behind her. Pei Jianqing gently brushed her tangled hair, and from the way her eyes looked half-closed, he knew she had been exhausted again last night. He softly coaxed her to wakefulness, then picked her up and carried her to the bathroom. He helped her wash up until she was fully alert, then she came out feeling fresh and clean. Breakfast was already prepared on the table: fried dough sticks, buns, eggs, and rice porridge. Soon after, Pei Jianqing placed a prepared bottle of milk powder beside Joan. "There's no time now. I'll tell you everything when I get back from work at noon." Joan ate her breakfast and glanced at her watch. There was no time. She decided to wait until after work to discuss anything. Pei Jianqing smiled. "What's there to report? Looks like you've had a very exciting few days without me." Joan took a big sip of milk. "Of course." Pei Jianqing gently wiped the white residue from her lips with his hand. After breakfast and tidying up, the two parted ways downstairs. Joan happily rode her small bicycle towards school. Pei Jianqing headed to the other side of the office area. As soon as he arrived at the office, Pei Jianqing was busy and couldn't stop. Since going on a mission and returning, his desk was already piled with work. The old foxes above him had all learned to pretend to be busy, claiming it was to train him. He was doing more than just the work of a deputy squad leader. Everyone knew that everything was preparing for his succession, so this deputy position wouldn't last long. But because he was still quite young, they held back a little. He now also had an independent office because he held two roles. He was fully responsible for the Special Independent Team. Report, Commander Pei, a loud voice came from the door.
Come in.
Pei Jiancheng kept his focus on the training plan, not lifting his head. Commander Pei, you're so busy. The footsteps approached. His tone was a bit off, so Pei Jiancheng looked up from the files with a cold gaze. A figure in a white police uniform smiled and approached. Seeing Pei Jiancheng look up, he immediately stood straight and saluted. Leader, Gong Peng reporting. Pei Jiancheng's expression softened. Why are you here? Are you busy? Leader, I came on official business just to check on you. Gong Peng sat down on a chair, smiling. He used to be a member of Pei Jiancheng's Special Independent Team. He was injured during a mission and couldn't do high-intensity combat or training anymore. Because of his age, he chose to retire and became the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team at the Public Security Bureau in Langcheng. What official business do you have here? Pei Jiancheng put down his documents. Gong Peng's face brightened. Leader, our military wives are really impressive, women who are just as brave as men. He then described the sudden incident on the street that day, vividly and lively. That young girl, looking delicate, but with one kick, she was mighty. The bad guys were stunned and took a while to react. Pei Jiancheng's eyebrows twitched as he listened. His heart was pounding, and he felt like it was his own wife. Especially since she was carrying various picture frames, his wife loved buying those. Gong Peng, curious, added secretly, such a young military wife. Leader, which old man in our military district is so lucky? Pei Jiancheng is usually cold and distant, but the people in their Special Independent Team have a different kind of camaraderie. They undertake the most dangerous life and death missions. Their relationships are unusual, and sometimes they can joke around with Pei Jiancheng. He shoots a cold glare at them. Gong Peng, unaware of the icy atmosphere around him, continues gossiping alone, saying, I really want to visit. Wow. Old cows eating tender grass. Pei Jiancheng remains expressionless and silent. Gong Peng doesn't mind. Their leader is always like this, cold and rarely speaks. He feels a bit disappointed, thinking that the military wife looks very suitable for their leader. Sadly, she is already married, and their leader only cares about work. Gong Peng, who has left the army, doesn't know that their leader, who only cares about work, secretly got married a while ago. He then says that military wife is named Xiaoanqi. She's from our division, but I don't know exactly where she works. She's very dedicated and hasn't shared her husband's information. Our bureau not only has to compensate for her broken photo frame, but also plans to praise her at the military district for catching the bad guys. Pei Jiancheng responds with a slight nod. Gong Peng puts away his curiosity and straightens up. Leader, should I go see the division commander? Or can you find out directly here? No need to go. I'll take you to visit later. Pei Jiancheng says coolly.
Oh.
So you know? Is it from our regiment? Which officer? Gong Peng's curiosity is piqued again. Pei Jiancheng ignores him and throws some things over. Stay here and do some work. Gong Peng tries to slip away. I want to check on the brothers.
No rush.
They're training. You should focus on your work.
Yes.
Gong Peng reluctantly takes the tasks, wishing he were out on a 10-kilometer drill instead of here counting files for their leader. He hasn't even offended him today. Why is he being punished? Fortunately, lunchtime soon arrived, and Gong Peng felt relieved. Leader, it's time to get off work. Let's go. Pei Jiancheng takes Gong Peng to the canteen, heading straight to the stir-fry window. Gong Peng smiles with squinted eyes. Haha, leader, you're so polite. They've cooked several dishes, all quite hearty. Today's a lucky day. Gong Peng helps carry some lunch boxes out of the canteen. He thinks, no rush, probably the leader wants to take him back to the dorm to eat. Hey, this isn't the dorm. Gongpeng looks as Pei Jiancheng leads him toward the staff housing. Aren't you going to visit? Oh, yes, that's right. Gongpeng realized and smiled happily. He thought they would go after dinner. Pei Jiancheng took Gongpeng upstairs. Instead of using a key, he knocked on the door. Come in, a gentle female voice responded, and the door opened. Hello, Comrade Xiao. Gongpeng greeted happily when he saw Xiao Anqi. Xiao Anqi looked a bit surprised to see Gongpeng but quickly recovered and smiled, saying hello, Captain Gong. She opened the door wider to let the two inside. As soon as Gongpeng entered, he was amazed by the beautiful decorations and the visible fridge and washing machine. He thought silently, wow, whose house is this? Could it be a high-ranking official's home? No way, is it a big leader? So young and powerful. Seeing Gongpeng's expression, Pei Jiancheng knew what he was thinking and felt annoyed. He coldly glanced at Gongpeng, placed the lunchbox on the table. Gongpeng realized that the food was brought here to eat and thought, as expected of the boss, so thoughtful. He quickly put his own lunchbox on the table too, not noticing how familiar his boss seemed in this home. Xiao Anqi smiled and greeted Gongpeng. Captain Gong, no need to be busy, just sit down.
See.
No, come then work, Pei Jiancheng said, and headed to the kitchen. Gongpeng hurriedly followed. Their boss was really impressive, so comfortable in someone else's home, as if it were his own. It seemed he was very familiar with his family, no wonder he didn't find it strange earlier and reacted so calmly. Boss, which leader's house is this? Do I know them? Gongpeng quietly asked Pei Jiancheng. Pei Jiancheng smiled mischievously. Guess. I can't guess. Gongpeng dared not guess. The higher the official, the older the leader? He didn't dare say it out loud. He felt the air around him turn cold. He obediently followed Pei Jiancheng to work, curious about why the man of the house hadn't come out yet. Until they sat at the dining table, Gongpeng finally couldn't hold back and asked, Comrade Xiao, why hasn't your husband come out yet? Xiao Anqi looked at him strangely, wondering what he meant. Gongpeng was confused by her look and wondered if he had said something wrong. Suddenly, he was stunned by what he saw. The brave and wise captain of the Special Forces team was carefully placing a cleaned fish fillet in front of Comrade Xiao. He was even gently tucking her hair behind her ear. Gongpeng shivered. Could this be a mistake? He saw something and wanted to blind himself. Gongpeng's mouth trembled and he couldn't speak. Joanxi looked at Pei Jiancheng strangely and asked, what's wrong with him? Pei Jiancheng gave Gongpeng a cold glare and then asked dismissively, is this ox old enough? Gongpeng was so shocked he jumped up. Boss, you all. Pei Jiancheng snorted softly, sit down properly. Gongpeng sat down quickly, looking sad. Boss, you're married? Why didn't we know? Joanxi understood and couldn't help but laugh. Her husband was really mischievous, which scared Captain Gong. Gongpeng became excited again. He said he thought Joan and their boss looked perfect together. It was clear he wasn't wrong. Little sister-in-law, he called warmly, even though Pei Jiancheng was his boss. But since he was younger, they could take some advantage. He then smiled and said to Pei Jiancheng, boss, not old at all, a match made in heaven. He finally understood why Pei Jiancheng had him count the files earlier, his terrible mouth. Pei Jiancheng was too lazy to pay attention to him and carefully serve his wife food. That meal made Gongpeng's teeth ache from sourness. Is this the same Pei Jiancheng he knew? He was sure his brothers in the squad didn't know their leader was like this. He decided to have a good talk with them soon. No wonder Joan was so skilled, probably taught by their boss. When he found out they were a couple, Gongpeng relaxed completely. He already liked Joan very much, and now he liked her even more. They asked questions happily, and the three of them had a great chat. After eating, he was pulled into the kitchen to work. He saw that Pei Jiancheng spoiled his wife so much, he wouldn't let her do any chores. Even pouring water had to be done by him. Gongpeng was truly amazed. After handing the photo frame to Joanxi, Gongpeng didn't stay long. He hurried off to find his old comrades and gossip. When he heard the rumors about Pei Jiancheng's marriage, Gongpeng sneered. Still talking about gratitude and repayment? That's nonsense. I think our boss is just repaying kindness with kindness. Even though his education wasn't high, he knew a few idioms. He excitedly told everyone what he saw when he ate at Pei Jianqing's house. Everyone was stunned, and after a while, they all said they couldn't believe it. Their proud and aloof team leader definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Gong Peng, once you arrive, your words become exaggerated, everyone said with disdain. Not wanting to bother with them, Gong Peng walked away angrily. Pei Jiancheng was getting ready to go to work. He gently touched his wife's soft face and said, "Tonight, you need to give a good report." Xiao Anqi smiled sweetly. "No dinner tonight. I'll cook myself." "Okay." Pei Jiancheng leaned down and kissed his wife on the lips before leaving for work. Xiao Anqi opened a few photo frames sent by Gong Peng. They were exactly the same as the ones she had bought before, probably the ones that had been damaged and replaced. She reassembled the picture she had taken out earlier and hung it on the wall. Then she took out the shells and stones she hadn't finished working on and started pasting beautiful shell pictures again. Some shells and stones she even painted with watercolors, adding pretty colors to them. She also dried some flower petals from that first night, keeping the others stored in her space. The one she dried still looked fresh and moist. She glued 2 interlocking hearts onto these dried petals and framed them. That afternoon, she made several more beautiful decorative pictures, finding places to hang or display them. Xiao Anqi was very happy with her creations. When it was almost time, she started preparing dinner. Pei Jiancheng came home from work and immediately went into the kitchen. Xiao Anqi followed, and together they quickly finished cooking dinner. After eating, they sat on a bench, drinking tea and chatting. "By the way, someone came looking for you a few days ago," she said. Xiao Anqi pushed Pei Jiancheng gently, stood up from the bench, and took out the items brought by the grandparents she met that day. She then recounted everything about that encounter on the road. "We were so close. I arrived after they had already left. Otherwise, I would have made them stay for a meal before they left." "It's okay." Pei Jiancheng hugged his wife. "You did very well." The grandparents were an old soldier named Tanwei, who was a former subordinate of Pei Jiancheng, along with his grandmother and sister. Tanwei was seriously injured in a previous mission and became disabled, which forced him to retire. His hometown was very far away, a remote mountain village, with only his grandparents and a sister at home. Tanwei's injury is not fully healed. If he returns to his hometown, he probably won't get better follow-up treatment and will need to continue getting medication, checkups, and care at the military hospital here. Pei Jiancheng helped him bring his grandparents and sister here, renting a house in a nearby village not far from the military area to settle them. This time, his grandmother and sister are probably coming to the military hospital to pick up his medication and to visit Pei Jiancheng. Things will be less busy in a few days. I'll take you to see them. Tanwei is young and has just experienced a big change, so he's a bit mentally unstable. Pei Jiancheng usually visits him from time to time, but recently, because he's been busy with work after returning from training, and since Jiao Anqi came to follow her husband here, he hasn't gone as often.
Okay.
Look at what they brought. It's pretty good. These dried goods are very nice, and this wild honey smells so good. Jiao Anqi opened the items for Pei Jiancheng to see. The village is next to the mountains. These should be collected by them from the mountains themselves. Pei Jiancheng looked at the items, packed them back into the cabinet, then pulled Jiao Anqi over, and they both snuggled back onto the bench. Jiao Anqi was already prepared for questions. She held her cup, leaning into Pei Jiancheng's arms, busy drinking water. After a while, she didn't hear him say anything, only saw him playing with her little curls. She couldn't help but tilt her head to peek, noticing his lazy expression. "Do you have any questions?" She finally couldn't hold back. "Are women not inferior to men?" Pei Jiancheng whispered softly.
Hee.
Jiao Anqi chuckled awkwardly and quickly started explaining, mixing truth and falsehood. "It's still old Xiao. He said girls need some self-protection skills in this world. My grandpa is a retired soldier, so I kept pestering him to teach me a few moves. Old Xiao's fighting skills weren't great, but he had some ability. Otherwise, when he first learned to go up the mountain, a low blood sugar caused him to fall flat on his face, and Jiao Anshi didn't realize he was old Xiao. She thought that with old Xiao's skills, he shouldn't be so weak. Of course, she later understood it was because Qiao Yinghuai's original body was too fragile. You're lucky you can protect yourself. Old Xiao was right. Pei Jiancheng hugged her tightly, a little scared, burying his face in her hair. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if she had been completely helpless and been taken hostage. He might have had to intervene directly with the local police and personally eliminate the attacker. A cold feeling surged through him. Don't worry, I have it. Joan felt his unease and gently hugged Pei Jiancheng, patting his head. In the past, she didn't do cooking, chores, or sewing because she could hire others for those tasks. However, she had learned many other skills. If anyone asks, I was taught by my grandfather and I just passed the rest on to me, Pei Jiancheng advised, then added, I'll teach you a few more tricks. Okay, Joan felt a warm rush inside. Her grandfather's strength was no match for Pei Jiancheng, but having Pei Jiancheng to rely on was much better. She had already noticed that she could easily handle anything with Pei Jiancheng around. It seemed he trusted her unconditionally. Pei Jiancheng tousled Joan's hair and asked, Tell me about any exciting things that happened to you these days. Oh, lots. Joan eagerly started talking about what she had been doing lately. Finally, she summarized, Not having a car makes things really inconvenient. I wish I could drive myself. Want to learn? Pei Jiancheng asked. Yes, but I probably wouldn't get much use out of it since I don't have a car, Joan replied sadly. She knew private car ownership wasn't allowed right now. If you want, I can teach you. You can occasionally drive my car, he offered. Really? Joan sat up straight, a bit skeptical. Can you really drive your car? You pay for the fuel yourself, he said. Official vehicles have rules. Fuel costs are covered by the military district, so they can't be used privately. But at a certain rank, leaders who are assigned cars can use them for personal reasons, which makes life easier for them. Their cars can be used privately, but they pay for the fuel themselves. Fuel prices are very high now, so even leaders with assigned cars usually don't spend their own money on private use unless they can afford it. Pei Jiancheng was an exception. He didn't mind paying, he just wanted convenience. He also met the criteria for having a car. In the entire military district, only a few top leaders had such freedom. Pei Jiancheng was the most carefree, always with his car wherever he went. No one criticized him because they knew he was wealthy. Everyone knew he often went on dangerous, difficult missions, which earned him high bonuses. These bonuses were much higher than usual, making him stand out. He had always been single, with no family responsibilities. Most people just said he didn't understand household chores or frugality, but there wasn't much else to criticize. Really? Truly? Joanxi asked repeatedly, turning her head and grabbing Pei Jiancheng's hand, excited beyond words. Yes, really? Seeing her excited and happy, a smile also appeared on Pei Jiancheng's face. He didn't have many old-fashioned ideas. Even great people say women can hold up half the sky. In this era, women drivers still exist. And he was sure that once Joanxi went to the capital, the Jones and her husband would teach her how to drive. Why so sure? Pei Jiancheng's expression was a bit mysterious. But after spending so much time with that couple, he understood their personalities and way of doing things. They are definitely an open-minded and easygoing couple. That's wonderful. Joanxi couldn't help but feel happy, hugging Pei Jiancheng and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Pei Jiancheng's eyes darkened a little. He pulled his wife into his arms and leaned down to kiss her. Joanxi was eager to learn how to drive. And since Pei Jiancheng said he would teach her, he kept his word and was very efficient. The next day, right after dinner, they went out to practice driving. In the military area, finding a place to learn was very convenient. There was a large, flat open space nearby. Joanxi, a beginner, said that driving this Jeep, which she considered an old model, was completely new to her. Many controls inside the cabin were different from what she was used to. She listened patiently as Pei Jiancheng explained and remembered everything carefully. As for how to operate it, it was simple, nothing too different. But she still took it seriously and practiced diligently. Her quick progress surprised her. When she finally touched the steering wheel, she was so excited she wanted to shout inside, her hands trembling a little from excitement. "Don't be nervous," Pei Jianqing said softly, holding her slightly trembling hand. She was just excited, silently shouting in her heart. She was still a bit clumsy when she first touched the controls, which was understandable since she was not very familiar with them. Of course, she exaggerated a little to make it seem more challenging. She didn't want to learn too easily. But the more she struggled, the faster she learned. Watching her improve so quickly, Joanxi was soon able to drive smoothly around once on her own. Pei Jianqing silently gave her a thumbs up. "How do you feel?" He gently brushed her falling hair and asked softly. "It feels amazing," Joanxi said with a bright smile, her eyes squinting happily. Being able to drive herself felt truly wonderful. For several days afterward, whenever they finished dinner and had nothing else to do, the two of them would go out to practice driving. This era values efficiency, and learning things quickly is highly encouraged. When Pei Jianqing first learned to drive, he picked it up very fast and was confident enough to drive on the road right away. So, he didn't think there was anything wrong with his wife learning just as quickly. Since his wife is so smart, he would find it strange if she learned slowly. "Tomorrow, I'll take you on the road. Are you brave enough?" Pei Jianqing patted Xiao Anqi's head. Xiao Anqi smiled with her eyes. "Of course, I am. You're right here beside me." This made Pei Jianqing very happy, and he couldn't hide his smile for a long time. The next day, after dinner, he first took Xiao Anqi to practice on a quiet road inside the military area, then went outside the area to a main road for more practice. On this outside road, military vehicles came and went, so there was some traffic. He wasn't worried at all. First, he trusted his wife, and second, he sat beside her, keeping control the whole time. Nothing could go wrong. "If I'm busy in the future, you can drive yourself to do errands," he said, watching her drive smoothly on the big road, very pleased. "That's great. It's so convenient," Xiao Anqi thought happily. She was especially happy because she never expected she could drive herself to handle things now. Her best hope was that once they went to Beijing, she and her parents would find a way to get a car. Knowing their family's personalities, they definitely couldn't stand not having a car and would find a way to fix it. She never thought she'd achieve this goal so early. She couldn't help but glance at Pei Jianqing. Their eyes met, full of affection. But she quickly remembered she was driving and turned her head back. Soon it was the weekend again. Early in the morning, Xiao Anqi started packing her things. Today, they planned to visit Tan Wei's house. "Do you think these things I packed are okay?" she asked Pei Jianqing while checking her items. "Just do what you think is best," he said, patting her head. Since they knew there were injured people, Xiao Anqi mainly packed nutritional supplies. After packing, they set off. "Let me drive for a while," Xiao Anqi said eagerly as soon as they got in the car. Pei Jianqing refused. "You can drive later on the way back." "All right," she agreed without objection. She really didn't know the roads well. Pei Jianqing was driving while also introducing the village to her. The village is called Pingshan Village, not far from the military district but still some distance away, since it is near a military management zone, so a certain distance is necessary. Because the village is close to the base, it has some special features. There are some disabled veterans like Tan Wei living here, making it easier for them to receive treatment at the military hospital. Some soldiers who cannot bring their families with them also live here, and some have brought their family members to settle in this village. Originally, the village was very small, but it expanded quite a bit after these military personnel moved in. The village has established close ties with the military district. Some girls from the village even married soldiers stationed nearby. Most of the girls in the village want to marry soldiers from the military district, preferably officers. Those who cannot bring their families still live in the village, but if they meet the conditions in the future, they can move closer to the base, near their hometowns. Of course, these soldiers are quite well off, and not just anyone can marry them. The roads here are not as smooth as the roads from the base to Lang City, so driving is a bit bumpier. Pei Jianqing didn't drive too fast, going steadily and calmly. After entering the village and making a few turns, they finally arrived at Tan Wei's house. The house they rented was made of a few earthen brick rooms. Most houses in the village are built this way. When they arrived, Tanwei's grandmother and little Jade were working in the vegetable garden at the door. They don't own land here, so they can only grow some vegetables in a small patch in front of the house. When the car stopped at the door, Tanwei's grandmother and little Jade looked up and saw the car, their faces full of surprise. They recognized Pei Jianqing's car. As Pei Jianqing opened the door and stepped out, little Jade eagerly ran over, Big Brother Pei. Next to the car, Qiao Anxi also opened her door and got out. Big sister? Little Jade's eyes widened in surprise when she saw who was getting out of the car. Pei Jianqing said, "Call her sister-in-law." Then he turned around to get something from the trunk. Little Jade looked at Qiao Anxi with disbelief, her eyes wide. Soon, she broke into a big smile and called out sister-in-law. She hurried to hold Qiao Anxi's hand, but suddenly remembered she had just touched mud, so she quickly retracted her hand with a shy smile. Then she turned and ran toward the house. Brother, Big Brother Pei brought sister-in-law over. She quickly ran to the water bucket on the ground, scooped out some water, and washed her hands clean. Then she went back to Qiao Anxi, happily took her hand, and said, "Sister, I didn't expect you to be my sister-in-law." Grandma Tan had already stepped forward. She was surprised to see Qiao Anxi and said happily, "Young lady, so you are Officer Pei's partner." Qiao Anxi smiled and said, "Grandma, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was you that day. I made a mistake." No. Thank you that day. Without you, we might not have been able to go home." Grandma Tan was very grateful, knowing she couldn't have held on without those 2 glasses of water. "Let's go inside first." Pei Jianqing came over carrying some things. Everyone entered the house together. The house had a large window, and the door was wide open. The bright sunlight shone in, making the room very bright. It was simple inside, but kept very clean. There were 2 beds inside. A young man was lying on one of them. When he saw Pei Jianqing enter, his eyes lit up, and he struggled to get up, calling out, "Boss." Pei Jianqing reached out and pressed him down, saying, "Lie down quickly." He then pulled Qiao Anxi over and introduced her to them. Xiao Yu happily chimed in, "Brother, my sister-in-law is the girl who gave us water that day when Grandma and I were on the road." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Tanwei immediately expressed his gratitude to Qiao Anxi. Qiao Anxi stayed with Pei Jianqing for a few words and then left the space for them to talk privately. Xiao Yu pulled her to the next room. She liked Qiao Anxi very much and followed her closely like a little tail. Maybe because they were at home or because they all admired and trusted Pei Jianqing, Xiao Yu seemed lively. "Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Are you in the cultural troupe?" Xiao Yu asked, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Qiao Anxi. "No." Qiao Anxi shook her head with a smile. "Oh." Xiao Yu looked a bit disappointed. "I think you are even prettier than the people in the troupe." Qiao Anxi smiled and asked, "Have you seen a performance by the troupe?" "Yes, I have. I can even dance their dances," Xiao Yu said, then stood up and did a few dance moves. It was clearly imitated, but she did it quite well. Plus, Xiao Yu was tall and long-limbed, and her dance looked quite nice when she moved. Qiao Anxi nodded in approval. "Not bad, very pretty." Xiao Yu was so happy she smiled with her eyes curved. She had loved singing and dancing since she was young. "When I was in school, a teacher once said she was good at dancing and even performed on stage at school." "Do you really like dancing?" Zhou Anxi looked at Xiao Yu, whose eyes sparkled. "Yes," Xiao Yu nodded. "Sister-in-law, do you think it's very hard to get into the art troupe?" Zhou Anxi looked at the hopeful girl. "Do you want to join the art troupe?" "Yes, but they said I'm too old and I don't have any basic skills, so I probably can't make it." Xiao Yu's eyes dimmed. There are many disabled veterans and family members of lower-rank soldiers in the village. The military district's art troupe once came here to perform and offer condolences. Xiao Yu eagerly went to ask how to join the art troupe, but the answer made her sad. Zhou Anxi didn't expect Xiao Yu liked dancing and wanted to join the art troupe. But given their current family situation, if she could get in, it would be very good for their family. It would also be a good way out for Xiao Yu. Zhou Anxi assessed Xiao Yu's figure, slim and tall, with good proportions of long arms and legs, and a pretty face with clear, honest eyes. Can I see your hands and feet, sister-in-law? Zhou Anqi asked Xiaoyu. Sure. Xiaoyu obediently stretched out her hands. Zhou Anqi asked her to do a few movements and even checked her legs. She nodded. Xiaoyu's physical condition was actually quite good, flexible too. If she practiced basic skills and stretched regularly, she would improve even more. Xiaoyu, if you want to join the art troupe, you need to practice your basic skills well, but at your age, it will be a bit harder. Zhou Anqi didn't think age was a big problem. If Xiaoyu had talent, she could learn, but she would have to endure some hardship. I'm not afraid of hard work. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She suddenly trusted Zhou Anqi very much. Seeing her do those few movements, she thought Zhou Anqi was very capable. She believed her sister-in-law could help her achieve her dreams. Sister-in-law, I can endure any hardship. I want to join the art troupe. If I can stay in the military district, my brother can keep getting treatment here, and he won't have to worry about holding us back. Our grandparents won't have to work so hard either. Tears welled up in Xiaoyu's eyes. It wasn't just because she loved dancing. She wanted to stay in the military district for her brother. Zhou Anqi was a bit surprised. She thought Xiaoyu simply liked dancing and admired the glamorous life of the girls in the art troupe. But she didn't expect her to be so sensible, thoughtful, and hardworking. She liked girls who were both considerate and ambitious. All right, sister-in-law knows a little. Sister-in-law will teach you.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Xiaoyu was so excited she almost cried. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, a young girl's voice called from outside. Oh, Lu Dahuai is here again, Xiaoyu frowned. She pulled Qi Anqi aside. Sister-in-law, let's go outside. Qi Anqi followed her out. Outside the yard, there was a young, slightly chubby girl wearing a floral dress with 2 braids. She was standing outside, stretching her neck to look inside the house. Xiaoyu came out and said, Lu Dahuai, I'm busy today. You should go home. I want to spend time with my sister-in-law. Look, my brother Pei's wife. Isn't she very beautiful? Lu Dahuai looked surprised and wide-eyed.
Whose wife?
Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. Of course, my brother Pei's wife. Only someone like my brother Pei can match such a good sister-in-law like me. Lu Dahuai looked very disappointed. How can Officer Pei get married? Xiaoyu was annoyed at this.
Hey, what are you saying?
My brother Pei can definitely get married. Lu Dahuai, I tell you, don't have any more ideas. My brother Pei is already married now. Xiaoyu, we're good friends, Lu Dahuai said angrily. Every time my brother Pei comes over, you act like my best friend. Xiaoyu made a silly face at her. Lu Dahuai glared at Xiaoyu and Qi Anqi, then turned around and ran off angrily. Sister-in-law, please don't think too much. Brother Pei doesn't know Lu Dahuai. He doesn't even know who she is. Xiaoyu quickly explained to Qi Anqi, worried she might misunderstand. Qi Anqi was happily watching the 2 girls arguing. Even though their words were full of hints about Pei Jiancheng, she knew Pei Jiancheng definitely wasn't involved. She smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't think too much. Who is that girl? Xiaoyu said, She's the village chief's daughter. Her goal is to marry a military district officer. One time, when Brother Pei came by and she saw him, she made him her target. Every time Brother Pei's car enters the village, she runs over to play with me. I won't let her succeed. Now that she saw sister-in-law, she'll have to change her target. Qi Anqi watched Xiaoyu's proud look and couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll teach you some basic martial arts, she said, pulling Xiaoyu back into the house to show her some moves. Boss, sister-in-law is really nice. Tan Wei, lying on the bed, watched his sister happily running in and out with Qi Anqi outside. Pei Jianqing looked outside the door with a gentle smile on his face. Xiaoyu really likes sister-in-law. She's very happy today. Tan Wei cares deeply for his sister and wants her to grow up happily. But now he is injured and has become useless, a burden to the whole family. Grandpa and Grandma are already old, and his little sister has endured a lot at such a young age. Pei Jianqing looked at Tan Wei, whose eyes had lost their sparkle, and silently patted his shoulder. Tan Wei has multiple injuries and most importantly, he lost one leg, which is a big to him. Being disabled means he has lost most of his ability to work. He is only in his early 20s, very young. Now, he is the only strong man in the family. A few years ago, his parents died in a landslide while trying to save the village's property. At that time, the village awarded them a military spot to honor their sacrifice. But no one expected that a few years later, Tan Wei would be injured and disabled. Everyone said a lot of comforting words, but in the end, Tan Wei had to come to terms with it himself. But lying in bed, unable to do anything, Tan Wei found it hard to accept this in his heart. Officer Pei is here. Grandpa carried a bunch of branches and bamboo on his back and came back. He saw the car parked outside from afar. Grandpa, you're back. Xiao Yu quickly ran out to help him unload his load. Xiao Anshi also came out. Xiao Yu hurriedly introduced Xiao Anshi to Grandpa Tan, who was honest and kind, and kept saying, "Good, good." Pei Jianqing also came out to greet them. Grandpa Tan placed the branches and bamboo in a corner of the yard. Xiao Anshi saw some half-woven baskets and bowls there. Curious, she walked over and picked one up, noticing how beautiful and detailed the weaving was.
Really well made, she praised.
My grandpa made it. Xiao Yu tidied up the branches. At this moment, Pei Jianqing said, "Shall we go for a walk in the mountains?" "Sure." Xiao Anshi stood up. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up immediately, looking eagerly at Pei Jianqing and Xiao Anshi. Pei Jianqing said, "Let's go." "Xiao Yu, lead the way." "Okay." Xiao Yu cheered happily, quickly picking up a large woven basket to carry on her back. Then she grabbed a basket in her hand for Xiao Anshi. "Sister-in-law, you take this basket. The big basket might hurt your shoulders." She immediately knew that Xiao Anshi hadn't carried a basket much before and was afraid to carry it herself, worried she might get blisters. "Okay," Xiao Anshi said with a smile as she took the basket and carried it in her hand. The three of them headed toward the mountain. On the way, Xiao Yu quietly told Xiao Anshi, "Every time Brother Pei comes, he goes to the mountain. He always brings back something." Xiao Anshi understood that he probably had hunted some game for Tan Wei's family. His skills were good enough to catch small animals easily. When they reached the mountain, Xiao Yu led Xiao Anshi around looking for shiitake mushrooms and wild vegetables. It was the season for wild shiitake mushrooms, and Xiao Anshi found that they grew very well. She was excited and picked mushrooms with Xiao Yu. Pei Jianqing told them to stay safe and follow him closely. Xiao Anshi and Xiao Yu picked many mushrooms, wild vegetables, and berries. Meanwhile, Pei Jianqing also brought back 2 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits. "Give me the basket." Pei Jianqing asked Xiao Yu to take down the basket. He took it, threw the items in his hand into the big basket, and carried it himself. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly took the basket from Xiao Anshi and held it himself. "No need." Xiao Anshi was still reaching up to pick fruit. Xiao Yu held onto the basket without letting go. "Let's go back," Pei Jianqing said as he carried the large basket down the mountain. The two hurried to follow. Back at Tan Wei's house, Pei Jianqing and Xiao Anshi didn't stay long. They left the game animals and prepared to leave. "I'll cook." "Stay and eat first." Grandma Tan came out of the kitchen. They declined, saying they had other things to do, and refused to stay. Tan's family didn't want to keep the game animals and insisted they take them. In the end, they only left behind 1 wild chicken and 1 wild rabbit, and they took 1 each. They also took some of the picked items. "Sister-in-law, choose a few baskets and baskets to take." Xiao Yu noticed Xiao Anshi was interested and urged her to pick a few. "Take more. These are for our own use." Grandpa Tan brought out several more. Xiao Anshi chose a small basket and a small basket for carrying. "Xiao Yu, remember the moves I taught you. Practice every day. I'll come check on you soon," Xiao Anshi told Xiao Yu. She had just written down some key points and daily practice routines for her. As long as Xiao Yu practiced according to her instructions, she would improve quickly. "I've remembered everything. I'll practice hard," Xiao Yu nodded. On the way back to the camp, Xiao Anshi told Pei Jianqing about Xiao Yu's plan to join the military arts troupe. Pei Jianqing reached out and gently rubbed her head. "Thank you. He knew that if Xiaoyu really managed to get into the military district art troupe, Tan Wei's family situation would improve greatly. Tan Wei could also rest assured and stay in the military hospital for treatment. Additionally, his emotional burden would likely lessen, as his main worry was feeling guilty about being a burden to his family. He believed that with Qiao Anshi's help and guidance, Xiuyu just needed to work hard to have a chance. Qiao Anshi also said, "I can only help her a little. The main effort still depends on her. She has to endure the hardships herself and work hard to fight for her future." Pei Jianqing gently reached out to her face. "My wife is the best." Qiao Anshi smiled and said, "Focus on driving." "Oh, wait," she suddenly realized. "We agreed I would drive back. You need to stop the car now, let's switch." So, Deputy Commander Pei was asked to get out of the car by his wife, and they swapped places. The road was a bit bumpy, with few pedestrians and no other vehicles. Qiao Anshi drove calmly and steadily. Pei Jiancheng was even more relaxed. His wife's driving skills exceeded his expectations. But for safety reasons, he stayed silent and didn't chat much with Qiao Anshi, trying to let her focus on driving. Qiao Anshi didn't mind the quiet in the car. She was happy to be driving herself and doing well. Soon, they returned to their base. A young soldier at the gate saw Pei Jianqing's car from afar and immediately stepped aside. As the car passed by him, he suddenly rubbed his eyes. No, the driver wasn't Deputy Commander Pei. It was a woman with long hair, who looked like his sister-in-law. Deputy Commander Pei sat calmly in the passenger seat. In his surprise, the soldier lost focus, and the car had already driven away. The soldier looked uncertainly at the departing car, stunned for a long time. When he finally reacted, he hurriedly knocked on the duty room window. "Did you see what I saw?" The deputy commander's wife was driving the car. Inside, everyone burst into laughter. "You must be seeing things." The soldier was anxious. "Hey, the sentry must have seen it too." "Later, ask him." The sentry stood expressionless at his post, unmoving. As soon as they got home, Qiao Anshi headed straight to the kitchen.
Haha, spicy rabbit meat.
She had already planned the menu in her mind while driving. If they didn't have the rabbit, it was fine. But just thinking about the wild rabbit in the trunk, freshly caught, made her drool. Pei Jiancheng carried a basket of supplies and followed her into the kitchen. First, they quickly cleaned the wild chickens and rabbits. "Don't throw away the wild chicken feathers. Keep all of them," Zhou Engxi instructed. Pei Jiancheng followed her instructions and kept all the wild chicken feathers. These feathers are longer and more beautiful than regular chicken feathers. His wife probably plans to use them for pretty decorations. He saw her earlier at Tan Wei's house telling Xiaoyu to save some feathers for her. He said, "If you like these, next time I'll catch a few more for you." "That sounds good," she nodded. Zhou Engxi washed the feathers with water, then spread them out on a basket to dry in the sun on the balcony. After cleaning the wild chickens, she put them in the freezer. The cleaned rabbits were cut into small pieces. The seasonings in the kitchen were all prepared by Zhou Engxi. They were very complete. Pei Jiancheng didn't pay much attention to or study these ingredients. Zhou Engxi is becoming more confident now, but she still keeps control. The rabbit was very fat, so she rendered the fat out and no additional oil was needed. Under Zhou Engxi's guidance, Pei Jiancheng stir-fried a spicy and numbing rabbit dish. The aroma of the spicy food was so strong that it spread through the building again. "Wow, whose cooking smells so good?" "Cough cough, what are they cooking that's so spicy?" "It smells so delicious." Everyone looked around, and unsurprisingly, it was again from Deputy Captain Pei's house. No wonder, they're used to it. His house either doesn't cook for a long time, or, when they do, the smell fills the whole building. This rabbit was big and fat, and they made a large pot of it, but they couldn't finish it all. They took 2 lunch boxes and packed a big portion for Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo's family. They still had a full plate left. Looking at the bright red chili peppers in the box and smelling the irresistible aroma, Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo couldn't help but praise. Deputy Captain Pei's cooking skills are getting better and better. Tasting a piece of rabbit, their taste buds were overwhelmed with flavor. "Wow, so spicy." "Wow, so delicious." Yuli, tears streaming from the spiciness, kept eating the rabbit meat. Jo Angxi was happily watching, saying, Yuli, don't waste it. I need to ask you something. Yes, yes, go ahead, Yuli replied. They were very close now and no longer cared about small manners. Jo Angxi asked her about the recruitment for the art troupe at the military district. Anchi, are you planning to join the art troupe? Yuli was very happy, holding a piece of rabbit meat. Then we'll be colleagues. Joan smiled happily and said, It's not me. I was just asking about a little sister.
Huh?
That's great. I thought you were coming. Anchi, have you ever thought about joining our arts troupe? I think you'd be perfect. Yuli immediately felt disappointed. I don't want to consider it. Our troupe plans to recruit new members around September or October. There will be notices in July or August. I'll check the details and show you later. Yuli hadn't paid much attention to the recruitment process. She still needed to ask around the troupe. Okay, thank you. Joan then asked about other things. Yuli shared all the information she knew with Joan, but she wasn't a dancer and didn't know much about dance auditions. For dance-related questions, you can ask Shan, Guo Wei's sister. She's a dancer, Yuli suggested. She then added, Next time she's free and at home, we'll bring her to see you. She's been wanting to meet you. Yeah, okay. Having obtained the basic information she needed, Joan and Pei Jiancheng quickly said goodbye and left. That evening after work, Pei Jiancheng brought back another big package. Joan immediately started by pulling out the letters from inside. After reading only a few lines, she excitedly grabbed Pei Jiancheng. My parents said they're coming to visit us during the summer vacation. Pei Jiancheng smiled when he heard this. Joan was so happy, she couldn't sit still. She ran around the room, eager to pack up the guest room. You're packing a bit early, aren't you? Pei Jiancheng followed her. But I don't care. I have to pack. I can't sit still just thinking about my parents coming. Joan started rummaging through boxes, taking out all the bed sheets and pillowcases to wash again. She also wanted to decorate the room nicely. It couldn't be so plain. Joan quickly got busy. A few days passed, and the school also held final exams. As soon as the exams finished, the students relaxed completely. Joan finished grading the papers quickly and then relaxed herself. Being a teacher was great. Her wonderful holiday had arrived. Thanks to her effective review plan, the students practiced several sets of her mock exams. This time, all her classes did well in Chinese, with clear improvements in their scores. Principal Zhong was very pleased. Teacher Qiao, very good. Keep it up next semester. Joan happily started her summer vacation. Jealous. Anchi, you're on vacation, but still getting paid. That's so lucky. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing looked at Joan relaxing and envied her deeply. I didn't think much about it before, but now that I see someone around me who is a teacher, I feel it more strongly. Especially since Zhou Anqi's days are really relaxed and carefree. Your choice at that time was really wise. Yuan Huiqing admired her. If she were in a hospital, it wouldn't be so comfortable. She'd be busy every day. Hee, mainly because I was just thinking about those 2 holidays, Zhou Anqi said honestly with a smile. You're so smart, they both exclaimed. Anqi, your home is really beautiful. Qian Shanshan, Yuan Huiqing's younger sister-in-law from the Qian family, had already taken a tour of the living room. She is a dancer with the military district art troupe. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing knew that Zhou Anqi wanted to learn about the audition process for dancers in the troupe, so they took her home during her break. She had wanted to come for a long time. She had heard many rumors about Zhou Anqi, and her family members, including her parents and older brother-in-law, spoke highly of her. She had never met her in person before. She doesn't usually stay at home often because they often have performances and rehearsals every day. Most of them live in the troupe's dorms and only go home occasionally. Thank you. Would you like some tea? Zhou Anqi smiled and offered her a cup. Yes, it's really good. Qian Shanshan noticed that the environment here was comfortable and that the tea was special. Besides the tea leaves, she added many other ingredients. The cushions and pillows looked old but were arranged elegantly and comfortably. There was a unique, relaxing, and cozy feeling in this room. She was very curious about Zhou Anqi. Not just her, but the entire dance troupe was curious about her. There were rumors outside that she had even better temperament than the troop members. Now, after seeing her, the rumors seemed true. Her aura was truly more refined than anyone in their dance group. Her posture was graceful and light, completely matching the girls who practiced dance every day. Anqi, I heard you're interested in the audition process for the dance troupe? Qian Shanshan asked.
Yes.
Zhou Anqi sat beside her with a cup of tea and carefully asked about the details she wanted to know. Qian Shanshan also explained the requirements and precautions for the exam in detail. Zhou Anqi basically got the information she was looking for. Starting to make dumplings, huh? Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo brought out the prepared dough and filling from the kitchen. While the women were chatting in the living room, the three men had already finished preparing everything for making dumplings in the kitchen. My brother is surprisingly capable. Qian Shanshan watched her brother going in and out of the kitchen and giggled softly. Don't laugh, come help make dumplings. Qian Weiguo was used to this now and didn't mind his sister's teasing. Several women from the living room moved to wash their hands under the tap, then went to the dining room to make dumplings together. What filling is this? Chives and what else? Yuli looked at the meat in the bowl, which seemed more than just pork, and asked curiously. Xiao Anqi smiled and said, crab meat and prawn meat. We steamed the seafood, took the meat out, froze it, and kept it for making dumplings. We also added the pork you brought. Last time, Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Anqi brought 2 big boxes of rabbit meat to their homes. They decided to use some pork and brought a small bag of flour to make dumplings together. Meanwhile, everyone gathered again for fun. Oh, I've never had dumplings with this kind of filling before, Yuli said with interest. We haven't either, others agreed, saying it was their first time trying this. It's true, getting a good meal of meat-filled dumplings made with plain flour is rare, so they only had a few different fillings, mostly vegetarian ones. The cooked dumplings received high praise. This filling is really fresh, everyone kept saying. The taste was very delicious. Even Qian Shanshan, who usually couldn't eat much to stay in shape, couldn't resist having a few more. Thinking about the seafood they had gathered from the seaside, everyone's spirits lifted again. They had planned to go out last time but never did. Should we find a time to put this plan on the schedule? Yu Li suggested with a smile. Yeah, I want to go too, Qian Shanshan said, eager to join. Your schedule is hard to coordinate, everyone laughed. Sigh. Qian Shanshan felt a bit discouraged. Whenever there was a performance, they didn't care about rest days. After their show, while others might be working, she had no free time. Xiao Anqi smiled and said, let's wait until it's a bit warmer. Then the seafood will be fatter, and we can plan again. Having received the information she wanted, Xiao Anqi started preparing. She needed to organize a proper training plan for Xiaoyu before her parents arrived. First, she would create a systematic training schedule. Next, she planned to choreograph a dance for her to perform during the exam. The exam schedule was tight for Xiaoyu, who had little foundation. She couldn't let her practice basic skills first. She had to teach her the dance so she could memorize the moves. Then she trained basic skills and danced together every day. After all, the more she danced, the more skilled she became, and the better her control. She also asked Qian Shanshan about popular songs nowadays. Several of them she was already familiar with. They were famous patriotic songs from her time. When she used to learn dance, there was a period when she performed patriotic dance routines during anniversary celebrations. Now those skills came in handy. She only needed to make some small adjustments to more difficult moves. Just in case, she prepared 2 different styles of dance, one more complex, one simpler. But in Xiao Anqi's opinion, the choreography of these 2 dances could easily surpass many dances of that era. After all, these are refined moves from later generations, evolved and perfected over time. Aesthetic standards have always moved forward. The best parts refined by later dancers, when brought back to the past, naturally have a big advantage. Plus, these dance routines could also help improve Xiaoyu's weaknesses, especially since time was short and the task urgent. Xiao Anqi took out paper and pen, carefully drawing a set of basic movement diagrams. She also added written notes explaining the actions and precautions. Everything was clear and easy to understand. Even someone completely new to dance could see something useful from it. She highlighted key points for several important moves in both dances and drew them out. She ended up with a thick stack of paper, which she asked Pei Jiancheng to staple together. Take a break for a while. Pei Jiancheng looked at his wife, who had carefully drawn so many diagrams, feeling a little distressed. All done with this. I plan to draw a few more sketches and ask Grandpa Tan to help me arrange them. Xiao Anxi put down her pen, leaned on a pillow to rest. She had been drawing for a long time, and her neck was a bit sore. Let's work on it tomorrow. That's enough for today. Pei Jiancheng pulled his wife into his arms and gently massaged her shoulders. Let's visit Xiuyu's house again this weekend. Okay. Xiao Anxi leaned into Pei Jiancheng's arms, enjoying his gentle shoulder massage and feeling the soothing relief. His pressure was just right, neither too heavy nor too light. She closed her eyes and rested for a while before saying, I'll cook some crispy biscuits myself and take them over, like the ones I sent to my parents last time. Don't overexert yourself. If it's too troublesome, we can buy ready-made ones. No trouble. Homemade tastes better. All right. The two of them started chatting casually, gradually talking about disabled soldiers in Pingshan village who had similar situations to Tanwei. Every year, many soldiers retire due to injuries, and some of their health issues do not affect daily life. However, some are severely disabled, losing their ability to work and even struggling to take care of themselves. Tanwei's family situation is relatively simple. Xiaoyu has grown up, and her grandparents are still fairly young and able to work. Some families have elderly members at the top and young children at the bottom, with several kids and a disabled person who needs medication. Many families face even worse hardships, especially in rural areas. Faced with these realities, Pei Jiancheng could only sigh helplessly. These problems are not something one person can solve. Now, with difficult conditions, shortages of supplies, and tightening military budgets every year, there are many things that cannot be attended to. As they talked, both fell silent. Xiao Anxi looked up and gently touched Pei Jiancheng's brow, saying, Things will get better and better. Yeah, Pei Jiancheng held Xiao Anxi's hand and brought it to his lips. They quietly snuggled together as the clear sound of wind chimes drifted in from the window. The next day, after Pei Jiancheng went to work, Xiao Anxi took out paper and a pen and started drawing the baskets she wanted. Nowadays, most people make large baskets, bowls, baskets, and dustpans for practical use. She wanted some beautiful storage baskets like those from later generations. That day, she saw the baskets made by Grandpa Tan and had some vague ideas in her mind. After talking with Pei Jiancheng, her thoughts became clearer. She decided to ask Grandpa Tan to help make a few baskets to see how they turned out. She sketched several different types of storage baskets, imagining placing 2 of them neatly in the living room's cubby cabinet. She also thought about adding a laundry basket and placing a few in the guest room, so her parents could store some things there. She tried to keep her drawings simple and clear. After finishing her sketches, she started making small crispy cakes. She didn't go into the space's kitchen since she didn't need the oven. She just used her own kitchen. She took some water from the space, replacing milk with water mixed with milk powder. A rich, sweet aroma filled the kitchen as adorable little crispy cakes were fried in the pan. This time, she improved her technique, frying them better than before, without any burnt parts, and each one was golden yellow. When the weekend arrived, they took the drawings and the crispy cakes with them. Xiao Anxi even packed a water bottle for the march. Today, we probably need to stay a little longer. I want to teach Xiuyu the dance first and explain everything to her. Zhou Anxi packs her water bottle into her bag. They can't go to Pingshan village too often. Once parents arrive, there might be even less time. We should teach her everything now so she can practice on her own, and later we can check on her. No problem, Pei Jiancheng says. Then we should eat there at noon. Bring some snacks, Zhou Anxi asks. Bring a few steamed buns, and I'll gather some wild food there, he replies. Sounds good. Zhou Anxi agrees, opens the fridge, and takes out some frozen steamed buns she had stored earlier for emergencies. They drive to Pingshan village. When they arrive at Tanwei's house, Xiuyu is seriously practicing the moves Zhou Anxi taught her last time. Sister-in-law, Look at how I'm doing, Xiuyu eagerly shows her. Wait a moment, keep practicing on your own. I'll come over later, Zhou Anqi says, not going directly to see Xiuyu. She walks to Grandpa Tan, who is sitting in the corner of the yard weaving a basket. Grandpa Tan, can you help me weave a few baskets? Grandpa Tan smiles kindly, no problem. What kind do you want? Zhou Anqi shows him a drawing. Are these okay? Grandpa Tan didn't expect to see drawings. He wipes his hands and carefully looks at the plans. Zhou Anqi made the drawings larger and with thicker lines because she knew Grandpa Tan was older and might have trouble seeing. The sizes are clearly marked. He studies the plans for a while and then nods. I haven't woven this kind before, but I think I can do it. He points to a few unclear parts and asks Zhou Anqi about them. After understanding everything, he says he can make it. Zhou Anqi thanks Grandpa Tan and then goes to find Xiuyu. Xiaoyu is focused on practicing her moves. Zhou Anqi checks her progress. It's quite good. She presses Xiaoyu's legs again. She's still a bit stiff, but much better than last time. Her whole body and limbs are more relaxed, showing Xiaoyu has worked hard.
Your anxi nods.
She takes out the stack of drawings and hands it to Xiuyu. Practice these moves every day from now on. Xiuyu opens the drawings, her eyes light up, and she gets more excited. Sister-in-law, these drawings are really good, she says happily. The movements are clearly drawn, and the instructions are easy to understand. She has been practicing the exercises taught by Zhou Anqi for several days now, and is no longer completely clueless. You've only practiced a few simple moves before. Some of the ones in this diagram are more difficult. Take your time and be careful not to hurt yourself, Zhou Anqi advised. Practicing basic skills is a boring and painful process. Especially for Xiaoyu, who is older, stretching her legs or doing back bends can be very painful. But after practicing, her body begins to loosen up. Moreover, she has some natural talent and good physical conditions. Yes, I will, Xiaoyu nodded hard. Zhou Anqi also told Xiaoyu about the general situation of the troupe's audition. Xiaoyu listened and nodded, her eyes shining with hope. Zhou Anqi said, I'll first teach you the dance moves. Remember them and practice slowly. The room where Xiaoyu and Grandma Tan live has only a bed and a table, with a box near the bed and not much else. It's quite spacious. Today, Zhou Anqi wore loose, slightly stretchy clothes. She softly sang a song and performed the entire dance smoothly, gracefully, and fluidly. She looked radiant and beautiful. Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide, completely stunned. Zhou Anqi paused for a while before coming back to her senses. Sister-in-law, it's so beautiful. Xiaoyu's voice trembled with excitement. No one in the troupe dances as beautifully as you. Zhou Anqi smiled and said, keep working hard. You can dance even better. Xiaoyu nodded and shook her head, overwhelmed with excitement and her heart pounding. As long as she can dance half as well as her sister-in-law, she will be very happy. Let's start now. Zhou Anqi carefully broke down and taught Xiaoyu each move, starting from the first. While teaching, she also helped her get familiar with the music. Right now, she didn't expect Xiaoyu to dance beautifully, only to remember all the moves. Xiaoyu studied very seriously. She clearly had some talent, learned quickly, kept perfect rhythm, and had a good sense of dance and music. It was already impressive to learn so much at the beginning. Zhou Anqi watched Xiaoyu work hard and kept nodding. After finishing the dance moves, she gave Xiaoyu some time to memorize them. Then, she guided her to practice basic skills. Once she started practicing basic skills, her weaknesses showed. The older she gets, the slower her hands and feet become, and the stiffer she gets. While stretching and pulling muscles, besides the big beads of sweat on her head, tears from the corner of her eyes also kept falling one after another. She knows that kind of pain. When she first started practicing basic skills as a child, she also cried loudly. But if you want to do this kind of work, you have to endure this hardship. Xiaoyu is a bit older, so she naturally has to work twice as hard. She clenched her teeth and stayed silent. When she finally called a stop, Xiaoyu was soaked all over. Drink some water. After a short rest, she poured her a cup of water from her water bottle. Thank you, sister-in-law, Xiaoyu said, taking the cup and gulping it down. Despite her hard work and effort, Xiaoyu still struggled to do some movements correctly. She repeated the exercises several times, starting to feel a bit anxious. She even asked Joan Shi in a somewhat discouraged tone, "Sister-in-law, am I really too old for this? Is it too late for me to learn?" "No, Xiaoyu," Joan Shi shook her head. "If you want to do something, as long as you try and start, it's never too late. Don't rush, take your time." Xiaoyu nodded, gritted her teeth, and started again. The two of them spent the whole morning seriously teaching and learning, so focused that they forgot about the time until Grandma Tan came to call them for lunch. Only then did they realize it was already noon. Pei Jiancheng didn't disturb them. He went to the mountains to hunt wild game and came back, helping Grandma Tan prepare the meal. He brought back wild chicken and rabbit. They cooked a pot of chicken soup with wild chicken and mushrooms, which was good for Tanwei's recovery. Since wild chicken doesn't have much meat, it was suitable for making soup. Half of the rabbit was used for stewing potatoes, and the other half for stir-frying. Tanwei had injuries, so no chili was added to any of the dishes. Lunch was eaten in Tanwei's room. Pei Jiancheng helped Tanwei sit up. Tanwei knew Joan Shi was helping Xiaoyu prepare for the military district art troupe exam and was very grateful. Before eating, he thanked her again. Joan Shi smiled and said, "Xiaoyu works so hard. You should try too." "I will," Tanwei said with more determination in his eyes, and his mood improved a lot. He knew about Xiaoyu's efforts these days. Grandpa Tan and Grandma Tan secretly wiped tears on the side. "Let's eat quickly or everything will get cold," Tanwei said with a smile. The table quickly became lively. After finishing the meal, Xiaoyu went to help Grandma Tan clean up. Grandpa Tan brought over a small woven basket and handed it to Joan Shi. "Comrade Joan, does this look right?" Joan Shi didn't expect that Grandpa Tan had already woven a storage basket that morning. She took it and saw that it was just what she wanted. It was about the same size as one compartment in her cubby, meant specifically for that spot. The basket had two small rectangular handles on each side, like little windows. Grandpa Tan had never woven this before, but he made it based on Joan Shi's request. His craftsmanship was very good, and the basket looked beautiful. "That's how it is, Grandpa Tan," Joan Shi said, holding the basket and examining it carefully, very satisfied. Seeing that it met her needs, Grandpa Tan also relaxed and felt more confident about the other designs. "There's no rush. Take your time weaving it. I'll come back next time to pick it up," Joan Shi said.
"All right," Grandpa Tan nodded.
Joan Shi didn't dare mention paying him. They definitely couldn't afford it, and he would be very upset. She could only think of ways to compensate him in other ways. In the afternoon, Joan Shi still brought Xiaoyu into the house to practice, sharing her own learning experiences. She also pointed out a few small techniques to her. After a day of practice, Xiaoyu had gained a lot and seemed to be transforming completely. Practice every day and never skip a day. Remember, if you don't practice, your hands and feet will get stiff, Joan Shi kept reminding Xiaoyu. She also told her how to balance practice time for dancing and other activities. Xiaoyu listened carefully to every word Joan Shi said. After practicing for most of the day and feeling tired, Joan Shi told Xiaoyu to rest. They went to Tanwei's room, and Joan Shi gave Xiaoyu a small crispy cake she brought along. "It's really delicious," Xiaoyu said, squinting happily after taking a bite. "Xiaoyu, since you've chosen to learn dance, you need to watch your diet in the future. You must keep your figure," Joan Shi reminded her. Although resources are scarce now and most people are not getting enough to eat, making obesity rare, girls at 15 or 16 can sometimes gain weight just from drinking cold water. She still had to remind her because the dance troupe has height and weight requirements. "I understand," Xiaoyu said, knowing it herself and eating one piece without touching the second. Tanwei looked a bit distressed, but knew how good it was for Xiaoyu to join the dance troupe, so he held back. It was almost time, and Joan Shi and Pei Jiancheng prepared to leave and return to their base. Xiuyu quickly took out the wild chicken feathers she had collected for Qiao Anqi, which had already been cleaned and dried. Qiao Anqi packed the feathers and left with Pei Jiancheng to return to their base. From afar, she watched Pei Jiancheng's car drive over. Today, the little soldier at the gate remembered that last time. Xiao Wu said the driver was Deputy Commander Pei's wife. Today, as he watched the car approach from a distance, he recognized the license plate and kept his eyes fixed on the driver's seat. The car got closer and clearer. It was Deputy Commander Pei driving, no doubt. His wife was sitting properly in the front passenger seat. He thought Xiao Wu must have been mistaken. The little soldier, thinking this, quickly waved the car through to Pei Jianqing. The summer vacation had already passed many days ago. Looking at the calendar on the wall, tearing off page after page, Qiao Anxi felt restless. She wondered why her parents still hadn't made a move. If they didn't leave soon, the summer break would be over and school would start again. She couldn't hold back any longer. Ignoring the scorching sun outside, she put on a hat and rode her small bicycle to the post office to call her brother Qiao Yinghuai and sister Lian Jingying. "Daughter, what a coincidence. We were just about to call Jiancheng," came her father Qiao Yinghuai's cheerful voice from the phone. "Dad, why aren't you here yet?" Xiao Anxi couldn't help but complain sweetly when she heard her dad's voice. "Haha, soon, very soon. We'll leave tomorrow morning," he replied happily. "Tomorrow?" she exclaimed happily. "Then we'll go to the train station to pick you up." "No need, I'll drive there myself," her dad said. Xiao Anxi was delighted. "Great, Dad. You're so capable, driving a car now. Think about what kind of family I come from," he said proudly. "Haha, I almost forgot," she giggled. Her parents arriving was like the sky falling, so disastrous that she couldn't remember much else. "And with your dad's skills, driving a car is no problem," her dad said confidently. "Exactly, my dad is the best," she praised him without hesitation. When she heard her parents were coming by car, she immediately turned into a little worrywart. She started nagging her brother with a bunch of precautions, repeatedly reminding him about safety. Even Xiao Yinghuai, who usually saw his wife through rose-colored glasses, couldn't stand it anymore. "Daughter, let me talk to your mom for a few words," he said hurriedly, passing the phone to Lian Jingying. All right, my daughter. We all know you will be careful and never drive tired. We will take turns driving." Okay, I'll drive less, and your dad will drive. I'll keep an eye on him." Got it. Drive slowly. Don't worry, there are road signs, so we won't get lost." Lian Jingying is still quite skilled at dealing with her own daughter. "All right, you don't need to bring so many things. I've prepared everything for you," Qiao Anxi reminded them again. "Okay, daughter. We still need to pack up. We can talk more once we get there." Lian Jingying and the others hurried to pack, not wanting to chat for too long. "Be careful tomorrow. You must pay attention to safety." Qiao Anxi quickly hung up the phone, then happily walked out of the post office. Under the blazing sun, she cheerfully rode her bike back home. As soon as she arrived, her first task was to carefully clean the guest room. She wiped all the furniture again. Then she laid out fresh, clean bedding. She also prepared towels, toothbrushes, and other toiletries, placing slippers in front of the bed. After finishing everything, she started studying recipes and planning the menu. She wanted to cook a delicious meal to welcome them tomorrow. That evening, Pei Jiancheng returned home, and Xiao Anxi couldn't wait to tell him the news. "Mom and Dad are leaving tomorrow. They're driving here themselves." "I know. Dad also called me this afternoon." Pei Jiancheng gently touched his excited wife's face. "How long does it take to drive from Beijing to here?" Xiao Anxi asked again, starting a series of questions. Pei Jiancheng hugged his wife patiently and answered all her questions until she was satisfied. All night, Xiao Anxi was in a state of excitement. The next morning, she woke up early and took a basket to the logistics store to buy groceries. She arrived early, and there were still many things, meat and fresh vegetables. There was also a large basin with lively, jumping fish. Xiao Anxi immediately bought a fish. She didn't need to buy meat because she had already smuggled some out. Getting to the store early was just a cover. But she did buy some fresh, lively vegetables. Back home, she got to work. First, she had to make the soup. Xiao Anxi planned to make abalone chicken soup. The chicken was a wild chicken she had frozen in the fridge earlier. The abalone was from the abalones brought back by Xiao Yu and others. She found it interesting and dried some of the abalones because there seemed to be many. She was just trying to dry them, doing it based on instinct, not knowing if she was doing it correctly. After sunbathing, I found it was still okay, and the color was very beautiful. Today, I happened to cook soup to check the taste. All morning, Xiao Anxi was busy running back and forth in the kitchen. She didn't know when her parents would arrive, noon, afternoon, or evening. Anyway, she prepared everything in advance and waited patiently. At noon, the doorbell rang. Xiao Anxi immediately ran over. When she opened the door, she saw Pei Jianqing's figure. She quickly leaned out to look behind Pei Jianqing. After looking for a while, she saw no shadow. "Are you alone? Haven't your parents arrived yet?" Xiao Anxi looked disappointed. "Not yet." Pei Jianqing reached out to hold his little wife's head, which was sticking out, and brought her inside, then closed the door. Most of the lunch was already prepared. Stews and sauces were done. Only quick dishes remained, made fresh when eaten. Pei Jianqing went into the kitchen to fry some greens. While they ate, Xiao Anxi still seemed distracted. Their parents were walking a very long road for the first time, so she was a bit worried. They didn't have a mobile phone to check real-time updates. "Don't worry, they'll be fine. They'll arrive soon," Pei Jianqing said, gently removing a rice grain from her lips. Xiao Anxi nodded while hurriedly eating. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Anxi looked up sharply, about to get up, but Pei Jianqing held her back and went to open the door himself. Outside was a young guard from the security room. "Report to Deputy Commander Pei. There's a call at the main gate. Someone is looking for you." Xiao Anxi immediately put down her chopsticks and stood up. After Pei Jianqing finished speaking with the young guard, he turned to Xiao Anxi. "My parents are here. I'll go out to meet them." "I'll go too," Xiao Anxi said, walking over. They both went downstairs, got into Pei Jianqing's car parked downstairs, and headed toward the gate. They saw the car parked outside from afar. As soon as Pei Jianqing's car stopped, Xiao Anxi quickly opened the door and ran out toward the gate.
Mom,
she called, rushing to hug the woman who had just gotten out of the car, Lian Jingying. Then she remembered to greet the man getting out of the car, Dad. Pei Jianqing respectfully called out, "Dad, Mom." He then took Xiao Yinghuai to the duty room to fill out a form. The main gate wasn't a place for chatting or reminiscing. After filling out the form, everyone got into their cars. "I'll get in my parents' car," Xiao Anxi said, heartlessly abandoning her man, grabbing her mother's hand, and climbing into their car. Pei Jianqing just smiled affectionately and led the way in his car. "Look at how healthy and radiant she is. Things seem to be going well." Lian Jingying watched her lively daughter becoming more beautiful and charming. She felt very satisfied. Her relaxed state showed she was living very happily. She also noticed her son-in-law's loving gaze. He was clearly very fond of her. "Mom, let me see you. You look great and you seem much younger. You're becoming more beautiful." Xiao Anxi's sweet words were full of affection. "Girl, what about your dad?" Xiao Yinghuai, who was driving ahead, couldn't resist showing off his presence. "My dad is becoming more elegant and handsome," Xiao Anxi quickly responded with a compliment. Xiao Yinghuai smiled happily. Both of them looked very good. Compared to when they left Rongqing and returned to Beijing, they looked even better now. Not only did their appearances change, but their overall aura and presence also improved. The hardships they faced in Shirko village seemed to fade away. Now they looked very young. After several months apart, Xiao Anxi happily hugged her mother's arm, feeling very joyful. The distance from the main gate to the family apartment wasn't far. Before they exchanged many words, the car stopped downstairs. Pei Jianqing got out to help carry the luggage. It was July, the hottest time of year, with the midday sun blazing. The area below the apartment was empty. Even under the shade of trees, it was unbearably hot. So, it was very quiet downstairs, with no one around to watch. Pei Jianqing and Xiao Yinghuai carried the luggage together. Xiao Anxi held her mother's arm, and the family of four quickly went upstairs into the house. Hearing the noise, someone from the opposite door peeked out and looked over. Their floor wasn't like others, where neighbors were very close. Their door was always open, but the door opposite was always closed. They were polite and greeted each other when they met, but there was a strong sense of distance. Plus, her husband's status was much lower, so she didn't dare visit neighbors casually. This house is really nice. Lian Jingying was immediately impressed upon entering. The warm, cozy decor was timeless, even by future standards. The layout of the house is good, and it's just right for you too. Lian Jingying quickly looked around the house. She hadn't gone into the bedrooms yet, but the living room and dining area were spacious. After placing the luggage in the guest room, Pei Jiancheng hurried to tidy up the dining table they had hurriedly left earlier. She took her parents to the bathroom first to wash up. After a long journey, they were dusty and tired, so they needed to clean up before feeling comfortable. She handed her parents towels and toiletries, then hurried to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of chicken soup for them to drink. The chicken soup was hot and steaming on the stove. When Cunning and Lian Jingying sat comfortably, each holding a bowl of fragrant chicken soup. This chicken soup tastes a bit different. Very flavorful, Lian Jingying said after the first sip, noticing the unique flavor. She smiled. Mom's taste buds are sharp. This is wild chicken soup, cooked with dried abalone, and I dried it myself. No wonder, it's very good. Cunning and Lian Jingying nodded repeatedly. Do you still have wild chickens here? Lian Jingying asked curiously. Pei Jiancheng hunted them in the mountains. She replied with a smile. Pei Jiancheng had already cleared away the food they just ate and went back to the kitchen to cook some vegetables again. She had already prepared other stew dishes earlier, kept warm on the stove, ready to serve. Cunning and Lian Jingying were indeed very hungry. To reach the military district early, the couple left at around 4 or 5 in the morning. They only had one breakfast and then kept on the road. Even though they took turns driving, they were still very tired. The road conditions weren't good, with uneven surfaces, which made the trip even more exhausting. She felt very sorry for them and kept helping by serving food. Mom and Dad, you've worked hard. Eat more and rest well. The chicken soup was made with water from the space, so after drinking one bowl, their spirits quickly revived. Cunning and Lian Jingying didn't feel tired at all. Thinking about seeing their daughter made them as energetic as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They traveled tirelessly, rushing from Beijing to the military district in such a short time. Pei Jiancheng estimated the time and knew they weren't driving slowly. She had asked Pei Jiancheng about the approximate time, so she was aware, but now eating was the most important thing. Later, she planned to have a serious talk with them. How could they dare to drive so fast? Even on such bad roads, they still wanted to race. Unaware that their daughter had already seen through them, the couple looked completely calm. After finishing the meal, Pei Jiancheng quickly tidied up and went to work. Mom and Dad, rest for a while. She took her parents into the room and let them sleep for a bit. We're not tired. Cunning looked very energetic. Driving so fast. How could you not be tired? She let out a light hum, having been told off by her parents all morning yesterday. I'm a bit sleepy. Dad and Mom, I need to rest for a while, said Xiao Yinghuai, immediately changing his tone. He pulled his wife quickly toward the bed. She looked at her parents with a half-smile, turned on the desktop fan on the table to its lowest setting, and then left the room to avoid disturbing them. She sat on a bench, picked up her crochet hook and yarn, and slowly started crocheting something. Although it wasn't as hot inside as outside under the sun, the temperature was still quite high. In the living room, there was also an old-fashioned fan slowly turning its head, sending out cool breezes. These fans were bought by Pei Jiancheng with help, knowing the Qiao family would visit during the hottest part of summer. Without air conditioning, these two fans were like lifesavers during the hot summer days. Outside, cicadas chirped, and the wind chimes by the window jingled, creating a lively atmosphere. Despite the heat, in this warm and cozy house, there was a sense of peace and harmony. Lian Jingying, who was already awake, stood at the door, watching her daughter leaning on a pillow, focused on her crochet work, listening to the cicadas and wind chimes. A special feeling of calm and happiness filled her heart. She seemed to sense this. She looked up and saw her mother at the door. She couldn't help but smile. Mom, are you asleep now? Yes, Lian Jingying said with a smile and sat beside her daughter. What are you crocheting? A small cover for the fridge. She had been crocheting this cover for quite a while, working on it intermittently whenever she had free time. It looks nice. Mother and daughter sat close, quietly chatting. Are you two again secretly criticizing me behind my back? Xiao Yinghui, who had woken up, came out and sat nearby.
Not just criticizing, I should also scold you, Dad.
Are you enjoying speeding? Joan, she put down her small crochet cover and got up to fetch the teapot and some tea leaves. Xiao Yinghui awkwardly rubbed his nose. Daughter, I wasn't going that fast. Aren't you worried about Dad's driving skills? Before she could reply, he quickly took the teapot from her hand. Let Dad make the tea. Joan, she couldn't relax. Old Xiao used to drive himself when he was young, but later mostly relied on a driver. He hardly touched the steering wheel anymore. Her mother was the same, mostly driven by a driver, only occasionally driving herself. And yet, these two still dared to drive fast. But I also know they are eager to see me. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to tell them. Don't do this anymore. Safety first. The roads are bad now, full of holes. Xiao Yinghui saw that his daughter wasn't blaming them and felt relieved. There aren't many cars. Xiao Anqi pouted and glared. Old Xiao immediately grabbed the teapot and went into the kitchen. Lian Jingying smiled and pulled Xiao Anqi to sit down, and mother and daughter sat close together again. Xiao Yinghui also prepared tea and kindly poured a cup for his wife and daughter. The family of three finally sat around the table, chatting happily. They started talking about what had happened during the months apart. When Xiao Anqi mentioned the two jobs she found herself, Xiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying both showed great approval. One part-time and one full-time, both easy for Xiao Anqi to handle. Especially the school job, which aligns with their schedule, giving them 2 holidays each year, winter and summer. It's perfect.
Don't just talk about me.
How are you two? What's the situation now? After sharing her own updates, Xiao Anqi turned to ask about her parents. Xiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying returned to Jingqing University, which was naturally good. Their professional skills were already strong, and now they handled affairs more smoothly. Their overall qualities had also improved in many ways. The old principal saw how much they had changed, almost to the point of tears of joy. He was very pleased that hardships hadn't defeated them but instead helped them reborn. Xiao Yinghui is now vice president of Jingqing University and head of the Chinese department, while Lian Jingying is head of the Western Languages department. Congratulations, both of you, professors. You've been promoted. Xiao Anqi's face lit up with a big smile. Xiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying smiled modestly, but their eyes shone brightly.
Where do you live now?
Have you moved into a new house? Xiao Anqi asked with concern. When they returned, their house hadn't been assigned yet, but now there should be news. At the school, we just got a 2-story detached house with a small yard. I think you'd like it, Anqi. Lian Jingying also looked happy. Since both of them held important positions and were a couple, it was natural they got a house. Really? That's great. Xiao Anqi was truly very happy. She eagerly asked many detailed questions. Lian Jingying answered with a smile, one by one. Daughter, after the mother and daughter had talked enough, Xiao Yinghui suddenly smiled in a flattering way. Are you busy now? I'm not busy. Joanxi looked at her father with a bit of caution. Why was he smiling like that? What was he planning to do? Dad has found you a job, said Zhou Yihue happily. Joanxi calmly took a sip of her tea. Zhou Yihue quickly explained the details. This time, besides returning to their school for teaching duties, they had another task. They needed to help write some educational books. Although the college entrance exam hadn't been restored yet and no news about it had been leaked, many signs and preparations hinted at it. Zhou Yihue and Lian Jingying knew this well. They both joined the project team working on the educational books. They had already contributed to the content, but the book covers also needed designers. Currently, top talents in various fields were scarce, and the few designs they tried didn't satisfy anyone. The higher-ups and the publishers were both unhappy with the results. In the end, The job was given to Zhou Yihue, who was responsible for finding designers. He didn't need to think much. Excellent artists and designers were right in front of him. His daughter had previously done cover designs for others. How about it, daughter? Can you help Dad with this? Zhou Yihue asked. Of course I will, Zhou Yingxi replied happily. Good, good, good. Zhou Yihue smiled broadly. Don't worry, you won't work for nothing. The pay is generous. Hearing this, Zhou Yingxi's eyes immediately lit up. She wasn't worried at all. Old Zhou, the shrewd businessman, wouldn't let his daughter suffer. If she didn't try to get some benefits, that would be him showing mercy. Is there a deadline? Zhou Yingxi asked.
No rush.
The content is still being edited and organized, so take your time, replied Zhou Yihue. Great, Zhou Yingxi said happily, pleased with the extra money. Oh, I almost forgot what I brought, Lian Jingying suddenly remembered. Don't want to ruin the day with this hot weather. She quickly recalled the things she brought from Beijing. But she saw Zhou Yihue calmly taking a sip of tea and saying, Don't worry, I didn't forget. As soon as I arrived, I put those bags in the fridge. Lian Jingying sighed in relief. Good, I was wondering why I didn't remember.
Turns out I didn't see those bags.
She stood up and headed toward the fridge. Zhou Yingxi hurriedly followed. Lian Jingying opened the fridge and took out 2 large bags. When she looked inside, it was all food. Wow, Mom, you're amazing. You even got roast duck. Zhou Yingxi took out a packaged roast duck from inside, looking very happy. Your dad bought this last night. It stayed in the fridge all night, and he just took it out this morning. It's too hot to heat it up and take it on the road. Lian Jingying and Xiao Yinghuai originally planned to add money to order it early in the morning so their daughter and son-in-law could enjoy fresh, hot food. But considering the hot weather, they decided to give up. Besides this famous restaurant's roast duck, there are several well-known traditional snacks, like marinated pork and other local specialties from Beijing. These dried fruits are pretty tasty, Zhou Yingxi said as she picked up a piece of apricot and put it in her mouth, then also offered a piece to Lian Jingying. Fulling cake, I haven't had it in a long time. Pea pudding, I like that, she said happily while looking at the food. Sure enough, my mom is thoughtful. She giggled and tried to feed more food to Lian Jingying. I don't want any more, Lian Jingying said with a smile, turning her head away. Zhou Yingxi kept looking through the bag, which also contained 2 ice packs made by Lian Jingying. But it looked like the ice had already melted completely. She quickly took them to the bathroom to dispose of them. Tonight's dishes are all prepared in advance. Let's put these in the fridge first. We can eat them tomorrow, Zhou Yingxi said as she looked at the meat inside the bag. Okay, as long as there's a fridge to keep them fresh, Lian Jingying nodded. They both took everything out and organized it again. Pei Jianqing finished work and returned home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a lively and warm scene. Zhou Yingxi and Lian Jingying were busy in the kitchen, and Xiao Yinghuai was coming in and out helping out. The house was full of people, laughter, and the smell of delicious food. A smile naturally appeared on his face. Lian Jingying was the first to notice him and said, Jianqing is back. Let's start dinner soon. Pei Jianqing quickly washed his hands and helped serve the dishes. The lunch earlier was just a quick snack. Tonight's dinner was the real welcome feast. The soup was the same chicken soup from noon, simmered on the stove all afternoon, making it richer and more flavorful. The sauce contained a small piece of meat, along with eggs, soy products, and several vegetables, soaking all day and fully absorbing the flavors. He fried garlic-flavored ribs, steamed a fish, and stir-fried some mushrooms with bok choy and winter melon. The meal was abundant, and of course, drinks were essential. Pei Jianqing brought out a bottle of white wine and a bottle of grape wine. Clinking glasses, the 4 of them sat together in a circle. After eating and drinking well, the 2 women relaxed on the long bench, chatting leisurely. 2 gay men diligently tidied up and cleaned the place. Anqi, get the cards ready. We'll start the game soon. Old Xiao saw that his work was almost done and quickly called his daughter. When the card set was complete, Old Xiao's hands itched to play. Don't worry, Dad, I've already prepared them. Anqi Xiao waved 2 sets of cards in her hands. She knew her dad well. She had already taken out the cards early. After tidying up, the card game began as scheduled. The four of them started a lively and exciting match. As always, no one gave in easily. But after the game, old Qiao was satisfied, and they were soon sent to bed by Anqi Qiao. They had traveled all day, mostly just rehydrating with water in the space, or they would have collapsed long ago. Pei Jianqing couldn't help but marvel at how energetic his father-in-law and mother-in-law were. People like that were not common, but they were all from their army unit. At this age, he hadn't seen many like them in ordinary people. The next day, after Pei Jiancheng went to work, Anqi Qiao asked about the relaxed couple at home, Jiuying and Lian Jingying. Dad, Mom, do you want to go out for a walk? It's too hot, I don't want to go. Just rest for a couple of days. Lian Jingying leaned on a pillow, blowing a small fan, completely unwilling to move. Neither do I want to go anywhere. Jiuying was fiddling with his treasures, also not wanting to move. Considering they had just arrived at the military area, Jiuying and Lian Jingying had driven all day again. Plus, the sun outside was really fierce, so Anqi Qiao temporarily gave up on the idea of taking them out. For 2 days, the family stayed at home, enjoying the fan, drinking tea, chatting, and tinkering with the food in the fridge. It was quite comfortable and relaxed. Originally, coming to the military area was just to see their daughter and son-in-law and enjoy family time, not for sightseeing. Whether to go out or not didn't matter to the Qiao family. As long as they were with their daughter and her family, that was enough. Refreshed, Jiuying sat nearby, playing with his treasures. He had almost used up the things he brought back from Beijing last time. This time, Anqi Qiao brought him another bunch of things. He happily carved stamps with a carving knife. Lian Jingying, having rested enough, was with his daughter, tidying up the things they brought from Beijing. One suitcase was almost full of items for Anqi Qiao and her husband. This fabric is really nice. Anqi Qiao picked up some cloth. I looked at these fabrics, and they look a bit like the ones in your clothes. You can wear your clothes with just a slight change. These were carefully obtained by Lian Jingying with great effort. Mom, you are so kind. Zhou happily hugs her mother. All right, hurry up and pack. Lian Jingying smiles as she gently touches her daughter's face. There are many different kinds of items, both clothing and daily necessities. There are even quite a few beautiful porcelain pieces. The delicate and elegant bowls, plates, and cups are all lovely, and Zhou can't put them down. 2 white shirts are for Pei Jiancheng. Pei Jiancheng, who comes from a good family background, immediately recognizes the quality of these 2 shirts. The fabric isn't the popular fabric called Shihengliang on the market today. Instead, it looks and feels like a very high-quality material, breathable and hard to find in stores. It probably can only be bought at the Qiahui store. The craftsmanship of the shirts is also very fine, definitely not made by an ordinary person. These shirts were made by a skilled master tailor that Lian Jingying specifically hired. That master tailor usually works for upper-class families, and ordinary people can't afford to hire him. When Pei Jianqing changes into one of these shirts, Zhou almost whistles in admiration. Wow, where did this noble young man come from?
He has a very old money vibe.
She has never dared to make clothes for Pei Jianqing casually, partly because he always wears military uniforms, and also because her own sewing skills are limited. Since her parents' reputation was restored, she hasn't dared to make clothes for them either, worried it might lower their dignity. She has improved her skills by modifying existing clothes, but for new ones, she prefers to leave it to professionals. Looking at the clothes in the department store, she feels they don't match Pei Jianqing's aura. Military uniforms suit him best. He looks especially handsome in them. For casual clothes, he should have them custom-made by a skilled tailor. Although the Ji family has been staying at home these days without going out, word spreads quickly among people like Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua, who are close to Pei Jianqing. Soon, Commander Qian and Tang Fengming learn about Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying's arrival. They start discussing whether to invite the whole family over for a meal. Tang Fengming says since Anqi's adoptive parents are coming and they are Jianqing's in-laws, their family isn't nearby, so we should invite them over for dinner. Publicly, Pei Jianqing is a rising star in the military district, a key figure for Commander Qian. Privately, they are close to the Pei family, treating Pei Jiancheng like a nephew. As elders, they naturally want to show their respect. Please take care of the arrangements, Commander Qian agrees readily. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo, the younger ones, also think they should give Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying some support. In the end, they agreed that Commander Qian's family would host the dinner, inviting Qiao Yinghuai and his family, and they also brought along Yang Hongming and his wife. The news quickly reached Pei Jiancheng. It was also soon conveyed back home. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had no objections. If their son's superior wanted to meet, then they would. Moreover, it was said they were old friends of the family. When will we go? Xiao Anshi asked Pei Jiancheng. Tomorrow evening after work.
Okay.
That night, Xiao Anshi lay in Pei Jiancheng's arms, chatting about the funny things she experienced with her parents over the past few days. Pei Jiancheng was busy with work every day. Although he tried to leave on time, he was in the army, so he often didn't have much free time. He couldn't be with her during the day, but to help her feel more involved, Xiao Anshi kept talking and sharing everything with him. Pei Jiancheng gently held his wife, playing with her little curls, listening to her soft and sweet chatter. When she mentioned how the Qiao family was doing at Beijing University, Pei Jiancheng suddenly asked, "Do you want to go to university in Beijing?" Xiao Anshi was surprised and looked up at him. "You can apply through the worker-peasant-soldier admission," Pei Jiancheng said. Xiao Anshi knew that now going to university was only possible through that route. She was surprised that Pei Jiancheng asked if she wanted to go. "Would you mind if I go for several years?" She looked into his eyes. "I've told you. Do what you want." Pei Jiancheng gently stroked her face. Of course, he didn't want his wife to be so far away. As a young couple just starting their love, they were in the sweet, passionate stage, wishing they could be together every day. But love is never about binding or restricting. He knew that, under the influence of the Qiao family, Qiao Anshi had her own dreams. She was smart and eager to learn, and she never gave up studying. Since the Qiao family sent her a large collection of books when they first moved to Beijing, it was clear they valued her education. With a family like the Qiaos and their careful nurturing, she wouldn't be someone who only cooks at home. She wanted her own sky to soar in. Pei Jiancheng had his own lofty ambitions, so how could he not support his wife's dreams of flying free? Being apart was only temporary. It wasn't an impossible problem to solve. When two people work together, there is always the best way and method. Joanxi looked at Pei Jiancheng with strong feelings in her eyes. Recently, she had been thinking about this matter. She wanted to take the opportunity, when her parents came from Beijing University, to discuss college with Pei Jiancheng and gauge his opinion. She never expected him to bring it up first. Her desire to go to college was firm, but she also cared about Pei Jiancheng's thoughts. She hoped they could calmly discuss and find a good solution together. Early on, she planned to figure out a way to drive herself to college. Once old Xiao arranged a car, she could fly back from Beijing to the military area every weekend. With enough space and resources, she wasn't worried about her strength or energy. She also knew that Pei Jiancheng would support her going to college. They had been together for a long time, and their love and trust made her feel very secure. Just as she always supported Pei Jiancheng's work and understood his responsibilities as a soldier. "My parents think the college entrance exam might be restored," Joanxi said, mentioning some signs and Xiao Yinghuai's judgment. Pei Jiancheng wasn't surprised. He had heard some rumors. Although their family was in the military, they were also quite sensitive to other news. Everyone knew that chaos wouldn't last long. Once it settled down, many things would return to normal. "If you want to take the exam, go for it." Pei Jiancheng gently stroked his wife's face. His smooth hand and her eyes made him feel a bit distracted. His eyes gradually darkened, becoming more serious. Joanxi was still focused and passionate, staring at him. Pei Jiancheng couldn't hold back anymore. Her gaze was too intense for him. He hugged Joanxi, turned over, and they switched positions. He lowered his head and sealed her slightly parted red lips. "When visiting someone's home, you shouldn't go empty-handed. What should I bring?" Joanxi and her mother discussed what would be suitable to take. Definitely some specialties from Beijing. Joanxi opened the fridge. Her family had brought quite a few things from Beijing, so it would be better to take some local specialties. But they needed to prepare 2 sets, one for Commander Qian's family and some for Yang Hongming and his wife. Dried fruit and snacks, a little of each. And for Commander Qian's family, let's take an extra smoked chicken.
How about that?
Joanxi asked Lian Zhengying. Sounds good. That should be enough, Lian Zhengying nodded. Yang Hongming's family only needed some dried fruit and snacks. Since they were going to the Yang family for dinner, it was more appropriate to bring an extra smoked chicken. At dusk, Pei Jiancheng finished work and returned home, picking up the 3 of them to leave together. The family could just drive one car. Pei Jiancheng also deliberately brought a bottle of wine. Tonight I won't drink. I will drive home, Qiao Anqi announced as soon as she got in the car. Tonight, the Qiao couple and Pei Jiancheng would probably have to drink, so she would stay sober to keep watch. People nowadays still don't have a strong awareness of drunk driving, but these people from the future clearly remember that they must not drive after drinking. Pei Jiancheng thought that drinking and driving wouldn't affect him at all, but his wife firmly disagreed. She had already given him several lessons. Now he obediently listened to his wife because she was right and had good reasons. Sitting in the back, Lian Jingying smiled and said, "All right, tonight it's all up to you." When Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying learned that Pei Jiancheng had taken the initiative to teach Qiao Anqi how to drive, they were very surprised. But their good impression of Pei Jiancheng was rapidly increasing. This son-in-law really was perfect. The leader's detached small building was in the same area, a bit away from their family residence. There were many small buildings, all occupied by military leaders and some retired high-ranking officials. The environment here was especially nice. It was summer, and the trees were lush and green. Some houses had climbing plants on their walls. Flowers bloomed along the roadside and in the yards of the small buildings. From a distance, it looked like a sea of green and colorful flowers. Pei Jiancheng's car stopped in front of one of the small buildings. It was after work hours, and the sun had already set, so it was no longer hot outside. There were still quite a few people on the street. As soon as they got out of the car, countless eyes were drawn to them. This was because the appearance and temperament of these 4 people were simply outstanding. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying's clothes looked ordinary, but their craftsmanship and material were top quality. One could tell at a glance that they were different, especially their elegant and charming demeanor, which stood out even in a place full of rough men like the military district. Next to them, Qiao Anqi wore a light blue round-neck top paired with a dark blue knee-length work skirt. Her long braid draped over her shoulder. She looked simple, bright, elegant, and composed. Pei Jiancheng got out of the car and immediately went to her side. Many people recognized Pei Jiancheng and guessed Qiao Anqi's identity, their eyes widening in surprise. They looked at Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying with some doubt, unsure of who they were. However, the impressive presence of these 4 people made the family members of the usually somewhat proud leaders in the yard secretly admire them. Many people looked at Pei Jiancheng and Qiao Anqi with a bit of envy. Some families with daughters of suitable age had also considered the possibility of marriage. Pei Jiancheng was so outstanding, handsome, and young but already in a high position. Who wouldn't want that? They tried to subtly suggest their connections to his leaders or acquaintances, but all were rejected by him. No one wanted a newcomer to take the lead. But everyone had to admit that these 2 looked very well matched. The 4 ignored the gazes cast their way and walked leisurely forward. Pei Jiancheng knocked on the door of Commander Qian's house. "Professor Qiao, Professor Lian, welcome, welcome," said Commander Qian, coming out to open the door, with Tang Fengming following to greet them. She immediately warmly welcomed them upon seeing them. Commander Qian also stood up from the sofa. The 4 warmly shook hands and exchanged greetings. Although Commander Qian held a high rank in the military, they all saw themselves as rough and unrefined, somewhat respectful of scholars and cultured people. After sitting down, Auntie from Commander Qian's house quickly came over to pour tea. Yang Hongming and his wife hadn't arrived yet, so everyone sat in the living room chatting. Tang Fengying was also impressed by the demeanor of Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying. People from the military district usually didn't associate much with scholars and intellectuals, mainly because scholars were proud and looked down on their roughness, and they also found scholars pretentious. But she saw no sign of pretentiousness in Qiao Yinghuai and his wife. They were generous, elegant, friendly, and spoke confidently. "I'm back," said Qian Shanshan happily as she returned home. She had been at the group's place these days and hadn't gone home. Her family called her to ask if she was coming back. She could not come back, so she rushed home happily. "Sorry we're late." Yang Hongming and Yuli also hurried over. Actually, they weren't late. They finished work and quickly gathered together. But they didn't drive. They went home first after work and then rode bikes here, so they weren't as fast as Pei Jianqing and the others. No, it's just right," Tang Fengying said with a smile, then called the housekeeper in the kitchen to serve the dishes. Yuan Huiqing quickly followed to help. Tonight's dinner at Commander Qian's house was full of sincerity. Mushroom chicken stew, potato beef stew, fried dried tofu with cured meat, braised fish fillets, steamed sausage, pickled cabbage and vinegar, stir-fried bean sprouts, and a dish of stir-fried greens. Each dish was served in large portions, and there was also a rare dish of potato stew with beef, which was quite hearty. Qian Weigua and Yuan Huiqing busily poured drinks for everyone. "Today I won't drink." Qiao Anxi politely declined their offers. "Not drinking?" Yuan Huiqing looked at her with surprise, then suddenly smiled. "Hey, in front of parents, you have to be a good girl, right?" So she didn't pour wine for Qiao Anxi. "Professor Qiao, Professor Lian, welcome to visit the military district." Commander Qian was the first to raise his glass and give a toast. At the dinner table, Qiao Yinghuai also drank happily with Commander Qian, and they talked quite well. Qiao Yinghuai looked handsome and elegant, which made him quite charming. He was knowledgeable and witty. He was not proud or aloof. He could talk about anything. He even discussed military topics with Commander Qian comfortably. They drank happily together, making Commander Qian look like he had found a kindred spirit. Meanwhile, Tang Fengying and Lian Jingying also enjoyed a lively conversation. Their topics mostly centered on children, but they shared a lot of common feelings. Of course, they kept praising each other's children. "Your child is so talented. Your kid is outstanding." As a mother, she couldn't stop smiling. Tang Fengying thought to herself that the adoptive parents of Qiao Anxi were more caring than her own parents. If she didn't say it, no one would know she wasn't her biological daughter. The three of them looked so similar in appearance, handsome and elegant, as if they were real family. And today, seeing the Qiao family, Tang Fengying finally understood why this rural girl, Qiao Anxi, was so outstanding. The Qiao family truly came from a scholarly background, their manners and speech showing the style of a noble family. Under their upbringing, it's no wonder Qiao Anxi was so bright and talented. The young people were also captivated by Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying's charm. They quietly told Qiao Anxi, "Anxi, you're so lucky. Uncle and aunt are so wonderful." Yes, Qiao Anxi nodded happily, not at all modest. In her heart, her parents were the best and most outstanding. This dinner was truly joyful, with the guests enjoying themselves. Commander Qian, in high spirits, even called Qiao Yinghuai a brother. After the meal, he pulled them into the living room for tea. Knowing that Qiao Yinghuai and his wife would stay at the military district for a summer, he repeatedly urged Qiao Yinghuai, "Make sure to come find me when you're free. We can drink tea and play chess, and I can take you fishing." Fishing? Qiao Yinghuai became interested when he heard this. He also enjoyed fishing and often went to relax. But later he was too busy, so he went less and less. Since coming here, he didn't have to think about anything during his time off. After returning to Beijing University, he was busy again and hadn't gone fishing even once. The two of them quickly hit it off and talked for a long time about fishing tips. Night fell, and everyone said goodbye and left. Qian Xiliang and his family saw the guests off to the door. After more farewells, Pei Jianqing opened the passenger door and sat in. "Jianqing, you're sitting in the wrong seat." Yang Hongming, pushing his bicycle nearby, hurried to remind him before he could react. Have you had too much to drink? Qian Weiguo was surprised and stepped forward. That was unlikely. Pei Jianqing's drinking capacity was well known, and ordinary people wouldn't challenge it. The small amount they drank tonight wouldn't affect him at all. It's fine. Pei Jianqing looked out the window, his face still normal, eyes clear.
Then,
Qian Weiguo started to speak but stopped because everyone saw Qiao Anqi open the driver's door and sit in. What kind of trouble are these two causing? Let's go home. We're leaving. The people in the car waved to those outside before they left. Before anyone could react, Qiao Anqi started the car and drove onto the road smoothly and steadily, leaving only their taillights and a puff of exhaust behind. Everyone watched in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Did I see that right?
Yugoslavia Lewis Parat.
Probably not wrong. Yang Hongming still stared in the direction of the car. Tang Fengying sighed. This family is really extraordinary. Qian Shanshan was initially shocked, then her eyes lit up as she watched the car disappear into the distance. She excitedly said, "So girls driving can be so cool. I want to learn too." Yuan Huiqing also looked eager. "I want to learn as well." Qian Weiguo finally came back to himself. Learn, everyone learns. Tang Fengying hurriedly returned to her room and immediately called Tao Huaru. "How is it? In this hot summer, with the scorching heat, my place is still more comfortable, right?" Qiao Anqi opened the fridge in the space, took out some fruits and a box of ice, preparing to make juice. Today, Pei Jianqing was at the military headquarters all day for a meeting and wouldn't be back at noon. Joan locked the doors and windows securely, then took Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying into the space to escape the heat. The space is always kept at a comfortable humidity and temperature, very cozy. "It really is very comfortable," Lian Jingying said as she found a cozy spot on the sofa to sit. Xiao Yinghuai went to the cabinet to get his tea. "I don't drink juice. I prefer to brew my own tea." He doesn't really like those sweet, bland drinks. "I drink it with my mom," Joan said. She cut different kinds of fruit into small pieces, put them in a juicer with water, and made juice. Then she poured it into a glass with ice and added a straw. "Mom, drink some juice," she said, sitting at the dining table and handing a glass to Lian Jingying. Mother and daughter sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping their juice. Xiao Yinghuai also brought his brewed tea and sat down. "Dad, do you think Pei Jianqing might have noticed our secret?" Joan usually calls Pei Jianqing by his full name, which sounds affectionate and a bit playful. "Why do you ask?" Xiao Yinghuai asked calmly as he sipped his tea. Joan took a sip of juice. "It just feels like there are too many signs. He never asks too many questions, and the trust he shows me makes me feel like he might already know everything." She talked about some small details of their interactions. Xiao Yinghuai listened without showing much surprise, maintaining a calm expression. "Dad, you don't seem surprised?" Joan looked at her father. Xiao Yinghuai picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. With his intelligence and sharpness, do you think he wouldn't notice some clues after spending so much time with us? He had already prepared himself mentally. From the moment he met Pei Jianqing, he knew their family probably wouldn't hide the truth from him for long. Hiding things for a while is possible, but not forever. Pei Jianqing has a special job and exceptional abilities, far beyond ordinary people. His insight is even sharper than expected. In their daily life with him, there are many flaws and signs that can't be hidden. This is unavoidable. They can be flawless in front of others, but it's hard to hide everything from those they care about or are close to. Pei Jianqing would definitely notice their differences. Even if he couldn't figure out the truth, he would know their family was hiding something. He carefully observed and considered Pei Jianqing's character, his way of doing things, and his feelings for Joan and the family. He was sure that Pei Jianqing wouldn't do anything to hurt his daughter or their family, so he felt safe leaving Joan in his hands. Although the couple was going through a difficult time and struggling to make progress, they appreciated that once they discovered he was not reliable or overly rigid, such as reporting their family or doing things that could harm them, he would cut off their connection before Pei Jianqing noticed. They were grateful that he helped their daughter and gave her protection. They would never forget this kindness. They were not ordinary people. They could repay him in other ways in the future, money and support. They could provide both. After spending some time together, They also accepted and trusted Pei Jiancheng, believing he would not harm them. Now that they had been cleared of previous accusations, if anything happened, they also had the strength to fight back and protect themselves. If they refused to admit certain things, others wouldn't easily overpower them. Xiao Anqi sipped her juice thoughtfully, listening carefully. Xiao Yinghuai said again, "All signs show that right now, we are actually somewhat aware of each other's secrets. That's fine. There's no need to forcefully expose or hide anything. Just be open and comfortable." Xiao Anqi and Lian Jingying nodded slowly. They understood that living so closely under Pei Jianqing's watch made it impossible to hide everything completely. It might be better for one person to handle it alone. They were a family of 3, having lived together for many years. No matter how much they tried to hide, small slips would happen naturally. Xiao Yinghuai comforted his wife and daughter. There's no need to overthink. Just do what you should. After living together for so long, we all understand each other. Xiao Anqi felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. She knew Pei Jianqing's love and care for her, and his trust sometimes made her feel conflicted. She really didn't want to hide anything from him, but their shocking secret couldn't be spoken aloud. She noticed that Pei Jianqing's words and actions often subtly showed he understood her well. Knowing he cared for her made her feel more clear and open. Not saying anything and not hiding anything was indeed a good choice. As she thought this, her heart lifted with happiness. "Hey, Dad and Mom, I want to treat you to a big meal today at noon. There's a big surprise." Xiao Anqi planned to prepare a delicious seafood feast for Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying. She hadn't told them yet that her space was now filled with a large amount of fresh seafood. "Oh, have you learned any new recipes?" Zhou and his wife thought their daughter had learned some new dishes to try out on them. They hadn't forgotten how she used to experiment with recipes every day when they lived in the village, making them eat so much they gained weight. The food was good, but the ingredients were always the same few types. But they didn't want to spoil her fun, so they looked very excited. Zhou Anqi smiled slightly. She had long seen through her parents' thoughts. This time, it was not the usual 3 dishes.
Tajda.
She opened the RV door, revealing a big basin of seafood outside. There were also some scattered items on the ground. Wow, where did this come from? Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying were surprised to see so much fresh seafood. Zhou Anqi scooped some of the seafood and placed it into the sink. Lian Jingying stepped forward. They're all alive, and they look very fat. It seems the water in this space is very good for raising them. Zhou Anqi looked happily at the seafood, noting how much plumper they looked thanks to the space water, and they were very lively. Look at those waving their big claws. So fierce. While tidying up, she explained to her parents, "There's the sea nearby, and we went there to gather these." She also talked about how they met the little fishing siblings on the street and brought them back to Shuiying village. Oh, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying suddenly understood. Both came over to help Zhou Anqi clean the seafood. "How do you want to cook them? Steamed, grilled, or fried?" Zhou Anqi asked. "Such fresh seafood, steaming or grilling sounds good. Or, we could make seafood porridge," Lian Jingying suggested. "Let's cook crab, abalone, and shellfish in a pot of seafood porridge, grill the oysters, and stir-fry the shrimp with salt and pepper to keep the flavor," Zhou Anqi said, taking out garlic and Sichuan pepper. "Sounds good." The family of 3 rolled up their sleeves and started working. They first cooked the rice porridge. When it was almost done, they added the cleaned abalones and shellfish into the porridge, along with a slice of. After the flavors blended, they added chopped green vegetables. They simply seasoned with a little salt. Adding more spices would overpower the taste. Meanwhile, the oysters in the oven emitted a strong garlic aroma. The stir-fried shrimp with salt and pepper was also ready to serve. The space was filled with rich, delicious smells. As the oven beeped ding, all the dishes were brought to the table. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying both looked eager to eat. It's been a while since they had a seafood feast. "This tastes really fresh," they both exclaimed happily after tasting. "This is even better than what I've had before, more fresh, sweeter, and richer." As soon as the food touched their mouths, Qiao Anqi immediately noticed the difference. These seafood had been raised in space water for a long time, making them look plumper and taste even fresher. It's the space water that nourishes them, she said. The family of 3 enjoyed their meal happily, feeling very satisfied. In the future, when we find good things, we can put them in the space. Not only can we store them and eat whenever we want, but the taste will also get better. Full and happy, Qiao Anxi leaned back on the sofa, feeling content. Good idea, Lian Zhengying agreed. Xiao Yinghuai was busy tidying up, putting the used dishes into the dishwasher. Xiao Anxi and Lian Zhengying sipped tea to settle their stomachs. Mom, in a few days, let's go to the beach and see the ocean. It makes the mind feel calm and wide. Yes, let's go. I've never seen the sea here. The wind chime you sent is beautiful. I've hung it by the window. I also made some shell paintings. They look nice, right? You can take a few with you later. Of course, we'll take them, Lian Jingying said, having already seen the shell decorations in the house. Their home should display their daughter's artwork. Go to the beach? I want to go fishing, said Qiao Yinghuai excitedly after finishing his work. Qiao Anxi smiled and said, not just fishing, you can catch fish too. You can go out to sea with Xiaoyu's dad and the others. That sounds interesting, Qiao Yinghuai said, instantly interested. A while ago, Pei Jiancheng was on a mission and I went to the beach alone one night, just to see how well I can now control my space driving ability, Qiao Anxi explained. How did it go? They asked. It went very well. My mental strength has improved a lot, she replied. She briefly told them about that night. Plus, I discovered something new. My car can even navigate, she said excitedly. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying were very interested and kept asking how it worked. After talking for a while, they all thought that driving their space to Jingcheng might really be possible. Exactly, just like this time, you drove here and I'll consider it about 8 hours. The space speed is roughly half, so it takes about 4 hours. If we increase the speed 3 or 4 times, we could reach the capital in just 1 hour. Qiao Anxi happily counted on her fingers. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also nodded in agreement. As long as the energy issue is solved, traveling becomes very easy. With a navigation feature, there's no need to worry about finding the way. Now, drinking space water and practicing meditation still seem very effective. During this summer holiday, if Pei Jiancheng is away on a mission and not at home, let's take a trip to the capital, Qiao Anxi suggested. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying nodded. For their first trip, it would be best if they could go together. Anxi was still a bit worried about her parents traveling so far alone. All 3 of them felt a little excited. If this plan works out, it will be much more convenient in the future. Of course, if Pei Jiancheng is at home, they wouldn't dare to be too reckless. But at least, in case of an emergency, this plan could be very useful. The family of 3 enjoyed delicious food in the space and chatted for a while. They realized they had been here quite a long time, and it was already afternoon. They tidied up and left the space. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Qiao Anxi asked her parents. No need. After drinking space water, we feel quite energized. No need to sleep now, and it's getting late, they shook their heads. Xiao Yinghuai started playing with his treasures again. Xiao Anxi took out a small storage basket that Grandpa Tan had made and put all of Xiao Yinghuai's treasures inside. These days, he had carved several seals and written a few calligraphy pieces. There was almost no space left for his items. Xiao Anxi was just about to pack them away for him. This basket is nice. It's quite suitable for my treasures, Xiao Yinghuai said with a smile. Lian Jingying also took the storage basket and examined it carefully for a while. Anxi, where did you find this basket? I didn't expect to see such a modern-looking storage basket now. It looks similar to the style we used before. Xiao Anxi smiled. I found it from the grandfather of a former subordinate of Pei Jiancheng. This is just one of several I made for you. I also made a few for the guest room and a laundry basket. We'll go pick them up in a few days. Lian Jingying nodded. No wonder. I was wondering how such things exist now. They look like foreign trade products. Mom, you have such good taste. I specifically made it to look like a foreign trade item, Qiao Anxi said with a smile. Lian Jingying said, Your family's wooden furniture matches perfectly, especially this grid cabinet. You can put one here, another there, such a strong countryside style. It looks very nice. Joan, she smiled mysteriously, Mom. I asked Grandpa Tan to make this, but it's not just for decorating my home. Lien Jingying raised a gentle eyebrow, feeling a bit curious. Do you have a plan? Yes. Joan, she nodded with a smile. What's your idea, girl? Xiao Yihui also leaned in, interested. Dad, do you think these storage baskets could sell well? Joan, she asked Xiao Yihui. Xiao Yihui stroked his chin and said, in our current domestic environment, probably not. Not many people are willing to spend money on this. He paused and added, Girl, are you thinking of starting this business? Right now, private businesses aren't allowed. Even if state-owned factories buy these, practical tools like baskets and bowls are more popular. Joan, she nodded. What if I sell through foreign trade channels? Foreign trade? Xiao Yihui thought for a moment. That might be good. Handcrafted items like these are very popular overseas. Not just now, even in later times, these kinds of crafts are exported in large quantities. Then he looked at his daughter. Are you thinking of doing foreign trade? Lien Jingying also looked at Joan Shi. Yes, Joan Shi admitted without hiding anything. But actually, I don't really want to do business. You know, I'm not very interested in it. Xiao Yihui and Lien Jingying nodded. In the past, their daughter wasn't very interested in the family business. They had no objections and didn't force her. She could do what she liked. The family's business would be managed by whichever younger family member was capable and interested. Those who weren't could just be shareholders and enjoy dividends each year. The couple remained silent, waiting for Joan Shi to continue. Joan Shi talked about Tan Wei's situation and the disabled soldiers in Pingshan village, describing some of their real difficulties. The most fundamental and direct way to solve these problems was through financial resources. The disabled soldiers might be physically weaker and unable to do heavy labor, but many could still do manual work. Activities like basket weaving were often done by men in rural areas. Not only them, but their family members could also participate. However, once the baskets were woven, they could be used personally, given as favors, or exchanged as gifts. The others also couldn't turn these into money. Yes, exactly, no buying or selling, said Xiao Yihui, though he was starting to understand his daughter's idea. Then we won't do ordinary trade, said Xiao Anshi with a smile. Isn't the country encouraging foreign exchange? Let's help earn some for the country. Currently, these woven baskets and household items made from willow branches have little market domestically. But these woven home goods are very popular abroad. They come from the future, so they naturally know which styles sell best. Every year, there are trade fairs where many overseas customers place orders for various products. They could contact the logistics department that handles injured and retired soldiers, have them step in, find factories to cooperate with, or even set up a small workshop themselves. They can bring samples to the trade shows, and after getting orders, return to have retired soldiers' families produce the items. This way, they can earn foreign exchange, and the military factories can make money while also helping injured and retired soldiers. Xiao Yihui and Lien Jingying both nodded as they listened. Dad, there's another way, said Xiao Anshi, pulling Xiao Yihui. I think you could come up with a cultural exchange idea, work with the logistics department, and do this together. That way, we don't need to find other factories. Haha, so you were waiting for me here, Xiao Yihui said, giving his daughter a sidelong glance, but he seriously considered the idea. This kind of woven craft is indeed part of traditional culture. Culture and business, my dad is definitely good at that. No one is more suitable than you, said Xiao Anshi happily, hugging her father's arm. Xiao Yihui nodded. Think it over carefully and improve it. Xiao Anshi said, yes, this is just an initial idea. Many details need to be worked out slowly. The military district has paid Jiancheng, who serves injured and retired soldiers, so there shouldn't be many problems. Even if it doesn't work with the military district, Xiao Yihui could still do this independently through cultural exchanges. It would just be more convenient to cooperate with the military district. Xiao Yihui patted his daughter's shoulder with satisfaction. Good girl, this idea is meaningful and practical. Who else could I be but a military family member now? Xiao Anqi said playfully. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying both laughed. All right, have the awareness. The three of them chatted for a while, then Xiao Yinghuai went aside to continue working on his favorite crafts. She pulled Lian Jingying along as they excitedly studied various storage basket styles. They kept recalling the handmade household items they had seen before. Decorative crafts are probably less popular than practical household items. We should focus on usefulness, she said. Yes, like these fruit baskets, newspaper bins, and book baskets, foreign families really like them. There are also some delicately shaped small flower baskets and hanging baskets, which are pretty good. Lian Jingying had lived abroad for several years and naturally understood these things. Okay, I'll draw them first. She took out paper and pen. As they talked, she sketched out her ideas. Some of these aren't very conventional, and they might be a bit complicated. No problem, they're used to weaving things, so they can usually manage it. It should be fine. If not, we can just make some standard styles, that'll be enough. Let's draw them first. The mother and daughter kept discussing and actually came up with quite a few designs. I'm tired of drawing. Let's take a break. Lian Jingying lovingly patted her daughter's head. She put down her pen, stretched lazily, and said, Mom, I also want to weave a rug for the living room.
Give me some advice.
What kind? I'm a bit torn. She explained the main materials she was considering to Lian Jingying. Probably rope. It's durable, Lian Jingying said. She also leaned toward using rope for the rug. But I'm worried it might be hard to clean. Don't worry, your house isn't very dirty. At most it'll get some dust. Cleaning isn't hard, just brush it. That's true, she nodded. She didn't plan to make it too thick anyway. In the evening, Pei Jiancheng returned home. As the family sat chatting, she mentioned her idea to him. Pei Jiancheng's eyes lit up as he listened, and he reached out to hold Xi's hand, full of enthusiasm. I'll handle things at the military district. She smiled, that's great. With Pei Jiancheng involved, there shouldn't be many problems at the military district. As for old Xiao, she wasn't blindly confident. She knew his strength. His current family background and his personal ability meant he could handle even the toughest tasks. This weekend, let's visit Tan Wei's house again to see the new storage baskets Grandpa Tan has woven, and then we can draw some new designs for him. She started planning the weekend, also planning to check on Xiaoyu's progress with her practice. It has been a while since they last visited.
Dad.
Zhou suddenly smiled mischievously. Now you can go into the mountains to hunt for wild animals and make up for your regrets. Old Jiang Huai's face turned red as he remembered when he first came here, trying to find food in the mountains like others, but ended up with nothing and even fell down. It was a bit embarrassing. Even Jingying couldn't help but laugh openly. Pei Jiancheng didn't know the reason, but he could see that his wife and mother-in-law were teasing the old father-in-law. He didn't dare to mock his father-in-law casually. He stayed silent, not daring to speak. When the weekend arrived, Pei Jiancheng drove the car, and the whole family of four set out for Pingshan village. When they arrived at Tan Wei's house, Grandpa Tan wasn't home. He had gone into the mountains to gather branches and firewood. Zhou saw Xiaoyu and noticed she looked quite different. Her aura had changed a lot, and her posture was more upright and tall. Zhou pulled Jingying to watch Xiaoyu practice dance. Xiaoyu knew Zhou was her mother, and she called her auntie very affectionately. Auntie, you look so young and beautiful, just like my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law really looks like you. Xiaoyu didn't know their true relationship, but she felt they looked very similar. Zhou and Jingying both smiled warmly. Jingying watched for a while, then went out to the yard to look at her vegetable garden with Grandma Tan. Zhou continued guiding Xiaoyu. Seeing Xiaoyu's dance movements improve significantly and become more accurate, she was very pleased. She gently pressed Xiaoyu's legs to help her become more flexible. Xiaoyu easily did a front split, her legs straight, and the movement quite standard. Good, keep practicing, Zhou nodded happily. In such a short time, she had managed to learn this much on her own, which was not only talent, but also hard work. Xiaoyu performed her dance for Zhou from start to finish for the exam, remembering most of the movements without mistakes. but her flow and grace still needed improvement. Joanxi pointed out the issues and explained them carefully. Then she refined a few movements with her. Xiuyu, who had practiced for many days, suddenly understood what Joanxi pointed out and quickly found the feeling. Good, keep practicing slowly. Mastery is very important, Joanxi said with a smile.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I practice every day, Xiuyu nodded. Sit down and rest for a while, Joanxi said, pulling Xiuyu to sit. She didn't continue explaining the dance movements, but instead shared some tips on hair and skincare. This includes some tips on clothing and appearance. If you want to join the art troupe, appearance is very important. Clothes don't have to be very fancy, but they should be clean, neat, and fit well. First impressions matter a lot. Even details like skin on hands and feet are important, and Zhou Anxi also told Xiaoyu to pay attention to these. Now the sun is very strong. Try not to stay in the sun too long, as it can hurt your skin, Zhou Anxi said. Okay. Xiaoyu listened carefully. Since she knew she was going to try out for the art troupe, her family didn't let her do much work at home anymore, only some light and simple chores. Luckily, their family doesn't own land here, so they don't need to do much farming. Her grandparents are still healthy, and the chores at home are simple. At this moment, Pei Jiancheng and Qiao Yinghuai came out of the next room and asked at the door, "We're going to the mountains now, do you want to come?" Zhou Anxi looked at Lian Jingying, who was walking over. "Do you want to go, Mom?" Lian Jingying smiled. "Yes, just for a walk and to breathe the fresh mountain air." Xiaoyu quickly carried a big basket on her back to the corner of the yard. Then each of Zhou Anxi and Lian Jingying took a basket. The group headed towards the mountains. Passing by some houses, they saw men with injuries, some sunbathing at the door, some practicing walking with crutches. Those who could come outside are probably only lightly injured. Many others with more serious injuries haven't recovered enough to leave their beds. The three members of the Qiao family looked on, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. "Grandpa," Xiaoyu waved to the front. Grandpa Tan was walking over, carrying a big basket and a bundle of branches. Grandpa Tan, Zhou Anxi also greeted him. When he got closer, she introduced him to Qiao Yinghuai and the others. They exchanged a few words, then Grandpa Tan headed home with his load, and they continued walking. In the mountains, Xiaoyu took Zhou Anxi and her daughter to look for wild mushrooms, vegetables, and fruits. But many of these had already been picked, not as many as last time, so they had to search for a while. Even when they found some, they were scattered and sparse. Still, mother and daughter were very happy. Their main purpose wasn't just picking things, it was like a picnic, walking and having fun. The mountain air was very fresh. They walked and stopped, enjoying the scenery. Qiao Yinghuai and Pei Jiancheng went further inside, feeling excited. He was pretty good at some skills himself. Last time, the original owner was too weak physically. This time, he wanted to prove himself and make up for it. Pei Jiancheng looked excited, with an eager expression. His father-in-law didn't say anything, just silently followed along. There's no need to speak. He understood everything clearly. He must protect his father-in-law and also ensure his father-in-law personally hit something, never letting him go home empty-handed. It's not difficult, he can do it. After chasing and fighting for the prey, he finally succeeded. He carefully gave his father-in-law the last strike on the already dizzy prey, without leaving any trace. Qiao Yinghuai was very happy. He found himself in great shape today, becoming more confident with each success. Small game like wild chickens and rabbits were easily caught. Of course, he also saw his son-in-law helping, but he needed to keep up himself, right? Overall, the hunting trip was very successful. Dad, you did great. We got a full harvest. Qiao Anxi and Lian Jingying looked at the spoils they carried back and gave Qiao Yinghuai a thumbs up. Xiaoyu also cheered him on, praising Uncle, "You're so impressive. I didn't expect you to be so refined and skilled." "It's okay. Jiancheng is quick and sharp-eyed. He always finds the targets." Qiao Yinghuai remained modest, but his smile was wide, almost uncontrollable. Qiao Anxi and her mother secretly giggled, holding their lips. Pei Jiancheng carried a basket filled with game, and everyone headed down the mountain to Tan Wei's house. Once they arrived, They clearly told Grandma Tan that their family wouldn't stay for dinner today, asking her not to prepare extra food. Tan's family tried to persuade them repeatedly, but they all said they had other things to do and couldn't stay. Tan's family could only give up. Before leaving, there was something more important. Xiao Anxi and Lian Jingying went together to see the baskets Grandpa Tan had woven. Comrade Xiao, look and see if I did it right. Grandpa Tan took out the woven baskets with a simple, honest smile on his face. Yes, that's right. Xiao Anxi looked at the baskets, pleased. They were exactly what she wanted. They looked just as good as the ones in high-end home stores in her later life. The style was perfect, and she was confident in her own design. Grandpa Tan had woven them carefully and diligently. She had told him about some details last time, and he had followed her instructions very well. Not bad. The craftsmanship is excellent. Very beautiful. Lian Jingying examined one closely and praised repeatedly. Seeing their satisfied expressions, Grandpa Tan was very happy. His face showed a deep smile. Hee, Grandpa Tan, I still need your help to make a few more, Xiao Anxi said with a smile, pulling out a stack of paper again. Grandpa Tan smiled warmly, no problem. There was no real issue. Officer Pei's family had helped them so much that they didn't know how to thank them properly. Fortunately, she had some skills herself and could help a little by making some baskets. That made her very happy. Xiao Anxi opened the drawing paper. Grandpa Tan, a few of these might be a bit complicated. See if you can make them. If you can't, just ignore those and focus on the ones you can. Grandpa Tan took the drawings and looked at them carefully, then nodded. I think I can do it. Xiao Anxi looked pleased. Grandpa Tan still pointed to a few unclear parts and asked questions, and Xiao Anxi explained patiently. They were about to leave when they went inside to see Tan Wei. His face and spirit had improved a lot. His expression was more determined, and there was a faint light in his eyes. After arriving at Tan Wei's house, Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Yinghuai had been staying in his room, talking to him. Xiao Yinghuai was wise, humorous, experienced, and good at talking. He kept guiding Tan Wei during their chat. Tan Wei became much livelier while talking with him. Pei Jiancheng was his leader and someone he deeply respected and admired, but he didn't talk much. Talking with someone like Xiao Yinghuai, who was older and more experienced, brought out his childish side. He looked at Xiao Yinghuai with admiration in his eyes. Take good care of yourself, try to get out of bed soon. I'll come back to see you next time, Xiao Yinghuai said, patting Tan Wei's shoulder. Okay, Tan Wei nodded hard. Pei Jiancheng left some supplies at Tan's house, and then took some of his own things, and left. Since we're out today, Mom and Dad, do you want to go somewhere else for a bit? Xiao Anxi, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned to ask her parents. Lian Jingying looked at her watch and said, It's already noon. Almost time for lunch. We should go back and eat first. Xiao Anxi also checked the time. It was getting late. Let's go home first. What should we eat? Mother and daughter started discussing eagerly what to have for lunch. They couldn't wait to enjoy the game they just caught. Should they have braised, steamed, or stir-fried? They argued excitedly. Xiao Yinghuai watched the lively discussion between mother and daughter and couldn't help but pour a bit of cold water on them. By the time you finish this big meal, it'll probably be dinner time. Their enthusiasm was quickly dampened. Isn't that right? It's already late, and this wild animal still needs some time to be prepared. Even making other dishes takes a lot of effort. Pei Jiancheng, who has been focused on driving, suggested, how about we go to the small stir-fry stand at the cafeteria? That sounds good, and saves trouble. Xiao Anxi immediately smiled and said, Yes, Dad and Mom, let's try the cafeteria at our military district and see how it compares to your school cafeteria. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also nodded in agreement when they heard this. They had been out all morning, and everyone was quite tired. Eating at the cafeteria would be easier. After everyone agreed, Pei Jiancheng drove back to the military district. He first put the wild animal and the storage basket back home, then headed straight to the cafeteria. It was almost mealtime, and since it was the weekend, there weren't many people in the cafeteria. When the four of them entered, they attracted quite a few glances. Their looks and presence, no matter where they are always eye-catching. When they reached the small stir-fry stand, there were even fewer people, and it was much quieter.
However, there were still some people around.
In fact, they unexpectedly ran into Commander Lei and Li Sufeng having a meal there. Jiancheng, Anshi, you guys are here too? Who are these two? Li Sufeng greeted them but couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying. She had a faint guess about their identities. After a quick look, she was secretly surprised. These two had quite impressive presence and aura. Commander Lei, Sister Li, the two introduced themselves to them, and the Qiao couple. Sit together? Sister Li warmly invited them. Commander Lei and Li Sufeng's children weren't usually around, and sometimes they were too busy or lazy, so they would eat at the cafeteria. They had heard about the Qiao family and knew they had come to the military district, but they didn't expect to meet them by chance today. It was understandable, especially since Pei Jianqing's parents-in-law were also present. They naturally paid attention. Moreover, with their appearance and demeanor, they were hard to ignore, which made others eager to befriend them. Knowing that they were Pei Jianqing's direct superiors, Xiao Yinghuai and the others had no objections and happily sat together. Pei Jianqing and Xiao Anshi went to order food at the stand. Commander Lei and Li Sufeng started chatting with Xiao Yinghuai and his wife. These two couples handled everything smoothly and quickly became familiar with each other. That day, Xiao Yinghuai managed to get Commander Lei to chat like old friends, and today, he also successfully gained Commander Lei's favor. Commander Lei eagerly invited Xiao Yinghuai to visit his home for a good drink. Sure, no problem. Let's not go home drunk, Xiao Yinghuai cheerfully agreed. Lian Jingying and Li Sufeng also enjoyed their conversation. Li Sufeng knew they were both university professors in Beijing and initially spoke cautiously, thinking they would be proud and aloof. But surprisingly, they were friendly and humble, not showing off their talents. She felt a warm liking for them. Commander Lei and his wife had almost finished eating. When Pei Jianqing's dishes arrived, they chatted a bit more before politely leaving, allowing the family to enjoy their meal peacefully. Come visit us sometime, he warmly invited as he left. Definitely, we will, the Qiao couple responded enthusiastically. After Commander Lei and Li Sufeng left, the family of four started eating lunch. How's the food? Xiao Anshi asked her parents. Delicious, better than the state-run restaurants outside, they replied. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying kept praising the chef's skills. Of course, these are special dishes for the leaders, Xiao Anshi whispered with a smile. She then asked, how does it compare to your school? Lian Jingying said, it's not comparable. You'd have to compare it to the big cafeteria outside. That makes sense, but don't you have a small stir-fry window? Xiao Anshi was a bit surprised. Yes, but not with such high status, Lian Jingying replied, eating kung pao chicken, which was quite authentic. While eating, they discussed their plans for the afternoon. But if they really wanted to go sightseeing, there weren't many places or activities available now. Traveling had become difficult and troublesome over the years, so few people went on trips. And now it was the hottest time of year, with the sun blazing, making outings seem crazy. Since it's a bit cloudy and not too hot, why don't we all go to the furniture factory? I need to submit some design drafts, and it'll be a little trip around Langcheng, Xiao Anshi suggested. Okay. They agreed happily, following their daughter wherever she wanted to go. They were just there to accompany her. By the way, I'll buy a few picture frames to make some decorative paintings for you to take home. I also need to frame my dad's calligraphy. Old Xiao's calligraphy was excellent, and Xiao Anshi planned to hang 1 or 2 pieces at home. Picture frame? That's very simple. No need to buy one. Dad can make a few for you. Dad, you can make them? Zhou Anshi was a bit surprised and looked at old Zhou with some doubt. She hadn't seen him do any crafts before. Oh, wait, he does make something. He carves his stamps every day. Zhou Yinghuai was unhappy with his daughter's doubtful look. What look? When I was young, I knew a lot about this. He really could do it. When he was young, many people who studied literature were a bit romantic and actually made these things by hand. The original owner also liked to tinker with things in the past. Zhou Anshi thought about it and agreed. Men in this era seemed to be quite handy. She quickly comforted old Zhou. All right then. Dad,
Make a few more for me.
We can also go to the furniture factory to buy some materials. Don't worry, what Dad makes will definitely look good, Zhou Yinghuai said confidently. After dinner, the family set off for Langcheng. The weather changes so quickly. This morning it was sunny, and now it's cloudy. It looks like it might rain. Zhou Wanshi looked out the car window. The sun seemed to have hidden somewhere. Zheng Ying chuckled. They say June weather is like a child's mood, really unpredictable. Now it's July, but according to the lunar calendar, it's not quite June. This place is near the sea. It seems to be typhoon season now. Do you think a typhoon might come? Zhou Wanshi asked curiously, turning to Pei Jiancheng. She remembered that this geographical location was prone to typhoons. Thinking of those typhoon days in later generations, she found them quite scary. There will be, Pei Jiancheng replied. But then he reassured Zhou Wanshi not every year, just occasionally in recent years. They haven't been too strong. We're a bit away from the sea. Oh, Zhou Wanshi felt a bit relieved. The sky was gloomy, but traveling was much cooler. It was still a bit stuffy, but at least not scorching. The car drove on until they reached the furniture factory. Zhou Wanshi asked Pei Jiancheng to take old Zhou and Lian Jingying to browse the showroom slowly. She went to find factory director Wu to submit her drawings. Director Wu was very diligent. Zhou Wanshi often saw him on weekends. She didn't know that her furniture designs were selling well, and Director Wu's performance was excellent, earning praise from above several times. Now he was full of enthusiasm, working like he had been injected with chicken blood. He also seemed to have figured out Zhou Wanshi's submission pattern and was waiting here on purpose. The new custom service they launched was really effective. The two of them summarized their respective information. Xiao Anshi handed over her design drafts and then took some requirement details. By the way, Director Wu, I want to make a few picture frames. Our factory has the materials, and I'd like to buy some. She put the documents into her bag and said to Director Wu, "Making picture frames? What do you need to buy? We have plenty of scrap materials in the factory, enough for you. Take some." Director Wu said generously with a wave of his hand. Really? That might not be proper. Xiao Anshi felt a bit shy. She didn't want to take advantage of the factory. Director Wu smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. You've contributed a lot to the factory. Go ahead and take some. It's like a small benefit from the factory." A benefit? That sounds good. Hearing this, Xiao Anshi felt reassured. Nowadays, the factory isn't private property. Taking things freely, even scrap materials, could cause big problems. If someone with bad intentions notices, they might accuse you of embezzling state property, which is serious. Director Wu didn't just talk. He immediately took out paper and a pen, wrote a note, and stamped it with a red seal.
"Take this and pick what you want inside," he said.
Xiao Anshi happily took the note. "Thank you, Director Wu." They chatted for a while longer, and then Xiao Anshi said goodbye and left. Outside, Pei Jiancheng and the Qiao couple had finished their walk around. "Anshi, your furniture designs are really good," Lian Jingying said with a smile as she saw her come out. Xiao Anshi was surprised. "You can tell which ones I designed?" "Of course I can tell my daughter's work," Lian Jingying teased her. "Mom is amazing. Come on, let's go pick some materials." Director Wu gave me a note, Xiao Anshi said happily, pulling them toward the factory building. Lian Jingying smiled. "You got a note too?" Xiao Anshi explained. "The director said it's a benefit for me. I can pick whatever I want."
Hee hee.
"Master Yang, I'm here to pick some scrap materials." Xiao Anshi quickly handed the note to Master Yang, who manages the factory. "All right," Master Yang said with a big smile when he saw her. The factory workers all had a very good impression of Xiao Anshi. Everyone knew that the factory's good performance was mostly because of her. They were all benefiting directly, receiving extra bonuses every month. He quickly took the note, checked the records, and then returned it to Xiao Anshi. This wasn't a one-time note. It could be used again in the future. He then led them to the pile of scrap materials. "Comrade Xiao, take your time choosing," he said. "Thank you," she replied gratefully. She saw the large pile of materials and thought, "Wow, there really is everything: wood, glass, and more." Her picture frames are small, so these materials are plenty. Mom, Dad, let's choose some, she said. So, Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying helped her pick out materials. Pei Jiancheng wasn't sure what to choose, so he stayed out of it and helped carry things on the side. Dad, pick some darker-colored, slightly old-looking materials. They have more character, Joan, she said, looking at the various options. Okay, pick whatever you like. Each has its own style. Xiao Yinghuai searched for accessories. Those are important too. Luckily, since it's a furniture factory, they had everything they needed. Comrade Xiao, put it here. Master Yang kindly brought over a box for them to pack their selections. Thank you. Thank you, they all quickly expressed their gratitude. There were many scraps, big and small. Some pieces were quite large, but they couldn't use large pieces for their picture frames. After a while of choosing, they finally gathered a small pile of materials they needed. It was enough for many frames. If more was needed, they could come back next time. Got everything? Why not take a few more? Master Yang looked surprised at what they packed, noticing it wasn't much. Most of what they took weren't large pieces, some were quite small. That's enough. Thank you, Master Yang. If I need more, I'll come again. Joan, she smiled. You're always welcome. Master Yang nodded. The factory director had said they could take materials anytime. They had plenty of scraps, with new ones arriving daily, so they regularly needed to sort through them. But Joan's family was really not greedy. Usually, people who came to take scraps aimed for larger pieces. Comrade Xiao, do you want some glue? The kind specifically for sticking wood. Master Yang also handed Joan a bottle of open glue, thinking she might find it useful. Joan, she quickly took it and thanked him. Pei Jiancheng carried the box as the family returned to their car. Dad, do you know what I was thinking when I was choosing those materials? Joan, she turned back and asked Xiao Yinghuai. What? What crazy idea do you have now? Xiao Yinghuai chuckled. Suddenly, Joan, she said, I thought about old, worn-out door panels with heavy carvings. They would look really nice as frames. Yes, I agree. That would look good. Xiao Yinghuai nodded in approval. Joan, she sighed again. It's a pity this house is small now. If we could turn that old door into a table, it would look really nice. It would be great to have tea on it. That sounds good. Haha, my daughter, don't worry. Our house in Beijing is big. You can do whatever you want with it later, Xiao Yinghuai said with a big smile. Joan, she thought and got excited. Maybe the old door is at the scrapyard. She remembered reading many stories about that place, which was mysterious and often had good things to find. Do you want to go? Xiao Yinghuai asked her, and even Zheng Ying looked at her. Joan, she looked at the sky, which was getting darker. It looked like it was going to rain. Not going. Let's go home quickly. The rain is about to start, and we have enough materials now. We can think about it later if needed. The car kept driving back. Sure enough, halfway home, the rain started falling. At first, it was just light drizzle, but soon it got heavier. When they reached the military family building, the rain was pouring down heavily. Wait a moment, Pei Jiancheng said after parking the car. He opened the door and ran into the rain, quickly rushing upstairs. A few minutes later, he came back with 2 black umbrellas. He gave one to Qiao Yinghuai and her husband. He used the other umbrella himself, shielding Joan as they went inside. Then he went out again under the umbrella, carrying things from the car upstairs. Zheng Ying also hurried into the kitchen to boil water for everyone to wash up. Joan, she quickly followed, filling a large basin with warm water. Because the rain was so heavy, even with umbrellas, they all got wet. Especially Pei Jiancheng, who was soaked from the moment he got out of the car. Once everyone changed into dry clothes, Joan and Zheng Ying's mother and daughter started thinking about what to eat. Today, they killed a wild chicken. Since it had just been caught in the rain, they added more to make chicken soup. How about chicken soup noodles? With some greens, Joan asked everyone for their opinion. Since they had eaten stir-fried dishes at the cafeteria for lunch, everyone agreed with the idea of chicken soup noodles. Pei Jiancheng, who had just finished killing the chicken, seamlessly started kneading the dough. After the dough rested, Zheng Ying took over, rolling out the noodles. The fragrant chicken soup paired with chewy noodles, with some greens to absorb the oil, made the soup not greasy at all. On a rainy day, it was cool, and everyone enjoyed a warm, flavorful bowl of chicken soup noodles, feeling very comfortable. The heavy rain didn't last too long. It gradually lessened but never completely stopped. It paused in the middle of the night and started again at dawn. For several days, the rain kept coming and going. Overall, the weather stayed cloudy, but the heat eased up quite a bit. Rainy days are perfect for staying at home and thinking about food. Pei Jianqing's daily routine was normal. Xiao Anqi stayed at home with her parents every day, playing and thinking about what to eat, not going anywhere. The family was happy and relaxed. Xiao Yinghuai also got a new job now. He had less time to play with his treasures and was busy making picture frames for his daughter. Pei Jianqing even borrowed a set of woodworking tools from the logistics department so he could do his best. Xiao Yinghuai had a pencil tucked behind his ear and was holding a saw, cutting a piece of wood on a chair in the dining room. He pressed his foot on the wood and sawed away, making a cracking sound. A desk fan nearby was swinging from side to side, blowing cool air. "Dad, you really look like you're doing something serious," said Xiao Anqi, sitting at the dining table, resting her chin as she watched her dad saw the wood. "Just a small thing," replied Xiao Yinghuai. He looked at his daughter's admiring eyes as he thought, and worked with full energy, pulling the saw back and forth. "Can you make a few wider edges? The ones we bought before are all narrow, and they look a bit thin," Xiao Anqi asked while watching. Xiao Yinghuai picked up a finished piece of wood, marked it with a pencil, and said, "No problem. Whatever style you want, I can do it. I plan to make it with a mortise and tenon joint, so no nails are needed." Xiao Anqi sat up straight, her eyes shining like stars. "Wow, Dad, you're so amazing." "Hee, just wait," said Xiao Yinghuai, picking up the saw again and continuing his work. Xiao Anqi watched for a while, then picked up a teacup from the table and handed it to her dad. "Dad, take a break and drink some water." Xiao Yinghuai paused, put down his tools, and took a sip of tea. Xiao Anqi quickly handed him a towel draped over the chair back. "Wipe your sweat." "Good girl," said Xiao Yinghuai happily. "Anqi, come here for a moment," called Lian Zhengying from the kitchen. Xiao Yinghuai waved his hand. "All right, go ahead and play. Don't stand around here." "Okay," said Xiao Anqi, getting up and heading to the kitchen to find her beloved mother. "That's enough." She looked at the fully melted shrimp, a large plate. Quite a lot. She had been saving for 2 days. There was only a small bag in the Space's fridge. She took it out the day before and put it in her own fridge, then took another bag the next day. They are becoming a bit bolder with their eating habits. Pei Jianqing only focuses on earning money and submitting tickets. She arranges and decides what to eat. He eats whatever she gives him without question. Now, in this resource-scarce era, even with money and tickets, it's not always easy to buy food. She feels frustrated leaving a fridge full of food that she can't eat. Although the variety isn't huge, it's quite rich for this time. They have all the basic types: chicken, duck, fish, beef, and lamb. Plenty of each. Since her parents are here, they also brought many tickets, so having more food at home isn't unusual. Plus, their family had a good talk that day. So now, she's a bit bolder than before. Over the past few days, they've eaten well and varied their meals, and Pei Jianqing has had no bad reactions. Their family doesn't want to keep hiding in the space, eating delicious food all the time. They still want him to enjoy some good food too. Tonight, they plan to make spicy shrimp. Hot weather makes everyone crave spicy food. They also cooked a pot of clear radish and beef brisket soup. Later, I'll fry some lean meat slices and stir-fry some greens. Will that be enough? Lian Zhengying asked Shi. That's enough, Mom. Have we been eating too well these days? I feel like I've gained weight. She touched her face, smooth and slightly puffed up. Lian Zhengying looked at her daughter seriously. The weight gain wasn't obvious, but her complexion was very good, full of energy and vitality. Her face was rosy and pretty. She said, "It's okay, not fat. You look healthy." She pouted and wrapped her hand around her waist. "I really think I've gained weight. My waist feels a bit thicker, and my pants feel tighter than before." "You're not fat. A little flesh looks better," her mother said, not liking her daughter to be too thin. Health is the most important. Maybe I should watch my diet and eat less, she muttered, pinching the flesh on her waist.
Don't, honey.
You're just right now. Lian Jingying quickly comforted her daughter.
Fine, whatever.
Let's eat first, she said, thinking about the delicious food and feeling too reluctant to restrict herself. She walked over and helped Lian Jingying prepare the ingredients for spicy shrimp. There were celery sticks, onion slices, green pepper slices, cucumber strips, and peanuts. In this pot of spicy shrimp, the vegetables are flavorful and taste especially good. Once it started boiling and was stir-fried, a strong aroma spread out again, quickly filling the windows all around. The smell, both fragrant and slightly pungent, hadn't faded before the scent of pan-fried lean meat slices came next, rich and inviting. The meat slices, cut to the right thickness and slightly pounded, were slowly pan-fried in the pot, one by one. When they started to turn a bit crispy, a little soy sauce was added, instantly coloring the meat and making the aroma even more tempting. Finally, some crushed salt was sprinkled on top before serving. The dish was crispy on the outside and tender inside, with a savory, slightly smoky flavor filling the mouth. The people upstairs had become somewhat numb to the smell. In the past, the young couple only occasionally enjoyed such fragrant dishes at home. Now, they heard that Deputy Captain Pei's parents had come, and wow, the smell was so strong it was almost overwhelming every day. They were constantly being overwhelmed by it. But they also got to see the strength of Deputy Captain Pei's parents, clearly wealthy and influential. Besides envy, everyone was also craving it so fragrant. Everyone also noticed how much these parents valued Xiao Anqi, no less than their own biological parents. That evening, Pei Jiansheng came home from work and ate with extra enthusiasm. He enjoyed the rich flavored stir-fried dishes and a lighter soup, then went for a second bowl of rice. Of course, he was busy peeling shrimp for his wife at the same time. Watching Pei Jiansheng eat happily, he looked perfectly normal, with nothing unusual. Xiao Anqi also smiled slightly. This kind of life was really good. The family was happily spending their relaxed holiday together. Besides occasionally going out to buy some groceries, they mostly stayed at home. Their house wasn't big, with few belongings inside. The furniture was simple and not bulky, neatly arranged. So, the family had plenty of space for activities and lived comfortably. Xiao Yinghuai still dealt with those pieces of wood every day. But for some time now, his mortise and tenon joints still didn't fit perfectly. He hadn't finished a single picture frame yet. Xiao Anqi sat nearby every day, watching him work, not daring to ask or rush him. Dad, maybe use nails? Just a few taps. It's faster, Xiao Anqi couldn't help but say carefully. If that didn't work, there was always glue. Master Yang had given a big bottle. Go play somewhere else. Don't disturb me, he said, dismissing her as soon as he spoke. Joanxi decided not to look anymore and waited to see the finished product, trusting her father a little more. Even Jingying couldn't stand it anymore. Old Joe, if it doesn't work, what's wrong with just using a few nails? Who says it won't work? This needs to be carefully sanded by hand. No nails needed. Old Joe still insisted on his effort and refused to give up. All right, I won't persuade him anymore. Joanxi sat back on the bench to draw her design plans. That day, she saw many leftover scraps in the furniture factory's workshop, which gave her a new idea. Some of those scraps were quite large, and making big items might not be enough. It would be a shame to waste them. Based on the approximate sizes of those scraps, she imagined many small, practical items. They looked simple and useful, and using scraps to make them was more than enough. Even Jingying praised the sketches for these small designs. Girl, these little things are really good. They look nice, are practical, and won't be too expensive. They should sell well. Yes, some can even match larger furniture, making them look like a set, Joanxi said, feeling quite satisfied. When these sketches were handed to factory director Wu, he was overjoyed. It was a big surprise. He hadn't expected such small, practical items. The small side table looked delicate, and the tiny shelf could fit into the small gaps between furniture pieces. Brilliant. The small basket made of wood was also pretty, and there was more. Director Wu became more and more excited. These could turn waste into treasure once made. The discarded scraps would be put to great use. Giving Joanxi this little benefit was definitely worth it, he thought with emotion. He immediately started production based on the drawings. Amid the constant knocking and banging of daily work, the outer frame of Zhou Yinghuai's first mortise and tenon picture frame finally came together. How is it? Not bad, right? He proudly showed his half-finished work to his wife and daughter. Hey, it's really quite good. Joanxi held the wooden frame and examined it carefully. The four corners fit perfectly. Zhou Yinghuai is a bit of a perfectionist. If he wants to do something, he wants it to be done well. He kept practicing on one corner, repeatedly sanding and refining, even if it wasn't perfectly aligned or smooth. He only moved on to the next step once he could make a perfect corner. This process took longer, and it seemed like many days had passed with little progress. But actually, he has now learned the skills and is becoming more skilled. Doing it again will be much faster. Taking your time produces better work. The first outer frame he made looks quite impressive at a glance. The whole frame is even and smooth, fitting together perfectly. He used a plane to make the wood surface very flat, then polished it with sandpaper until it was very smooth, with no rough spots or splinters. Finally, he installed the glass and the back panel, and a beautiful, delicate picture frame was finished. Looks great, I like it, Zhou happily said, holding the frame and not wanting to put it down. This frame, in both design and craftsmanship, is definitely better than the ones you buy in stores. Not to mention the simple, rustic style. Even in later times, it wouldn't be out of place in a boutique. It also has handmade charm, which she really loved. And it was made by her dearest dad. Old Zhou, you're really talented. Even Jingying praised her daughter. Old Zhou couldn't help but smile happily. Listening to his wife's praise and seeing his daughter's happy smile, the blisters and calluses on his hands didn't matter at all. But his daughter still felt sorry for her dad, so she poured water from the room to soak his hands. She then kindly stepped forward to massage his shoulders. Dad, you've worked so hard these days. Let's rest for a few days and go out for a trip? Not hard at all, Zhou responded happily, enjoying his daughter's care. Where do you want to go? Zhou happily clenched her fists and gently massaged her dad's shoulders. To reward my hardworking dad, of course we're going to the beach. Okay, it's a deal, Zhou smiled happily, full of joy. That evening, when Pei Jianqing finished work, the family of four sat together again to plan their trip. Zhou and his wife came over, not just to see their daughter, but also well prepared. After all, the family of three came from the future, and Zhou was very careful to consider everything. They brought letters of introduction and proof from the school for their trip. With these, it would be easier to go anywhere or do anything. If they wanted to go to the beach and join the local fishing boat, the introduction letter would save them a lot of trouble. It wouldn't cause any problems for the local fishermen either. Zhou thought about Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing's families, who kept talking about going to the beach, and asked, should we invite their families too? Since everyone is going, it wouldn't be easy to go out to sea alone. Then let's call them. The Qiao couple had no objections, and Pei Jianqing also agreed. Yang Hongming, Yu Li, Qian Weigua, and Yuan Huiqing heard the news and became very excited. They quickly confirmed their plans with Pei Jianqing. When the news reached Qian Shanshan, she felt upset because they had a performance that day and couldn't go. Then you'll have to go next time if there's a chance, Yu Li said regretfully, patting her shoulder. Sigh, Qian Shanshan sighed. She wanted to ask for leave, but couldn't. Don't be sad. We'll bring you some food back, Yu Li comforted her. Okay. Qian Shanshan pouted, but she didn't feel comforted and didn't dare to eat much. Weekend came quickly. Early in the morning, Qiao Anxi and her mother Lian Jingying were busy preparing fully armed. The past few days had been sunny every day, with the sun high in the sky. The sun at the seaside was very fierce. After being exposed to the sun, the wind would, causing the skin to peel and turn red and black. Despite the heat, they both wore long sleeves and long pants to cover as much as possible. Mom, hurry up, apply more sunscreen, thicker, Qiao Anxi said as she took out sunscreen and kept applying it. Lian Jingying didn't dare delay either, grabbing some and spreading it on her hands repeatedly. Soon, their faces, hands, and feet were covered with a thick layer of sunscreen. "Dad, you too?" Xiao Anqi said, holding the sunscreen and trying to put some on Xiao Yinghuai's face. "I don't want to." Old Xiao quickly dodged. "If you get sunburned, you'll peel," Xiao Anqi said, holding him firmly and applying a layer of sunscreen. Seeing that her father-in-law didn't dodge, Pei Jianqing quickly stepped back a few steps. "The sun during my training is much worse, and I have a hat." Xiao Anqi looked at the military hat on the cabinet. Yes, he often trained in the sun. Finally, she didn't put sunscreen on him. Lian Jingying finished applying sunscreen and hurried to get something from the fridge. They had agreed that this time they would definitely borrow fire from the little fisherman's family for their meal. So, they needed to bring some food supplies. Yang Hongming and Wei Guo would also bring some. Traveling there was a bit of trouble for the family, and they wouldn't accept money, so they decided to bring some of the missing items from their side. The most needed items were meat and grains. Lian Jingying packed what she needed into a basket. After she finished, Pei Jianqing came over and carried the basket in his hands. Zhou Yingxi packed her bag, putting some items inside for future use. "Bring an umbrella too, to shade from the sun." Lian Jingying saw a black umbrella in the corner of the room, which would work well for sun protection. Zhou Yingxi adjusted her small hat on her head, but still felt it couldn't block the strong sun. She had prepared a scarf in her bag. If the sun became too harsh, she would just tie the scarf around her head. Pei Jianqing went over and took 2 umbrellas as well. The family only took Pei Jianqing's car, except for the car from Beijing, which had been parked in the lot for a while. Suddenly, a car horn sounded. Qian Weiguo was driving a car borrowed from his father, Commander Qian, with Yang Hongming and his wife inside. The Qian couple didn't come to this event because there were too many people and it would be too crowded if they joined. Commander Qian planned to invite Zhou Yingxi fishing another day instead. Pei Jianqing nodded at Qian Weiguo and drove off immediately, with Qian Weiguo following behind. The 2 cars drove one after the other to Shuiying village. As the jeeps entered the village, they attracted a lot of attention. Shuiying village is by the sea, and cars from the city often come to collect seafood, so it's not unusual to see vehicles there. But usually cars go straight to the seaside. When both jeeps entered the village together, they drew even more attention. Xiao Hai, playing with some children, saw the cars approaching and quickly looked at the license plates. He was so excited when he saw it was Brother Pei's car. He had memorized the license plate number already. He stood up and ran toward the cars, shouting, "Brother Pei, Anqi Jia." "Xiao Hai." Zhou Yingxi rolled down the window and waved at Xiao Hai. Pei Jianqing slowly drove near the small fishing house, parked the car, and Qian Weiguo followed closely behind. Xiao Hai had already run home to tell everyone. "The air here smells strongly of seafood," Yuli said as soon as she got out of the car, taking a deep breath. "It's also a bit salty," Yuan Huiqing added with a smile. Zhou Yingxi frowned slightly, feeling that the smell was a bit too fishy. She found it strange because during her previous visits, she didn't notice this strong smell, just a hint of fishiness in the air, but not so heavy. Could it be because of the hot weather? She took out her water bottle and took a sip. The uncomfortable feeling eased a little. Everyone got off the boat, and Tian Xiufeng hurriedly came out after receiving Xiao Hai's letter. Anqi's sister, Xiao Yu happily ran to Xiao Anqi. "Tian Auntie, we're here to play." Xiao Anqi patted Xiao Yu's head and smiled as she explained their purpose to Tian Xiufeng. They were prepared for 2 possibilities. If Xiao Yu's family's boat wasn't at home, the village could find another boat for them. But they would decide later whether to go out to sea or not. Staying on the shore to play and gather seafood was fine too. Tian Xiufeng quickly invited them inside to drink water, but Xiao Anqi waved her off with a smile. Everyone had already started wandering outside. Xiao Yinghuai and the others needed to go find the village chief first. "Xiao Hai, come here." Tian Xiufeng quickly asked Xiao Hai to take them to see the village chief. The village chief saw the letter of introduction and proof that Xiao Yinghuai brought out, along with the military officers in uniform and the jeep they arrived in. Naturally, he didn't dare to delay and was willing to talk. Seeing that Xiao Hai was the one bringing them, the village chief guessed they knew each other but still asked if he could help arrange anything. Xiao Yinghuai politely declined, saying it was fine at Xiao Hai's home. The village chief agreed, as their documents were complete and they arranged everything themselves, so it didn't cause trouble for the village. He told Xiao Hai to go back and tell his family to host them well. When they returned to Xiao Yu's house, they didn't stay long. Xiao Yu's father and grandfather were over at the boat. "Anqi, you should go over there. Xiao Yu's father and the others already know and are ready," Tian Xiufeng quickly told Xiao Anqi as they returned. She had already spoken with her husband earlier. Their boat was ready to go out at any time, so there was no problem. "Annie Tian, are you coming too?" Xiao Anqi asked. Tian Xiufeng shook her head with a smile. "I'm not going. I'll wait at home for you to come back." Xiao Anqi understood she probably had other chores at home, so she didn't insist. After saying goodbye, she left. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu took Xiao Anqi and the others to find their family's boat. Xiao Yu's father and grandfather looked like honest fishermen, slightly thin, with faces marked by wind and sea from frequent trips out. Xiao Hai's older brother was named Dahai, about 16 or 17 years old. His skin was dark from the sun, but he had a cheerful look, with a big, bright smile. Their boat wasn't very large and was quite simple. Everyone on board was still comfortable, and Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu also came along. Xiao Hai and his older brother Dahai brought a small, open boat without a canopy. Xiao Hai followed Dahai onto the boat. They rowed the boat ahead, probably to scout the area. Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing were dressed very warmly, with long sleeves, long pants, and hats. Since they were in the military district, the women were not delicate or fragile. They boarded the boat using a simple plank, without panic or fear. However, the male colleagues carefully supported their wives, worried they might slip. "Anqi sister, you should sit inside the canopy. It's not so hot there," Xiao Yu said as she helped them sit inside the boat's cover. The men didn't go inside. They stood outside, watching the distance. Xiao Yu's father and grandfather used long poles to push the boat from one side. They gently pushed, and the boat slowly drifted into the sea. Since fuel is expensive now, they usually row the boat with poles. They don't go far, only near the coast or shallow waters. In the village, they only use fuel for big fishing trips occasionally. The boat was simple, with a few buckets of fresh water. Xiao Yu told them it was plain fresh water, not seawater. There were wooden boards on the sides of the boat to sit on, and several simple small wooden benches. The women sat on the benches, looking out at the vast ocean, feeling excited. The sun was shining brightly, the weather was lovely, and the sea was very calm. The sunlight reflected on the water, sparkling like gold. The sea breeze is salty, and the air is so fresh, Yuli couldn't help but stand up and walk to the edge of the boat, stretching her arms up. The boat rocked a little, and she swayed with it. Yuan Huiqing quickly reached out to hold her, saying, "Come back quickly, don't fall." Yang Hongming, standing outside, also nervously shouted, "Wife, sit down properly." Yuli had to wobble back and sit down. Xiao Anqi and Yuan Huiqing couldn't help but laugh. The fishing boat continued heading toward the middle of the sea. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing were very curious, asking Xiao Yu questions about everything. "Where are we going? Why are they rowing a small boat alone?" Xiao Yu explained, "We're going to find a place to cast our nets. My brother and the others are scouting ahead." Although Xiao Yu was young, she grew up by the sea and knew quite a lot. Xiao Anqi leaned on Lian Jingying, feeling a little dizzy. She realized that her mood today was quite average, which she hadn't expected. Even Jinning noticed that her daughter seemed a bit less energetic and softly asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Anqi shook her head. "I don't know. I feel a bit dizzy and nauseous. Could it be seasick? That doesn't seem right." She took out her water bottle and took a sip, trying to suppress the uncomfortable feeling. Zhaning looked at her daughter with concern. Xiao Anqi smiled and said, "Drink some water, I'm fine now. Maybe it's just the hot weather." Zhaning knew how amazing the space water was. Seeing Xiao Anqi's face, she thought there was no real problem, so she relaxed a bit. But she still took off her hat and folded it in her hand, gently fanning her daughter. Mom, you don't have to. Xiao Anshi tried to stop her. Sit still. Jining held her daughter's hand and gently fanned her. Xiao Anshi sat close to her mother, feeling very happy. The boat was getting farther from the shore. The small boat that had gone ahead had turned back and was pulling the big boat forward. After a while, at the back of the boat, the fishing dad was already leading the men to cast their nets into the sea. The boat moved forward with the net trailing behind. The women stayed seated, watching them work, as the boat was a bit unsteady while moving. Xiaoyu was nearby, carefully explaining the process to them. After some time, the boat finally stopped at a certain spot. The brothers, Dahai and Xiaohai, climbed from the small boat onto the big boat. They said, "The weather is stormy now," and ran to the back. Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing also ran over. Xiao Anshi and Jining didn't squeeze forward. They stayed sitting under the canopy, just watching. Back in their previous life, they had also gone fishing and pulled nets, so they weren't as curious. Soon, when the net was pulled up, they could see everything on the deck. All the men helped to pull the net together. Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing watched excitedly from the side. After some lively chatter, the net was finally pulled up. The excited C said, "Today is lucky. No empty nets, and we caught a lot." They threw the net with the catch onto the deck. There were quite a few things inside, though not very big. Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing cheered loudly. Xiao Anshi and Jining also took small stools and moved closer, happily watching what was inside the net. The brothers, Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu, quickly untied the net and poured out the catch. There are many small fish of unknown names, mostly about the size of a palm. There are also mantis shrimp, sea shrimp, and some shells and other unfamiliar creatures. The most common are various fish. The sea brought buckets and large basins, putting all the catch inside. Xiao Hai picked out some tiny shrimp from the catch and piled them on the deck. Yuli curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Xiao Hai replied while sorting, making bait for fishing. Xiao Yinghuai happily picked up the fishing rod handed by old Xiao. The rod was very simple, just a plain bamboo stick with a piece of fishing line, and even the float was made from chicken feathers. It couldn't compare to the expensive rods used in later times. But he was now more interested in this primitive way of fishing. There were only a few fishing rods on the boat, and each of the few men took one. "We want to try too," Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing said, a bit dissatisfied. "Come on, try it." Yang Hongming quickly handed his rod to Yu Li. Pei Jianqing looked at Xiao Anshi, who smiled and shook her head. She wasn't very interested in fishing with such an old-fashioned rod. She mainly wanted to give old Xiao some fun. Yuli lost interest after holding the rod for a while. She couldn't catch any fish, and she couldn't tell if the fish had bitten the hook or not. "This is no fun." She returned a rod to Yang Hongming and ran away. "Sister, we will take you to have fun." Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu came over with a fishing line and hooks.
Great.
Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing followed them back into the boat shelter. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu cut several long pieces of fishing line, tying a hook at each end. They also took some of the small shrimp used as bait to the other side of the boat. Xiao Yu said, "We won't fish with them. We'll stay here." They hung a small shrimp on a hook, sat by the boat, and threw the hook into the sea, holding the line tightly. After a quiet moment, Xiao Hai suddenly pulled up the line quickly, and a small fish was happily pulled out of the water. The fish was still jumping with the hook in its mouth. "Wow, you can really catch fish like this?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Just then Xiao Yu also pulled up a fish.
Huh.
"Is it that easy?" Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing were stunned. Xiao Anshi and Lian Jingying also looked on with interest. "Sister, it's simple." Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu took the fish hook out of the fish's mouth. "I want to try too." Yuli excitedly stepped forward. Xiao Hai reattached the bait and handed the line to Yuli's sister. "When you feel a movement or sudden weight on your hand, quickly pull the line up. This method doesn't need a float. It's all based on feel." "Okay." Yuli nodded, mimicking their earlier actions, and threw the hook into the sea. Yuan Huiqing also threw her line in. Soon, Yuli excitedly shouted, "It's moving, it's moving." She lifted her hand, and everyone watched closely. Wow. She pulled up an empty hook, no bait left. Xiaoyu smiled, sister. Your feeling was right, but the fish ate the bait and then swam away. Ha ha ha, Yuan Huiqing laughed loudly.
Don't laugh.
Your turn probably isn't much better, Yuli pouted. Sure enough, Yuan Huiqing quickly pulled up an empty hook too, and Yuli burst into laughter. And she and Auntie, come join us. It's really fun, Yuli said. Even though they didn't catch any fish, this was much more fun than just holding a fishing rod. Holding the line felt faster and more direct. Xiao Anxi and Lian Jingying also smiled and came over to join them. Xiao Anxi was amazing. On her first try, she caught a fish. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing were very jealous. They didn't give up and kept trying. After several empty hooks, they finally caught fish, and they cheered loudly. Their excitement even caught the attention of the men nearby, who came over to see. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing proudly showed off their small fish. You're better than me. I haven't caught anything yet, Yang Hongming praised his wife. I don't want to eat the fish I caught myself, Yuli said happily, looking at her fish. Then let's raise them, Yang Hongming said with a smile. Xiao Anxi watched them happily, silently catching another fish. This kind of fishing really had a high success rate. Her sense of touch was so sharp, she knew immediately when a fish bit the hook. Looking again, Lian Jingying was about the same, catching quite a few one after another. Come on, let's take a photo, Yuan Huiqing suddenly remembered. They brought a camera when they left. She quickly opened her bag and took out a camera. Xiao Hai and Xiaoyu looked at the camera in her hands with curiosity. I'll take a picture of you two first, she said with a smile, positioning the camera to capture the siblings. The brother and sister both opened their big eyes, looking at the camera with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. Smile a little, Yuan Huiqing said with a smile. Xiao Hai foolishly grinned, while Xiaoyu politely pressed her lips into a small smile.
Click.
The photo was taken. Then she loudly called Qian Weigua over to take pictures of everyone. Qian Weigua quickly put down his fishing rod and came over. The boat became lively again, with people fishing and taking photos, creating a very happy atmosphere. Happy times always pass quickly, and it was time to head back. Xiao Yinghuai felt satisfied and had enough fun. The old, simple fishing rod had its own charm. Pei Jianqing stayed close to his father-in-law, taking good care of him. He occasionally looked at his wife, who was obediently staying with her mother-in-law, and felt reassured. The boat returned to the shore. Xiaoyu's father and Ahai helped carry the catch off the boat, then brought it back to Xiaoyu's home. Tian Xiufang sat at the door mending the fishing net, watching them return, and quickly went to greet them. Not bad at all, she said with a smile as she looked at the things Ahai and the others brought back. Xiao Anxi and the others also took out the ingredients they brought from the car. Tian Xiufang didn't push them away. Their family didn't have many good things to entertain guests. They probably wouldn't eat rough countryside food. It was better to help prepare the food they brought. Xiao Anxi was very thoughtful. This time, she even brought a small bottle of peanut oil and some seasonings. Tian Xiufang felt deeply touched. Xiao Anxi was so considerate. Even if she was willing, their family didn't have that much oil. Tian Xiufang didn't let the women who wanted to help cook into the kitchen. Rest assured, we, the women, can handle it, she said. The kitchen was small and crowded, so they didn't go in. Xiao Anxi told her to make a little extra. Later, we'll all eat together. Grandpa Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu's dad will join us. They had enough ingredients and plenty of seafood. She was worried Tian Xiufang might feel embarrassed, so she only cooked for them. Tian Xiufang and Xiaoyu's grandma went into the kitchen with Xiaoyu and her sister Xiaofan to help. The others relaxed in the house, drinking water and chatting. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing, though wrapped up warmly, still looked a bit red from the sun. A few people gathered and talked. Anxi, you and Auntie look fine, not even very red. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing are very jealous. They have already visibly changed. As soon as they got home, they couldn't wait to take out their small mirrors and look at themselves for a long time. Their faces were already flushed. Xiao Anxi touched her face. Her sunscreen had a high SPF. Plus, she had the support of space water. Xiao Huai is very talkative. Grandpa Yu and Dad Yu shared interesting stories about the sea with them. The men listened happily. The smell of seafood from the kitchen drifted out. It's a bit fishy. Strange. These things didn't smell fishy when they were just caught, but now they do. Yuan Huiqing wrinkled her nose. It's not fishy when we eat it, Yuli chuckled. Qiao Anxi felt upset again. Her discomfort returned. She had previously cleaned seafood at home without any problem. Even Lian Jingying noticed her discomfort. She softly asked, "Are you feeling bad again?" "Yes." Qiao Anxi nodded softly and took another sip of water. Lian Jingying suddenly had a thought, as if she remembered something. "Let's go outside to get some fresh air," she said, pulling her daughter out to the yard. "Girl, how long has it been since your aunt's period came?" Lian Jingying asked. It seems it's been a long time. My period is irregular. It often doesn't come for several months, Qiao Anxi whispered. The original owner's body always had irregular periods. Sometimes it only came once every few months, other times it came every month quite randomly. Lian Jingying frowned slightly, looking at her daughter with a meaningful gaze. Thinking about her mother's question and her look, Qiao Anxi suddenly had a thought. Could it be? But then she thought, isn't that normal? She looked at her mother with wide eyes.
Could it be?
Very likely.
We can't ignore it.
Let's go to the hospital tomorrow to check. Lian Jingying nodded. What's wrong, wife? Pei Jiancheng had just seen his mother-in-law pulling her brows together and leaving with her daughter. He was a bit worried and followed her outside, only to hear about going to the hospital for a checkup, and he panicked. It's nothing, Qiao Anxi comforted him. Maybe it's the hot weather and I don't have much appetite. Mom said we'll check tomorrow. Since nothing was certain and they were outside, she didn't want to say much more. They would see the results after the checkup tomorrow. Lian Jingying also said there was nothing to worry about. Pei Jiancheng frowned slightly. I'll go with you tomorrow. Qiao Anxi replied, you have to work tomorrow. It's okay, I'll go with you first. Pei Jiancheng gently brushed some hair from Qiao Anxi's forehead, noticing her face looked better, which eased his mind a little. Back inside the house, Pei Jiancheng didn't sit with the men but sat beside his wife, focusing entirely on her. He fanned her to keep her cool, watched her drink water, and worried if she felt uncomfortable at all. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing watched Pei Jiancheng carefully take care of Qiao Anxi, staying close. They couldn't help but comment on the couple's caring behavior several times. The fishy smell from the kitchen had faded, replaced by the aroma of delicious food. When the dishes were served, they looked very rich and plentiful. Besides the items they brought back from the boat, abalone, oysters, and shellfish, they also had other seafood. Qiao Anxi immediately guessed that Tian Xiufang and the others had gone to the beach to gather more while they were out at sea. Because they had plenty of oil and seasonings this time, and each family brought enough ingredients, Tian Xiufang prepared many different dishes. Whether it was meat or seafood, just looking at the dishes made everyone's mouth water, promising great taste and aroma. Because there were many people, they split into 2 tables to eat. Tian Xiufang and Granny Xiaoyu took a few children to another table. As soon as they started eating, everyone praised the food highly. Qiao Anxi was a bit surprised. Last time, she noticed that Tian Xiufang's dishes were tasty even with less oil. But today, with normal oil and seasonings, the flavors were even more impressive. A simple oyster omelet was made with impressive skill. The eggs were golden and fragrant, and the oysters inside were fresh, tender, and smooth. The eggs fully wrapped each oyster. It was dry and neat, without excess water spilling out. This oyster omelet is really delicious, said Xiao Huai, who was used to good food, unable to stop praising. The vegetable and fish soup was as sweet and fresh as always. Today, Tian Xiufang also made a fish stew, which was rich and fragrant. Even the meat and vegetable dishes they brought looked extraordinary. The Xiaoyu family felt a bit nervous. They had never had such a lavish meal even during the New Year. No matter how good Tian Xiufang's cooking was, their home never had so much meat, eggs, and vegetables at once. As they talked, they realized that Tian Xiufeng's mother used to work as a cook for a wealthy family, and she had passed down her cooking skills. But over the years, with scarce supplies and limited resources, her talents couldn't be fully used. When returning from the sea, it was already a bit late. After eating and drinking, it was afternoon. Yuli and Yuan Huiqing still wanted to go to the beach to play and pick some small seafood.
Stay here for a while and rest.
Don't go into the sea too much. Lian Jingying was a bit worried about her daughter. Going to the beach to gather seafood meant she might get splashed with seawater. The smell there was strong, and the sun was very hot now. Xiao Anqi nodded in agreement. I'll wait until the sun goes down a bit before going out. Yu Li and the others thought Xiao Anqi might be a little sunstroke, so they didn't insist on her joining them. Besides, she wasn't new to this. She was told, rest here for now. When the sun is less strong, you can come find us. Pei Jiancheng also wanted to stay and keep her company. Xiao Anqi waved her hand to let him go. Go and watch my dad. Mom, you can go play too. Lian Jingying naturally stayed to keep her daughter company. Only she and her daughter knew what was really happening. She told Pei Jiancheng to follow Xiao Yinghuai and then sent everyone else away. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu carried big baskets with tools, jumping and skipping as they headed out. Xiao Yu's father and grandfather continued back to the boat. Tian Xiufeng sat down nearby with some sewing, chatting with Lian Jingying and Xiao Anqi. Tian Xiufeng didn't talk much, but she was very straightforward. It was clear her family kept everything well organized. Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Fan, was in middle school in town. She was a quiet and gentle girl. After finishing her chores, she sat quietly reading her textbooks. Lian Jingying and Xiao Anqi both praised Xiao Fan, and she blushed shyly. Tian Xiufeng looked at her daughter with pride. Xiao Fan is a good student. No matter how hard it is, as long as the kids want to go to school, we will make sure they do. Talking about Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu, it was very difficult to support 3 children in school, but they never let any of them fall behind. As for Da Hai, he simply refused to continue after middle school. But finishing middle school was already quite good. Lian Jingying and Xiao Anqi were moved by this. It's rare to see rural families so determined to let their children study, regardless of whether they are boys or girls. As long as they want to study, we will find a way to support them. Tian Xiufeng opened up about her children, sharing her stories. She had grown up moving in and out of big households with her mother, so she had quite a bit of experience. She didn't have many chances to go to school back then. Now, although they are poor, at least they have the opportunity for the children to study. But just thinking about the tuition for 3 children makes her worried. Their yearly work points only cover their basic needs, with little left over. Paying for more children's school fees means the whole family has to save on food. At that time, Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu secretly took fish from the family to exchange for money at the black market to help ease the family's burden. Later, they were stopped and never dared to go out again. Joan and her daughter saw her worried expression and understood their family's difficult situation. Someone like Tian Xiufeng, who has some cooking skills, will do much better once things open up. She can look for some work or start a small food-related business. But right now, there are few options. All they could do was comfort her, saying, don't worry. Things might change in a few years. It won't stay like this forever. Maybe someday you'll have a chance to show off your cooking skills. Hopefully, Tian Xiufeng replied optimistically. Things are not always the same. In just a few decades, so much has changed. Now, the village feels different from before. The 3 of them talked slowly as the sun gradually set outside. The temperature was no longer as high as before. Let's go for a walk outside, Joan said, standing up at the door. Mother and daughter went out and slowly headed toward the beach. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Lian Jingying asked, still a bit worried. No, probably just because the sun was too hot earlier and I reacted strongly to the smell, Joan shook her head. Then she looked a bit puzzled, Mom. Do you think it might not be that? I haven't seen any signs. Could I have just gotten a heat stroke from the heat today? Whether or not, it's better to be cautious. Better safe than sorry, Lian Jingying said. Yeah, Joan nodded. Being careful is never wrong. Lian Jingying added, You said you felt you gained weight and your waist got thicker, right? Joan reached out and touched her waist. She really does seem a bit chubbier. As they walked and talked, they reached the beach where Xiaohai and the others had taken them before. There were no other people there, and from afar, they saw the children happily collecting shells. Joan didn't go down to the beach. She stayed on the sand where the water wouldn't wet her feet. While casually sifting through the sand, they found quite a few shells. Mom, there's also a lot of stuff here. Even Zhang used her foot to move the sand a little, saying quite a lot, and they look pretty plump. She walked a short distance and found 2 sticks to bring back. Mother and daughter decided to sit on the beach, using the sticks to dig through the sand and collect shells. Joanxi kept picking up shells and tossing them into her space. She also picked up some colorful stones and shells. Whenever she saw something suitable, she would pick it up and carry it, mostly tossing it into her space. Anqi, come play with us? Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing saw them and waved their hands loudly. Joanxi shook her head and waved back, saying not going. It seemed they also collected many things over there. Soon, they carried several large baskets toward the beach. Joanxi went over to look and saw they were full of baskets, but there weren't that many items, most were shells. So, are you done playing? Joanxi asked Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing with a smile. Yes, so fun, they said excitedly, their faces turning a few shades darker from the excitement. Beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, but their eyes sparkled brightly. The group returned to the small fishing house. Tian Xiaofang and Granny Yu quickly helped them pack up the collected items. They didn't know how to handle these, especially opening the oysters, which was more complicated than opening clams. People who didn't know how to do it might struggle to open them, or even damage the shells. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu went to help, and Xiao Fan put down his book to join in. Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing looked at their trembling hands and feet, took out a mirror, and lamented at their increasingly sunburned faces. Oh no, it's over. They had so much fun playing, but now they felt quite upset. Joanxi chuckled and took out 2 small bottles from her bag, handing them to them. My mom brought these from Beijing. I heard they can help repair skin. Try applying them. These were mixed with essence and space water, with space water being the key ingredient. They could easily fix their sunburned skin. As for sunscreen, she hadn't been able to give them any before, and now without it, she couldn't explain clearly. Better to fix it afterward. Thank you, they said happily, taking the bottles. They hurried to wash their faces with clean water and then applied the essence. It feels cool and very comfortable. As the 2 of them applied cream to their faces, they instantly felt a pleasant relief from the slight burning sensation caused by the sun. Remember to apply it every morning and evening. Applying it for a few more days should help even more, Joanxi said with a smile. Okay, they nodded happily, feeling more confident as their faces started to feel calmer. Since there were many people working, the work went quickly. It didn't take long before everything was packed up. The 3 families also packed their collected items, each carrying baskets and bags. They divided the catch from the morning fishing trip, excluding what they ate at noon, among the 3 families. They wanted to leave some for the little fisherman's family, who didn't want any. Take everything you want. We want to have some whenever we feel like eating, Tian Xiaofang said, then went to the kitchen to pack the remaining items they brought, some of which were left over. Joanxi and the others refused to take any more. They left everything for the little fisherman's family. They had disturbed the family all day, and also cleaned up a lot of seafood. Tian Xiaofang tried to persuade her again, but it was no use, so she could only sadly gather the leftovers. 2 jeeps drove out of Shuiying village one after the other, heading back to the military district. Back home, Joanxi sorted through the seafood caught from the net, tossing some live ones directly into her space. The already cleaned seafood was stored in the home refrigerator. What should we eat tonight? Joanxi asked. Although they ate a lot and late at noon, they mainly ate seafood and they didn't eat much meat. So they digested quickly and wouldn't be too hungry. It was about time to start preparing dinner. Let's make some seafood vegetable porridge and fry some oyster pancakes, Lian Jingying suggested. They were a bit tired of lunch, so they wanted something lighter for dinner. She asked for opinions from Pei Jiancheng and Zhou Yinghuai, who both agreed, without hesitation. Lien Jingying picked out some abalone, shrimp, and oysters to cook the porridge. Were a bit cold, so she decided not to include them for now. At noon, she also looked at Jo Anxi, but didn't let her eat. Mom, I have space water. Even if it's real, I don't really need to avoid certain foods, Jo Anxi whispered to Lien Jingying. Be careful, especially now, in the early stage. Wait until you're stable, Lien Jingying said, not convinced. She then added, take out 2 sea cucumbers and chop them into the porridge. Jo Anxi quickly took out 2 sea cucumbers and Lien Jingying took them to chop into small pieces. She was a bit worried and personally cooked in the kitchen. She had also sent away Pei Jiancheng, who wanted to help earlier. Now, in the living room, Qiaoying is playing chess with someone. The mother and daughter are busy in the kitchen. Mostly, Lien Jingying is working quickly and she doesn't let Qiao Anxi do much, only some simple tasks. Mom, you don't have to do this. I'm not that fragile. Just stay quietly. She doesn't understand her mother's caring heart. Lien Jingying is busy and efficient. At times like this, her daughter should be loved and pampered. While she's here, she wants to take good care of her. After summer vacation, she will have to leave. Are you feeling uncomfortable with these smells in the kitchen? Lien Jingying asks worriedly.
I'm okay.
I just drank some space water before coming in, and everything is already prepared, so the smell isn't too strong, Qiao Anxi smiles. She prepared in advance and drank the space water early. While the seafood porridge is bubbling on the stove, the oyster pancakes are also being cooked. Once the pancakes are ready and the porridge is cooked, they have a simple but hearty meal, and the whole family feels happy. After dinner, Lien Jingying pulls Qiao Anxi into the room to whisper. Xiao Yinghuai and Pei Jiancheng watch them talk mysteriously, not knowing what they are up to. They don't disturb them and continue playing chess. Xiao Yinghuai didn't expect that Pei Jiancheng is also good at Go. They usually play chess. This time, he set up a Go board at home for Pei Jiancheng to see and realized he also knows how to play. They played a game, and he found Pei Jiancheng's skill quite high. This made Xiao Yinghuai very happy, and he often invites him to play. Lien Jingying is giving instructions to Qiao Anxi, making her face turn a little red. Did you hear that? No fooling around. Things should calm down for now, and only after everything is stable can we talk about other things. Got it, Qiao Anxi nods honestly. Lien Jingying sighs softly inside. In her heart, her daughter is still that little girl who used to cuddle and act spoiled. Now, she has to be a mother. Although they haven't gone to the hospital for a final check, based on her daughter's reactions and her own experience, it's likely she's pregnant. Her lack of other big reactions might be because she drank the space water. Her daughter is still a bit clueless about this, so she needs to watch her more carefully. Lien Jingying suddenly feels grateful. Luckily, they found out when they were on vacation. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease leaving her daughter alone to face everything. Jo Anxi remembered her mother's words. When Pei Jiancheng held her at night, she immediately pushed him away. What's wrong? Pei Jiancheng was startled. Jo Anxi realized she had reacted a bit strongly. He didn't know what was happening. She decided not to tell him now and wait for the test results tomorrow. If there was a mistake, she didn't want to cause unnecessary worry. No, go to sleep early. I have a checkup tomorrow. Are you feeling unwell now? Pei Jiancheng asked worriedly, holding her gently. No, I'm just sleepy. Jo Anxi yawned softly. Then go to sleep. I won't disturb you. Pei Jiancheng adjusted her comfortably in his arms. He held her tenderly, kissed her forehead, and said, sleep well. Jo Anxi closed her eyes peacefully and gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning after breakfast, the whole family gathered to accompany Jo Anxi to the hospital for her checkup. Even Zheng Ying had mentioned it to Joning the night before. Originally, she thought her daughter could stay at home, but she knew how important this was. She had to go along. Actually, my mom and I can go alone. Jo Anxi thought the group was a bit too much, too formal. No, Pei Jiancheng and Joning said together. Early in the morning, Pei Jiancheng had taken leave during his morning exercise. He couldn't feel at ease if he didn't see what was happening with his wife at the hospital. When the four of them entered the hospital, they were immediately surrounded by many eyes. Many people recognized Pei Jiancheng right away, and it was obvious who the three people beside him were. Is that the deputy squad leader's wife and his parents-in-law? His wife really looks just like the rumors say. She's very beautiful. Those are probably not ordinary people, judging by their looks. I heard they're not biologically related, they just found each other. So what? They came from so far away. What's the difference if they're biological or not? Many nurses whispered among themselves. The doctors were busy and hurried past, stealing a few glances and feeling a bit emotional inside. Their family of four was used to this kind of attention. As soon as Pei Jiancheng entered the hospital, he went straight to queue for registration. Zheng Ying had initially planned to take her daughter for the consultation, but seeing Pei Jiancheng busy and active, she changed her mind. It was better for the young couple to face and experience this moment together. This was a time for them alone. She still didn't want to get involved as parents, they just needed to ensure everything was fine in the background. So she and Xiao Yinghuai sat quietly on a bench outside, letting the young couple go inside for their checkup. The doctor was a woman in her 40s, experienced and dedicated. She carefully asked Xiao Anxi a few questions, then handed her a form to get blood and tests. Pei Jiancheng looked a bit anxious when he saw this. He thought, she only has a poor appetite. Why do we need blood and tests? Doctor, is there a problem? He asked nervously. The doctor was surprised to see Pei Jiancheng, usually known for his calmness, so anxious. She handed him the form and said, just do the tests and wait for the results. Pei Jiancheng suppressed his panic, took the form, and took Xiao Anxi to get the tests done. Xiao Anxi smiled and comforted him. It's okay, just a routine check. Yes, Pei Jiancheng, worried about frightening his wife, kept his emotions in check. Although he was very anxious inside, he didn't show it outwardly. While waiting for the test results, Pei Jiancheng was still uneasy, his mind tense. But he also remembered to take care of his wife. Gently, he helped her sit on the chair. Is it hot? Are you thirsty? He asked softly. I'm fine, she replied. The busy hospital lobby was a bit stuffy. Lian Jingying and Xiao Yinghuai asked with concern, how is it? All done. The tests are finished. Xiao Anxi sat beside them. Lian Jingying noticed Pei Jiancheng looked serious and knew he was worried. She comforted him. Jiancheng, don't worry. It's just a normal checkup. Nothing serious. Okay. Pei Jiancheng relaxed a little and sat beside Xiao Anxi. Should I get some paper and a water bottle? He asked her for her opinion. After she nodded, he reached into her bag and took out a stack of paper and a water bottle. Drink some water. He opened the bottle and gently held it to her lips, making sure she took a sip. Then he held the paper and softly fanned her to keep her comfortable. Pei Jiancheng, who was already a noticeable figure, was now carefully caring for his wife, attracting many glances. People tend to be more reserved emotionally nowadays, and men often have some sense of traditional masculinity, especially in the military. But few would show such attentive care for their wives, especially in public. Pei Jiancheng doesn't care about this. He doesn't mind what others think or say. His wife is his own, and he cares for her in his own way. The nurses and doctors gathered around, talking, their eyes full of obvious envy. Such open and sincere care and love. Who wouldn't like or want that? Especially from a man as outstanding as Pei Jiancheng. Honestly, when Pei Jiancheng was single, many unmarried women at the hospital had their own fantasies. Young, handsome, quickly promoted, with a promising future, it's easy to see why women would be attracted. From both a romantic and practical point of view, Pei Jiancheng was the best choice. Some families with good conditions even tried to matchmake him through connections. But all efforts failed. Now, seeing the close couple, there's a mix of envy and a little bitterness in their hearts. However, looking at Xiao Anxi and her partner, they also feel a bit relieved. There were rumors about her being a country girl which made everyone a little upset and unwilling to accept it. But now, with her appearance and temperament, no one can honestly say they are not a good match. And her adoptive parents' background and refined demeanor, such elegance of a cultured intellectual, are enough to make people admire. No one cares about her past or where she came from. Who would have thought that the usually aloof Deputy Commander Pei could be so gentle? He's so attentive. Look how nervous he is for his wife. If I had half of that, I'd be satisfied. I envy them. The nurses and doctors were chatting excitedly, while Pei Jiancheng waited anxiously for the test results. He held Xiao Anshi's hand softly and said, "Wait for me a moment." Then he took the results and hurried into the doctor's office. Xiao Anshi and her family sat in the lobby, waiting. They waited a long time, but Pei Jiancheng hadn't come out. It felt like a long wait. Could there really be a problem? Zhang Ying glanced at the time. Pei Jiancheng had been in the doctor's office for a while and still hadn't come out. It was just a simple result, just a few words. Suddenly, she felt uneasy. But then she thought about her daughter drinking space water every day. There couldn't be a problem. They waited a little longer, but finally, she couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up, knocked on the doctor's office door, and then went inside. As soon as she entered, she saw Pei Jiancheng sitting across from the doctor, constantly asking questions and taking notes with a pen in hand. She approached and immediately smiled happily. The board was filled with tips for pregnant women. The doctor opposite looked like he was holding back a laugh and seemed quite emotional. She had heard of the famous Pei Jiancheng before. When she saw his silly expression upon hearing that his wife was pregnant, she guessed it was a rare sight. What happened next surprised her even more. Pei Jiancheng kept asking her all kinds of questions about pregnancy precautions and even borrowed paper and pen to carefully take notes. Who would have thought that this legendary, cold, and proud Deputy Commander Pei would have such a gentle side? Even Zhang felt a bit emotional inside. She didn't disturb him and just waited quietly nearby. Finally, after finishing his questions, Pei Jiancheng thanked the doctor and excitedly told his mother-in-law, "Mom, Anshi is pregnant." Lian Jingying nodded with a smile. Seeing her expression, Pei Jiancheng knew she had probably guessed it already, which is why she brought his wife for the checkup. They left the doctor's office. Pei Jiancheng carefully helped Xiao Anshi. "Wife, we have a baby now." "Really?" Xiao Anshi touched her belly, feeling a mix of emotions. Although she was mentally prepared, the moment the result was confirmed, her feelings overwhelmed her. "Let's go home first." Lian Jingying stepped forward and hugged Xiao Anshi. If she hadn't supported her daughter, Pei Jiancheng wouldn't have been willing to let her walk alone. She knew he would definitely hold on as they left. In this era, even married couples being overly affectionate in public could easily attract gossip. So she took the initiative to hold her daughter instead. The new father, Pei Jiancheng, was now extremely nervous. When they got into the car, Chao Yinghuai looked at Pei Jiancheng in the driver's seat and suddenly said, "Jiancheng, get out. I'll drive." He couldn't stand his son-in-law's stiff movements anymore. Xiao Anshi and Lian Jingying looked over in surprise, almost smiling. Pei Jiancheng didn't say a word, calmly got out of the car and swapped places with Chao Yinghuai. Xiao Anshi turned around and smiled at him brightly. He also gently reached out to touch her face with a soft smile. Lian Jingying couldn't hold back anymore. "Anshi, let's switch too," she said, opening the car door and changing seats with her daughter. Pei Jiancheng could no longer worry about anything else and immediately held his wife in his arms, afraid that the car's movement might shake her. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Is the car too bumpy?" "I'm fine." Xiao Anshi obediently leaned into his embrace. Since he was holding her so tightly, it was impossible for her to be shaken. "Dad, please drive a little slower," Pei Jiancheng said to the driver ahead. Xiao Yinghuai looked silently at the road in front, really wanting to roll his eyes. How much slower can he go? Just now, someone riding a bicycle overtook him. Even Zhang Ying was holding back a laugh, patting Xiao Yinghuai and signaling with his eyes to understand. The car smoothly returned to the residential building. Once inside, Pei Jiancheng became even more exaggerated, not letting Xiao Anshi move at all, always bringing things to her and holding her when walking. "Be gentle, slow down," was the phrase he said most often. Xiao Anshi couldn't help but protest. "That's a bit much." I'm not that fragile. The Qiao couple also found it hard to watch. Xiao Yinghuai picked up his wooden frame project to continue working on it in the dining room, while Zhengying went to the kitchen to make soup for their daughter. The remaining young couple slowly digested the joy and shock of becoming parents soon. Xiao Anqi snuggled in Pei Jianqing's arms, whispering softly to each other. Pei Jianqing even showed her the notes he took at the doctor's office. Don't be nervous or scared, wife. I asked the doctor carefully. She said your condition is very good now, and I've noted all the precautions. I will take good care of you. Qiao Anqi felt a warm sweetness in her heart. At first, she was a little nervous, but once she thought of her mother being nearby, she felt less worried. Seeing Pei Jianqing like this, her heart felt more secure and at peace. Now, she was more excited about welcoming the new life. Pei Jianqing had been nervous for several days. Seeing that everything was normal with Qiao Anqi, no more nausea or inability to eat, and nothing unusual, he gradually returned to normal. Now, he didn't let her do any housework at all. He would do everything after work. Usually even Zhengying would help, and he didn't let their daughter do anything either. Now, Qiao Anqi was the main protected person in the family. Mom, if I hadn't gone for the checkup, I wouldn't even think I was pregnant. I haven't had many of those typical symptoms. Qiao Anqi leaned on a pillow, slowly drinking warm milk. So far, her pregnancy had been very easy, not uncomfortable at all. Yes, it's been almost 3 months, and there's been no response. The only time I felt anything was that day at the beach, probably because it was too salty and hot, so I had a slight reaction. Lian Jingying nodded in agreement. I think with the support of water magic, there wouldn't be much reaction. Maybe the reaction at the beach was a sign that the baby was reminding us. Lian Jingying also smiled. Maybe so. Our baby is really clever. Qiao Anqi gently stroked her still flat belly, smiling warmly. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Your dad is back. Lian Jingying stood up and went to open the door. Sure enough, it was Qiao Yinghuai outside. How is Dad doing? Qiao Anqi turned her head as Qiao Yinghuai entered the room. Qiao Yinghuai strode over and sat on the bench. Lian Jingying poured him some tea. With Dad taking charge, everything is fine, Qiao Yinghuai said as he took a sip of tea. It's really hot outside. He had just gone out to make a phone call earlier. Regarding the cooperation with the military logistics department that was discussed last time, he had been calling Beijing to smooth things out. Although he wasn't in Beijing, many matters didn't have to be handled there. The phone calls were to communicate important issues and to give a heads up. There were also some things he needed to understand first. Everyone remembered that the annual trade fair had 2 seasons, spring and autumn. Now, they needed to find out the exact dates for this year to prepare. The upcoming one should be the autumn trade fair. If they decided to proceed, they had to act quickly, ideally participating in this year's autumn fair. Time was a bit tight now. Many things might not be possible if they waited for Qiao Yinghuai to return to Beijing. They would first handle the most urgent tasks and gradually improve the rest. In recent days, Qiao Yinghuai had been busy with this, calling Beijing almost every day. I've also found out the dates for the trade fair. This year's autumn fair starts in mid-October, Qiao Yinghuai said, wiping his sweat with a towel. Qiao Anqi replied, we need to prepare early. It's already August. Qiao Yinghuai picked up the teapot and poured some more tea. My side is mostly fine. I can confirm everything soon. After all, this is a meaningful project that can also bring real benefits. And working with the military to help injured and retired soldiers makes it even more significant. The country is encouraging active efforts to earn foreign exchange. Qiao Yinghuai's efforts are still supported from above. Qiao Anqi also said, at least in the short term, Grandpa Tan can produce some samples. Let's attend the meeting first. No matter what, we should try to secure some orders first, and then handle the other matters later. Qiao Yinghuai nodded. We don't need too many varieties at first. Focusing on a few main products gives us a good chance to win orders. Qiao Anqi smiled. Don't worry, Dad. The styles of our storage baskets are mainly aimed at foreigners. The chance of getting orders is very high. Qiao Yinghuai agreed and nodded, feeling confident about the market situation. They all knew that securing orders wouldn't be a big problem, but they didn't want to speak too confidently. Lian Jingying also came over, and the three of them discussed some details, ideas, and plans. Xiao Yinghuai asked his daughter to bring paper and a pen to take detailed notes and make plans. Lian Jingying and Xiao Anxi helped him out ideas. Xiao Anxi also took out her own paper and pen to jot down notes. A good memory isn't enough. She knew she was pregnant and wondered if she would be as forgetful as people say during pregnancy. She thought it was better to write things down. Don't overwork yourself, girl. Take care of your health, Xiao Yinghuai reminded her while writing. Don't worry, I know my limits. This isn't physical labor, so it won't affect me. Plus, I have space water to help, Xiao Anxi smiled. Her energy was still very high. She even found time to design cover art for some educational materials for old Xiao. She was busy and fulfilled. But when it came to energy, she probably couldn't drive herself to Beijing for now. Don't even think about it, Lian Jingying said firmly, shutting down any of her ideas. Such demanding tasks, even with space water, they wouldn't allow her to take risks. Got it, she replied. She didn't dare to risk anything with her pregnancy. She was a well-behaved and obedient girl. Just be obedient and careful, Lian Jingying said, patting her little head. Then he brought out a big plate of cut fruits. Take a break and eat more fruit. The fruits were from the space, as good ones were hard to find outside. Varieties were limited, and even if you found some, they wouldn't look very good. Luckily, the space still had many kinds of fruit. The good child has already drawn several cover designs. Please, dear parents, take a look first. Joanxi handed her design drafts to her parents, while she held a small fork to eat fruit. Book cover design involves the overall look of the book, but the manuscript isn't finished yet. She first created the most important and basic cover design, and the rest can be done slowly. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying looked at the drafts and praised them highly, saying, good, good, good. It has both a modern feel and new ideas. Joanxi also reviewed many materials to understand the characteristics of books from this era. Last time she submitted work at a furniture factory, she also visited the largest bookstore in Langcheng. She looked through many books there. However, there are really few types of books now, especially educational ones. Fortunately, she works at school and has access to many textbooks, so she has a better idea of the situation. Based on the characteristics of this era, she combined some elements from later times and added her own creativity to draw a few covers. So far, the feedback from Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying has been very positive. Don't have any biased views about us being real parents. This is just work, Joanxi kindly reminded them. Zhou Yinghuai rolled his eyes at his daughter, saying, Are we really that unprofessional? Haha. Joanxi chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed to mention the ugly quilt she sewed earlier. Someone nonchalantly claimed it was a piece of art. But despite that, she is very confident in her design drafts. While her parents looked at the drafts, Joanxi ate fruit one bite at a time, and before she knew it, the plate was empty. Her stomach still felt empty and wanted more food. She noticed that pregnancy might be affecting her appetite. She felt like she was eating more than before. Finished eating? Lian Jingying saw the empty plate and her daughter's small, unsatisfied expression. Yes, Joanxi nodded. Then have a bowl of soup, Lian Jingying said, setting down what she was holding and walking into the kitchen to serve soup. In the past few days, there has always been food cooking in the kitchen stove, just in case she was hungry. Every day, they simmered a pot of soup on the stove. Today, it was chicken soup with abalone and sea cucumber. Joanxi drank the chicken soup and gnawed on chicken wings, finishing one after another, with a very good appetite. Lian Jingying watched happily, feeling reassured. It's good that she can eat. The worst thing is morning sickness and not being able to eat. When she was pregnant back then, she vomited so badly she felt dizzy and faint. Currently, Anxi has no worries in this area. I must say, the space water is truly amazing. Once her health is fully stable, Pei Jianqing also made a call to Beijing to tell the family that Xiao Anxi is pregnant. Really? Lady Tao Huaru, who usually keeps a high profile, was now very excited and raised her voice. Pei's father, who was reading the newspaper nearby, was startled and peeked out from behind it. "Yes, almost 3 months now. Then you should be careful." Tao Huaru held the phone and began to talk about various precautions. Pei Jiancheng was not impatient and listened patiently. Only after hanging up did Tao Huaru realize that her son had quietly listened to her long list of advice. He had never been so patient before. But she couldn't think about that now. Her emotions were still very excited. She had never met her daughter-in-law, but she went from not accepting her to accepting her reluctantly and finally slowly accepting her. Only she knew the emotional journey she had gone through. From the military district, Tang Fengying and Li Sufang had called her several times, praising the girl highly. Her heart had already begun to loosen. Now, hearing she was pregnant, she was overwhelmed with joy, thinking only of her future little grandson. "Jianqing's wife is pregnant," she said, pulling down the newspaper that Pei father was holding in front of her. "I heard that." Pei father put down the newspaper. "You've been talking for so long. How could I not know?" "Oh, no, they have nothing over there. I don't even know if the nutrition is enough." Tao Huaru frowned. "Their place is small, and many things can't be bought even with money. No, I need to buy more things quickly and send them over." She pushed Pei father. "Hurry up and give me the certificate from the special supply store. Call me tomorrow to set up an appointment. I need to go and pick out more things for them." "All right, I got it," Pei father said, picking up the newspaper to continue reading. Tao Huaru tugged at the newspaper, still talking about what to buy. Pei father could only listen silently. A few days later, Pei Jianqing received an urgent registered package from Beijing. He had to praise how fast Lady Tao acted. Seeing Pei Jianqing carry a huge package home, Qiao Anqi was very surprised. Where did such a big package come from? Pei Jianqing placed the package on the coffee table. It was sent from home. Then he opened the package. The stuff is really plenty. Next to her, Lian Jingying also stopped her work and came over. There are quite a few items inside, mostly food. There are many bags of milk powder and plenty of malted milk, brown sugar, and red dates. There are also many rare items not often seen in stores, including fancy pastries and candies, all stored in metal boxes. There are several boxes of chocolates as well. There are also nuts. Joanxi picked up a box containing walnuts, almonds, cashews, and other nuts. There are also canned foods, dried meats, preserved fruits, cured meats, and sausages, things that are hard to find. There's a good amount of fabric, with pretty patterns and simple colors, soft and delicate to the touch. Both Joanxi and Lian Jingying are knowledgeable about these things. They can tell most of the items were bought from special supply stores or overseas shops. The chocolates have English writing on them, and now only overseas shops carry these imported goods. It's clear that these items were carefully chosen. Her daughters-in-laws are really quite good. At least now, since her daughter is pregnant, they respond immediately once they know. The items sent over are mainly nutritional supplements and snacks for pregnant women. All this in one big package is more than a typical family could gather in a year. Joanxi reached out to help organize the items in the package. Pei Jianqing quickly stopped her, saying, "Sit down and don't move. I'll put everything away. Just tell me where to put it." "I'll do it," Lian Jingying said, not waiting for them to give instructions. She knew roughly where everything should go. When she first arrived, she had already helped her daughter pack some of these items. So she and Pei Jianqing took out the items from the package and arranged them. The living room cabinets are quite spacious. "Eat some first." Pei Jianqing offered his wife some candies, snacks, and nuts, placing them on the table. Joanxi chose a soft candy with an orange flavor. It was sweet and sour, soft and sticky, with a layer of white sugar frosting on top, tasting quite good. Pretty tasty. After finishing one, she couldn't help but eat another. She looked at the wrapped snacks beside her, each individually packaged with various flavors. She picked up one labeled peanut crisp. Opening it, she found a rich peanut aroma. It melted in her mouth and was sweet but not overly so. Delicious. Then she ate a few walnuts. Once Lian Jingying and the others finished organizing everything, the candies, snacks, and nuts on the table were mostly eaten by Zhou Anqi. She was feeling quite greedy and kept wanting to eat more. Anqi, eat fewer snacks. Dinner is almost ready, Jingying said, noticing her uncontrolled eating. Since the meal was already prepared, taking a little extra time to tidy up was no problem. She went to the kitchen to start serving the dishes, with Pei Jiancheng quickly helping her. In the past, Pei Jiancheng was very attentive when they ate together. Now, with her pregnancy, he almost didn't need Zhou Anqi to pick up chopsticks. As soon as he looked at her, he would serve food right in front of her. It was like he wanted to feed her directly into her mouth. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had also learned to ignore the two people in front of them. They ate and drank as they pleased, not caring about what the others were doing. Now, when taking care of pregnant women, the dining table usually has fish at every meal. They brought back quite a few small fish from the seaside, enough for several days. But the fridge also had deep-sea fish, which are very nutritious. Silver cod and hair-tail were prepared earlier. Pei Jiancheng also cooked some silver cod under his wife's guidance. It was already August. The weather was still hot, but not as scorching as in July. Now, there was a growing feeling of stuffiness. It was more uncomfortable because the body easily felt sticky and sweaty. Zhengying was at home every day taking care of their daughter. Mother and daughter occasionally discussed different foods. But most of their time was now spent on studying and work. Zhou Anqi had many designs and drawings to work on. Lian Jingying often read books, especially since the time to return to Beijing was near. Zhou Yinghuai had gone out a few times to play. Commander Qian and Major Lei had invited him to go fishing and play chess. They also gathered some officials of similar rank to join them. Zhou Yinghuai fit in well with them. His personality and talent made him very popular. These were all high-ranking military leaders. Pei Jiancheng had also discussed cooperation matters with them. When he was with Zhou Yinghuai, they often talked about this project. The military district was very supportive and eager for it to succeed. They also attached great importance to this. They were just waiting for Zhou Yinghuai to get things done, and the military district would definitely give him the green light. Everyone hoped that these wounded and retired soldiers could live better and more secure lives. Xiao Yinghuai has been constantly busy, writing many plans and sending applications to the capital. He diligently keeps track of progress, calling every few days. The military district also helped a bit, and they quickly received approval from above. The approved document with a red seal was sent to the military district. Xiao Yinghuai is in charge of this matter, directly coordinating with local authorities and the military district. Now we can start working on our side, Zhou Anqi said excitedly as she looked at the document. Yes, tomorrow we will visit the Lang City Committee, Xiao Yinghuai replied. He wants to organize everything here quickly before he returns to the capital. Many tasks could be done gradually by Xiao Anqi later, but now she is pregnant, and her pregnancy is getting bigger with each month. He doesn't want his daughter to be overworked, especially since she still needs to design new styles. For now, he plans to do everything he can. They haven't complicated things too much. The decision about whether to build a factory and how to do it can be discussed later. The priority now is to participate in this year's autumn trade fair. For the moment, they will establish a point at the Military District Logistics Department. The Lang City Committee will arrange for someone to help manage and participate in the trade fair. Xiao Yinghuai is the one who comes up with ideas and sets the overall direction. Xiao Anqi is responsible for the initial product research and design. They don't plan to get involved too much in running errands. There will be dedicated people for that. Should we go to Grandpa Tan's tomorrow and pick up the finished products from last time? Xiao Anqi asked. Xiao Yinghuai thought for a moment and said, let's go pick them up first, so it doesn't delay things. Then we can go to Lang City and also check out the finished products there. Okay, Xiao Anqi replied, picking up some snacks nearby. The small basket on the table was filled with various foods, ready for her to grab whenever she wanted. Want one, Dad? Xiao Anqi offered him a piece of dried meat. Xiao Yinghuai took it, put it in his mouth, and chewed. It smells good. Aunt Lian came over with sliced fruit, seeing the father and daughter happily eating. She asked, Aren't you two discussing serious matters? Why are you eating? Xiao Yinghuai chuckled, just worried about my daughter getting hungry. Anshi, eat more fruit, and drink a bowl of soup later, Aunt Lien said, placing the fruit on the table. No problem. I'm really hungry now, Xiao Anshi said, stabbing a piece of fruit with her fork. Good to hear. You should eat more fruits and vegetables, Aunt Lien smiled as she sat nearby. The family of three continued discussing plans for tomorrow. After breakfast the next day, they prepared to leave. It was a weekday, not the weekend. Pei Jianqing couldn't go with them and headed to work instead. Before leaving, he still worried and kept reminding Qiao Anshi for a long time. Even Zheng Ying carefully prepared warm milk for Qiao Anshi and asked her to put it back in the space. There was plenty of food in the space, so she wouldn't be hungry on the way. But the milk in the space was a bit cold. Zheng Ying didn't usually let Qiao Anshi drink cold milk, so she took it out, warmed it, and then put it back in the space. The kettle contained warm, health-preserving jujube tea. This time, they drove Xiao Yinghuai's car. When they arrived at Tan Wei's house, they didn't stay long. Xiao Anshi brought a registration form for the art troupe for Xiaoyu. Yuli had helped her get it from the troupe. Xiaoyu, fill out the form first. I'll take it later, she said as soon as she arrived, handing the form to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took the registration form with excited eyes. Her dream was getting closer. Today, Xiao Anshi didn't have time to see Xiaoyu's training results. After giving Xiaoyu the form, she went to get the baskets that Grandpa Tan had made. Xiao Yinghuai went inside to check on Tan Wei. When everything was ready, they put all the baskets into the trunk of the car. Xiaoyu had already filled out the registration form.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I practice every day now, she said, handing the form to Qiao Anshi. Good, keep practicing. I'll come back in a few days, Qiao Anshi said, patting Xiaoyu's shoulder. Then, the family of three drove away toward Langcheng. In the car, Qiao Anshi asked Xiao Yinghuai, Dad, do you know the way to the municipal committee? Should I try using the Space's navigation system? Xiao Yinghuai smiled. There are signs and directions, and if not, you can ask someone. But if you want to try your navigation, that's fine. Hee. I just want to see if the Space's navigation can work with our usual system, Qiao Anshi said, then used her mental power to control the car's navigation, typing in a few words, Langcheng Municipal Committee. Once confirmed, the navigation started. Navigation is now active, the mechanical voice announced again. Dad, it works. You can drive confidently now, no worries about getting lost, Qiao Anshi said happily. All right, then I'll drive with confidence, Qiao Yinghuai said cheerfully. Along the way, the navigation guided Qiao Anshi, who then directed Qiao Yinghuai. They didn't take any wrong turns and arrived precisely at the gate of the Municipal Party Committee compound. Although they knew most people couldn't afford to drive now, Qiao Yinghuai's car had a foreign license plate with unfamiliar numbers, which was less smooth than Pei Jianqing's military district vehicle. They still had to stop at the gate to register. Only after registering could they enter the compound. The three of them got out of the car, followed the guard's instructions to find their destination, and then looked for the person they needed to meet. Xiao Anshi recognized someone. It was the man from the couple who ordered children's bunk beds from the furniture factory last time. That man also recognized Xiao Anshi immediately. As a young, beautiful, talented designer, she left a strong impression on them. He didn't expect to see her here. Hello, I am Peng Daming. I was sent by the city to assist Professor Qiao with the trade fair. Xiao Yinghuai also introduced himself. Peng Daming was surprised. He didn't expect Qiao Anshi to be involved in product research and design. But then he remembered the highly praised children's bunk beds at his home and thought it wasn't strange. He even looked forward to the products they would showcase at the fair. He had been responsible for helping local companies participate in trade shows for years, and honestly, it was hard to get orders, especially for small items like these, which had little market demand. Foreigners didn't seem to appreciate their craftsmanship and design. At the exhibition, they mostly shook their heads. Xiao Yinghuai also showed him some of the storage baskets they brought. Honestly, he couldn't see what was special about these baskets. Most are round, but these are mostly square. Their shapes are also different from ordinary household items. There are also small flower baskets that look impractical. Peng Daming couldn't quite imagine foreigners liking these items. He thought foreigners might be more interested in traditional handcrafted ethnic products like flowers, birds, insects, and herbs made by local weaving factories. But those items rarely received orders, and even when they did, the quantities were small. Could foreigners really order these small, plain baskets? He was doubtful. Most of the woven items he knew about were practical, like baskets, sieves, and large carrying baskets, not decorative or novelty items. However, he didn't clearly say much. It seems that both the higher authorities and the military district attach great importance to this project. The city also asked him to focus on doing a good job with the tasks assigned. Despite his doubts, he warmly welcomed Xiao Yinghuai and his team and discussed seriously how to proceed with the work. The city borrowed 2 skilled weaving masters from the craft factory to help you produce samples. If there are orders, they will also help control the quality in later stages. Actually, the city is somewhat interested in bringing this weaving craft factory under Xiao Yinghuai's management because the factory's profits are very poor. They hope to change this situation. However, they are unsure how their products will perform at the trade fair, so they haven't dared to push too hard for now. Okay, thank you, Xiao Yinghuai said, having no objections to this plan. They discussed some specific details. After returning to Beijing, Qiao Anxi only needs to be responsible for producing samples. The arrangements for attending the trade fair will be handled by Peng Daming, who will also go with them. Xiao Yinghuai listened to these arrangements and found no major issues. Orders from the trade fair are one aspect, but they are not solely relying on those orders. As Qiao Anxi mentioned, they are creating a cultural exchange theme, and after returning to Beijing, they will seek more foreign trade orders through other channels. After finishing the serious talk, Peng Daming suddenly remembered something when he saw Qiao Anxi. Their government's kindergarten is too small and needs expansion and more students, so they need to order a batch of children's beds. Many people have praised the custom children's beds they ordered before, and the officer responsible for that project recently asked him about it. Now that he saw Qiao Anxi, he took the opportunity to mention it. That's fine, no problem. Our factory now has a dedicated custom service. Qiao and immediately recommended their factory's custom service. Let me take you to find Officer Zhao, so he can discuss it with you. Peng Daming immediately took Qiao Anxi to find Officer Zhao. They are on the first floor, just not in the same office. When Officer Zhao saw Peng Daming bringing the factory's designers to his office, he was very pleased. He quickly explained his needs to Qiao Anxi. Of course, the beds need to be both attractive and safe, because children attending the government kindergarten are not from ordinary families. Joan Shi clearly understood this point, and the orders from government agencies probably wouldn't be too expensive. She needed to secure this order well, as it wasn't just for 1 or 2 beds, but a large batch. She carefully noted down all the requirements, confirming there were no issues. On the spot, she sketched a rough design and drew 2 styles. She also explained some details to Officer Zhao. The entire bed design had no sharp corners, only rounded or smooth edges, emphasizing safety and comfort for children. The style was simple with a touch of childlike fun, far better than the basic children's beds available now. Officer Zhao looked at the drawings and listened to Joan Shi's description, feeling very satisfied. Please wait a moment, he said, taking the drawings into the director's office, then came out shortly after. He happily told Joan Shi it's settled. Pointing to one of the designs, he said, "We want this style." Great. Joan Shi nodded with a smile. Then you should quickly discuss the details with the furniture factory and Director Wu. I'll go there tomorrow, Officer Zhao said with a smile. Joan Shi quickly said goodbye and left with her sketches. Lian Jingying and Qiao Yinghuai were already waiting for her in the car. How did it go? Lian Jingying, seeing her approach from afar, opened the car door and asked as soon as she got in. Of course, it's a done deal. Joan Shi smiled as she closed the door, happily sitting next to Lian Jingying. First, have some milk, Lian Jingying reminded her daughter. Okay. Joan Shi took out a water bottle filled with water for space water, offering some to Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying. Mom and Dad, have a sip, she said. After they took the water bottles, she slowly drank her milk. Finished, she said to Qiao Yinghuai, Dad, let's go to the furniture factory. I need to talk to Director Wu. All right, wherever you say, we'll go. Xiao Yinghuai started the car and drove out of the municipal committee compound. On the way to the furniture factory, Xiao Yinghuai was now familiar with the route. He quickly arrived at the factory. She took her sketches to see Director Wu and explained everything. Great, you're amazing. Director Wu was very happy. He was overjoyed. She was like a lucky star, bringing many surprises to their factory. She smiled and said, Officer Zhao will come tomorrow. Please confirm with him again. If there are any changes, call my husband. If not, I'll go ahead and finalize the drawings. Got it. Director Wu nodded repeatedly. Then he asked, are the leftover materials enough? Do you want to take some more this time? Not for now, enough already, Zhou Engxi said happily. Then she didn't stay long, just said a few words and left. Back in the car, Zhou Yinghuai asked, does your daughter want to go anywhere else? No, let's go home. It's too hot outside. Zhou Engxi now just wants to go home and turn on the fan. The weather outside is too stuffy. Maybe it will rain again. Today is more humid than usual. Lian Jingying also feels very hot. If it rains, it will be cooler. Zhou Engxi took out a bottle of cold mineral water for Lian Jingying, tearing off the outer packaging with her mind in the space. Mom, this is cool. Then she also gave a bottle to Zhou Yinghuai and kindly unscrewed the cap for him. Dad, have a sip too. Feeling comfortable, they both took a sip and sighed happily. On such a hot day, having a cold drink is really refreshing. Even if it's not space water, it's icy cold. By the way, next time you go back to Beijing, I must pack some space water for you to take. Zhou Engxi looked at the bottle of mineral water in her hand and had an idea. This time, Dad and Mom drove here themselves so they could bring some space water back. But right now, it's hard to find large sealed buckets or bottles. If she uses a bucket or basin without a lid, the water might spill out. She'd rather save a few more bottles to fill with water, so they're easier to carry later. Luckily, the mineral water in her space is in glass bottles. Once she peels off the packaging, it's just a clear glass bottle. Plastic bottles are not easy to handle once in Beijing. They're unsafe to cut up and throw away. Glass bottles can at least pass as normal. Okay, driving to carry some water is convenient. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying agreed. Space water is very good. You don't need to bring much else, just a little to take with you. You don't have much time before heading back to Beijing, so we should start preparing. Since you're driving, I want to get more things ready for you. Zhou Engxi already started planning in her mind. Not too much, though, or the car will be too heavy, Zhou Yinghuai said. Yeah, I understand. I'll pick the most important and lightweight stuff, she replied. Lian Jingying also said, as long as we have water, other things don't matter much, they're optional. Don't worry, I'll try not to make it too heavy. It's just you two in the car and there's space to put things. She feels a bit hungry and takes out a small honey cake. Mom, do you want some? Lian Jingying shakes her head. No, I don't want any. If you're hungry, eat quickly. Don't go hungry. She bites into the cake.
I just thought of something.
After you all return to Beijing, the Mid-Autumn Festival isn't far off. I should use space water to make some mooncakes for you to take away. The ones made with space water can last longer. Lian Jingying pours a bit of cold water on her. That's a good idea, but we don't have mooncake molds. Oh, right. She pouts, but then she quickly smiles. We can make some ourselves. Make what? Yes, we have a capable dad. Those old molds, aren't they just carved on wooden boards? Dad is so good at carving stamps, so making mooncake molds shouldn't be a problem. She giggles and then leans her head on Xiao Yinghuai, affectionately saying, right, Dad? Haha, you're giving me another task. Xiao Yinghuai responds happily, still looking straight ahead. Haha, that's a good idea. Lian Jingying laughs. Isn't it a good idea? She smiles happily, ready to study how to make mooncakes. Then she says, since we're out, let's go to the department store first to buy some oil paper for mooncakes so we don't have to make another trip next time. That's good, Lian Jingying agrees. Dad, turn right at the next intersection. We're going to the department store, she says to Xiao Yinghuai. Got it, he replies cheerfully. When they arrive at the department store, they don't wander around aimlessly. They find the counter selling oil paper, buy a large bundle, and leave. The family of 3 gets back into the car, chatting and laughing all the way home. Once home, Lian Jingying starts preparing lunch. Joan, she wants to help but is stopped. Xiao Yinghuai has already gone ahead into the kitchen.
Girl, rest.
Dad will handle it. Joan, she can only stand at the kitchen door, watching her parents cook and chatting with them. Xiao Yinghuai takes the vegetables his wife washed, places them on the cutting board, and begins chopping. Anshi, after we go back to Beijing, you should find an Annie to cook and take care of you. Yes, we really can't rest assured otherwise, Lian Jingying agrees from nearby. They had already thought about this and discussed it. If it hadn't been for concerns about affecting her, they would have wanted her to find an Annie to help at home a long time ago. Now that she's pregnant, it's a good time to do so. In Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying's view, chores like cooking and housework can be done by professionals. They believe their time and energy should be focused on areas where they are better skilled. However, in today's era, they feel somewhat helpless. Now that their daughter is pregnant, they think it's proper to find a nanny in their name to take care of her. When they return to Beijing, they also plan to hire a nanny to handle household chores. They really don't want to spend most of their days doing these tasks. They had many things to sort out before, but now that things are stable, they want to act according to their own ideas. I also think that we are a bit too young, and Jian Qingsheng is advancing too quickly. The military district has many eyes on him, said Xiao Anshi, sharing her parents' thoughts. She doesn't want to spend most of her time on household chores either. Even if Pei Jiancheng doesn't want her to do them, she has taken on most of the housework herself. But shouldn't his time and energy be better spent on his work? That's why top leaders' families usually have guards and nannies, specialized help.
You don't need to worry about that.
We're just worried about our child, so we're finding someone to take care of her, Lian Jingying said, as they had already considered this. Okay, Xiao Anshi agreed, without hesitation. She had planned to find someone, but she was worried that if the situation wasn't good, she'd wait until her belly was bigger to find help. Otherwise, if someone with bad intentions targeted them, they might accuse her of being greedy for comfort. One of the problems of this era is that eyes are everywhere. Now that her parents are involved, it's better to find help early. I want someone who cooks delicious food. I'll watch videos to learn how to teach her, Xiao Anshi said happily. We should find someone experienced. When the time comes to take care of your postpartum and the baby, it can't be someone without experience, Lian Jingying said, handing the washed vegetables to Xiao Yinghuai. Then let's find someone who can cook well and take care of people, Xiao Anshi chuckled. Let's start looking. I don't know if it will be easy to find, Lian Jingying replied. While they were talking, Xiao Yinghuai was almost done with his work. Anshi, go to the living room. You might choke if you stay here, Lian Jingying said, picking up the spatula and starting to cook. By noon, when Pei Jiancheng came home from work, Lian Jingying told him about finding a nanny. Pei Jiancheng had no objections. Find someone in my parents' name, and we'll pay for it ourselves. Even if his parents-in-law didn't mention it, he had the idea of hiring someone to take care of his wife. Although he usually takes care of her, his work is unpredictable, and he might have to leave suddenly when a task comes up. He can't rest easy leaving his pregnant wife alone at home. When the baby is born, he can't just let his wife take care of everything alone. That would be too hard. Sooner or later, he needs to find someone to help, and it's better to do it early. He comes from a good family background. He was raised with a nanny. So, it's normal for him to find a nanny now. Both Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying agree and are very satisfied with this plan. After dinner, Xiao Anshi took the registration form filled out by Xiao Yu and was about to find Yuli. Pei Jiancheng stopped her.
It's too hot outside now. Don't go out. Give it to me.
Xiao Anshi handed him the form. Are you going now? Pei Jiancheng put the form away. I'll ask Hongming to bring it back this afternoon. She couldn't help but laugh. That works too, simple and convenient. After a short rest, Pei Jiancheng went to work. Without needing to be told, Xiao Yinghuai had already found a piece of wood that was the right size and thickness to make a mooncake mold for their daughter. Dad, just carve some simple patterns. Old-fashioned mooncakes don't need complicated designs. Xiao Anqi also came over. She specifically looked for some videos on her tablet about making traditional mooncakes. She showed the patterns to Xiao Yinghuai. After a quick look, he seemed to have an idea. Alright, I got it. Just wait and see. He picked up the wood and started carving a circle. Xiao Anqi asked, Dad, Mom and I are going into the space later to pack some things. Do you want to come? No, too many tools. It's too troublesome, Xiao Yinghuai said without looking up, focused on carving. Okay, call us if you need anything. Seeing him working seriously, she didn't disturb him. She pulled Lian Zhengying and said, Mom, let's go into the space and see. Xiao Yinghuai waved his hand to signal them to go. The mother and daughter didn't bother him anymore and went into the space. They started opening cabinets and packing what they could take. Lian Zhengying took out some real silk clothes, including long silk dresses and large pieces of fabric. These clothes were handmade, made from the best natural fabrics. These fabrics are so good. After cleaning and disinfecting them, they can be used to make small clothes or cloth wraps for the baby in the future. They're much better than the fabrics available on the market now.
Good.
Zhongxi also found some pure cotton fabrics. I'll bring some back to the capital. I'll find skilled craftsmen there to make things and send them to you. Lian Zhengying looked through a few more items, all large silk and pure cotton skirts, cut open to reveal big pieces of fabric. There's plenty of material to make clothes and cloth wraps for babies. Lian Zhengying picked up scissors and cut several pieces of pure cotton fabric. Keep these for the baby's diapers. Set them aside. Zhongxi held small bottles she had saved and divided skincare products into them for Lian Zhengying. Mom, I'll also make some pickled vegetables and kimchi to bring back to the capital. Those are really tasty, and they won't spoil easily. Made with space water, they should last. Don't start making them yet. Wait a few days until we find Annie, then she can do it. Lian Zhengying said, then frowned slightly. Auntie isn't easy to find. You're too far from the capital, and it's not practical to find someone from there. Plus, she needs to be trustworthy, recommended by someone we know. The only person we know with an auntie is Commander Qian's family. We can ask Sister Tang, Zhongxi suggested. Lian Zhengying nodded slightly, then looked down and thought. By the time Annie comes, it'll be too late to make the pickled vegetables. When you leave, she can come over, but she'll need a place to stay. Zhongxi smiled. We only have one guest room at home, and right now it's occupied by the couple. Lian Zhengying nodded. These are small matters. The most important thing now is finding a good nanny auntie. Zhongxi's mind was also turning, thinking about how to find this auntie. She could also ask Yuli. Suddenly, she had a thought of someone. Mom, I have an idea. Lian Zhengying looked up at her. I thought of Annie Tian from Shuaying village. She cooks well, is clean and quick, and her family has many children who need to go to school. Once they start middle school and move to boarding, the costs will be higher. Last time, she mentioned she wanted some work. Yes, Lian Zhengying's eyes lit up. She had just thought of her too. If Annie Tian is willing to come work, that would be great. Although they had only met briefly, she seemed very kind, and her family was honest. She's good at cooking, diligent, and very clean. Let's go ask her one day if she's willing to come. Lian Zhengying thought it over and liked the idea more and more. Good. Grandma Yu is not too old, healthy, and capable of doing household chores. Annie Tian should be able to come. That evening, mother and daughter told Xiao Yinghuai and Pei Jianqing their plans. They both agreed and had a good impression of Xiao Yu's family. After tasting the food cooked by Tian Xiufang, they found it quite delicious. We'll go to Shuaying village tomorrow to ask Aunt Tian what she thinks, said the mother and daughter, both eager to act once they decided. Let me rest first, said Pei Jianqing, who still had to work. No need. Just my mom and I will go. You and Dad don't need to come along, said Xiao Anqi, shaking her head. There's no need for so many people. Dad, can you make mooncake molds at home? Don't run around, she added. Old Xiao was clearly assigned a task. He didn't argue. If he didn't want to go, he wouldn't. His wife and daughter could drive just fine, and now the roads were less busy. There was no need to worry. He decided to stay home and do some work instead. The next morning, after breakfast, mother and daughter set out. When they reached the parking lot, no one paid much attention. There weren't many people around, just a few passers-by or occasional officers or drivers. But when one opened the driver's door and the other opened the passenger's door, sharp-eyed people noticed something was off. A woman was driving? Onlookers stopped to watch. It was clear the woman in the driver's seat was a female officer. She calmly started the car and slowly drove out of the parking space. Then she turned the steering wheel and drove onto the nearby road, heading straight ahead. Some recognized that the woman in the passenger seat was Deputy Commander Pei's wife. The driver was probably Deputy Commander Pei's mother-in-law.
Wow, what a family!
Deputy Commander Pei's mother-in-law can drive herself, someone said. No wonder Deputy Commander Pei's wife is so special, another replied. She drives quite well, so skilled. His mother-in-law is amazing. She's a female officer who can drive. Looks like Deputy Commander Pei's wife might also know how to drive, someone else added. Mother and daughter didn't hear these comments and didn't notice the people watching them. Even Jun Ing was driving straight toward Shueying village. Mom, do you want navigation?
Xiao Anshi asked.
No need. I know the way, Jining replied, looking at the road ahead. She could remember the route after one trip. I can drive for a while too. Anshi looked at her mom eagerly. No, Jining firmly refused. When we get back to Beijing, you can drive yourself then. Oh, okay. Joan leaned lazily back into her seat. The journey was smooth and without obstacles, and they arrived at Shueying village easily. Tian Xiufang was very happy to see Joan and Lian Jingying arrive suddenly. Joan and Lian Jingying didn't beat around the bush. They directly explained their purpose. Anshi is pregnant? Tian Xiufang's first concern was Joan, and she looked at her with surprise.
Yes, Aunt Tian.
Please consider it. Would you like to come help at my house? Joan said with a smile. Tian Xiufang was surprised but also very excited. She was willing. She really wanted to find a job. But given the current situation, they didn't have many opportunities. Her children were grown, so she didn't need to worry much. It was enough for Granny Xiaoyu to stay at home, cooking and doing chores. Granny Xiaoyu, listening nearby, also got excited. She hurriedly said, Xiufang, you should go. With me here, that's enough. Tian Xiufang nodded, feeling excited. I'll go. Joan, don't worry. I've raised 4 children. I have plenty of experience taking care of pregnant women, postpartum care, and children. She was about to start packing. Should I go with you now? Lian Jingying smiled and stopped her. No rush, no rush. We haven't left yet. Wait until we go, then you can go. Oh, okay. Tian Xiufang also realized she was too eager and felt a bit embarrassed. Lian Jingying kindly explained their approximate departure time. Joan said, it's not completely certain now, probably in a few days. We'll come to pick you up then. Tian Xiufang quickly waved her hand. No need, I can go myself. It's fine. It's not very convenient to take the bus here. Just wait comfortably. If possible, could you help us catch a few more fish during those days? Joan was eating fish almost every day at home because they used it quickly. It was a good opportunity to ask for their help to catch some, and they could pick up Tian Xiufang when they came. Sure, no problem. Tian Xiufang nodded quickly. Once everything was settled, Joan and Lian Jingying didn't plan to stay longer. They said goodbye and prepared to leave. Should we pick some more seafood before leaving? Or wait a bit? I'll ask Xiao Hai and the others to go catch some. Tian Xiufang turned to look for Xiao Hai. No need. Next time. The mother and daughter politely declined, then drove away from Shueying village. They didn't stop anywhere else and went straight home. Joan was still holding a mooncake mold, slowly carving patterns into it. Seeing the mother and daughter return, he put down his mold and said, just now, Peng Daming called. Tomorrow, 2 skilled workers borrowed from the weaving factory will come to the military district. Joanxi walked over and sat beside him. Then tomorrow I will bring my drawings to them. Yes, just give them the drawings. They will handle the branches and materials themselves, and the logistics support will come from the military logistics. Joanxi nodded. In a few days we should visit Grandpa Tan again, tell him about this, and ask him to weave a few more. These are for the conference, so the payment should be settled accordingly.
Okay.
Xiao Yinghuai picked up the mold again and continued carving flowers.
Dad, how much longer will it take to finish this?
Zhou Yangxi leaned over to look. Almost done. Xiao Yinghuai flipped quickly through his work.
How about you guys?
How's Water Camp Village?
That's definitely fine.
Aunt Tian agreed. After you return to Beijing, we'll go pick her up.
Good.
Xiao Yinghuai nodded. Zhou Yangxi sat back at the table, took out paper and pen, and continued drawing the cover of the teaching aid materials. She needed to finish drawing all the covers of the set of books. She also had to draw 2 sets, one for her father to take back to Beijing. As the day of the Qiao family returning to Beijing drew near, their time at the military district was limited. There was still much to do, and the family started to get busy. The next day, Xiao Yinghuai and Zhou Yangxi went together to a room provided by the military logistics department. They also brought several woven baskets made by Grandpa Tan. The 2 skilled workers borrowed from the weaving factory were already waiting there.
Hello, masters.
Please take a look at these finished baskets. Seeing the 2 workers, father and daughter first showed them the baskets they had already woven. The workers examined them and nodded after a while. Making these simple baskets was no problem for them. They were a bit disappointed, not expecting the task to be so simple. But they didn't dare ask too much, knowing that being assigned to help at the military district was a good opportunity. Zhou Yangxi handed them a stack of drawings. Take a look at these 2. The 2 workers looked at the drawings again. The styles had increased a bit, but they were still quite simple for them. Most of these styles were rare and not what they usually saw. Is there any problem with weaving these? Zhou Yangxi asked. No problem. The 2 masters looked at the drawings and shook their heads. However, since they were unfamiliar with many of the styles on the drawings, they still had many questions after carefully examining them. Zhou Yangxi patiently answered all their questions. Additionally, Zhou Yangxi designed multiple sizes and models for each style. Each style comes in a full set or a series. The models range from small to large. There are no strict material requirements. Mainly, they use the most common materials available today. Each style is also made with various materials. Both masters took notes of everything. After Zhou Yangxi finished her arrangements, she turned and saw Xiao Yinghuai still talking with colleagues from the logistics department of the military district. She didn't want to disturb them and simply walked toward the door. Anshi? Li Sufang had just come out of another room and was very happy to see her. Hello, Sister Li, Zhou Yangxi greeted her with a smile. Are you here to arrange work? Li Sufang looked inside the room. Everyone knew a new workstation had been set up here. They had been discussing this exciting news for several days. Everyone was very enthusiastic. If this project succeeds, it will greatly help the families of injured and retired soldiers. She never expected that this idea came from Zhou Yangxi and Xiao Yinghuai's team. She also didn't expect that the idea of weaving those baskets and their shapes was all Zhou Yangxi's work. This girl was more capable than they had imagined. She didn't seem like the fiery type, but she was very efficient when doing her work. Yes, bring some samples and drawings over, Zhou Yangxi said with a smile. Li Sufang chatted with her for a few moments, then Xiao Yinghuai finished his work and came over. After greeting Li Sufang, the father and daughter left the logistics office. Once the logistics work was done, and since the next day was the weekend, the family of 4 went again to Tan Wei's house. Xiao Yinghuai explained the situation to Tan Wei's family. They were all very excited. Tan Wei's eyes sparkled with light. I want to weave baskets with Grandpa. My hands can work, and there's no problem. Xiao Yinghuai smiled and said, Of course you can, but right now, you need to rest and get better. No rush. Once the orders come in, you can start working. Okay. Tan Wei felt both excited and touched. He knew this project was to help injured and retired soldiers like him. Being able to work and earn money would help his family. Not only does this reduce the burden on families, but it also eases the load on the military and the country. This is very meaningful for people like them, who are disabled. Tan Wei felt that his previously gloomy life was brightening, and he now had hope. Otherwise, People like them cannot go out to work, cannot farm to earn points, and still have to spend money on medical treatment and medicine. Their hearts are actually very anxious and painful. Grandpa Tan was so moved that tears streamed down his face. His trembling hands kept wiping his eyes. He finally realized that the things he had been weaving these days were so useful. Previously, he was making samples for everyone to see, mainly for Qiao Anshi's personal use. This time, the new weaving was meant to be used as samples for a trade fair. Xiao Anshi explained her requirements and conditions to Grandpa Tan again, just like she did with the master at the weaving factory. Grandpa Tan remembered everything carefully. Xiao Anshi also clearly explained the payment for weaving the baskets. Grandpa Tan was even more excited. The payment was very high, which he hadn't expected. The prices for these storage baskets at the fair were carefully calculated by Qiao Yinghuai, Qiao Anshi, and Lian Jingying. Qiao Yinghuai knew exactly what prices would attract foreign buyers. They didn't hold back on pricing, setting it quite high, so the wages for the workers weaving the baskets were also accordingly higher. That day, Peng Daming was shocked when he heard the approximate prices. He felt a bit unsure about these baskets. However, since their city's businesses already had few foreign trade orders, it was understandable. After finishing talks with Grandpa Tan, Qiao Anshi went to the next room to see Xiao Yu practicing diligently. Sister-in-law, Xiao Yu happily stopped her practice. "Your condition looks good," Qiao Anshi said with a smile, looking at Xiao Yu, who looked refreshed and vibrant. Xiao Yu's hair was also styled as she was taught, with braids pinned on her head. Xiao Anshi began checking Xiao Yu's practice. Her flexibility was good, and her body was well prepared. The two dance routines she needed to perform for the exam, Xiao Yu now danced very skillfully. Xiao Anshi had previously pointed out some issues, and Xiao Yu had corrected and practiced hard. Now, her movements were smooth and graceful, with a sense of beauty. Her youthful face and elegant dance posture looked very lovely. Xiao Anshi nodded as she watched, showing a satisfied smile. "Is it okay, sister-in-law?" After finishing a dance, Xiao Yu looked a little nervous. "Very good, keep working hard, don't slack off," Qiao Anshi encouraged her, but also reminded her to stay focused. Finally, she carefully corrected a few more movements. The competition for the exam is definitely very fierce. I have to compare myself to girls from the city who come from better families and have been exposed to dance since childhood. Xiao Yu still needs to work harder. However, this girl is really very hardworking and willing to endure hardships. While Qiao Anshi was guiding Xiao Yu in practicing, Qiao Yinghuai had already taken Pei Jiancheng to the mountains. By the time Qiao Anshi left the house, they had already returned with quite a few trophies. They mainly caught wild chickens and rabbits. Pei Jiancheng usually doesn't hunt large game. He goes straight for these two types. Seeing how happy Qiao Yinghuai looked, it was probably because many of the prey ended up in his hands. Even Zheng Ying and Qiao Anshi understood and chuckled quietly. There are only a few days left before the Qiao family couple leaves. Qiao Yinghuai's mooncake mold is also finished, with two different patterns carved on it. One is perfectly round, and the other is slightly square. "It's really detailed and beautiful," Qiao Anshi praised while holding the mold. The pattern is simple but very delicate, with the words Mid-Autumn carved in the center. The mold looks a bit like a spoon with a handle. "Dad, why is there a handle too?" Qiao Anshi asked, holding up the mold. "I remember from movies and TV shows I watched as a kid, the mooncake molds used by those people looked like this. Hold the handle, press it on the table, and the mooncake comes out. It's called Dayuebing, mooncake stamping." Xiao Yinghuai made the mold based purely on his impressions from TV shows and movies. "Oh, I see." Qiao Anshi suddenly understood. She couldn't wait to try out this new mold and pulled her parents into the space. Xiao Yinghuai was sent to sit on the sofa to arrange his chess records by the mother and daughter. They started making mooncakes with the tablet. One was responsible for kneading the dough, and the other for preparing the filling. They prepared several types of fillings. One was the classic 5-nut filling, with some nuts sent by Tao Huaru, peanuts, melon seeds, and other ingredients available in stores. In the spacious snack cabinet, there was a large box of assorted nuts. They took some out, stir-fried them until fragrant, then crushed them with a rolling pin, still keeping some texture, not too fine.
They also chopped some dried fruit and added it in.
Since they didn't have lotus seeds, they couldn't make lotus seed paste, so they decided not to make that. They could make some red bean paste and sesame paste, which are also simple to prepare. These few types of fillings are enough. After a lot of effort, the dough was kneaded and the fillings prepared.
Dad, come over and make mooncakes with us.
Joan happily greeted Xiao Yinghuai. Xiao Yinghuai quickly put down the chess book and came over. Wash your hands quickly and put on your gloves. Joan took a pair of disposable gloves from the box and handed them to Xiao Yinghuai. Then she pinched off a piece of dough, stretched it out, scooped some filling inside, and slowly wrapped it up. She pressed the whole ball into a mold, using her hand to flatten it firmly. Xiao Yinghuai, with clean hands and gloves on, took the mold and pressed the mooncake tightly. Holding the mold handle, she flipped it upside down and tapped it on the table. With a few taps, the mooncake dropped out of the mold. Sure enough, it's a mooncake, Joan chuckled as she picked up the fallen mooncake. Wow. Very successful, very complete, and the pattern looks beautiful. Joan happily showed the mooncake to her parents. Yes, although it's white now, it's still good. It will look even better after baking, Lian Jingying said as she took a closer look. The side of the mooncake had ridges all around. The surface pattern was simple yet delicate, very lifelike. Xiao Yinghuai looked at the beautiful mooncake, feeling very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. The family of three was very encouraged. Even though they hadn't baked many before, the appearance was a success, and the taste could be improved later. They worked together. Joan and Lian Jingying filled the mooncakes, while Xiao Yinghuai handled shaping them. Soon, they finished a baking tray, and Lian Jingying placed the mooncakes into the oven, adjusting the temperature and timer. They continued making more mooncakes. Gradually, the sweet aroma of baking mooncakes filled the air. With a ding, the process was complete. The freshly baked mooncakes were golden and clear in pattern, much more beautiful than before baking, looking very tempting. Let them cool for a while first, Lian Jingying quickly reminded Joan, worried she might burn herself. The three of them prepared another tray and put it into the oven. By then, the first batch had already cooled down.
Come on, let's taste them first.
Joan took a mooncake, placed it on a plate, and used a small knife to cut it into small pieces. Each of them used a tiny fork to pick up a piece. Very successful, very tasty. They all nodded repeatedly, finding the flavor excellent. Not to mention, their 5-nut filling was truly rich and high quality, with top ingredients. They worked together quickly and finished all the mooncakes. However, Joan only baked part of them, leaving some raw dough unbaked. Why didn't you bake all of them? Lian Jingying asked curiously, not understanding what her daughter meant. Joan carefully set aside the unsliced mooncakes, then explained, our home doesn't have an oven, so these baked mooncakes won't be easy to cut later. I plan to ask Pei Jiansheng to see if he can bake some in the cafeteria oven, then bring them back to mix with ours. Smart, said Xiao Yinghuai, smiling and praising his daughter. Yes, that's a good idea. Lian Jingying nodded in agreement. Let's leave these for now and talk about them closer to Mid-Autumn Festival. Joan took out the special oil paper she bought for wrapping mooncakes, which had a spot for writing on a red paper section. She handed a pen to Xiao Yinghuai. Come on, Dad, write down the flavor of the mooncakes. Xiao Yinghuai took the pen and started writing with lively strokes. Joan grouped the 5 baked mooncakes together, wrapping each group as one mooncake, all of the same flavor. She carefully packed all the mooncakes into individual packages. Most of these were then packed away to be taken by the Chiao family couple. As for other cookies, snacks, and pickled vegetables, Joan also prepared quite a few. Everything was packed up neatly. She had also collected many glass bottles of mineral water, which was very important. She filled each bottle with water from the nearby source. There were a few days left before returning, so she planned to gather more. She thought they could refill bottles on the road, so she didn't stockpile too much in the car, just a few in the fridge. If she had put a whole box of bottles in the car earlier, it would have been much easier now. All right, this is good enough, Xiao Yinghuai said contentedly, glad that they could keep some supplies and get daily refills. Lian Jingying, however, felt a bit upset. If only I had brought larger bottles earlier. For convenience, I only brought the smallest ones. All the food in the space was personally checked by her. They were used to drinking from the smallest bottles of this brand of mineral water. There was also a large plastic barrel of water from another brand, used earlier for making tea, but it was hard to carry around.
It's okay, Mom.
The small bottles are convenient, and you can drink from them easily. Just stock up a few more. There's plenty to go around. Joan quickly comforted her mother. This time, Grandpa Tan's basket came in handy. She took the biggest basket with a lid and put the bottles inside, lining it with cotton for shock absorption and to prevent bumps. Xiao Yinghuai looked at the stuff piled in the corner of the camper and sighed, shaking his head. There's quite a lot of this stuff. They said they should take less, but whenever Joan packed, she still wanted to bring this and that. Unknowingly, it all added up. Just in time, since there's a lot on the car and it's heavy, Dad. Take your time on the way back. Joan, she didn't mind. If it meant Dad driving slower, that was even better. Zhou Yinghuai could only pinch his nose and say nothing. In a couple of days, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying would leave the military area and return to Beijing. Commander Qian and Major Lei also received the news. They had drinks with a few senior leaders, with Pei Jianqing joining them. Tang Fengying and Li Sufang also sent some local specialties to take back to the capital. Qian Weiguo and Yang Hongming, as juniors, also sent some small gifts. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli knew Joan she was pregnant. But since they hadn't announced it, they didn't know if there was a special reason, so they didn't spread the news. Seeing Joan Shi's rosy face, eating happily without any discomfort, Yuli was very envious. Anshi, your health is really good. When I was pregnant, I was really exhausted. I couldn't eat or sleep well, and I was always dizzy. Look at you, nothing at all. Joan, she touched her belly happily. I'm quite lucky. I really have no symptoms. Yuan Huiqing smiled. Your baby must be very well behaved, knowing to care for Mom.
Yuli strongly agreed, exactly.
My little rascal is too naughty. He's so small but cries and fusses all the time. Luckily, my parents help take care of him. Then she turned to Yuan Huiqing. You should also hurry up, or your child will be much younger than mine and Anshi's. Yuan Huiqing shook her head with a smile. I'm not in a hurry. My work isn't fully stable yet. I'm too busy. I can wait a couple more years. Their hospital is very busy, and since she just started working, she didn't want to rush into having children. Fortunately, your mother-in-law is open-minded and didn't pressure you, Yuli said with emotion. Qian Weiguo is the youngest son, with 2 older brothers who already have children. Commander Qian and Tang Fengying already have grandchildren, and Qian Weiguo and his wife are still young. Yuan Huiqing knew their work situation, so they weren't in a rush and didn't pressure them to have children. Yes, Yuan Huiqing also felt she was quite lucky. Come, have some cookies and snacks. Lian Jingying brought over a plate of homemade cookies and snacks. She also poured each of them a glass of malted milk. Thank you, Aunt Lian. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli each took a small cookie and tasted it. This cookie is so delicious. The 2 of them were instantly amazed by the taste in their mouths. We made these ourselves, Joanne said happily. They smell so good and crispy. Inside, there seemed to be dried fruits, walnuts, and peanuts. Yuli ate while looking at the half of the pastry in her hand. Made by ourselves? That's impressive, Yuan Huiqing said with admiration. Eat more, and bring some home later, Lian Jingying said with a smile as she sat down. Really? Thank you, Aunt Lian, they said happily. They loved to eat and happily accepted the treats without hesitation or awkwardness. Lian Jingying liked them very much. She thought it was really nice that Anshi had such friends here. Usually, families with good conditions, especially those with kind parents, tend to raise well-behaved children. These children are generally generous and polite. Because of a good family background, they often have high aspirations, which is understandable. But their personalities are usually not sharp, and they're emotionally stable. They don't act impulsively or aggressively. At least, the children they met here, including the son-in-law, come from top-tier families. They are all very good in character and personality. In their previous lives, some families might have had sudden outbursts or issues with their children, which could lead to some sharp or harsh behavior. But well-established old families or new industry leaders tend to raise their children with good manners, humility, and low profile. Most of these families make their children feel warm and comfortable when they interact. The larger the family, the more they focus on nurturing the next generation, skills, manners, and social interactions. Their own daughter was raised the same way. Although she was pampered, she was also educated and cultivated in all aspects. She has a calm personality, is emotionally steady, and handles things slowly and methodically. Lian Jingying sat nearby, smiling as she watched the three of them happily eating snacks and chatting. When Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing left, Lian Jingying packed a big bag of small pastries for both of them. They happily took the cookies and went home. Another day, Joanne and Lian Jingying were about to leave for Beijing. The weather in late September was gradually cooling down, with less heat and a slight chill in the mornings and evenings. The climate was becoming more comfortable. Before they left, they had their last meal together, making dumplings. As the saying goes, dumplings on the way up, noodles on the way down. Making dumplings is simpler than frying or stir-frying. Before Pei Jianqing finished work, the family of three started kneading dough and preparing fillings. The dumpling fillings are quite rich. Besides pork, they include chopped abalone and sea cucumber mixed together. Another filling is made with shrimp and pork. Both fillings have a little chives added to enhance the flavor. Mom, tonight I'll put a box of cooked dumplings in the space. When you leave tomorrow, I'll take them out for you. They'll be hot, so you won't have to worry about them being cold at lunch, said Zhou Anqi, watching Lian Jingying mix the dumpling filling. With this weather, it's fine if they cool down a bit, Lian Jingying said quickly as she mixed the fillings. Don't leave too early tomorrow. Sleep well, and even if you're a little late arriving in the capital, we have plenty of food prepared for the journey, Zhou Anqi advised. She had already prepared many foods and stored them in the space. Tea and milk in the space were ready, and a large box of cut fruit was prepared. Sliced meat with sauce was packed in a container, along with vegetables in another container. They also fried oysters and scallop pancakes. All right, we're not in a rush, Lian Jingying smiled. When they returned, they weren't in a hurry anymore, unlike when they first arrived at the military district. At the dining table, Zhou Yinghuai was also preparing noodles and covering them with a white cloth to let them rest. At this moment, there was the sound of the door opening. Zhou Anqi quickly went over. The door opened, and Pei Jianqing came back from work. Zhou Anqi happily took his hand and led him inside. Wash your hands quickly. We're making dumplings together. They held hands closely as they headed to the bathroom. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying prepared the food on the table together. The family of four sat around the table, chatting and laughing while making dumplings. The three of them could have finished making the dumplings first, so Pei Jianqing could enjoy them as soon as he got home. But making dumplings together as a family made it more loving and warm. Pei Jianqing also thought so. Seeing them wait for him to come back, so they could make dumplings together filled his heart with happiness. After a long period of practice, all four of them became skilled at making dumplings. They not only made them quickly, but also made sure the dumplings stood upright, no longer crooked or lying flat. They looked plump and beautiful. Look at the dumplings we made now. Each one is neat and pretty, Zhou Anqi said, admiring the orderly, plump dumplings on the steamer cover. Much better than during the New Year, Zhou Yinghuai said with a smile. All four of them suddenly remembered the first time they made dumplings on New Year's Eve. They couldn't help but laugh. The dumplings were quickly finished, and Lian Jingying efficiently boiled them soon after. After finishing the dumplings and tidying up, Lian Jingying was sitting with her daughter, talking quietly. They were having a heart-to-heart, not letting the men disturb them. Go play somewhere else, don't interrupt us, she said. Yes, ma'am, Chao Yinghui replied immediately, pulling her son-in-law aside to play chess. Soon, they were about to leave, and Lian Jingying suddenly became chatty again. She held Xiao Anqi's hand and started to nag gently. Usually, it wouldn't matter, but now that her daughter was pregnant, she wished she could stay by her side every day. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Look at how good I feel. Qiao Anxi leaned on her mother's shoulder. That's good. Anyway, winter vacation is coming in a few months and we'll be back soon, Lian Jingying said happily. Thinking about the winter break made her feel energized. Being a teacher was really great. Hee hee mom, summer just ended. Qiao Anxi giggled. Yes, summer's over, so I need to plan the winter break quickly, Lian Jingying said softly, gently touching her daughter's face. She added tenderly, Did you remember everything I told you? Yes, Mom. I will be good, Qiao Anxi said, hugging her mother's arm. Lian Jingying held her daughter close, feeling soft inside. To her, her daughter would always be a child. When they crossed over here, she wasn't very old, just graduated. Now, her daughter had her own child and was about to be a mother. Mother and daughter sat close, whispering endlessly. The next morning, Qiao Anxi woke up early. When she left her room, she saw that Qiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying were already awake. Mom, Dad, you're awake so early, she said. We couldn't sleep. We went to bed early last night, so we got enough rest, her mother explained quickly, worried she might worry about their sleep. Pei Jiancheng had finished his morning exercises and was cooking porridge and frying eggs in the kitchen. He also brought buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk from the cafeteria. After washing up, the family of four enjoyed breakfast happily and relaxed. Despite saying goodbye, no one felt sad or worried. In this time, traveling far was difficult, but for the Qiao family, distance was no problem. Their conditions now allowed them to go anywhere they wanted, without many worries. Pei Jiancheng was also a free spirit. Unless work prevented him, he liked to go wherever he pleased, just getting in the car and leaving. For this family of four, saying goodbye and meeting again was easy and simple. Dad, please give me the car keys. I'll drive the car over first. Pei Jiancheng asked Xiao Yinghui for the keys after breakfast. Go ahead, Xiao Yinghui handed over the keys. After Pei Jiancheng left, the three of them began to carry all the luggage from the guest room into the living room. The water is really heavy. Qiao Anxi poured out a large basket of water, then tried to lift it with her hands. It was indeed heavy. She had collected quite a few bottles, and they were almost full. Wow, even I find it heavy to carry, Xiao Yinghui said as he tried to lift it, feeling it was a bit difficult. When Pei Jiancheng drove over and carried the big basket of water downstairs, he felt the weight. But he didn't ask or say anything. He simply opened the trunk quietly and placed the basket inside. All the luggage was loaded into the car, and it was quite full. Besides the big suitcase they arrived with, there were also a few large cardboard boxes, and the back seat was also packed with things. Qiao Anxi got into the car, pretending to be tidying or searching for something, but she was actually taking a large bag and removing all the food from the space. Then she got out of the car again. Today the weather was not so hot, and there were quite a few people downstairs. Everyone's eyes were on them. Watching them load the luggage into the car step by step, everyone guessed that Vice Captain Pei's parents-in-law were leaving. Their families seemed quite calm, not tearful or reluctant like some might expect. They simply packed things steadily, chatting easily and comfortably. 2 days ago, Pei Jiancheng had thoroughly checked and refilled the car with fuel. Xiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying got into the car and quickly started the engine. Qiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng stood by the window, saying, "Safe travels." They waved goodbye as they watched the car leave. Some military wives on the roadside also smiled and waved at the car, saying, "You're leaving? Goodbye, safe travels." Although Qiao Anxi's family rarely went out, they sometimes met the military wives downstairs. When someone greeted them, Qiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying responded kindly, with friendly attitudes. Everyone knew that Qiao Anxi's adoptive parents were professors at Beijing University, very cultured. But no one expected them to be so approachable, completely down-to-earth and not aloof at all. So, the military wives had a very good impression of their family. As the car drove away, Qiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng felt a twinge of sadness. "I'm heading to work now." Watching the car drive away, Pei Jiancheng turned to Qiao Anxi and spoke gently. "Yes, go ahead." Qiao Anxi watched him leave and then turned to go back upstairs. She returned home alone and entered the guest room. Inside, Jung had already tidied everything very neatly and cleanly. They had taken all their belongings, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Anxi went to the bed, changed the sheets and quilt cover, and threw them into the washing machine to clean. She found a clean set and put it on. After finishing the chores, she wandered around the house and started feeling a bit lonely. There was no cheerful laughter from old Xiao, nor any sign of her mother coming and going. Suddenly, the house was very quiet, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. When Pei Jiancheng finished work and they ate together, the atmosphere still felt quite cold. Suddenly, I really feel a bit used to it, Xiao Anxi said. It'll be better in a few days, Pei Jiancheng said, slowly stirring the slightly cooled soup in his bowl with a spoon. Xiao Anxi nodded silently and ate her meal. But she quickly adjusted her mood because in a couple of days, school would start again, and she needed to go back to work. The next day was the weekend and also the day before school started. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng drove to Shuiying village to pick up Tian Xiufang. Brother Pei, sister Anxi, Xiaohai and Xiuyu were very happy to see them. Xiaofan was still quietly reading a book nearby. She hadn't gone back to school yet. Seeing them arrive, she quickly put down her book and came over to greet them. Tian Xiufang had already packed her things a few days earlier. She didn't have much, just a couple of sets of clothes. Now, she was just waiting for them to come over in the next few days. Based on the children's school start dates, she guessed it might be today. Xiaohai, let big brother carry the fish back. After Tian Xiufang sat down with them, she hurriedly sent Xiaohai to find a hai and bring back the fish. Xiao Anxi remembered she had asked for fish before, and they all kept that in mind. In the evening, Xiuyu's father and a hai caught quite a few fish and kept them on the boat, using seawater to keep them alive. Soon, Xiaohai and a hai returned carrying a large basket. The basket was on the ground, and you could hear the fish making splashing sounds inside. Xiao Anxi lifted the lotus leaf covering the basket. There were still many fish inside, some quite large, not just small fish, along with some shrimp. Some are pretty big, Xiao Anxi said with a smile. Xiuyu quietly whispered close to her. Dad and big brother went fishing quietly in the distance last night. Thank you, Dahai. She gently touched Xiaoyu's hair and smiled as she thanked the big sea. You're welcome. The big sea waved his hand, grinning happily, then quickly ran back to the beach. Tian Xiufang also brought out a large basket from the kitchen, filled with cleaned abalone and oysters. In the past few days, they had collected many things from the beach. Early today, she started packing everything up. Seeing that everything was already packed, she knew that Tian Xiufang had almost finished preparing for their visit today. She couldn't help but say, Aunt Tian, if we don't come today, the stuff won't stay good. Then we'll go pick new things tonight and pack them tomorrow. They had agreed that these days, the most likely time to come would be the weekend. And if they didn't come today, it wouldn't be a problem. They could just pick more later. Tian Xiufang covered the fish in the big basket with lotus leaves to keep them separate, then poured everything from the basket onto the leaves and covered them again with another layer of leaves. At this point, the big basket was full, almost overflowing. Tian Xiufang had already finished packing her side, and Shi and the others didn't plan to stay long. Pei Jiancheng carried the big basket to the car. Listen to Grandma at home, help her with chores, okay? Tian Xiufang finally reminded Xiaohai and Xiaoyu. Xiaohai and Xiaoyu nodded obediently. I'm leaving, she said, saying goodbye to everyone inside, then followed Shi out to the car. The family members also came out to watch them leave. Xiaoyu's grandpa and dad were working on the beach. They couldn't just come back anytime. In Xiaoyu's and the others' eyes, the jeep drove out of Shuiying village and soon returned to the military area. When Shi and her family entered the house, Tian Xiufang was surprised by the decor inside. Even though she had grown up going in and out of wealthy households with her mother, she had seen some fine things. But the simple yet elegant arrangement of Shi's home still shocked her a little. However, she kept a calm face. Aunt Tian, you will live in this room from now on. Shi smiled and led Tian Xiufang to the guest room. Seeing this, Tian Xiaofeng couldn't hide her surprise anymore. She was completely stunned. She hadn't expected Joan Shi and her family to give her such a nice room. The room was furnished with brand new, complete furniture. The big, wide bed was covered with clean, pretty sheets, looking soft and comfortable. A typical housekeeper auntie usually can't afford such conditions. At most, there is a small room just big enough for a single bed, or sometimes just a corner with a bed set up. Tian Xiaofeng knows this well. Her mother used to work as a cook for others, and she only had a small bed, nothing more. This room is too big, she whispers softly, never having lived in such a nice house in her life. It's not big. If you need anything else, just tell us. Qiao Anqi smiles and hands Tian Xiaofeng a new set of toiletries. She has plenty of these items and hopes Tian Xiaofeng can stay clean and tidy. Tian Xiaofeng feels a bit nervous holding the items and secretly vows to do her best at the job. Qiao Anqi shows Tian Xiaofeng around the house, patiently teaching her how to use the refrigerator and washing machine. The shelves in the kitchen and the fridge are filled with ingredients that Qiao Anqi prepared in advance: rice, flour, oil, and various seasonings, all fully stocked. There are dried goods and different types of meat, as well as various vegetables in the fridge. She also tells Tian Xiaofeng not to go out shopping. If something is missing, just note it down, and she will go out to buy what's needed every now and then. Tian Xiaofeng is amazed by the rich ingredients in their home. She knows Qiao Anqi's family is definitely well off, but she didn't expect it to be so good. Growing up under her mother's guidance, Tian Xiaofeng knows that in such households, keeping a quiet mouth is most important. Don't ask questions about things that shouldn't be asked, don't speak about things that shouldn't be said, and do more work with less talk. Thinking about Pei Jiancheng, Qiao Anqi, and their parents, who all seem extraordinary, she realizes that such family conditions are quite normal. Having some things that others don't have is also nothing strange. Then, what should I cook for lunch? Tian Xiaofeng asks. Look at the ingredients and make your own combinations. Usually, you need to prepare a fish every day, changing the style each time. Also, there should always be a pot of soup on the stove, Qiao Anqi carefully explains. Seeing that Tian Xiaofeng doesn't ask many questions, she feels quite satisfied. She remembers that when she first considered hiring her, she thought about her background of growing up with her mother in wealthy households, believing she would know some manners. Now, she sees that Tian Xiaofeng is indeed quite good. She plans to observe her for a while longer. Their home is a bit different from ordinary families, so she needs to be more cautious. Since her parents have just left, having more things in the house might not attract much attention from others. If Tian Xiaofeng is talkative and careless with her words, they might need to consider replacing her. However, based on her recent interactions with Tian Xiaofeng, she knows that she is not like that. But she and Pei Jiancheng also value privacy, and she clearly told Tian Xiaofeng that they do not like to be disturbed. Tian Xiaofeng silently remembered everything. She is observant and attentive. After Qiao Anqi showed her around the house, she rolled up her sleeves and started working. Tian Xiaofeng's cooking skills have now found a good outlet. Qiao Anqi's home is well equipped, and they are not stingy or petty. They gave her free rein to cook as she pleased. Tian Xiaofeng busily worked alone in the kitchen. By noon, a table of delicious food was ready. She braised a whole fish, stir-fried pork with shiitake mushrooms, steamed eggs with shellfish, and stir-fried greens with garlic. She even specially prepared a bowl of oyster with a bit of sauce and a bowl of shellfish for Qiao Anqi. Anqi, this is very nutritious and good for your health, she said, placing a spoon into the oyster bowl. Okay, Qiao Anqi said, scooping a spoonful to eat with rice. Honestly, Tian Xiaofeng's cooking is really tasty. They also cooked oysters before, but the flavor was not as good as hers. And the stir-fried shellfish, when they made it themselves, was often overcooked because they couldn't control the heat well. But Tian Xiaofeng's version was just right, tender and fresh. The braised fish was tender and flavorful, with a rich sauce. Both Qiao Anqi and Pei Jiancheng were very satisfied with the meal. The next morning, Tian Xiaofeng woke up early and was busy in the kitchen. Smells so good. What delicious food is this? Xiao Anshi, after washing up, sat happily at the table. There are wontons and shrimp soup dumplings. Tian Xiufeng smiled as she brought the dumplings out of the kitchen for Qiao Anshi and Pei Jianqing. Shrimp soup dumplings? Qiao Anshi was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Tian Xiufeng to make these. I was going to make crab roast soup dumplings, but I thought it's better for you not to eat that for now, so I used fresh shrimp to make small dumplings. Tian Xiufeng opened the steamer, revealing small, cute soup dumplings. She picked one up and placed it in Qiao Anshi's bowl. First, bite a small hole to sip the soup, then eat the dumpling. Otherwise, it might burn your mouth. She wasn't sure if Qiao Anshi knew this, but to be safe and prevent her from getting burned, she explained. Qiao Anshi nodded, took a small bite of the dumpling, and slowly sipped the flavorful soup inside. She gave Oda Hideyoshi a thumbs up. She finished the last bite of the bun, which was filled with fresh shrimp, tender and chewy. The bun skin was soft and delicate, leaving a fragrant taste in her mouth. It was tastier than regular buns and small steamed buns. She also wanted to try the crab roast soup dumpling. Thanks to the water magic, she didn't worry about any bad reactions. But to avoid causing concern, she decided to wait until she was more stable before eating it. Pei Jianqing also took a bite and nodded in praise. The wontons were filled with fresh shrimp, with thin wrappers and tasty filling. The broth was made from last night's bone soup. Tian Xiufeng even made egg skin strips, added some greens, and sprinkled a little scallion. The pink shrimp meat peeked through the thin wonton wrapper, alongside the green vegetables and yellow egg skin. It looked really beautiful. Joanshi sighed, wishing she could take a photo to post on social media. Her phone couldn't be used to eat first. She had to finish her food. As expected, it was delicious, truly a feast for the senses. After she was full and satisfied, Tian Xiufeng had already prepared her milk powder and poured it into the water bottle. These details were instructed by Pei Jianqing. Yesterday, after Joanshi finished explaining, he also gave Tian Xiufeng many instructions, mainly about Joanshi's eating habits and small details of her daily life. Joanshi packed her water bottle, slung her bag over her shoulder, and rode her little bicycle to work leisurely. Good morning, Teacher Qiao. As soon as she entered the office, colleagues greeted her warmly. After a holiday break, everyone looked energetic and full of spirit. They didn't look tired like at the end of the semester. Good morning, everyone. Joanshi also felt refreshed as she walked to her seat. It had been a semester since she last came, and her desk was covered with a thick layer of dust. She found a cloth to wipe it, planning to get some water from the water room to dampen it. Teacher Qiao, I'm going to the water room now. I'll help you clean your desk. Next to her, Xia Yunshu walked over, picked up her cloth, and headed towards the door, also taking the bucket behind it. She moved so quickly that Joanshi didn't have time to stop her. Xia Yunshu was the Chinese teacher for 8th grade. She was usually quiet, independent, and not particularly close to anyone. Joanshi's only interaction with her was at the end of last semester when she saw Xia Yunshu rushing down the street, holding her child in a hurry. She happened to be riding by and asked if she could help. Teacher Qiao, my child has a high fever. I need to take her to the hospital quickly. Xia Yunshu recognized Joanshi, and while running, she explained with trembling voice and messy hair. Joan quickly stopped her car. Get in, I'll take you there. Xia Yunshu looked surprised but hesitated when she saw Joan looking delicate and gentle. Don't hesitate. Come on. The fire will get worse if you wait, Joan urged her. Holding her hot child in her arms, Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth and sat on the back of the bicycle. Hold on tight, Joan said firmly, and pedaled quickly away. She hurriedly took mother and daughter to the hospital. At the hospital, the doctor said they were lucky. If they had arrived a little later, the child might have had serious problems. After that, Xia Yunshu was very grateful to her. Joan also learned that Xia Yunshu was a family member of a martyr. Her husband was also a soldier in this military district. He had recently joined the army, and during a mission, he sacrificed himself and never returned, leaving her and her young daughter behind. Xia Yunshu carried a bucket of water and a wet cloth back to her office, placing the bucket beside Joan's desk and offering to help clean the table. Joan quickly stopped her and took the cloth.
Thank you, I'll do it myself.
Xia Yunshu had to give up and said, "The water is clean, you can use it." Then she returned to her own desk to wipe. "Teacher Xia, can we rinse the cloth in this water?"
A teacher nearby asked.
"Go ahead, no problem," Xia Yunshu replied. The water in the bucket was shared among everyone. Usually, people who didn't want to fetch water just went to the water room to wash their cloths. Xia Yunshu wanted to make things easier for Joan, so she specially fetched water. It wouldn't be polite to refuse when others asked. During this holiday, the dust and dirt were really thick. Joan carefully wiped the table twice before it was completely clean. After washing several cloths, the water in the bucket turned black. Seeing Joan finish washing the cloths, Xia Yunshu took the bucket and went to the water room to pour out the dirty water. Joan followed her. The water in the bucket had been used to wash many cloths and was quite dirty. She went to wash her hands again. "Next time, you don't need to bring water like this. Just go directly to the water room," Joan said to Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu replied, "Yes, today is my first day at work." The desk was very dirty, so it was easier to carry water. "Teacher Xia, I'll help you carry it," a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and looking honest, approached. He reached out to take the bucket from her. "No, thank you," Xia Yunshu sidestepped and walked straight ahead. "There's no need to be formal between us," Chiu Zimin said with a smile as he held the bucket. "We are just ordinary colleagues, not that close." Xia Yunshu frowned and forcefully pulled the water bucket as she headed to the water room. Xiao Anshi noticed Xia Yunshu's obvious displeasure. She isn't very familiar with them, so she didn't say much. Following Xia Yunshu into the water room, she rinsed the cloth with clean water again and washed her hands thoroughly. Back in the office, Chiu Zimin approached Xia Yunshu's desk to chat casually. Xia Yunshu ignored him, her face slightly red, probably from anger. The other teachers in the office were watching them and smiling flirtatiously. Everyone could see that Chiu Zimin was interested in Xia Yunshu. Chiu Zimin is single with a son, and Xia Yunshu is also single with a daughter. Many people thought they suited each other and often try to matchmake them, intentionally or not. Chiu Zimin was happy about this, not caring whether Xia Yunshu was willing or not. The warning bell for class rang, and Xia Yunshu hurried out of the office clutching her books. "Teacher Chiu, keep it up." Teacher Xia might be a little shy, a teacher nearby encouraged Chiu Zimin. Chiu Zimin smiled foolishly, looking honest. However, Xiao Anshi thought he didn't seem as honest as he looked. Otherwise, with how clearly Xia Yunshu rejected him, he wouldn't keep pushing forward. He even deliberately made everyone think there might be something between them. But she didn't pay much attention to office gossip. She took out her textbook to prepare for her next class. She wasn't the homeroom teacher, so she didn't have many responsibilities. Besides reporting a few days ago, she didn't need to return to school early. Today was the official start of classes. During break, Principal Zhang from the kindergarten came by for a walk. "Anshi, our kindergarten kids are preparing a new program. Come by if you have time," Principal Zhang warmly invited Xiao Anshi. Then she asked, "What program are you planning? Has the notice been sent out?" "What notice? What program?" a teacher asked curiously. "This August 15th is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and there's a big district celebration. Every unit needs to perform," Principal Zhang explained. "There's a program to prepare?" Everyone started discussing. Just then, the director of education came in holding a list. "We have a notice. On August 15th, the district will hold a big celebration, and every unit must perform," he said. It was indeed about the August 15th celebration. Xiao Anshi listened with a smile. She wasn't planning to sign up. "I estimate that among these teachers, there are many talented individuals, and it is quite likely that they will be asked to perform for the students. Just like in kindergarten, where children perform their own shows." Indeed, after some discussion, everyone decided that the students should represent the school in the performance. However, most of this responsibility now falls on the homeroom teachers. There were no classes in the afternoon, so Xiao Anshi finished her first day back at work for the new semester and packed her things to go home. As she rode her bike down to the residential building, she noticed it was especially lively today. Many military spouses were sitting there, chatting happily. When they saw Xiao Anqi riding her bike over, they called out to her, "Teacher Xiao, Teacher Xiao. What's wrong?" Seeing these enthusiastic military spouses, Xiao Anqi stopped her bike. "Teacher Xiao, have you heard? There's a gathering on the Mid-Autumn Festival this year. Today, the military district came to inform us that our family members also need to perform in a show." One sister-in-law eagerly spoke. "Teacher Xiao, do you have any ideas?
Please give us some suggestions."
Yes, the most talented person here is you, Teacher Xiao. We're all rough and not good at performing.
Exactly.
Maybe Teacher Xiao can represent our family to perform. A few other military spouses also chimed in excitedly. Xiao Anqi suddenly understood. It was about the Mid-Autumn Festival performance. She looked at their honest, enthusiastic faces. Although they said they couldn't perform, she could see the excitement and anticipation in their eyes. There was also a little bit of joy and hope. Xiao Anqi was momentarily stunned. She didn't really have any good ideas either. She wanted to say she had no ideas, but she also felt reluctant to say so. Isn't it true that women of all ages and backgrounds have a bit of longing for that mysterious stage? So she smiled and said, "Let me put my bike away first, then we can think together." Okay. The military spouses nodded happily. Xiao Anqi pushed her bike to the bottom of the stairs, locked it, and came out. "Teacher Xiao, come sit here." The spouses had already reserved a spot for her. Most of them sat on small stools, but they specially left a small chair for Xiao Anqi. It was topped with a handmade cushion, stitched by one of the spouses. "Hurry and sit down," they urged her. "Thank you." Xiao Anqi sat down and joined them in discussing what kind of performance their family could put on for the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. This discussion reveals that these military spouses seem to be a bit unskilled in many areas. Everyone is talking excitedly, but no one knows what they can perform. Most of the spouses only came to the military district after it was established, and the district often hosts various events. They have a chance to watch performances by the arts troupe. Before that, many of them had never even seen a cultural show. Now, when asked to perform, they are completely clueless. Joan Xiang looks at these women, aunts, and older ladies. Living in this era, they not only lack supplies but also have no entertainment options. A small gathering makes them so excited and happy. It's very different from the women in later generations who can dance on the square whenever they want. Dancing on the square? Joan Xiang feels a sudden idea hit her. Yes, square dancing is simple to learn, lively, and creates a good atmosphere. Isn't it perfect for these spouses? They don't need any special skills. Almost anyone can do a few moves. If she arranges some simple steps and performs on stage, it should look good. Many popular songs are also suitable for square dancing. She smiles and says, "Why don't you perform a dance? You want us to dance? Okay. Teacher Joan, you look so good. You'll definitely be better than the arts troupe." The spouses think Joan Xiang wants to perform herself, representing their community.
They are happy about that.
"No, it's not me. It's all of you," Joan Xiang laughs.
What?
"Us." The women are stunned. Dancing? They think she's joking. Joan Xiang can definitely dance well herself, but they're not so sure. Some of them are round and heavy, with arms that can't move easily. How could they dance? "We can't," they all shake their heads desperately. "Sure you can. I'll teach you. It's very simple. Do you want to try?" Joan Xiang asks. "Want to try?" The women hesitate a little, but deep down, they are curious.
This is a rare chance.
Watching those who perform on stage, they feel very envious.
Really? We can do it?
Yes, really. No matter your age or size. Joan Xiang nods confidently. The women look at each other, their eyes shining with excitement. They grit their teeth and decide, okay, we'll learn. Since the community has many families beyond theirs, Joan Xiang asks them to confirm who wants to sign up for the performance. Everyone can come to learn, and in the end, the best 12 dancers will be chosen to perform on stage. And she asked them to see if any family members could play the accordion. Why the accordion? because during this time, the accordion was a common instrument, and more people knew how to play it. Plus, using the accordion for accompaniment creates a good effect. She discussed the details with them. They nominated a military spouse named Hee Chun-mon to be in charge of these arrangements. As they finished talking, many green figures approached from afar. They had all finished work and returned. Pei Jiancheng went downstairs and was surprised to see Shi sitting and chatting with a group of military spouses. When did my wife start enjoying chatting? She saw her husband also stand up. All right, tell me when you're all done. We'll start practicing in a few days. I need to go back now. The military spouses also saw their men returning, so they had to go home and cook dinner. It was already late, and they hadn't cooked yet. Everyone hurriedly dispersed. She followed Pei Jiancheng upstairs into the house. Pei Jiancheng smiled and asked, "Why were you so eager to chat downstairs today?" They stopped me and discussed the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. I plan to teach them a dance to perform on stage. She smiled and mentioned that the family members also needed to prepare a program for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Pei Jiancheng looked a bit worried. Can you dance with your health? She reassured him, I won't dance. I'll just teach them. Only then did Pei Jiancheng feel relieved. That night, she also went to find Yuli to ask if she could help borrow an accordion from the cultural troupe. Are you planning to perform with the accordion? Borrowing it for practice? Yuli thought she wanted to perform with the accordion at the festival. No, the family members want to perform a dance. I want to borrow it for accompaniment. Family members performing a dance? Yuli was shocked. She explained the situation with a smile. Wow, you're so bold. Do you think it will work? Yuli was even more surprised. A group of older military spouses with no dance experience performing on stage. She couldn't imagine it. Of course it will work. Can I borrow the accordion?
She asked.
Yes, the troupe has several accordions, and since it's for the family program, they will definitely support us.
Yugoslavia linudda.
Other musical instruments might be hard to get, but the accordion was no problem. The next day after work, she brought the accordion back to Shi. The military wives were very quick to take action. They soon confirmed the dance participants according to Qiao Anshi's instructions. In the past, everyone might have hesitated or felt shy, but after hearing Qiao Anshi's words, their hearts were moved. They simply couldn't resist the temptation of the stage and their inner longing. Others who weren't there at the time were a bit unsure. Dancing? Us? Are you kidding? Who would believe that these rough, carefree women could get on stage and dance? Come on, they've seen artistic performances. The girls on stage are all delicate and graceful. Their waists are so soft, twisting and turning beautifully. But they couldn't do that. I can't twist like that. Even turning my head is hard, said an auntie, stepping back repeatedly. Everyone burst into laughter. Qiao Anshi said it was okay. She explained simply that, regardless of age or size, everyone could dance. Hee Chun-mon also said this, but she wasn't entirely confident herself. For some reason, the people in their building, including her, believed in Qiao Anshi. If she said it was possible, they all wanted to try. Anyone can join? The military wives here were more confused.
Just try.
Qiao Anshi said everyone can learn. Later, they'll choose the best dancers. Don't you want to learn and try? It's a rare opportunity. That's true. I've never danced before. Maybe I should learn for fun? It's not like I'll definitely be chosen, said a sister-in-law hesitantly, a bit excited. I want to sign up. I've twisted the yanga dance before. It was so fun, said an auntie who had danced yanga, signing up immediately. Then I'll sign up too.
Just for fun, another said.
Everyone was a little moved. Seeing others sign up, they became more eager. Yeah, it's just for fun. Most people over there have already signed up, Hee Chun-mon said with a smile. Seeing how confident they were, others didn't want to fall behind. They gritted their teeth and signed up too. It was just to learn first. The final selection would come later. Some people also signed up just to watch the fun. The building was pretty quiet, and organizing such an event was a good way to liven things up. Does anyone here know how to play the accordion? Hee Chun-mon asked again. This time, the military wives didn't answer. They looked at each other uncertainly. He Chunlon realized there probably weren't any accordion players among them. She didn't get discouraged and went back twice, asking the military wives who weren't there earlier. Soon, she found a military wife who could play the accordion. She was a teacher at the district elementary school, named Zhao Yu. He Chunlon relaxed, knowing that Xiao Anxi had completed the task she assigned. In the past 2 days, Xiao Anxi had been busy. After borrowing the accordion, she started choreographing dance moves. She chose a lively, classic patriotic song with a strong rhythm. She tried to remember the square dances she had seen before and added her own ideas. The dance moves were simple and easy to learn. A large group of people went on stage, creating a lively scene. The main goal was to help the military wives realize their stage dreams. She thought this cheerful, straightforward square dance would be popular with everyone now. Square dancing really has a charming appeal. Soon, the military wives and Xiao Anxi gathered together. The military district was very spacious. They found a wide, flat, quiet spot with few passers-by. Start playing the music so we can practice. Xiao Anxi first gave the sheet music to Zhao Yu, the accordion player, so she could practice. Zhao Yu looked at the song. It wasn't difficult. She often heard it and said, "Okay, I can do this song too." She took the sheet music and went to practice seriously on her own. Today, quite a few military wives came, from sisters-in-law to aunts. Because resources were scarce, everyone's food was average, but there was a benefit. Most of these wives weren't overweight. A few were a bit stronger, but none were fat. With so little oil and fat, it wasn't easy for them to gain weight. They stood on the open ground, excited and fidgety. Even if they weren't chosen in the end, learning a few moves was enough to feel like they had danced. They felt satisfied. Xiao Anxi started teaching them basic moves. The moves were simple. She demonstrated with controlled movements, just showing the steps. Thanks to the space and water support, it didn't affect her health. Teaching these wives to dance wasn't easy. At first, they learned a very simple step, but everyone did it differently. The scene was quite funny, with all kinds of silly poses. Lee Battalion Commander's wife, you turned your left hand and left foot together. Everyone laughed at her awkward movement. Lee Battalion Commander's wife wasn't upset. She smiled and said, "Nervous, nervous." Vice Battalion Commander's wife, don't worry about stepping on ants under your feet. Watching Deputy Captain Wang's wife carefully lift one foot to step, then slowly step again. Everyone found it very funny. "Mrs. Zhang, are you about to start a fight?" Seeing Mrs. Zhang looking serious and stepping with a commanding presence, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Mrs. Zhang glared and said, "Don't laugh at me, Lu Captain's wife. You're jumping like planting rice seedlings." Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter again. As for other even funnier poses, they teased each other while trying them out. "Anyway, if you laugh at me, I'll laugh at you." Everyone can see others' funny sides, but not their own. Hey, you stepped on me. Be careful, you bumped into me." Xiao Anxi watched them with a gentle smile. After teaching one move, she stood aside to watch them practice, then stepped forward to give guidance. Starting is always hard. For the first move, she chose the simplest one to teach, but everyone still struggled to learn it smoothly. But she wasn't in a hurry. Once they learned this move, the next would be easier. Sure enough, after the initial chaos, the group of military wives gradually mastered the first move. Then learning the second move went much more smoothly. They also quickly realized that the moves Xiao Anxi taught were really simple. Unlike the complicated moves they saw on stage, twisting and turning wildly. These moves looked quite cool when jumping, and they liked them, feeling the movements were sharp and neat. At first, they thought dancing on stage meant twisting and turning a lot, so they mentally prepared to give it a try. Now, jumping was unexpectedly easy and relaxed. But the military wives were even happier, accepting it very quickly. Later, repeat this first part a few more times. Xiao Anxi instructed Zhao Yu beside her. Okay. Zhao Yu put on her accordion. The basic moves were simple and not many, so Xiao Anxi linked the first few moves she just taught for them to practice. Once linked together, it all came out quickly. Even if the military wives weren't very skilled or perfect in their movements, they felt the rhythm's charm. When Zhao Yu's accordion accompaniment sounded nearby, the wives followed along with their messy steps, jumping with Qiao Anqi. As they jumped, they found the rhythm, and the more they jumped, the more excited they became. Qiao Anqi turned around to look at them. They were already in rhythm, and their movements weren't too bad. Suddenly, she thought this lively group really had the presence of those grandmas doing square dancing in the park in later generations.
Great job.
Follow the rhythm. Everyone relax and dance freely, whatever looks good and feels comfortable. Qiao Anqi smiled as she kept the beat, encouraging them without making many demands, letting them express themselves freely. The military wives relaxed their tense feelings, moved more easily, and their hands and feet became more lively. When Qiao Anqi signaled to stop the music, they still seemed a bit disappointed.
Huh?
It's over? They said with some regret. Dancing is really fun, much easier than I thought. Each of the military wives looked excited. The dance exceeded their expectations, completely different from what they imagined, but even more exciting. Their enthusiasm for learning dance suddenly grew. As Qiao Anqi continued teaching, she felt more relaxed. The moves were simple, just a few basic steps, nothing complicated. Today, the main goal was to learn the movements. Other choreography and more complex steps would be taught later, once they were more familiar. Alright, that's all for today. Remember the moves and practice at home. You can also practice with a few friends. Qiao Anqi happily announced the end, keeping track of time, knowing these military wives had busy lives and she didn't want to take up too much of their time. Is it really over? They still wanted to dance more. These eager military wives went home and practiced seriously. During the day, the usual chatting downstairs in the residential building turned into group discussions about dance moves. Sometimes a few people practiced together outside. Qiao Anqi rode her bike past several times and saw them practicing seriously, dancing happily. Some military wives who hadn't signed up for lessons couldn't help but join in when they watched. Qiao Anqi secretly smiled. Sure enough, they couldn't resist the charm of group dance. Teacher Qiao, how do you think we did? The wives quickly waved when they saw her. Very good, keep it up, Qiao Anqi said with a smile as she rode by. They gathered for practice several more times. Each time, more people showed up than before. Now, they didn't care about performing on stage anymore. They just enjoyed dancing. Building on their familiarity with the moves, Qiao Anqi also helped with choreography. The wives danced even more enthusiastically. Thanks to the organization by women like He Chunlon and others, they often found a free spot to practice together. It became a unique sight in the military district. Once, a high-ranking leader passed by and saw these energetic wives dancing, and he praised them. Very good, very good. You look healthy and positive. The atmosphere is wonderful. The military wives are becoming more active, and the group is growing stronger. Days are passing quickly, and Mid-Autumn Festival is getting closer. Qiao Anqi's mooncakes should be on the schedule soon. It's not just for family, it's also important to give gifts for social exchanges. Her parents have already taken many gifts, but for Pei Jianqing's family, they need to send a gift. There are also many people in the military district who need to give gifts. When she visited the military district for a meal earlier, she received many gifts, so now she needs to give some back. She had already asked Pei Jianqing about borrowing a baking oven from the cafeteria, and he had checked for her and given a positive answer. I'm about to start making mooncakes soon. Remember to help me ask the cafeteria about borrowing the oven, Qiao Anqi said to Pei Jianqing during lunch. Pei Jianqing replied, tell me when you go, and I'll arrange a time for you in advance. Tomorrow afternoon, I don't have classes. Today, I'll make the mooncakes with Aunt Tian first, she said. After she finished speaking, she remembered something and asked, after I finish baking the mooncakes, do I need to pay him or give him a ticket or something? Pei Jianqing said, you don't need to worry about that. I'll handle it. Just take a stuff over, find squad leader Ma, and pick up the mooncakes after baking.
Okay.
After lunch break, Qiao Anqi took Aunt Tian Xiaofang to make mooncakes together. Aunt Tian, are the red bean paste and sesame paste ready? Qiao Anqi asked while holding various nuts. She had asked Aunt Tian to soak the red beans overnight since last night. This morning, she went to work and instructed Aunt Tian to prepare the red bean and sesame pastes first. Both are simple to make. She explained her requirements, and Aunt Tian could do it herself. The red beans were cooked and mashed into bean paste, and the sesame seeds were roasted and ground. Done. Aunt Tian brought out 2 bowls of ingredients. Xiao Anxi took out everything she needed and explained how to make it. Aunt Tian is very quick to learn how to cook, and over this time, Xiao Anxi has already noticed her talent. She just needed to share her ideas and intentions, and Aunt Tian would execute them well. She carefully explained the method for making the pastry dough and 5-nut filling again. Aunt Tian followed her instructions and quickly finished everything. Then, they started making the mooncakes together. Aunt Tian was responsible for wrapping the filling, and Xiao Anxi pressed the dough into molds and shaped the mooncakes. These mooncakes are really beautiful, Aunt Tian exclaimed as she looked at the first mooncake she made. Beautiful, right? I made the mold myself, Xiao Anxi said proudly. Professor Qiao is really impressive, Tian Xiufeng praised as she skillfully wrapped the mooncakes with her hands. In just one afternoon, the 2 of them finished making all the mooncakes. The next afternoon, Xiao Anxi and Aunt Tian took the mooncakes with plain dough shells to the cafeteria, looking for Sergeant Ma, as described by Pei Jiancheng. Sergeant Ma was very friendly. Comrade Xiao, you're here.
Pei told me about it.
Please bring out the mooncakes. Tian Xiufeng quickly handed over a full basket of mooncakes she was holding. Sergeant Ma, there are 3 flavors inside. We kept them separate. Please take care. Xiao Anxi lifted the cloth cover to show Sergeant Ma that the basket was divided into sections. These mooncakes are really beautiful, Sergeant Ma said, admiring them. He was even more surprised that they had made so many mooncakes at home. He didn't dare say this out loud, knowing that Pei Jiancheng's family was well off. But wealthy families rarely make so many mooncakes themselves, almost never. Xiao Anxi also thought about this, so the mooncakes she and Aunt Tian made weren't many. They were mainly for cover, as she still had many in her space. She didn't plan to bake the white dough mooncakes from the space. She would bake them there and secretly send them to the capital later. Sergeant Ma took the mooncakes into the kitchen, took out a baking tray, and placed them on it. Xiao Anxi and Tian Xiufeng sat in the cafeteria waiting. The kitchen's management was strict. They wouldn't let unrelated people like them go inside casually. This cafeteria is really big, Tian Xiufeng sat down, unable to help but look around. She had never seen such a large and beautiful cafeteria. At this time, it was empty, making the spacious cafeteria look even bigger. The tables and chairs were arranged neatly. The food here is pretty good too. Next time, I'll cook some for you to try, Xiao Anxi said with a smile. Tian Xiufeng quickly shook her head. That's just big pot rice, and it's expensive. We don't eat at the cafeteria. If you want to eat something, I'll cook for you. If I don't know how, I'll learn. Hee okay. I know a lot of delicious recipes. We'll take our time making them, Xiao Anxi replied. They chatted as time passed, and a faint sweet aroma began to spread. The smell is coming out. It smells so good, Tian Xiufeng said, immediately noticing it. Almost time. Xiao Anxi looked at her watch. It was about right. The large oven in the cafeteria could bake all the mooncakes at once. They sat and waited a little longer, and the aroma grew stronger and more inviting. Not long after, Sergeant Ma came out carrying a basket. Your mooncakes are really good, and they look even better after baking.
Thank you.
Xiao Anxi took the basket and placed it on the table. She lifted the cloth cover, and a rich aroma filled the air. Inside, the mooncakes were golden and perfectly baked, with a beautiful color. They are baked very well, and the color is lovely. Xiao Anxi and Tian Xiufeng kept praising the mooncakes. Yes, they are quite good. Sergeant Ma looked proud. He was confident in his skills, but he also thought Pei's wife made very good mooncakes. Xiao Anxi took one mooncake of a different flavor and handed it to Sergeant Ma. Sergeant Ma, thank you. This one is a different flavor. Please try it and tell me what you think. Sergeant Ma saw it and immediately waved his hand, stepping back. Oh no, no. Such a precious item. You keep it. Sergeant Ma, you're a professional. Please try it and give me some advice. Xiao Anshi insisted and pushed the mooncake into his hand. Sergeant Ma still hesitated, but Tian Xiaofang quickly picked up the basket, and they both left quickly. Sergeant Ma knew she wouldn't leave without the mooncakes, so he had to call out loudly, "Thank you." Honestly, he was a bit tempted by the mooncakes. They looked beautiful and smelled wonderful. As a cook, he was very eager to know what they tasted like. He carried 3 mooncakes back to the kitchen.
Captain.
The kitchen staff saw the mooncakes in Sergeant Ma's hand, and their eyes lit up. They had just seen those beautiful mooncakes and smelled their tempting aroma, and they were drooling. They also made mooncakes in their kitchen, but somehow they didn't smell as good, and the color wasn't as bright. These are from Pei's wife. 3 different flavors. Try them. Sergeant Ma placed the mooncakes on a plate. A few cooks cheered and started cutting the mooncakes with knives. Wow, this one's probably 5 nuts flavor. The filling looks really rich. One soldier exclaimed after cutting into a mooncake with 5 nuts. Everyone crowded around, each trying a small piece. They all nodded in approval, saying, "Delicious." The key was the filling. Who would be so generous with the ingredients? Sergeant Ma carefully tasted each one. It's not just the filling, the crust is also very good. It's thin, delicate, soft, sweet, but not greasy. A fine product. Back home, Xiao Anshi took out some oil paper and laid it on the table. Aunt Tian, 5 in a bag, all the same flavor. Then she took 2 more mooncakes from the 3 flavors, making a total of 6, and wrapped them into one bag. She handed the package to Tian Xiaofang, saying, "Aunt Tian, take these home and try them with your family." No need, no need. Tian Xiaofang didn't dare to accept it. These are grains very valuable, and 6 of them are quite a lot. She didn't dare to take so much. In previous years, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, her family couldn't even eat a few mooncakes for a month. Just take it. This is your Mid-Autumn Festival gift. You deserve it. Xiao Anshi happily placed the mooncakes in front of Tian Xiaofang. In today's times, 6 mooncakes are quite a lot. Giving 1 flavor per box might be too much and not very appropriate. Although Tian Xiaofang hadn't been at their home for long, she was hardworking, diligent, and kept her words. She was not curious, spoke little, and didn't cause trouble. She was very satisfied. Hearing this, Tian Xiaofang knew that Xiao Anshi meant to give her the mooncakes, so she couldn't refuse. Having worked here for several days and knowing the personalities of Xiao Anshi and Pei Jianqing from previous interactions, she knew they never played tricks. So she accepted it gratefully and said, "Thank you." Soon, the 2 of them finished wrapping all the mooncakes. Xiao Anshi picked up the wrapped mooncakes and placed them into a covered storage basket in the room. It wasn't because she was wary of Tian Xiaofang. She was hiding some private items. She could take things out of the room without others knowing how much she took. Tian Xiaofang didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Nowadays, valuable items aren't always kept in the room. While Xiao Anshi was putting things away inside, Tian Xiaofang also went to the balcony to bring back the baskets of dried fish and shrimp that had been drying there. "Anshi, take a look at these dried fish and shrimp I've dried in the sun." Tian Xiaofang brought the baskets back and placed them on the table, and a fishy smell filled the room. Inside the baskets were dried fish and shrimp she had dried a few days ago. These fish and shrimp were small fish and sea shrimp she had brought back earlier. Larger sea shrimp were dried into shrimp jerky, and smaller ones into tiny dried shrimp. These dried seafood are very well done. You're really skilled at this, much better than what I dried. Xiao Anshi came over and looked at the dried fish and shrimp in the baskets, smiling as she spoke. Dried seafood, especially from the seaside, is something Tian Xiaofang is good at. But now, with a lower standard of living, many people don't know how to eat such things. Dried goods are mostly just dried fish and shrimp. Your dried abalone is also very good.
We didn't know it would be so fresh when cooked after drying.
Tian Xiaofang sighed. Although she was from the seaside and had learned cooking from her mother, but she didn't know there were so many ways to prepare seafood, Nor did she realize that the things people leave on the beach could be turned into so many different dishes. Have you ever sun-dried fish maw there? Joni asked curiously. She wasn't sure if the people here ate these things now, but she knew that people in the southern coastal areas did. Especially in Port City, people really liked these dried ingredients like abalone, sea cucumber, and shark fin, which are quite expensive there. Fish maw? You mean the dried swim bladders of fish? Tian Xiaofang replied. Yes, I heard it's very nourishing. Women often drink soup made from fish maw to stay young, Joni said with a smile.
We don't have those here now.
I've never seen them myself. I only heard my mother talk about them before. It seems you need deep-sea fish swim bladders for good quality, but our boats can't go into deep water. Tian Xiaofang's mother used to work as a cook's assistant and had seen many things. She mentioned fish maw before, but had never seen it herself. Their fishing boats are either pole-driven or oar-powered, which isn't powerful enough for deep-sea trips. They mostly stay in shallow waters, only occasionally going out for large catches when the village has a task. Catching deep-sea fish is very difficult. Joni also said, yes, only deep-sea fish swim bladders are thick enough and nutritious. Regular fish bladders are less effective, and the dried fish maw is thin and not very gelatinous. She had eaten it quite a few times before and knew a little about it, but she didn't pay much attention. This time, she was learning to stew soup from a tablet computer, which gave her more understanding. Anshi, do you want deep-sea fish maw? Tian Xiaofang looked at Joni thoughtfully. I was just curious to ask. It's not easy to get, and I don't really want it. We have plenty of seafood on the beach and in shallow waters. She was just talking about dried goods out of curiosity. After hearing Tian Xiaofang, she understood better how difficult it is to catch deep-sea fish now. Plus, she already has a good piece of fish maw in her space. We rarely sun-dry seafood now. Big fish and shrimp are directly sold to processing factories, and they handle it themselves. Sun-drying ours is not very useful. Tian Xiaofang felt a bit frustrated. Now she couldn't sell or trade, and sun-drying didn't help because these items don't have much oil or water. Next time, we should dry some salted fish. It's great for porridge and cooking. Joni remembered some delicious dishes made with salted fish she had eaten before. Okay, let's find a bigger fish to dry. Thicker meat will taste better. The two of them chatted happily, quickly packing away all the useful items. Miss Tian, I'll rest in my room for a while. After putting away the things, Qiao Anshi explained to Tian Xiaofang, then closed the door and entered the space. She baked the leftover plain mooncakes from last time in the oven. Then she wrapped each one carefully with oil paper. After finishing everything, she hurried out of the space. She also packed the mooncakes to send to the Pei family in Beijing. One set for Pei Jianqing's parents and another for his grandparents. Besides mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival, should we send some other gifts to the family and grandparents? That evening, when Pei Jianqing returned home, Qiao Anshi discussed with him what to send to Beijing for the festival.
Just leave it to you.
If there's nothing else suitable, just send mooncakes. Pei Jianqing had no objections. His wife made the decisions.
I want to send some dried seafood that I dried myself.
Is that okay? Qiao Anshi thought these dried goods were very good. Pei Jianqing's family was well off and would enjoy them. Yes, they will eat these at home. The Pei family had special supplies, so they could enjoy many rare items not available in stores. They had seen many different foods. Since Pei Jianqing grew up eating foods from all over the country, he was used to a variety of flavors. All right, I'll pack everything tomorrow. I've dried quite a lot of things. The next day, Qiao Anshi prepared 2 boxes of mooncakes in 3 flavors, along with some cookies and snacks she had made earlier. She considered sending some items abroad. A few days ago, she had also taught Tian Xiaofang to make more cookies and snacks. In addition, she packed some dried fish, dried shrimp, sea rice, and dried abalone, all in one set. They packed 2 sets in total, one for the Pei family in Beijing and one for her grandparents. Knowing that old Master Pei and the elderly lady were quite old, she packed more of the light, flaky cookies. For the Qiao couple, she decided not to send mooncakes or pastries this time, only some dried fish, dried shrimp, and sea rice. They had already taken many things when they left, so there was no need to send so much again now. For families in the military district who needed gifts, Xiao Anqi also sent mooncakes based on how close their relationship was. Yang Hongming's family and Qian Weiguo's family were the closest, so she sent each of them a box of all 3 flavors. Yuli quickly sent a return gift, also mooncakes, but only 1 box.
The rest were some snacks.
The most special gift was a big bag of fruit and a large pomelo. Anqi, where did you buy these mooncakes? They're so delicious, Yuli asked eagerly as soon as she saw Xiao Anqi. I made it myself, together with Aunt Tian, Joanna said happily. Comrade Yu, have some tea, Aunt Tian smiled as she brought over a cup of freshly brewed tea. Thank you, Aunt Tian. Yuli quickly took the tea. I didn't expect you to come help. Now everything's better, Anqi. You can enjoy delicious food every day. Yuli still remembered how tasty Aunt Tian's cooking was. She especially recalled the meal at Shuaying village. Recently, they hadn't visited Joanna's home, and since Aunt Tian rarely went out, Yuli and Yuan Huiqing didn't know Joanna had invited Aunt Tian to help. But she wasn't surprised. It's normal for families like theirs to have a housekeeper. Moreover, Joanna was pregnant. Given Pei Jianqing's concern for her, it would be strange not to have someone to care for her. Joanna sipped the milk Aunt Tian had prepared for her and smiled. Haha. Luckily Aunt Tian helped me a lot and took good care of me. Yuli took a sip of tea and said in surprise, So, the mooncakes were made by you and Aunt Tian? They are really delicious. I've never had such tasty mooncakes. My parents also said they were excellent. Most mooncakes nowadays are rough, with thick crusts and less filling. But the mooncakes Joanna gave were different, filled with plenty of ingredients, and the red bean paste and sesame fillings were especially smooth and sweet. The texture of the whole mooncake was very fine, and the crust was thin. Their whole family praised them and wondered where Joanna bought them, but it turned out she made them herself. After knowing this, Yuli didn't ask any more questions. I only followed what Anqi told me to do. She came up with the ideas, and Tian quickly explained, unwilling to take credit. Haha, I was just saying, but Aunt Tian understood it well and did a great job, Joanna said with a smile. That's good. When one gives ideas and the other does the work, the results are even better. Yuli chuckled. Exactly, Joanna nodded in agreement. Pei Jianqing and Yang Hongming were playing chess at the table nearby, not disturbing the 2 women chatting. The 2 women leaned on the bench, holding their cups, looking very relaxed. Anqi, you're really impressive. I saw those military wives dancing. They were so lively and enthusiastic. I passed by a few times and couldn't believe my eyes. Yuli recalled how she had seen some military wives practicing dance downstairs at the housing complex. She was amazed every time. Everyone was jumping confidently, unlike how they looked in the past. Hee, how is it? Pretty good, right? Joanne smiled brightly. Very good. If our band wasn't playing, I'd want to join in too.
I'm also a family member, Yuli said.
Watching the group of military wives dancing happily together, looking free and relaxed, Yuli couldn't help but want to move her feet as well. Can you help think about the costumes? Do you think your arts troupe might lend us some? Joanne remembered she had been thinking about this. For the performance, matching costumes are necessary for a good effect. But it's unrealistic to ask the military wives to make clothes. The only option is to borrow. Besides the arts troupe, there's no other place with so many matching costumes. Costumes? Yuli considered. That's really hard to say. The girls in the arts troupe have different body types from the military wives, so the costumes might not fit. And there are quite a few of you performing, so there probably aren't enough identical outfits. She added, our troupe has many performances that day, so there probably won't be many costumes left. Joanne nodded silently. She initially planned for 12 people, but as more practiced, many wanted to perform. They all expressed a strong desire to join. In the end, she decided to add a few more people. Maybe you should ask Shanshan. She's in the dance team. It seems she went home these days, Yuli suggested, recalling Qian Shanshan from the dance team. Shanshan went home? I haven't seen her in a long time. Joanne thought about how long it had been since she last saw her. Yes, I heard someone from the troupe is trying to set her up with someone. She said she wants her sister-in-law and us to come see the person during the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering, Yuli said with a mysterious smile, acting like she was gossiping. Okay, let's see. Joanne smiled a little curious. The two started gossiping quietly. But when it came to the costumes, Joanne reconsidered and decided not to ask Qian Shanshan. There was the problem Yuli mentioned about the arts troupe's costumes being too stage-like. She also thought that the casual style of the military wives dancing was better suited for a relaxed performance. Overly theatrical costumes might even ruin the effect. If they wore plain white shirts and green military pants, they would clash with most performers on stage. It would be better to wear casual clothes, with matching colors. The style doesn't matter, only the color. The most common choice is white tops and black pants. She immediately found He Chunlon and asked her to check whether all the military wives had white tops and black trousers. He Chunlon was very efficient and quickly gave her feedback. Most people have white tops and black pants. Those who don't have them are willing to lend to others for performances. Joan was very happy to hear this. That's great. Sister-in-law, please keep an eye on this. Just try to make the white top similar in style. Okay, I will take care of it. He Chunlon happily accepted the task. He Chunlon was very organized, so Joan didn't have to worry about anything besides teaching the military wives to dance. They organized their own practice sessions. After Joan finished teaching them all the moves and choreography, the military wives discovered a serious problem. Teacher Joan, why aren't you dancing with us? Why aren't you performing on stage with us? At this point, everyone realized that Joan wasn't included in the performance team. The military wives felt a bit anxious. Without Joan leading, they suddenly felt a lack of confidence. Joan smiled and explained, I won't be on stage. I'm not feeling well. Not feeling well? The wives exchanged knowing looks and suspiciously looked at Joan's belly. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a slight bump, though not very obvious. Joan was graceful and upright, and unless you looked carefully, it was hard to see. Everyone suddenly understood and said, Teacher Joan, are you expecting? Yes, so I can't perform on stage, Joan admitted openly, with nothing to hide. They nodded in understanding and began to remind her of what to watch out for. Joan listened with a smile and nodded along. The wives had good intentions and also had some experience. Afterwards, everyone practiced more diligently, trying not to trouble Joan with small matters. A few days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Pei Jiancheng came home from work carrying a large package. When she opened it, she saw it was a mid-autumn gift from the Pei family. Inside were many mooncakes, some wrapped and some boxed, all looking more delicate than those on the market. Inside, there was also a barbecue pork mooncake. These meat-filled mooncakes are now rare and precious. Most people can't buy them easily. Joan, she had no doubt that if the delivery time weren't so long and they risked spoilage, the Pei family would definitely send fresh meat mooncakes to them. There were also some traditional pastries, dried fruits, and nuts. Additionally, there were some canned fruits and milk powder. Aunt Tian, let's cut 2 pieces of mooncake to try. Cut a piece of this barbecue pork one. In the evening, while drinking tea, Joan, she took out 2 mooncakes of different flavors for Aunt Tian to cut open, each trying a small piece. Pei Jiancheng and Joan, she had eaten barbecue pork mooncakes before. Joan, she took a bite, her eyes brightening. The taste is good. This barbecue pork is very fragrant. This was probably a special product. Its flavor was not something regular market mooncakes could compare to. It felt smooth and fine in texture, with no roughness. The barbecue pork inside was very authentic. Pei Jiancheng picked up a piece to try. It's good. Aunt Tian had never eaten mooncakes made with meat before. She was surprised and curious. Meat mooncakes? This is a specialty from the south, Joan, she smiled. People in the north usually don't eat this flavor. Northern mooncakes, zongzi, and tangyuan are mostly sweet. In the south, salty flavors are more common. The Pei family truly can enjoy flavors from all over the country. This barbecue pork smells so good, Aunt Tian said slowly as she ate. She really didn't know how to make this herself. Barbecue pork can be stored longer, but the fresh meat mooncakes from Haiching can't last that long, she explained. I don't really like the fresh meat ones, Pei Jianqing said after trying. I'm not a big fan. Me neither. The barbecue pork is more fragrant. Try this one. This egg yolk and lotus seed paste mooncake is also delicious. She cut a piece of the egg yolk and lotus seed paste mooncake. This one is also good, Pei Jianqing said, taking a piece. Aunt Tian, try this too, she offered. Aunt Tian was truly amazed tonight, seeing several kinds of mooncakes she had never seen before. She tasted them and found them all very delicious. Aunt Tian gained a deeper understanding of Xi's family. They were definitely not an ordinary family. She took a barbecue pork mooncake and an egg yolk lotus seed paste mooncake for Aunt Tian to take home.